Namaskar, good morning, Ram Ram. Welcome to your own channel AC Astro, and this is a most awaited video of the year. And I cannot claim that we are the first to uploading this video, but I can claim that we are the best to do this because we go transit by transit, month by month, so detailed. So let's not waste the time and welcome Akashji from Calgary, Canada. Namaskar, Ram Ram, Akashji.
Namaskar, Ruiji, Ram Ram. Thank you so much for everyone for joining this. So we're going to understand that how 2026 is scheduled for everyone in this, world. As we know, 2025 was the year of Mars, but 2026 is going to be year of Sun, according to the numerology system. But yes, this is a year of lot of new beginnings, lot of new things, and especially whenever Sun's period is happening, and this is a period mostly of new adventure that we can see for everyone. Luigi, for Aries, we will start with 2026 predictions that how the planets are moving for all the Aries ascendant people, where it is moving, and what is going to bring for them. But for that, those who are eagerly waiting to see that how their chart unfolds in a very personal way, for them, yearly horoscope is now available. You can book in the WhatsApp link below. All the best. Or you can email on acastrochannel@gmail.com, or also the website. We have put a section about yearly horoscope readings. Thank you. For January, Rohitji, the beginning of the year starts on 13th of January with a transit of Venus Shukradev entering into Capricorn, the second house lord going into the 10th house, and the seventh house lord going in the 10th house. This is a very powerful position of Venus, especially in Kendra. Kendra lord in the Kendra is Raja Yoga, and here it can create some very great opportunities for your work. Those who have been looking for a work for a very long time, those who are expecting some kind of income increase in their work, they will see very positive and very nice, very nice milestones to be achieved in the career area. Those who are expecting anything to do with business, they will also see very positive. Now, Venus is not only about career, it's also about the love life. Here, you may expect some very great news from your in-laws also, because this is fourth from the seventh house. Somewhere, your in-laws may be very much associated with you, and they may give you some very great news during this time. So the first transit of the year on 13th of January is a very, very positive transit. Venus transit in the Kendra, in the house of a benefic. So great. Later, a big event happens on 14th of January, which is called the Makar Sankranti. Whenever Sun enters into the sign of Capricorn, it is called Makar Sankranti. It's a very big event in the Southeast Asia. So many events, so many festivals happen during this time, and this is all and all related to Surya and Saturn. Now, because the fifth house lord has gone to the 10th house, there is a possibility of getting some very great news related to children also. Your karma related to children, those who are trying to conceive may also conceive during this period. Those who are trying to get for higher education so that they can enhance their career life, that also is going to happen. Those who are thinking of getting into more of creative as well as very, very powerful a position in their workplace, they will also be able to achieve this. So it's a very beautiful period. But because Sun is very close to an eclipse is next month, beginning of next month, here some tension related to your social circle or what other people may say may arise during this time. But this is exactly the eclipse. Before eclipse, a month before eclipse, you start feeling a little bit heaviness in the area related to your career. But what is happening, the big event is happening, and Lagna Lord, that means the ascendant Lord, that is Mars, it's getting exalted in the sign of your Capricorn. So very powerful career recognition, very powerful career achievements. 16th of January. So see, if you see 13th to 17th of January is all the transits in the month of January 2026. So a lot of beautiful things are happening related to your career in a very, very powerful way, especially with Lagna Lord coming into the 10th house, getting exalted. This is such a beautiful time that I can't even express myself how amazing. Those who are going through Mars Mahadasha, Mars Antardasha, they will see such great benefits in their life. Great time to change a job, great time to find a job, great time to get recognition in your job. Those who are in business, their business suddenly expand. And see, Mars and Surya together, this means another positive, very powerful yoga to get favors from the government. So all the best for that. Later, Mercury, that is the planet of your speech and the planet of your daily work and routine, again goes into the 10th house. There's a stellium here, four planets together in the 10th house. This is a very powerful placement because there is something great that you can achieve in your career, especially some great those who are in sales, marketing, medical. What a beautiful time for them. Those who are in service industry related to finance, what a great time for them. Mars and Mercury are both related to fintech, finance technology. There also you will do very great. So overall, it's a very, very beautiful period. Just look at this. The Lord of the fifth house in the ninth house, the Lord of the Lagna in the 10th house, sorry, the Lord of the fifth house in the 10th house, Lord of the Lagna in the 10th house, Lord of the seventh house in the 10th house. So if you see Kendra Lords, Lagna Lord, as well as what do you say, the seventh house Lord, both are in the 10th house. So such a powerful yoga in the 2026 of January that it will give you lot of benefits. One problem, because Mars is looking with a debilitated aspect on the fourth house, and all the ways are looking at the fourth house. Here we have to be very careful about property transactions. Otherwise, we can get into some kind of mess. If you are trying to shift a property, buy a property, move into a new one, then this is where we need to be more vigilant, more careful. Okay, January is a wonderful, amazing month for Aries ascendant people. Let's move on to February. Now, when we talk about February, I will tell you that those who are thinking about how their life will be according to their personal horoscope, personal Mahadashantar Dasha, Sari Sati, no Sari Sati, Pratyantar Dasha, Sukshma Dasha, Prana Dasha, Mahadashantar Dasha, will be able to go into the depth of your charts. You can talk to Samantha, 2026 yearly horoscope. You can book online as well. Thank you. Now, February, Mercury is entering into Aquarius. That is the first event that happens on 3rd of February. When Mercury enters into this sign, it is the Lord of the third house going into the 11th house, exactly ninth from itself. Those who are in any field related to communication, administration, social media, marketing, such a beautiful time for them. Mercury and Rahu together can bring very great prospects when it is coming to your speculative gains. Something that has to do with your share and stock market. You will see a major rise in these areas. In the social circles, in the social standing, your your personality will be too amazing, too strong. That is what we see. And here, Mercury is also receiving a direct ninth aspect of Jupiter, which also makes it more and wonderful, powerful here. Such a great time for communication, such a great time to stand out in a crowd. What a beautiful February 2026 beginning. Later, Venus will enter into Aquarius. Now here, Rahu and Venus and Mercury are together. Now we want to understand this combination of three planets coming together, especially Rahu and Venus. So Rahu is a malefic planet, but when it comes to Venus and Mercury, Rahu becomes extremely positive because it is a very, very kind and big friend of these planets. Now here, when Rahu comes close conjunction with Venus, especially the second house lord and second house lord in the 11th house, some really big gains. Big gains means out of your expectation gains are seen during the month of February 6th till 13th of 2026, because this is where Venus and Rahu makes a very big difference in your life. Little bit of challenges can come to your elder siblings because see, it's a Maraka as well. Seventh house lord in the 11th house. So here, little bit of challenges can come to your siblings, elder siblings, but otherwise for you, it is such a beautiful time to stand out, shine in your social circle, and really receive some gains, either in the name of your fame, name, and recognition, or either in the name of real, absolute, hard cash money. This is what we are talking about. Such a beautiful time. Now, Sun enters into Aquarius from 13th of February. Those who are going to Sun Mahadashantar Dasha, they will see that the eclipse energy has started, and February 17th is when the solar eclipse happens, the annual solar eclipse, which is going to be visible around South in Africa, South in South America, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Antarctica, all these places where the eclipse, solar eclipse energy is happening. Now, this solar eclipse is not a very small, so it's happening in the 11th house for you, again, related to your social circle. Sometimes when we achieve a lot of success, people get jealous. And this is what happens here. When Sun comes here, the Lord of the fifth house coming exactly opposite to itself, the 11th house, we want to be very careful in speculative ventures during this time. We don't want to invest into big money. If we get money, we should save it right now. We should not invest it. That is what my suggestion will be. But on the overall level, even in eclipse, Sun is in a very powerful placement, very powerful. Seventh, fifth house Lord, seventh from itself, lot of gains through partnership. Sometimes those people who are in your friend circle may suddenly come out to be very, very vicious, very, very manipulative. You will find during this time. So, such a beautiful placement of Sun. Later, Mars, the eclipse energy continues because the lunar eclipse is supposed to happen, but Mars will enter into Aquarius as well. Now, this is five planets. Whenever five planets occupy a house, it is called in the Vedic, in the Sanskrit term, it is called Panchayat Yoga. This is the time that lot of things may happen in the area related to your social circles, your gains, your hopes, your aspirations, your will, and this is the time that you need to uh, administer, or you need to focus on your goal setting. That what are the goals that I want to achieve during this year? What are the goals that I realistically will be achieving during this year? This is what exactly this period really matters and really will come towards you. Mars being the Lagna Lord coming into the 11th house, there is going to be monetary benefit that we will see. So that is a beautiful news in the February. Money wise, there is no problem this year. You are sorted money wise, but the problem is related to your social circle. You may be angry sometimes, challenging your friends, your peers, your colleagues. That okay, come here, come in the open pit. We will let's fight, that kind of thing. So we want to avoid that. Mercury now gets retrograde into Aquarius again in the social area of your life. We want to be very careful about what we speak, how we portray ourselves outside. This is what exactly matters during this period. But overall, a very, very auspicious month of February. The eclipse can create some challenges for those who are going through Sun Mahadasha, Moon Mahadasha, but and especially related to children. Lord, see, everyone is aspecting your fifth house related to your children. So here we may face education. Children may become very heavy during this time, and especially Mars is the month. I think many people, Feb is the month when many people join new work, and Mars new education, and Mars is the month where people give exams in the Southeast Asia. So it may be a little bit of more overwhelming during this year. All the best, guys. And March is here, and 2026 yearly horoscope. If you want to book, you can book online, or you can WhatsApp in the link description below, and we will be able to help you with your beautiful predictions tailored to your chart. March 2026, the beginning of the March, 2nd of March, Venus is heading into Pisces, but that is the time, 2nd and 3rd of March, is where the eclipse is going to be happening. So Venus becomes exalted, but the eclipse take place. And this is a lunar eclipse, a total lunar eclipse is happening in the beginning of the year, next year, March 2026. This lunar eclipse is specially happening in the sign related to your, Aquarius in the 11th house. But it also, see, moon will be in the sign of Leo. But here what happens in such cases, this lunar eclipse will be overwhelming for you. The reason is that your inner peace, happiness, especially related to your social circles and what is happening in the last month, can carry forward, and it can create a lot of trouble for you. Now, one more thing very important here. Since moon is in the sign of Leo, and the time of lunar eclipse happen here, this is the time that we have to be very extremely careful related to our children. Those who have children, those who are in trying for children, those who are pregnant women, by when we are coming close to this time, we'll be making a video about it, that how we want to have precautions here, but we have to be extremely precautious during this time. Now, this eclipse is seen Eastern Europe, Asia, Australia, North America, everywhere in Northern, South America, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Arctic, Antarctica. So it's going to be almost all over the North America side. So you want to be very, very extremely careful about this time. Venus enters into Pisces here on 2nd of March. This is a time Venus becomes exalted in your 12th house. Those who have a dream of going to foreign country, long distance travel, this is a time that it may manifest. If you're going through Venus Mahadashantar Dasha, then this is going to be more positive for you. Spiritual retreats, we can talk about foreign travel, we can talk about subconscious, out of body experiences, subconscious mind being very active, you being very intuitive during this time. These are the things that we will be expecting during this transit of Venus. Later, Jupiter turns direct into Gemini. So Jupiter was retrograde. Now it finally turns direct and is moving in an atichari. That means a very powerful motion towards the sign of its exaltation, Cancer. So very powerful placement of Jupiter. All your communication related things, all your contract related things, all your related things related to government, involvement is going to solve for you, and you are going to be moving with very, very much power during this time. Short distance travel in the month of March is going to be very great for you, and you're going to achieve something very extraordinary. Your education, your marriage, your things related to your foreign country is going to be super because of the aspects of Jupiter. So, all the best. Sun enters into Pisces. Now, here the fifth house lord has gone to the 12th house. Many people may be or must have traveled to a foreign country for education, for a long distance. Isolation is seen here. This isolation is a very, very long, very, very brief, very small time. Sun is in Pisces only for a very little while here. But now Sun and Saturn are together. Rift with your parents, especially with your father, can be seen here. I know Venus is here and it's trying to protect you, but still we will see some kind of losses related to fatherhood. Sometimes health of father can be compromised during this time. But Saturn, being the 10th and 11th house lord, you will see that in a foreign country you progress during this time, because whatever it is, the fifth house lord is a very auspicious lord, and when it comes with the 10th house lord, it's a Raja Yoga. Here, Raja Yoga, distant place can happen. Those who are in foreign countries, blow the trumpet because something very great is coming for you. Later, Mercury will turn direct into Aquarius, getting into the sign of its, debilitation. But here, Mercury is very positive because here it is a lord of the third house, lord of the sixth house, and when it goes to the 12th house, it's going to make a Viprit Rajyog. But in the 11th house, also, you will see support from your social circles during this time. If you're going through Mercury Mahadashantar, there is a possibility also that you may be booking your travels during this time. And Venus on the end of March 2026, 26th of March 2026 is when it enters into Aries sign. Now the Lagna Lord, it is in the Lagna, the 7th house is in the Lagna, the 12th. Expenses are going to be on the high side, but relationship wise, marriage wise, those who are looking for marriage, those who are waiting for marriage, something in that relationships is going to be cooking up for you. So it's a very positive. And Venus in the Lagna also means that your personality, your charisma is everything on the peak during this time. Such a beautiful placement. March 2026 is a very beautiful time for all the Aries SNN people. Thank you so much. Now here let's move on to April, but we want to understand 2026 of yearly horoscopes tailored according to your own personal horoscope is available, so you can book online or on the WhatsApp in scenario here. Thank you. April 2026. Now, here we are almost at the fourth month of the year, and number four is ruled by Rahu, by the way. Anyways, Rahu is not doing anything, but we want to understand that Mars is entering into Pisces on 2nd of April. Now, Lagna not going 12 from itself means expenses. Sometimes expenses can come related to real grooming. Sometimes expenses can come in any area of your life, your body, your face, your mind, your health, so many things. Because Mars is aspecting the sixth house, this is a time of destruction of enemies. So if you have enemies, if they are trying to trouble you, if you're in a court case, legal troubles, you may see April of 2026 is going to be very, very extremely favorable for you. Mars and Saturn together, and with Sun together, it's going to be more aggressive energy. That means sleep pattern may get disturbed. You may have a little bit of sleepless nights, something challenging. We can say anxiety, but everything is in your favor because you are going to win at the end of the time. Mercury happens to be debilitated during this time, April 11, 2026 onwards till 30th of April. Mercury will get debilitated. Now, The Lord of your speech, the Lord of your daily work and routine is getting debilitated in the 12th house. Your daily work and routine becomes very awesome because Mercury is making a Viprit Rajyog, as well as Mercury is aspecting on an exalted side in the 6th house. So enemies and all are very good, but somehow short distance travel, maybe to a very longer place. So you are traveling from India to America, you're traveling from America to India or America to some Asian country, maybe a little bit of stressful during this time. That is what it is. So we want to be very careful in the month of April. If you are trying to plan any travels, it can be more overwhelming for all the Aries ascendant people. Sorry for this. Spiritually, what a beautiful time. Now, whenever the 10th house lord is making any combination with other three planets, it's called sannyasa yoga. So in this time the sannyasa yoga is happening and you may be very overwhelmed to create or to get into spiritual exploration, getting to, even if you go for a long distance travel, you will first say, I will go to office next, but let me go to a spiritual place here. That is the kind of feeling that is happening for you. Later sun will enter into Aries. April 14th is when sun gets exalted. What a beautiful time. The Lord of the fifth house, exactly, in the Lagna, exalted. Such a beautiful placement of Surya. Biggest achievements that we are trying to achieve, will be able to achieve in April of 2026. Government, especially related to your dignity, your power, ranking, everything goes up in the month of April 2026. Especially if you're going to Sun Mahadashanta Dasha, then this is a period that you can't even ignore. Very, you should not ignore it. Is such a powerful period for all the people who are going through the Sun Mahadasha. One more thing, you will see that sun is putting a debilited aspect on the seventh house, sometimes because you are so powerful in your social circle outside that you ignore your relationships. This is where we want to be absolutely, put the light on related to your relationship, because sun aspecting the seventh house can create some challenges in the relationship area. That is where we have to be careful, but otherwise it's a very illuminated time where you shine without any doubt. Such a beautiful time for you. Venus enters into the sign of Taurus. It's the own sign where Venus is coming. So Venus is very powerful, but it's a Maraka Lord in the sign of Aquarius. Also in the sign of Aries, in the sign of Taurus. This scenario means that we want to be very careful when it comes to our speech. We don't want to speak something which can create death-like situations for her, or death, or sometimes death of your finances. Finances will be very great, but sometimes overcommitment, this can create some problem. We want to be very careful that investment during this time has to be done in a very safe manner rather than a very, you know speculative manner. We want to be very safe about this time. Great time to get some inheritance news. If you are struggling in terms of inheritance, this is a time that something very positive happens for you. There is going to be balance between your wealth and your self-respect. So something that is, either missing in your life will come to your life. Such a beautiful time. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Aries. Now here, the with such a beautiful placement of Mercury, the third house lord is sitting 11th from itself. That means you are going to get gains, or if you have committed something in the past related to some kind of, something, it will come true. Your speech is going to get more value during this time. Such a powerful placement for you. Now everything depends on your birth chart, on your personal Mahadasha as well. So it's not only this, transits will affect only when the Mahadasha is in effect. So for that, we are talking about May and also 2026 yearly horoscope. If you know that what is your horoscope, what is the Mahadasha going, what is the Antardasha going, then you can get your tailored results accordingly. WhatsApp link is in the description for personal appointments. And those who are watching the video for the first time, do subscribe, because we do this kind of a reading every damn year to see that exactly the day by day what is happening in your life. All the best. Thank you so much. Let's move to the month of May 20. Ruji, May of 2026 is going to be very exciting because the Lagna Lord on 11th of May comes to the Lagna in a very, very extreme powerful position with Surya. Surya with having very major degrees, because 15th of May is when it is going to be transiting in the sign of Taurus, but it's in the Atma Karka right now. So very extremely powerful placement of planets. Now Mars coming to the ascendant will remove lot of obstacles from your life related to courage, related to taking action. So those who are feeling lazy and whatnot, here you will feel very, very powerful. With Venus coming into the sign of Gemini, second house lord in the third house, exactly in, we can say, exactly in progress. Also, ninth from the seventh house, some very great destiny unfolds in the related to your relationships, in your wealth, in your finances. Some very great news is supposed to be heard here. Short distance travel may be very powerful, and here Venus and Jupiter coming together makes a yoga called Mahalakshmi, Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. So such a beautiful time. Very powerful money making time is the May of 2026. Lagna in the Lagna, Mercury in the Lagna, also Venus and Jupiter coming together. This is called, a and Jupiter is in direct motion. It is Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. So somewhere from a short distance, from your siblings, from your friends, through traveling, you will make very good wealth during this time, and it is absolutely sure. Sometimes in partnership also, you make very, very great money. Mercury, on the other hand, enters into Taurus. Now, here also, we get lot of education, lot of enlightenment related to your finances. Sometimes Mercury, see here, there is one problem, and that can be related to your dental issues. In the May of 2026, you may have dental problems, problems related to your mouth, ulcers in your mouth, challenges, which may require some kind of treatment. Sometimes in these cases, your eyes also get a little bit of challenge, and you may get into, uh, you know, see, Mercury is a hot planet. Huh? Don't take it in the wrong scenario. Mercury is a hot planet, and Mercury sitting in the second house can create some eye dryness kind of problem also during that month of May 2026. So be very careful about your social media surfing and whatnot, because it can create some challenges. But Mercury, on the other hand, because it is looking at the eighth house, can create some great opportunities for inheritance. Later, Sun also enters into the sign of Taurus. Now, the fifth house lord and the second house lord, whenever they make any kind of combination, fifth house lord in the second house, it is wealth yoga. So, May 15th onwards, we can see some wealth coming, and many people may get, hierarchy, position, status. Some may people may even also, Rohit, get what do you say, family income. Your family income becomes very positive, very powerful. So superb, beautiful Mahadasha for you. All the best. Mercury later entered into Gemini, into its own sign, into the third house with the beautiful. So Mercury, Venus, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter together create Super Mahalakshmi Yoga. We can say that is such a beautiful yoga of Lakshmi Narayan plus, what you say, Lakshmi Narayan plus Mahalakshmi Yoga, both together. It's a very, very awesome placement. This is a time actually when Mercury is in Gemini with with Jupiter and with Venus. Time to make yantra. Mahalakshmi Yantra. Very close to this time, we will be revealing the Mahalakshmi Yantra that we want to make. That comes to number three in total, which is going to be very powerful for you to manifest wealth in your life. So, such a beautiful placement of, planets during this week, during this month. Amazing. One thing, Mercury will make you wander around, but that is the nature of Mercury, the third house lord, to make you travel here, there, whatnot. But everything will be favorable, and you are supposed to get something very nice out of it. All the best, guys. June is here, and 2026 yearly horoscope. If you want to book, details are on the screen. You can go on the WhatsApp link, and we can book your reading. Moving to June of 2026, Rohiji, here is where Jupiter is entering into Cancer. Very, very big event. 2nd of June 2026 is when Jupiter is coming into exalted position in an Atichari movement. Atichari movement is Jupiter is so fast that it will go to two houses, again come retrograde, and then again go two houses. That is how powerful Jupiter is till 2031. Jupiter entering into Cancer. Just imagine your ninth house lord coming to the fourth house. Those who are doing PhDs, those who are doing research, those who are in your career struggling a lot. Such an amazing placement that everything will be in your control. Those who are thinking of going to a foreign country, things will open up. Your visas, your passports will get stamped. That is exactly what is happening here. More we will understand Jupiter entering into this sign. To do subscribe so you don't miss those videos when we are doing big event videos. So do subscribe right now. Waiting for you. Subscribed? Okay, thank you. Now here, Jupiter is going to be very extremely positive in Kendra, especially being the Lord of the ninth house. Getting into the Kendra makes a Raja Yoga. And here, those who are going through Jupiter Mahadasha Antardasha will feel such a beautiful time, Rohiji. Such an amazing time. I can't even explain in words. Beautiful. So all the best for you. Buying up of property, going abroad, things related to your vehicles, everything will manifest during this time. Venus again enters into Cancer. A Maha Lakshmi Narayan Yoga happens in your fourth house now. Just see, last month also it happened in your third house. Now it happens in your fourth house. Last month your siblings must have gained very great, possibility of financial gains for your siblings. But here this happens for you, especially you get a lot of blessings from mother. There's possibility of getting great news when it comes to your real estate, when it comes to your vehicles. You may be booking new vehicles, you may be moving into a new house, new rental property, new own property, new down payment for a property, for a construction project. This is how beautiful this period is. And Venus, second house lord in the fourth house, that means this is the time that you build possibly your fixed assets. Gold, silver buying is also possible during this time, because relationship lord is getting 10 from itself. So karma related to relationship happens, and there are a lot of commitment that comes. Sun enters into the sign of Gemini on June 15th, 2026. Sun is the lord of the fifth house, Karim 11th from itself. You get very great communication when it's coming to your mutual funds, your children, your speculative gains, your share market, stock market. Even if you're in any field related to communication, especially related to writing, singing, dancing, creativity, acting, you will see such wonderful and powerful time for you guys that it is going to be amazing for you. Such a beautiful placement of Sun in the third house. Third house, also the house of Parakrama. Parakrama means you'll be very aggressively involved in taking action, and which is very beautiful. Same way, Mars will enter into the sign of Taurus on June 20th, 2026. This is a time that your courage will prove financial benefit. The action that you have taken, the power that you have taken, is going to make sure that financially you are standing in the right place. Sometimes there may be problem related to speech and aggression and whatnot. That can be just ignored, because it is a time of extreme power that we see. Mars in the second house is also an important, because it is putting an aspect on the eighth house, inheritance, family wise. If there is any trouble, disputes, you will see something solving in your favor. Later, Mercury will enter into Cancer on 22nd of June 2026. And here, Mercury is the lord of the third house, going to the fourth house. Again, communication from your siblings, dispute with your siblings ending, dispute with your friends ending, social circle problems ending, problems related to long term or short distance travel, which was creating a little bit of havoc in your life, ends. So, relaxation time comes for you. Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus together makes Maha Lakshmi Yoga. It is very powerful. See your destiny, your wisdom, your planet of your prosperity comes together all together. So it's a very great time. Your home life, your family life is going to be so great. You get so much support from your family life that you can't even expect about, falling out of this beautiful time. But now Mercury becomes retrograde as well. Retrograde Mercury means that, okay, there is some event that is left related to your communication. We want to make sure that everything is in process, in right area. That is when Mercury is trying to guide you during this time. June 2026, Mercury, those who are going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha may also will have to take their commitment back. They may have to get into place and say, oh, I said I will do this, but I cannot do it right now. Let's wait for the next 3 months. That is the exactly kind of position that is happening. Mercury is the lord of the sixth house. Health wise, we want to be more careful, especially in the heart area. Heart attack, getting some kind of challenge related to blood related issues, nervous issues in your heart, arteries issues can be possible during this time. So we want to be very extremely vigilant and careful. And this retrograde Mercury is just telling to revisit such problems, so that we can avoid major events in our life. Ruji, I think, am I okay with all the predictions I'm doing, or do you think that we need to add more and more and more and more and more?
Actually, I am thinking about this thing. Yes, that people want the predictions, and the most important part they want is the remedy, because this is a that antidote which they want for the adverse situations.
Ruji,
Uh,
on a generic situation, I cannot say remedies. Unless until we
yes,
see the
yes.
chart in a personal way, we cannot say remedies. For that, I have, applied the the 2026 yearly horoscope. Everyone can get their tailored remedies according to their chart. What Mahadasha they are going on, what Antardasha they are going on, what is happening, what is not happening. So I will be able to tell then only, but not in this way.
That's what I'm thinking, because putting one plate of remedy will not be enough for the, because there will be like millions of people who are Aries ascendant, but what Mahadasha they are going in, which nakshatra, where is the placement? So now that remedy will not fit for all. Yes, tailored remedies are important. So that's the best possible way to get that remedies.
Hiroichi, agree. But yeah, this is how it is. It's going to take, I need to see everyone's chart to get into the remedy area. For this 2026 yearly horoscope is there, book online on acastro.ca. Let's move to July when Venus enters into the sign of Leo. Now, here, if you see Venus has come to the fifth house, second house, not in the fifth house, lot of gains related to speculation, but somewhere because it is getting into conjunct with the planet Ketu, it can create some challenges in the love life. See, Venus is the planet of love, Ketu is a planet of detachment. So, detachment in love life can happen sometime. Gains related to money is there. Money is not a problem, but love life, children related problem can be surfacing during this time. And then Mercury enters into Gemini on 7th of July. This is where we can see some problem related to, not a problem, because see, it is retrograde, it is entered into its own sign. So here some communication which you have done in the past, I told in the last week, last month also, that yes, we want to take some commitments back. This is the time that Mercury will say, okay, I'm taking commitment back, but here is where I will fulfill that situation. Short distance travel may become hectic, or sometimes a lot of changes in the short distance travel, but that's okay, not a big deal. With your siblings, some communication issues can come, which can lead to lot of revelation related to how they are reacting towards you and how you want to take further actions, because Sun enters into Cancer on July 16th 2026. Sun is the lord of the fifth house, 12th from itself. Your children may be traveling abroad during this time, may be getting visas for the foreign country. You may be getting some losses in your speculative ventures. You, on the other hand, may be also thinking about how do you want to navigate this time related to your mother, related to your homeland, related to your property. So, lot of things are happening. It's not a very great transit of Sun, but because it is in Kendra, this is a time that your career becomes very powerful. At least in the other areas, you feel a little bit challenged, but career area, you become very powerful. And then Mercury turns direct into Gemini on 24th of July. This is again a powerful time of Mercury, because see, Mercury is the lord of that house getting into powerful action. This means that your commitments will be able to, you will be able to honor your communication. Anything you are saying that okay, I will do this, that, and whatnot, you'll be able to honor it. It is sitting 10th from the sixth house. So workplace progress also happens, a new routine, starting new gymming, starting new, your new education, skill development, starting something that has to do with daily work and routine with courage will happen during this, and you'll be very powerful. This is the time really to start new activities. And then Saturn finally is the year when Saturn retrogrades in the sign of Pisces again. Saturn retrogression tells a lot of great things. Did you go to a foreign country? Are you settled there? Are you happy there? That is the number one question you want to see. And you want to see what is happening. How do I make this life better? Expenses. I'm doing so many expenses on this, that, whatnot, especially in my career, especially on my education, especially on my social circle. Are this all valid, or do I want to go into a different scenario altogether? This is the kind of energy that Saturn is having in the 12th house. It can create major expenses during this time, especially in the area related to your career and your social circle. So be very careful. Saturn here also tells that spiritually, are you evolved, or are you just doing a drama? It will come to that place where it will tell you that no, this is just an outward thing. You have to go more inward. more positive. This is what retrograde of Pisces happens for you. And this is how July is going to treat you. Let's go to August and 2026. Yearly horoscopes are here, so you can contact depending on your personal Mahadashanta Dasha. Will be able to tell you how things are going for you. All the best. August 2026 is when 1st of August, Venus will enter into debilitation. So big event, Venus is entering into debilitated state, but putting an exalted aspect in the 12th house where Saturn is also looking at Venus, but Venus will look at Saturn in the 12th house. Here, foreign travel can happen, isolation can happen. Those in foreign country, they may feel very isolated during this time, but prosperity also comes to you. Now remember, this means the second house lord is putting an exalted aspect on the 12th house, gains from foreign country, contracts from foreign country, possibility of amazing things related to foreign country. But on the negative side, it is 12th from the 7th house. That means relationship issues, separation, divorce filing. These are the kind of things that you may expect during 2026 of August. Now, don't take in the face value. It also depends on your Mahadashantar Dasha. But yes, the energy is happening. If you're going to Venus Mahadashantar Dasha, then this may manifest for you. Mars will enter into the sign of Gemini, Rohiji here. Lagna Lord in the third house, extreme pressure, extreme hard work that you will be able to do between 2nd of August till the next month. Because Mars is here. Hard work, short distance travel will be a very key factor of your career progress. Also, if you see related to your research, this is a time that lot of health problems come on surface because 8th house lord is sitting 8th from itself, so it wants to improve your longevity. In that cases, lot of health problems may come on surface. So we want to be very careful about the health problems that we are going through, especially to muscles, ears, neck, cervical spine, back, lower back. We can say about the sciatica pain. We can say about the tailbone pain. These are the kind of things that may come on surface. But later, Sun enters into a sign of his. Sorry, Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Sun enters later, but Mercury enters the sign of Cancer. Now, here, the third house Lord is in the fourth house. You get sukha, relaxation related to the previous house. Even Mars cannot do anything wrong here. Buying of property, selling of property, doing any commitment related to property, getting any financial evaluation for your property, or selling and buying of property, even asking about some kind of financial advice related to your property is seen during this time. Also, this is the house of vehicle because Mercury and Jupiter are coming together with Sun. This is Mahalakshmi Yoga. Very auspicious for you. Very greatly auspicious. We will see extreme power when it comes to your home, your environment at your home. Those people who are thinking of working from home may get also opportunities to work from home. So all the very best. And Sun enters into Leo, but here, because it is meeting Ketu, solar eclipse is seen here. Total solar eclipse is going to happen on August 12th. Europe, North in Asia, Northwest Africa, much of North America, Pacific, Atlantic, Arctic is where we will see this eclipse happening, a complete solar eclipse. And because the solar eclipse is so powerful in the fifth house, not a very good time for your children, for your progeny, for speculative gains, for anything to do with your share in stock market. So August is the month, 17th of August. I would suggest then from 5th of August, you should try to avoid any big risks in terms of your speculation, share market, stock market, even big risk related to children, sending them outside, whatnot. This can create a little bit of challenge in your life and some hardships that may come. See, eclipse is a difficult time. Our purvajas, our ancestors have clearly mentioned that eclipse is a time where you have to be more careful. That's why I'm telling you this is a difficult time. And on that same time, Mercury also enters into Leo on August 2020 and lunar eclipse, partial lunar eclipse happening. Now see, Moon is going to be in the 11th house. Partial lunar eclipse happen. This eclipse energy is starting from 5th of August till 27th of August during this time. So we want to be very, very careful about taking any social media, social steps, writing on social media, children, creativity, progeny, all these things should be avoided and put on the next month during this time. Very close to it, we will be making the videos around it. So do subscribe, otherwise you will miss it. And obviously, if you're getting such free information in such a positive way, why don't you subscribe? It will be helpful for us. We will be more motivated here. Thank you. Then comes September, but also comes the 2026 yearly horoscope predictions for your personal chart. For you personally, how you want to take it forward, here is where you will be able to book the appointment. September 2026. Now, here, 2nd of September, Venus is entering into the sign of Libra in its own sign in the seventh house. So, Mark a lot comes to the seventh house. Now, these are two good things, good and bad both. Good things is that relationship wise will be in very positive placement. If you're getting into engagement, relationships, marriage, this can be fixed during this time from 2nd of September till the next month. But somehow, health wise, UTI, getting urinary tract problems, getting problems in your lower abdomen is seen during this time because Maraka Lord is in the Maraka sign. So somewhere a little bit of challenges related to this can be seen. But very beautiful time to sign contracts, get into new ventures, getting into new startups. Money from partnership comes here. So it's a beautiful month of September 2026. Later, Mercury will enter into the sign of Virgo in an exalted position in the sixth house. Now, third house not getting exalted. That means some very great communication related to your workplace. Somewhere, those who are trying to do politics around you may suddenly disappear from your life. They may be removed or they may have come into some kind of scandal which may give you more power. Health wise also we are good. You should, during this time, you should be doing hatha yoga, anything to do with yoga, meditation, alternative medicines like getting ayurveda is very good. Those who are in medical field, such a beautiful time for them that I can't even explain, because the planet of service is getting exalted in the sixth house of service. Such a beautiful time. Later, Sun will enter into the sign of Virgo. Here, 17th of September, Sun will enter here. Try to be very dominant related to your children. The obstacle of children goes away. The obstacle related to share and stock market, you start recovering here. So you start recovering losses and your debts go down. Mars enters into Cancer and becomes debilitated. But because Mars is the Lagna Lord in the fourth house, still it makes a Raja Yoga even in debilitation. Because career wise, what a wonderful time, Rohitji. Just imagine it's beginning debilitated in the fourth house, but with an exalted aspect on the 10th house, aspect on the seventh house, aspect on the 11th house. Very great for marriage, very great for career, very great for social presence. But one thing, not a good time for do any kind of real estate transactions that are related to your home, your environment related to home. That is where you should be more careful during this time. Mars in the fourth house also can create a little bit of health problems to the mother. So blood related problems to mother can come in the September of 2026, which has to be taken into more consideration. And Mercury now ends its exaltations on 7th of 26. It's very simple transit, and then it goes into the sign of Libra. But here also it is telling you victory for enemies. And this time you must have got proper evidence, proper challenges that how you want to make sure that you get victorious when it comes to enemies. You want to make sure that when it comes to power related to your obstacles that are coming from your court cases, from your workplace, you will see victory in every damn case. Here, one thing that is again is related to communication between you and your spouse or your business partner. You will see that that also improves, and something very beautiful is coming your way. All the best, guys. Such a beautiful month for you, September 2026. Now let's go to October. But before that, 2026 of yearly horoscope is there for you. So tailored according to your birth chart, will be able to make your predictions and how it is going to be, what it is going to be. If you're going to any Mahadasha Antardasha of the planets that we are talking about, then you will see changes, but you want to be very extremely, what you say, ready beforehand. That is why we are doing this for you. October 2026 for the people of Aries. Here you will see that 3rd of October 2026 when Venus will get retrograde in the sign of Libra. So Venus getting retrograde, not a big deal, but it is the Maraka Lord. Somewhere health wise, we want to be more careful. contract wise, we want to be more careful of what we are signing, how we are signing. Are we doing the right things? If you're going through Venus Mahadasha Antardasha, then this creates a problem or some miscommunication in your relationships also. So for that, we want to be very more careful. But also, if you have been promised that I will going to give you a designation and stuff like that, here people may move away from the promise. Sun enters into Libra, getting into debilitated state. But here Venus comes into Digbal, that means very power, because this house is where Saturn gets his directional strength. And here Venus is a very, very powerful friend of Saturn, a powerful friend of Saturn. In this case, is when Sun becomes debilitated, Venus gets more power here, and Venus is able to solve a lot of problems. But egoistic approach should be avoided because Sun is putting an exalted aspect on your Lagna, some kind of harsh, powerful, or very, very, you know, overwhelming connections or communication between you and your spouse should be avoided. Otherwise, it's not going to be that great for you during this time. Mercury also retrogrades in Libra, going towards its sign of exaltation. Here it says that still there are enemies, still there are problems which need to be solved. So let me go there and solve this. In this scenario, not a very good time after 24th of October to sign some documents. October 2026, you should avoid signing major documents because this can create some illusion in your mind and you may be able to get into some kind of scam or scandal or some kind of trap. Finally, big transit alert. Jupiter enters into Leo. It's Atichari direct movement. Jupiter enters here and make a Guru Chandala Yoga. Not a dosha, yoga. When Jupiter is with Ketu, it is Guru Chandala Yoga. And Ketu comes in absolute control. Those people who are waiting for progeny, childbirth, anything that has to do with the speculative gains, such a wonderful, beautiful time where Jupiter is going to give you expansion. The ninth house dot saying ninth from itself, the 12th house dot saying eighth from itself. Suddenly you will see that growth in your love, romantic life, in your communication, in your creativity. Such a beautiful October 2026 for all the people who are going through Jupiter Mahadasha. Beautiful. Jupiter in the fifth house can also enhance or encourage you towards education, long distance education. So many people may be going to foreign country during October 2026. So that is also very great for you guys. All the best. We will see great news for all the Aries ascendant people in 2026 of October. Beautiful. Let's go to November, but 2026 of yearly horoscope is available for every person possible. Here we will see your Mahadasha Antardasha, your transits, your planets, your Sarasati and whatnot, and we will be able to give you a lot of guidance related to your personal actions that you need to take. All the best. November 2026 is when we are here. In November, Venus is entering into the sign of Virgo. Now, if you see Venus entering into the sign of Virgo, this is a debilitated state of Venus. Here, relationship can have a little bit of turmoil, especially those who are going through divorce, separation, challenges in relationships, or even those who have promised great news related to their workplace progression. They may feel a little bit of betrayed during this time. Sorry for this, but this is how your planets are acting up. Mars enters into the Leo in the same sign. Health wise, because Venus is in Virgo, we may have stomach, urine infection, stomach related problems. Those who are male can get prostate problems. Those who are female can get uterus problems are possible. Mars enters into Leo, very powerful. When the Lagna Lord goes to the fifth house, speculative gain happens. Those who are going through Mars Mahadasha Antardasha, you will see some speculative gains happening for you in a very, very positive way. Good news for your children, good news related children, good news related progeny, good news related your creativity is going to be at a very, very high level. And I always tell that whenever 8,000, 5,000, any relationship, lottery is the time for you. Mercury finally turns direct into the sign of Libra. Now here it gives you more power, directional strength in this house because it's a very, very good friend of Saturn. So here it tells that okay, all the losses related to relationship, commitment, partnerships, I'm going to end and bring new contracts, new communication, new possibility of partners, and which will be very, very favorable for you. Venus, on the other hand, on November 14 turns direct one day later in Virgo. That means Venus is also saying, okay, I'm coming towards my own sign. So now I understand what were the mistakes I was making, and how I want to navigate this time in the future. Sun enters into the sign of Scorpio. Now here, fifth house Lord goes to the eighth house. Eighth house Lord is in the fifth house. Such a powerful position. It's called Rashi Parivartana Yoga. In this situation, Mars and Sun are going to give you major speculative gains. So November 2026, those who are in business should be like keeping their, keeping some extra empty bags, because they have to fill it with money. That is the kind of things that we're seeing. Those who are in very good Mahadasha of Sun and Mars and Sun may also receive some lottery or such kind of events where there is windfall of money towards them. So such a beautiful placement. Even those who are thinking about dividing their assets related around among children, or your children are deciding to go to foreign country for more research, this is also manifesting. And then Venus enters into Libra on 22nd of November. This is also great news related to your relationships, partnerships. You will see great progress during this time. Such a beautiful period. November is a very great, amazing month for all the Aries ascendant people. Let's move on to December, Rohit. And 2026 yearly horoscope is here. You can book online. All the people are invited to see their chart in detail. All the best. December 2026, when 2nd of December, we will see Mercury entering into the sign of Scorpio. Now, what happens here is that, Rohiji, whenever the 6th house Lord goes to the 8th house, it's a Vipreet Raja Yoga. This means that some problem may come related to health, but because Mercury has entered into the Scorpio, those people who are going through health troubles, it may suddenly solve for them. Also, Mercury in the 8th house can create extreme dependence on occult sciences. This is a time you'll be going into more of occult, trying to understand your occult sciences and whatnot. So that is the period going on. Later, a big transit, Rahu and Ketu will transit to the sign of Cancer and the sign of Capricorn. Ketu will come in the sign of Cancer and Rahu will come to the sign of Capricorn. It's a very, very big transit, especially Rahu coming to the 10th house of your career and your ambition and your fame. Mark my word, those who are going to Rahu Mahadasha Antardasha will see massive fame or new jobs or great money in their career for the next 18 months. Such a beautiful placement of Rahu in the sign of Capricorn here. It's an amazing, amazing transit that has happened. But Ketu, the fourth house, can make you a little bit detached from your home. And obviously, if you're doing so well in your career, you may be getting detached from your house area. We'll be talking about this in very much detail with the every aspect of the we can say aspect it is in transit it is going through, and we will be giving you great examples so that you can get into the right scenario. If you're going to Rahu Ketu Mahadasha, you will see that how beautiful this is for you. Later, Saturn finally turns direct after 142 days in the sign of Pisces. Here, it is the sign that is related to a lot of losses, challenges. Now, here Saturn says that you have learned your lesson. I'm getting direct here. That means in the work area, progress will happen in your foreign country. In the games area, progress will happen in the foreign country, in a distant place. A lot of travel is supposed to happen. So be ready for it. But on the other hand, spiritually also very good time to evolve yourself. Jupiter retrogrades in the sign of Leo here, Rohit ji. Now, if you look at Jupiter here, 9th house, Lord saying 9th, so it's a retrograde. That means some actions that you did towards your children or some action that you did towards your stock and share market now to be revisited to understand if you have done any mistake or not. If you're not done, then it's okay. If you have done, there is a time of correction for you. Fifth house is also the house of education. Many people who are doing education, higher education, may feel a little bit lonely, a little bit carried away during this time. And obviously, it is December. You want to enjoy in holidays and whatnot. So be careful and take priority wise decisions. Sun enters into Sagittarius here, Rohiji, and look at Sagittarius is the 9th house, sitting fifth from itself. Here, the Rashi Parivartan is happening between Sun and Jupiter. This means such a powerful placement. Jupiter also suddenly becomes benefic, Sun becomes benefic, and your Bhagya Uday, something that your destiny really wants during this time, may come to your life. Short distance travel, long distance travel, pilgrimages, going to foreign country for higher education will be very, very favorable for all the Aries ascendant people. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Sagittarius. Here, the Lord of the third house has gone to the ninth house again. Progress in your philosophical pursuits, progress in your journeys, progress in higher education is seen during this time. So, Rohitji, overall 2026 is a very positive time for Aries ascendant people, and it's not the year of Mars. So, very great. Thank you so much. We will be moving to the sign of Taurus, but now 2027 has come here. So, happy new year for 2027. And Rohitji, let's move powerfully to the sign of Taurus. All the best. Thank you, Aries ascendant people, and we will see you soon. For Taurus Ascendant, a very, very happy 2026. And I hope that this year brings a lot of happiness and great things that you should achieve during this time. And now I'll be going point by point on month by month about how this year is going to be for all the people. But before that, just a small announcement. 2026 of yearly horoscope, we have started booking for it. So please talk to the team and you will be able to book everything. Let's start with January, beautiful January. Here you'll see there are four transits in the month of January of 2026 with Venus entering into the sign of Capricorn. It's a very, very extremely friendly sign for Venus. Beautiful. The ascendant Lord goes to the ninth house. Such a divine time. And the beginning of the year, 13th of January, happens with a great, beautiful transit of Venus where all the things related to education, higher education, luxury, anything to do with foreign travels may take place, and things are going to be in very much your control. Very powerful placement of Venus. Now, when you look here, Venus is also looking at the third house, the house of your communication and short distance travel. So sometimes foreign travel may happen for a very shorter period of time, maybe for a training, because see, ninth house is the house of higher education. So things like that is what we will be able to see during this time. On that same time, the beautiful Makar Sankranti happens on 14th of January when Sun will enter into the sign of Capricorn. Sun being the Lord of the fourth house goes to the ninth house. This is a very beautiful time for doing some kind of havan, homam, or maybe some kind of spiritual practice in your home. If that is what you do, it's a very good time. In fact, if you're thinking of doing some pilgrimage, this is also a very wonderful time. Sun represents the father. Ninth house also represents father and gurus. So here, if there is anything that you are supposed to do towards your father and guru, this is an absolute beautiful and right time for you to take action. Mangal Devta will also enter here, and Mangal here in the sign of Capricorn becomes exalted. This is a very powerful placement of Mars. We should not take it in a lighter way. It is the 12th house lord in the ninth house. So this really says that those who are Taurus ascendant going through Mars Mahadasha or Saturn Mahadasha may get lot of opportunities related to foreign country travel, or maybe their association with foreign people now begin, and that is going to be changing your destiny for the very best of 2026 beginning. Mars has three aspects. Mars is looking with the fourth aspect on the 12th house. I told you, see, expenses wise also, this is going to be a little bit of tough time. We will see that expenses are happening, crazy expenses are coming. And obviously, when it is about travel, when a family member is traveling, or when, anything related to foreign country or association with foreign country, some expenses in those areas can be seen. Mars is looking at the third house with a debilitated aspect. Here we can see expenses related to your siblings. Sometimes there is a little bit of challenge that can happen between siblings or between friends and close associates, maybe your neighbors, your siblings, your very close social circle. We may have a little bit of challenge in this area, but because Mars is an aggressive planet, we don't want to go over the board and become angry. Try to be as calm as possible. For that, the mantra will always be related to Lord Hanuman. If you do Hanuman Chalisa, it will be great, wonderful for you. Later, we will see Mars is also putting an aspect on the fourth house. Now, here is where Ketu is sitting. Parashara in Parashara Horashastra, Parashara ji says that Kujavat Ketu, that means Mars and Ketu have the same kind of energy. Ketu gives results like Mars, but Ketu is a more aggressive planet than Mars. And when Mars puts the eighth aspect on Ketu, very careful when we are driving vehicles, when we are doing any real estate deals. In the beginning of Jan, if these are the areas where you are taking lot of action, this is where you should be very caution in your home. If you're doing any construction work in the home, get be ready, not be ready, I'm saying be careful that something does not fall on you and stuff like that. That is an important thing to do. Overall, it's a very positive placement of Mars, and things related to courage, communication, anything to do in terms of those who are in it. That's a very beautiful time for you guys. Amazing. Later, we will see that Mercury is entering into Capricorn. Now, here there is a stellium happening. You see that second and fifth house lord in the ninth house, Sun in the ninth house, Venus in the ninth house, Mars. So there are so many planets now. So ninth house has become a center of, your karma area. Everything related to ninth house is what will enhance. Now, this is beautiful news for progeny also. Those people who are trying for childbirth, fifth house lord, fifth from itself, in the ninth house of your bhagya, of your destiny may become very, very activated this time. And if childbirth is what is in your mind, tathastu. And congratulations, you will find something very great, like, conceiving and progeny happening in this area. So a beautiful month of January has started on 2026. While we are moving forward, I just want to let you know we are on Instagram. We do regularly lives, so I suggest that follow us on Instagram and AC Astro channel. It will be a very, very great thank you for our side for you to follow. When we get into February, here on February 2026, Mercury will enter into the sign of Aquarius, into the 10th house. Now look at Mercury, the fifth creativity lord goes to the 10th house with Rahu. Rahu and Mercury are very, very powerful, great energy. And Rahu sitting in the own sign welcomes Mercury with open hands. Very powerful placement of Mercury here in your workplace. Your creativity, your passion, your love towards your work will be at great peak. Those who are looking for a job may find a job right now. They may be giving interviews right now. You may be getting into financial negotiations. So such a beautiful period. Later, Venus will enter into Aquarius. Now what is happening is that very soon the lunar eclipse is coming. As soon as Sun will enter into Aquarius, because Sun and Rahu together, when Moon will come, the lunar eclipse will happen here. So we want to be prepared for it. But here Venus entering into Aquarius triggers the Lagna Lord coming to the 10th house about your karma, something that has to do with karma, something that has to do with your occupation, your activities, your power, your dignity, your rank, your ruling capabilities is going to be tested in a very powerful way. And Venus is the one who's going to make way for you to make sure that you achieve the greatest and the best in your career. And everything is in front of you. Nothing is made up. If it is bad, it is bad. If it is good, it is good. Now, as soon as Sun will enter into Aquarius, this is the time that the energy of the lunar eclipse will start building. So we want to be very careful. Our mind, see, Moon in this chart rules the third house, that is communication. So we want to be very careful when it comes to communication, that how we want to portray ourselves in our workplace. We cannot get aggressive, we cannot get emotional, we cannot be someone who's seeking sympathy. We want to be more and more of evolved. We want to be more patient. This is exactly required, because see, Rahu will try to do manipulate everyone. See, Venus will always be in the side of Rahu. Mercury will always be in the side of Rahu. At that moment, Sun is powerful. No one can win over Sun. It is putting an aspect on its sign also. So it is powerful, but still, Sun will be fighting all these elements, all these energies in the 10th house of your career. So career wise, we want to be very careful. Now, this was not a small scenario. Mars also enters into Aquarius. So now there are 5 planets sitting in the sign of Aquarius. Now, this is a very important. This whole month of February, Aquarius becomes the, the ground for all the players to come and play the match. So now, who plays foul, who plays good, who plays bad, it is all depending on your birth chart also, your Mahadasha, Antardasha, what is going on, what are the decisions you are trying to make. You want to change a job in Feb, you are changing a location in Feb, whatever you're in a Sadesati, you are in what period, you're in Rahu Mahadasha, Mercury Mahadasha, Venus Mahadasha, Sun Mahadasha, or Mars Mahadasha, or any Antardasha of this, then it is going to impact you a lot during the month of February. Now, Mars is the 12th house lord, coming to the 10th house. Sometimes for workplace, there can be travel related things also. Mars aspects change. Now it goes on the ascendant. So you will become very action oriented, action taker. So this is very good news. Mars is looking with the aspect on the fourth and the fifth house also. So in the work, in the home, there can be some auspicious event like some construction. But again, I told you, because Ketu is here, we want to be extremely careful and be very safe when we are doing any kind of construction work in the house, because Ketu can cause pain. Those who are heart patients, those who have heart related problems, we want to be absolutely careful also during that, because this is when Mars and Ketu, this energy, this heavy energy, when Mars is putting an aspect on a fire sign, it ignites the fire into the chest, and sometimes you may face some problems and you may have to go to a doctor to visit. Mars is also looking with the eighth aspect on the fifth house. Sudden ups and downs in the area related to education, area related to speculative gains, that is share market, stock market can also happen. So invest very safely, because as soon as all this is happening, Mercury will turn retrograde. Mercury turning retrograde in the sign of Aquarius is your Lord of money, second house, and Lord of fifth house, creativity, is turning retrograde. Sometimes this is the time that you have to go back and try to understand that, okay, you know what, have I done any mistake in my communication, in my speech, or in my creativity? I need to revise myself. This is that period. So overall, February energy is also a very very powerful energy, very very powerful. Lunar eclipse is still upcoming, because sun will have to take some degrees to reach towards Rahu, and exact degrees, then only lunar eclipse will start happening. So this is what we want to be seeing in the month of March. Okay. So February, mostly all the planets are accumulated in your career. That is the key area where you need to focus your life on. So making very big decisions in career in the month of February, you need to seek some advice. Otherwise, there will be a little bit of challenges. Let's come to beautiful March. In March, on 2nd and 3rd March, depending on the location you are, there is going to be eclipse. And on that same time, 2nd of March, Venus is entering into the sign of Pisces and becoming exalted. Now let's address the eclipse first. So the lunar eclipse is happening in the 10th house for you. It is going to be seen in Europe, in Asia, in Australia, in North America, South America, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Arctic, Antarctica. So almost majority of the places we will be able to see the lunar eclipse, and it's going to be a total lunar eclipse. That means completely moon will be shut off during this time. Moon is the mind, and in this chart, I told you earlier also, in the month of February, it rules the communication sector of your life. We want to be very sure about how and what kind of communication we are making from 15th and 16th, when the sun transits in the sign of Aquarius, till 7th of March is when we need to be extremely careful. And especially 1 week before eclipse and 1 week after eclipse is the after effects and the pre effects of eclipse. So you can feel a little bit of drain, your workplace might feel a little bit of over heavy, tension with siblings, sometimes effort, you become very lazy. These are the kind of things. At that moment, we will be making a very big video on this lunar eclipse and trying to make you understand what are the do's and don'ts and the remedies related to this lunar eclipse. So please be with us. And if you are subscribed, that means you will get a notification that the video is uploaded. All the best. Now, Venus entering into the sign of Pisces is also a very beautiful time. When the Lagna Lord goes to the 11th house, becomes exalted, all your dreams, hopes, wishes come true. You get lot of support from your social circles, from your peers. If you're going through Venus Mahadasha Antardasha, this is a combination of Venus and Saturn. In the Lal Kitab, Pandit Joshi ji, he says that when Saturn and Venus are together, this means that Saturn is the most comfortable. Saturn leaves all his malefic influence on you and starts giving you very, very positive results because of the nature of Venus. In this situation, all your goals, hopes, dreams, everything are coming true. But somehow I would suggest that because it is looking with a debilitated aspect on the fifth house, and the fifth house lord is retrograde at the moment, between 11th of March and between 21st of March, you should not be investing too much into stock and share market, where you can have a little bit of challenge during the month of March 2026. Later, a retrograde Jupiter, which was happened around the 11th of November 2025, is now getting direct. in the sign of Gemini and going to take action. March, April, May, June. 2nd of June, biggest transit of this year, when Jupiter will again enter into exaltation. But now Jupiter has become direct. Good time to take financial decisions, investments, anything to do with family dynamics. In fact, because Jupiter is looking at the sixth house, your debt go down. Jupiter is looking at the eighth house, so sudden ups and downs in your life. In fact, research, any those who are in research, medical research, analytics, anything to do with insurance, financial business, their business goes up. And because Jupiter is looking at the 10th house with the ninth aspect, blessings and blessings and blessings come in your career. So such a beautiful transit of Jupiter. Again, these big transits, we are going to make a very big video to make understand every pattern that is going to happen for you. Surya Dev finally now says, thank you so much. I am entering into the sign of Pisces. Here, when Sun and Saturn are together, Saturn will become combust. That means all the qualities of Saturn are going to completely go under the shadow of the fourth house Lord. Those who are in real estate may gain a lot of wealth during this time. Those who are in any field related to, what do you say, vehicle selling, heavy machinery, IT, such a great, beautiful time for you. Sun in the 11th house is going to give you a lot of gains. In your home, the environment will be very, very great. Mercury finally turns direct into Aquarius. Now, your creativity, your say, your speech in your workplace will now matter. You will be given a lot of importance, and something that has to do, if you're going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha, then some promotion, some speculation, some gains related to your wealth also happens because of your career. Venus enters into the sign of Aries now. So Venus's exaltation is very short lived in the month of in the year of 2026, because last year in 2025 it started from January 31st till 18th May. So it was a very, very big transit of Venus to be exalted there. But now it is till 30th of April, sorry, 30th of March. It was like January, February, March, 3 months it was exalted. But here this time it is going to be exalted only for a specific 20 days, 24 days. Venus enters into Aries sign, Lagna Lord in the 12th house. All those people who are thinking of going to a foreign country, this is a very, very beautiful time for you. If you are thinking enemy wise, there is a lot of problem coming, challenges, this is the time that you may be able to solve everything. And a great, see, expenses are going to be there, but sometimes expenses can be happening because of your own will. So this is good expenses. So all the very best. Mars, it's a very good month. Again, the eclipse is happening here. So beginning of the month is little bit of careful, then later beautiful, beautiful things are happening. So all the very best. April, beautiful April is coming. And before that, I just want to repeat and let you know that 2026 yearly horoscope is on. We are taking bookings for it. So I would suggest that as soon as you can book, because we are doing it till 1st of February. After that, we are not doing, because after that, there's no use of this. Okay, so from 15th of November till 31st of January is between this window only we'll be doing the yearly readings. April 2026. Now here Mars is entering into the sign of Pisces in the beginning. Now 12th house, not 12th from itself. Sometimes you gain during this time from a foreign country. In your social circle, the effort that is supposed to be put, you put, and you really start gaining during this time. Beautiful transit of Mars. Mars is looking at the second house. So sometimes, speech or sometimes some anger issues can come. So when you are in a very big group setting in the month of April, don't get too angry. Later, Mercury enters into Pisces into a debilitated state. Now, what happens when the second house lord and the fifth house lord goes into 11th house and gets debilitated? It is a time that monetary decisions are to be taken with extreme care. Sometimes this is also an Upchaya house. 11th house is an Upchaya house. In this scenario, sometimes losses can also happen. So we want to be absolutely careful when we are making any big decisions related to investing in a group. Like say 5 people are coming and saying, Rohit ji, come, we are 5 people, let's all 5 invest somewhere. That is the wrong decision, because here Mercury can act wrong. Surya becomes exalted. Now Mercury is debilitated, all good, but Surya becomes exalted. Now this is a 12th house where Surya becomes exalted. The 4th house is good for foreign settlement, good for you, but expenses are high. Expenses related to home, expenses related to your family, expenses related to your construction, real estate becomes very high, vehicles very high, and sometimes expenses related to medical also can come. But good news is that you will get support from every aspect of life. If you are having any legal trouble, especially if your court cases etc is going on, April is where the date is. You may see, and you may touch victory and come back. Shukradev entering into Taurus. Now, Lagna Lord, whenever comes to the Lagna Lord, every aspect of your light enlightens. Your body, your mind, your attitude, your karma, your money, your career, every aspect of life is taken care by this beautiful Venus. Now, here, Saturn is putting the third aspect of Venus on the sign of Taurus. This means that more power to Venus. Here, Venus is absolutely in such a blessing state that every area of your life is going to be much better. May it be career, may it be workplace, may it be health, everything is in your control now. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Aries, ends its exaltation on 30th of April. So Mercury's exaltation is debilitation is also only 20 days lived. So don't worry about it. It's a very small time. But Mercury is a planet that can create sometimes very big challenges, Rohitji. Now, sometimes the challenges is related to you speak something in social circle and that is used against you and stuff like that. So we want to be very careful about what and how we are speaking. Here, Mercury is the fifth house lord, goes to 12th house. Sometimes expenses related to kids or second in the 12th house lord. Here, this means that sometimes expenses related to family can come, and this can come only because you may have committed as such. So very careful. April is a very great month. All the focus is around mostly foreign travel and your 11th and 12th house, like gains and gains and gains. So superb month. Let's go to the month of beautiful May. When we talk about May, Mars will enter into Aries into its own sign. Now, when Mars and Sun are together, I know they are only together for like 4 days, but it is a very powerful placement. No enemies, especially all the enemies who have been trying to trouble you, create problems in your life, they are going to burn with this energy of Mars and, you know, Sun. Such a powerful placement only for 4 days. This is a very good time to get into spiritual practice. If you're planning anything to do on a spiritual pilgrimage or stuff like that, then this is the month, May 2026. You should not avoid this, because this fire between 11th of May till 15th of May is going to be like an extremely powerful, we can say extremely powerful, extremely powerful transformative energy in your 12th house of spiritual exploration. So please plan something during this time, or if not, just write down in your calendar or in your new calendar that this time I'm going to be doing sadhana, some kind of sadhana. Okay. And Venus enters into Gemini again. Lagna Lord goes to the second house. It is a good news. But the major good news is that Jupiter and Venus are together, making Lakshmi Narayana Yoga in the second house of wealth. Again, this is a great time for financial relief. May 2026 is a great time for financial relief for all the Taurus ascendant people. Also, if investment is now seen, you can resume investments, and both people are looking at the eighth house. Sometimes you gain suddenly from inheritance, sometimes you get suddenly from past investments that you have done. So it is a very very great opportunity when Venus and Jupiter are together in the second house, both gurus in the second house. Your speech, this is the time of negotiation. So between 14th of May onwards, you should start negotiating. 14th of May till 2nd of June, negotiations, every kind of negotiation you can do. That okay, I want to they do this, that, in salary revisions, negotiations, it is going to be in your favor. So mark these dates. Sun enters into, sorry, Mercury enters into Taurus, and then Sun also enters into Taurus on the 15th of May. Now see, both are going to be getting into 00 degrees here, and from a fire sign they are coming to the sign of Taurus now. Now understand two things. Number one, Mercury will be almost combust because Sun is going around with it. Sun is the Kendra Lord and coming sitting 10th from itself. Now you get Rutba. You get some kind of authority in your home also. In home, you were not given any importance. Now in your home place also, you get a lot of authority. Because Sun is putting an aspect on the seventh house, we have to be very careful about relationship and partnership. Sometimes Mercury and Sun energy here can create a little bit of egoistic battle. You may become very egoistic. When Sun is in the ascendant, Sun says, I am the boss. I will be egoistic. I will be doing according to my will. I will be very, very hot planet. So in that scenario, you have to be extreme careful about your approach towards other people in an egoistic, very powerful way. Now, Mercury, on the other hand, enters into Gemini very soon. 29th of May, it will go to the second house in its own sign. Now, see this beautiful stellium here. Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, all in the Mercury and Jupiter goes. It is Lakshmi. It is Vishnu Lakshmi Yog. Here it is Lakshmi Narayan Yog. So now it is this Mahalakshmi is so it's such a blessing for everyone, because now what is happening is, as soon as we enter into the month of June, we will see that 2nd of June Jupiter will enter into the sign of Cancer, and they will follow very soon. So this Mahalakshmi Yoga is happening for a very long time. Sometimes money can be happening coming from the family, from investments. Your bank balance goes up, your speculative gain. See, fifth house lord is in the second house. Sometimes suddenly your speculative income rises. So it's a very, very beautiful period, Rohitji. For every May is a very great month for all the Taurus ascendant people. Let's come to beautiful June, and we will be on this beach in the June taking nice sunlight. June is when Jupiter is entering into Cancer, becoming exalted. It's a very, very big event. It already happened between 18th of October till 11th of November last year. Now it is again happening for you. So this is a very powerful time. Now, if you look at Jupiter here, Jupiter is putting an aspect on the 7th house, 9th house, and 11th house. That means a great time to start relationship, marriage. Those who are waiting for marriage prospects will come. That is number one news. Secondly, looking at the ninth house, foreign travel, getting your destiny will activate. You will get a guru during this time. You are supposed to be getting into a period where you are supposed to be doing higher education. And also Jupiter looking at the 11th house, in your social circle, you will get such name, fame, growth. Those who are in social media business, those who are doing digital marketing, those who are in marketing, sales, communication, uh, teaching, speaking business. What a beautiful month to begin for you. And this is not all. Venus enters into Cancer. Now, when ascendant lords go to the third house, there is a principle. It means that you have to work a little bit hard to achieve your goals very quickly. So, a little bit of hard work happens. But again, because of your communication, your effort, Lakshmi Narayan Yoga is active. So, that means you are supposed to achieve some great monetary benefits, some relief from debt also, because the sixth house lord is sitting exactly 10th from itself. Some karma that you will do related to your communication will ease down your debt. In fact, those people who are trying to apply for a debt, this is the time that you may really prosper. So, all the very best. Surya Dev enters into the sign of Gemini on 15th of June 2026. Now, look at the Lord of the fourth house, 11th from itself in the second house. This is a time of buying a property. This is a time for adding fixed asset, buying gold, silver, and 100%. Those people who are going through Sun Mahadasha Antardasha or Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha may now invest into some kind of fixed asset, immovable property, gold, silver, house, not a car, but gold, silver, and house. So let's hope for the best. It's a beautiful placement of Mercury and Sun in the second house. These see both are aspecting the eighth house. It is very good for research people also. Those who are trying to do research, those who are trying to do medical research, those who are dentists. Very, very great time for you guys. Mars now enters into the sign of Taurus. Now look at Mars here, the Lord of the 12th house and a Maraka, Kendra Lord coming to the Kendra. Now here, if you see, Mars is now receiving aspect of Saturn. Now, what happens when Mars enters into the sign of Saturn? It becomes exalted. Now, here, Mars will act as if it is exalted. It will take over everything and it will make you ferocious. You may become very anger oriented. Discipline is the key during the time. If you're going through Mars Mahadasha in June 2026 or Antardasha, discipline is the key here. You cannot get carried away with emotion. Sometimes aggression is too high because Mars is putting aspect on the fourth house, and that is where Ketu is. So Ketu receives the fourth aspect of Mars, which is a debilitated aspect of Mars, which can create some challenges related to your emotional peace and happiness. Fourth house is the house of your inner peace, emotional happiness. So somehow this Mars can make you very ferocious and may disturb your emotional well-being. You may come across to other people. You may be Arudha, that other people are thinking this person is a very rude person, this person is very cruel person. That kind of scenario is what may be coming. Okay. Later, we will see that Mercury will enter into Cancer. Now, Mercury is the lord of the second house in progression in the third house. It's a very good thing. And the third house is the house of communication. When the king of communication is coming and sitting here, your communication automatically becomes very good. And this communication is not good. This is the best, because fifth house lord is sitting 11th from itself. That means gains through creativity. You are going to really make a financial success in the month of June. It's an absolute beautiful, from beginning only, financial, from last month only actually, financial success is coming, financial relief is coming in all the sectors. Those who are in sports, those who are in action oriented jobs, those who are in very tough research jobs, beautiful time. Those who are in sales, marketing, communication jobs, telecom jobs, IT jobs, cybersecurity, data analytics, what a beautiful time for you guys. Amazing. Finally, Mercury will retrograde in the sign of Cancer. Now, Mercury, this is the fund of Mercury. Mercury enters 22nd, 29 becomes retrograde. Now, this means that sometimes, we get too carried away that, okay, we will achieve this also, that also, whatever it is. Now, here we want to be absolutely careful about our approach in life. We don't want to make any harsh commitments, or we don't want to harsh negotiate with other people. Now, depending on the situation that you are in at that point of time in June 2026, you will be able to take the right decision. So, we will make a specific video around that time so we can discuss about that time during that. But here, the biggest event that is happening in the June of 2026 is Jupiter getting exalted. So, all the very, very best for this month. Let's move on to July. Beautiful July, starting with Venus entering into the sign of Leo. Now, Kendra Lord in the Kendra, Lagna Lord in the Kendra. Very beautiful placement. Those who are really trying to achieve something that is to do with real estate and going through Venus Mahadasha, trying to beautify their home, trying to get into some kind of new decoration, buying a new car, a new property, this is the month for you. Please plan now that next July 2026, I am in my new house. I am sitting there. I'm having a tea. I'm having coffee there. That's what you should decide, manifest right now, because Venus will enter here. If you're going through Venus Mahadasha and Mars Antardasha, or Mars Mahadasha and Venus Antardasha, then this is an absolute truth and reality for you. So, very beautiful, because Venus is going to be looking at the 10th house, which is a friendly sign of Saturn. This is going to empower Saturn's 10th house, and your career is also taking. So, your lot of peace, happiness, and career progress happenings in the beginning of July. 4th of July, America gets independence, and you get your independence in the terms of your, we can say, career and your home, and your fear goes away. Mercury enters into Gemini in retrograde motion only. Now, here, retrograde motion coming to the second house means that investment done during this time needs to be looked up again. You need to be carefully considering that, okay, I've done this investment in this scenario, in this point. Is it right? Have I done the right thing? Do I need to withdraw? Do I need to look at another options? This is exactly what is the need of the hour right now. Surya enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, Surya is exactly 12th from the fourth sign. Now, we want to be very careful about health of our family members, especially mother. This is a scenario where Sun comes with Brahaspati. Brahaspati becomes combust for some while in exalted position, but Surya is the king. Wherever it will go, it will combust. Only Rahu is the one who follows the sun. Otherwise, everyone has to bow down in front of Sun, Surya. Now, here Sun comes to the third house. This is the house of courage, taking action, younger siblings. Now, this is the time that you will take action. Courage will be very much there, but sometimes lot of courage, lot of open boldness in communication can create disputes or challenges or hidden enemies in family only, because it is sitting 12th from the fourth house. So, extremely careful about your communication. If there is any family dispute related to property, inheritance going on during this time, then you should be absolutely, very careful about it. After this Sun, Rohitji, then Mercury will turn direct into the sign of Gemini. Mercury is a very important planet. Remember, Taurus ascendant people, Mercury is an extremely important planet in your birth chart because it is the fifth house lord. Since it is getting into again direct position, all the things related to communication, miscommunication that has been happening for a very long time is now coming back to ease, coming back to great action. So, very positive news. Now, sometimes when Mercury is retrograde, remember at that point of time, sometimes we really, really feel overwhelmed. We feel that everything that we are talking, we are doing is failing. At that point, as a remedial measure, always feed the pigeons, because they are the messenger. Pigeons were used, they used to put letter on the pigeon's leg, and then they're a messenger, they're Mercury. And also, if there is eunuch, that means anyone who's, the not the male and the female, the third gender, try to give them something, because that also represents a Mercury energy. If not, then only pray to Lord Ganesha. Om Gan Ganpataye Namaha. This is such a beautiful small mantra. We think that all these mantras does not work, but just try it. You will see that prosperity comes to you. Even in retrograde Mercury, you will have the power to make right decisions. That is how powerful the mantra of Ganesha is. Rohit. Now, moving forward, when Mercury turns directly to Gemini, good news related to your income, career, everything is going very good. Your creativity very good. You will speak this at this point. This is a good time of negotiation. You do something and negotiate and get gains out of it. Now, this is the big event of July 2026 where Saturn is again getting retrograde for 5 months, 140 days in the sign of Pisces in 27th. So, very good news for those people who are going through Sade Sati, especially Aries people. Very good for Aries moon people, but very difficult for because this is a yoga karka getting into retrograde. So now it again tells you go back, listen to your social circle, what is happening, what are you doing, what are the mistakes you are making, what kind of friends you have, what kind of associates you have, are you in the right uh, company or no. So this is what Saturn will say now. Because Saturn is getting retrograde, it's a very big event, and I know everyone is subscribed, so you will see a big video coming very sooner, so that we don't forget it. Right now I'm just telling you that these are the events that are happening. So somehow, if you are now deciding for a very big event where you are calling 10,000 people, example, and you're trying to create a group setting, then this is the period to be avoided from 27th of July for the next 5 months, because this is how Saturn retrograde period can affect you. Okay, moving to the month of August. Beautiful August here. Again, we will go on the beach in August. Okay, everyone, you and us. Now, here, August 2026, Venus will enter into Virgo. It's a very big thing because the Lagna Lord is getting debilitated, but this is the power of Venus. When Venus gets debilitated in the sign of for the Taurus ascendant, it gets debilitated in one of the most positive places. Only thing that it does here is that sometimes there is communication problem in love life. There is challenges in this love life, because see, 1st of August is when Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo, get debilitated. On the other day, Mars is also going to the second house and putting the fourth aspect on Venus. Now, understand, fourth aspect of the 12th house Lord coming on the fifth house. This means that there is a possibility that because of your aggression, your love life can have a little bit of challenge. You may take very, very impulsive decisions because Mercury and Mars energy are not very great. On top of that, this sign, the sign of Gemini, is an enemy sign for Mars. Because of your harsh speech, because of the actions, because of the aggression you will show, you will have a challenge in your love life, or sometimes relationship with your children may be very, very compromised during this time. You may feel that, oh man, what the hell is happening? I'm trying to tell something to my children, automatically is backfiring, telling something backfiring. Because 12th house Lord is looking with the fourth aspect on the fifth house, there may be also possibility that your children are traveling during this time to a foreign country for education. This is also a very great possibility during this time. So let's see how it will manifest at that point of time. But I'm just giving you a little bit of idea about how the whole scenario is working for you in the month of August 2026. Venus putting the exalted aspect on the 11th house gives the courage to retrograde Saturn. So Saturn retrograde can rest, and here lot of gains you can expect from your larger audience. The investment that you have done in the past, you're supposed to reap benefit. What is the fifth house? Fifth house is Purva Punya. Never forget that everything that we have done in the past is now we are supposed to receive beautiful energy. That is what exactly the fifth house is. Beautiful transit of Mars and Venus. Mercury again comes back to Cancer. It will take good leap here. It is 11th from the fifth house. Gains in speculative gains also happen. So it is a great placement for communication, negotiation, contract signing, looking for new jobs also. Very good time. Sun now enters into Leo, and this is another beautiful time because Sun comes to its own sign. And here it is now looking at the 10th house. Now, 10th house Sun here can create, I got a call in between. 10th house Sun can create a very, very powerful, 10th aspect of Sun, 7th aspect of Sun on the 10th house can create a very, very powerful Raja Yoga. Sitting in the 4th house, looking at the 10th house can sometimes from your home make you king. That's how powerful this is. But eclipse energy is going to start building up because the Sun is now with Ketu. Moon, whenever it will reach to a point where they are completely opposite to each other, there will be possibility of an eclipse. So eclipse energy will also start building here. But overall, if you see sun in the fourth house, any legal troubles related to your property, any challenges related to vehicles, any travel to a foreign country, especially leaving your home country and going to a foreign country, those who are applying for government jobs or jobs, and those who are applying for government grants, those who are in research and applying for government grant, because Ketu is a significator of research, so they will also have victory during this time. Beautiful transit. Mercury now says, I am also coming here. Mercury comes to Leo. Mercury says, no, why will only sun come? I will also come here. So now second house lord has come to the fourth house. This is a time that fourth house lord, second house lord are together with Ketu. This is a possibility of spending some money to make a fixed asset. So there may be possibility that you are buying some land, real estate, property, anything to do with vehicle, any repair in the house, or some expenses are coming for you. That is what I can see. Sometimes this is the time that you take loan for your children. See, fifth house lord setting 12th from itself. Expenses related to children's education is also seen during this time. So you may be in a situation where you're taking loan, etc., for your children. This is exactly the month of August for you. So mostly the focus is around your communication and your home during this month. Let's move to September. Beautiful September. And we will eat apple together and almonds also together. Okay. This image came like that. But before that, I'll give you a little bit of reminder. 2026 yearly horoscope is on. So if you want to plan your year in a very, very beautiful way, point by point, then you can contact us and we will be able to help you in the most beautiful manner. Jai Ganesh. September 2026 is where Venus will enter into the sign of Libra. Now, here, Venus entering into the sign of Libra is a very, very powerful placement of Venus, because this is the own sign. Now, whenever ascendant lord goes to the sixth house, it removes all the obstacles that you have been facing in your workplace, especially workplace politics is what it will take care of. Secondly, health challenges, health problems which you have been facing too much. You're not on schedule. You are trying to say that, almost half of the year is done. Why am I not in discipline? This is the time that you may revisit your discipline, commitments that you did to yourself. Mercury enters into exaltation here. So this is a beautiful, beautiful month. I am telling you, in the birth chart, fifth house lord is the most important of all. After ascendant, the fifth house lord is what who will create everything. Fifth house is destiny's destiny. Ninth from the ninth is fifth house. It is destiny's destiny. So that means it is a very powerful house. When the fifth house lord comes to the fifth house, gets exalted, all your creativity, all your love life, romance, all your things related to speculative gain, children, progeny, everything is in your hand. You will be able to achieve everything very quickly. And that too from 7th of November till 20th. In 19 days, you will be able to get everything done very quickly. This is how the power of Mercury is. Mercury gets things done quick. So very powerful transit of Mercury. Make the most of it. Only thing, again, I will tell you, Saturn is retrograde. Mercury is putting a debilitated aspect. So in the area related to big groups, there may be some beep. I was using some bad word, but that it did not come. But you understand what I'm trying to say. There may be some up. You have to be very careful about it, that you do not mess up with some communication with a false commitment that may come to haunt you later. Sun enters into the sign of Virgo. Again, fourth house lord in the fifth house. You gain from your mother, you gain from your homeland, you gain from real estate, you gain from vehicles. So everything related to gains is coming. And Sun coming to the fifth house, very good for exams, especially government jobs, especially anything to do with putting yourself into some competition during exam. Because sixth house lord is in the sixth house, fourth house lord is in the fifth house. So education wise, you're illuminated. Sun goes to the house, it illuminates the house, it takes complete charge over it. Mercury does not have any say here now. Mercury is safe for the first 10 days. As soon as Sun comes here, Sun says, I am the boss now. So your Sun will take over. Very, very powerful placement of Sun. So great time to deal with the government during this time. If in fact, if you want to do some paperwork related to government for you, for your kids, please plan in the month of September. Mars now enters into Cancer and becomes debilitated. See, the year started with Mars exalted. Now the mid of the year, almost October, November, December, 3 4 months, and it is becoming debilitated also, and debilitated in the third house. Now, what happens here? This is a great thing. In transit, Mars becomes debilitated, but a niche bhang Raj Yoga is happening in the in the third house for you. In Cancer, Jupiter is exalted, Mars is debilitated. This is a niche bhang Raj Yoga. Your effort, your actions. This is a time for startup. This is a time to start something new, because everything, every effort, every skill, every interest that you show, every hobby that you have can turn into profitable venture for you. So please be very, very, mark your calendar. Yeah, you take your book like this, you must have, and you must have that book. You should mark it. But okay, September 18th next year is when I will start my business. I will start something. I will start something very nicely that time, because it is the time that I will get success. Because things done during this time is going to pick up immediately, because Mercury is also exalted. Mars is making Nijbhang Rajyog in the third house. You're more partnerships, more signing of contracts, job prosperity, getting designation, higher designation. Your effort that you have done in the past actually come on surface. So it's a very, very beautiful placement of Mars. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Libra with beautiful Venus. Both are very happy, very nice, very, very elegant together. In the sixth house, Mercury says any debt related to children and all, we will take care of it. Any enemies that are enemies related to competition, anything that has to do with debt, especially related to the financial debt that whole family is facing. Second house Lord in the sixth, we will clear them. So you will get lot of options, opportunities. And because both are looking at the 12th house, foreign association is what we can expect during the month of September. At the end point of time, we will see some association with a foreign country, which may help us in a very positive way. October, है ना? Special October for all the 2026, for all the people here. Venus will start with retrogression in the sign of Libra. Venus gets retrograde here and says that, you know what, still this person is not in the right zone. You need to again transform yourself. The promises that you have done for transforming your daily routine, transforming in the workplace, starting doing more service, you have not taken real action around it. Now this is the time, please take action. This is what Venus is saying. And Sun here enters into debilitation. Now Sun enters into debilitation here, but looks with an exalted aspect on the 12th house. Gains from foreign country, but sometimes health related problems can come. Now Sun rules the fourth house, which is related to chest, heart, blood. Very careful about these areas. Those who are heart patients, those who are having cholesterol, blood pressure, very extreme careful time. Now, why I am saying this? Please do not take it in lighter way. Second house Lord, that is a Maraka, is sitting here and in getting retrograde later. On top of that, Maraka, seventh house Lord, Mars, is looking one, two, three, four, fourth aspect on the sixth house. So some surgery, accident, challenges can happen if you are in Mercury Mahadasha, Sun Mahadasha, Mars Mahadasha. We want to be extremely careful. If this is the case, Mahamrityunjay mantra has to be taken into absolute chanting during the month of October. Beginning of October onwards, start the Mahamrityunjay mantra. Trambakam yajamahi sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvaruknim vandanam mrityurmoksha yamamrita. This is important for you, because if you do this, then such problems may come, would come. If they're written, it will come, but it will come in a very lighter way. The whole mountain was supposed to fall on you, a small rock will fall, and you say, oh, I got a little hurt here. This is how exactly planets energies manifest around us. That's why Mahamrityunjay mantra is a mantra I tell everyone. Get up in the morning 3 times as soon as you wake up, after doing Karagre Vaste Lakshmi, Karamadhyay Saraswati, Karamule tu Govinda, Prabhate Kardarshanam. After that, immediately do the Mahamrityunjay mantra 3 times, followed by Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Once you do this, no need to go to anywhere, just God is with you all the time. This is a very important thing that I'm giving. I do this, my family, everyone does this. My daughters, who are like North Americans, but they also do it, because this is how I've given them the sanskara. So please give your children also the sanskara. Now here, we want to be very careful, because Mercury is also retrograde. So health is the major area, and all three planets are looking at the 12th house. So sometimes in and out, in and out. And Swati Nakshatra is Nakshatra here. So in and out of hospitals, challenges, infections are something that may keep coming up and down for you. Very careful. October is a month of caution. See, now good things are happening, but sometimes caution comes. And then Jupiter will enter into the sign of Leo. So Mercury retrograde. This is the time that debt and etc. should be taken into. One very important thing which I'm supposed to tell you. Remember, when sixth house has retrograde planets, especially Sun is there and other planets are retrograde at that point. Never ever give bail. Someone goes to jail and you say, "Oh, please give my bail, give my guarantee." Nothing at all like that. Otherwise, you will come into trouble. You will come into such trouble that you cannot come out of it. Absolutely careful, careful, careful. No bail, no buying out people, no giving any guarantor. I will become the loan guarantor. Nothing. Say no straight away. In month of October 2026, any opportunities like this come, say that these are not opportunities, these are disaster for me. Okay, and Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. This is because Jupiter is Atichari, so it is entering into the sign of Leo. Again, it will get retrograde, go back, go forward. So this is going to happen. Now here, Diwali is going to come after this. So Jupiter, Diwali is here, I guess. Yeah, Diwali is just here, and after 2-3 days, Diwali is going to be there. So here, Jupiter is entering into the sign of Leo, and Jupiter here is going to change the aspect. Now, Jupiter and Leo is not bad. Ketu and Jupiter coming together, Ketu becomes so innocent, so nice that it will say, I never did anything. I am such a nice person. I always regard you. I always do good things. So it will empower your home. The happiness, the personal, emotional security is going to become very powerful in the end of October. And here, Jupiter will be looking at this 8th house, 10th house, and 12th house. So, career wise, it's a very beautiful time. Those who are in research, medical research, insurance, finance, those who are looking for career development, their career growth, this is a very good time. And also, those who are looking for going to a foreign country, this is the time that it will open all the doors. Now, look, Jupiter looking at the 12th house. Sun, Mercury, Venus, all looking at the 12th house. That means they are opening door for foreign connection during this time. So October is also a very, very powerful month. Moving on to November. See, we are already here in November. Venus will enter into Virgo in retrograde motion and take that debilitated state. Now, Venus always gets debilitated at 27 degrees here. So that means Venus will reach soon the degree of 27, because from 6 till 14 it will reach. So it is debilitated. That means, again, your children who have gone abroad, or they maybe your love life who has gone, break up, this, that. Now, this is the time to reconsider. Okay, you know what? Let's sorry, worry, this, that, whatnot, and try to come back again. Mars enters into Leo now. Mars is very powerful in Leo. It is with Ketu. Mars and Ketu are together, and Mars is in Gandanta point right now. And a fire sign. It is absolutely ferocious here with the energy of Ketu. Ketu is retrograde. So remember, December 5th is when Rahu and Ketu will move. So Ketu is also very close to Mars now. When Mars and Ketu are together, they are like the fire that will burn you. Mars is the fire that just burns you. Ketu is the fire that removes the flesh. That is Ketu. And here, this is the 4th house. Vehicles, driving. Mars and Ketu Mahadasha Antardasha, careful. Driving. Then anything that has to do with, home violence, environment in the home. See, Jupiter is here to protect. See, Jupiter, that is why did a transit. It has to come and protect. It knows that Ketu and Mars are together. They will go out of hand. I have to be there to support, to guide them. So here, Mars and Ketu together are a very, very intense energy. You want to be very, very careful about this energy. And because in the home it is happening, some challenges around home, family matters can happen. Now, this is also the heart house that rules your heart, your lungs. Those who are smoking and all, please stop smoking if you're listening to this earlier, because otherwise this will be a very big trouble for you. Mars and Ketu together is not good. The wound that it will give, it will last for a very long time. So be very careful. This time is the time to take Lord Kartikya into your hand. Completely worship Lord Kartik and Lord Ganesha. See, Mars represents energy of Lord Kartikya. Ketu represents energy of Lord Ganesha. So these both brothers are going to come and save you. There is no one else. So do lot of prayers related to Om Gan Ganpate Namaha, Om Kartikya Namaha, Om Kartikya Namaha, Om Gan Ganpate Namaha, Om Kartikya Namaha, Om Gan Ganpate Namaha. This is the chantings that you need to do during this period. Later, we will see that Mercury is turning direct into a sign of Libra on 13th of November and 14th of November. Venus is also turning direct. So both are turning direct very nicely. Now here, this means that all the energy that was inward is now coming off. Venus will start moving forward till 22nd of November. It will then again enter into the sign of Libra. It debilitated Venus, may give you more lessons related to relationship, and now it will tell you how to value relationships with your children, with your loved ones, but also give you great gains in the social circle. So this is good news. It will give you great gains in the social circle, which will be a very, very pleasant thing for all the Taurus ascendant people. Mercury in the sixth house again says that those who are facing financial difficulties related to debts, enemies, challenges, court cases, now that will also ease down for all the Taurus ascendant people. Surya Dev, on the other hand, will enter into the sign of Scorpio. Now, fourth house lord, fourth from itself. Sometimes you achieve or gain house, etc., in a foreign country. Your spouse can really gain something during this time. There can be inheritance that will be coming from your spouse side. There can also be possibility during this time that marriage, relationship, something to do with registration of marriage, etc., or registration of business, registration of new firm can be happening. So that's a beautiful of sun. Sun in this house, it's a Maraka sign, so we want to be careful about our stomach and lower abdomen, because here some challenges related to heat. Extra heat can come because Mars is also aspecting Sun with the fourth aspects. We never ever can look astrology without layers. You have to see the aspect of planets, because see, what is this sign? This sign is a water sign. You throw a fire into water, what will happen? Acid. What will happen? Smoke will come out. Where is smoke? In the stomach right now. And what is it? Mars from the fire sign is looking here in his water sign. So there can be a lot of acid refluxes, problems, stomach problems, ulcers in the stomach. We want to be very careful about what we eat, how we eat. See, second house, seventh house is also eating habits. Remember this. Never ever forget that seventh house also tells about your eating habits. So we want to be absolutely vigilant and careful that how we eat during this period. Okay. So Sun in Scorpio is good for a lot of legal things to be in your favor, but when it comes to health, it can be a little bit of malefic. Venus enters into Libra, into its own sign. Now you are through. 16th till 22nd, some health problems plus minus can happen. Then 22nd November onwards, things are again back in action. Venus is happy. It will say, okay, I will restore all the daily routines. Health wise, we will do very good. Enemies in the workplace will not be able to trouble you. Service is now going to be a very important part of our life. And you move forward in the month of November 2026 with good, powerful, everything restoring to normal. Then comes the Christmas month of December. But before that, just let you know, 2026 yearly horoscope is what we are doing. It started from 15th of November till 31st of January, is where in this window we are only booking 2026 yearly horoscope. So please book. All the very best. Link is in the description. And Instagram you did not follow yet. You have been watching this for a long time, but Instagram you did not follow, which is not done. Huh? You have to follow Instagram. So please follow. I will wait. And right below follow. 3, 4, 6 comments. Yeah, they are following. Good. December 2026. Now, Mercury here enters into the sign of Scorpio. Mercury is the second house lord. Maraka coming into the house of Maraka. Sometimes health of the spouse has to be taken care of. Sometimes miscommunication in the partnership or spouse miscommunication can happen, which is also to be taken care of. So if you're going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha, then this is a cause of concern. Otherwise, no problem at all. 5th of December, Rahu and Ketu will transit. Now Rahu and Ketu are coming into the sign of Capricorn and in Cancer. Just see the power of Rahu and Ketu now. Rahu and Ketu, Rahu has come to the ninth house to challenge you about your religious beliefs, about your devotion, about your belief in God, about religion, about faith, about your luck. Rahu here is very comfortable, by the way. It enhances the luck. And Ketu, being a fierce planet, has gone to the third house. Now it will also tell you to take action. Kujavat Ketu. Never ever forget this. Mars and Ketu have the same energy. Ketu behaves like Mars. Here, Mars in the third house makes you very ferocious. Here, Ketu makes you very ferocious. You will be able to take lot of action. Rahu in the ninth house. Your dream of foreign settlement, foreign travel is going to now take place. If that can be through the route of education or through the route of Rahu. If you're going to Rahu Mahadasha Antardasha, pack your bags now. You are going to a foreign country. Now here, and this is the month when Saturn also turn. Now Rahu and Ketu, see, this is very far away, but we are going to be making a big video on this. So please follow the channel on Instagram also and all YouTube also subscribe, otherwise you will miss this. Now Saturn here turns direct in the sign of Pisces. Now those who are in Sadisati, especially Aries people, a little bit of challenge and oh my god, Saturn is now direct, so Saturn will start acting very, very strict now. It has given you 5 months to rectify all your mistakes. Now it is saying, I am ready now to give you punishment if required or give you good news if required. So Saturn will give you according to the karma. Those who are in Saturn Mahadasha Antardasha may face this very, very powerful transit. Again, very big video. We'll be making it in a very, very powerful way. After that, 11th of December is when Saturn turns direct, and then Jupiter says, so Saturn is direct, now I can go retrograde. Jupiter turns retrograde in the sign of Leo because it has to now again enter into the sign of Cancer, stay there for a while in retrograde motion, become direct, and then come to Leo next year. So now this is exactly what is happening. Jupiter retrograde here says that, okay, Ketu has moved, my job is done. Mars and Ketu will not fight now. I will go back to the time to Ketu and guide him for a while before he takes any major action in the third house. Jupiter retrograde in the fourth house can also create a little bit of, inwardness in the family, some isolation there. So you have to be careful about that. Sun enters Sagittarius. This is the sign where the fourth house lord goes exactly fifth from itself in the eighth house. Inheritance wise, his property is the cause of concern. Then you must hear some good news. Great time for research, great time for investing into real estate. In fact, if your investments are maturing this time, put them into real estate. This is going to be a great news for you. And Mercury enters into the sign of Sagittarius. Again, looking at the second house, Sun and Mercury, restoring your lot of wealth, money. Monetary gains are supposed to happen in beautiful manner. So overall, 2026 is going to be a very, very powerful year for all the people of Taurus ascendant. And I hope that this brings you great, powerful, wonderful news that you are expecting. And now, after this, we will have to move Rohiji to the sign of Gemini, right? So all the best. Happy New Year, Taurus ascendant people. We are moving to the sign of Gemini. Thank you. All the best. Take care. Gemini for 2026. So, a very happy new year to all the people who are watching this right now. And Gemini Ascendant people, this is going to be a very, very powerful year for you, especially because your second house is getting illuminated this year with Jupiter being exalted there. But yeah, we'll go step by step. Let's start with one small announcement. 2026 yearly horoscopes are on right now. You can book it on acastro.ca, or you can just WhatsApp here, and there's a WhatsApp link in the description. You can use that. Now let's start with January OG. 13th of January, beginning of the year, Venus will enter into the sign of Capricorn. Now, if you look at Venus here, Venus is the fifth as well as the 12th house lord, going into the sixth house here. So in the eighth house here. Now, when we talk about 8th house in any birth chart, Rohiji, it is a Dushtana, it is a house of ups and downs. But here, Venus makes a Viprit Rajyog, that means the 12th house lord in the 8th house. So, something really good. Sometimes that good things can be related to your foreign settlement. Sometimes it can be related to your health, your fear, your journey. Sometimes there is problem related to legal troubles, some communication in that area. All these things are going to get solved or get a very, very good vision in the beginning of the year. Surya Dev with the annual transit in Capricorn starts this beautiful year with Makar Sankranti on 14th of January. Here, Surya comes in the 8th house. Now, when we look at Surya here, it is the third house lord. Third house is 8th from the 8th. Now, this is a very good time to, change your routine, come back to some action. Also, something that has to do with increasing your longevity. Your longevity has been creating, or some kind of health problems have been going on. Now, this is the time you find a way to tackle your health problems. Eighth house is also the house of, occult sciences. So, this is the time to do any kind of puja, sadhana, anything to do with your occult practices. So, please go for it. Mangal Devta Mars also enters into Capricorn here. So now this is a very, very powerful placement of Mars. It is sitting exactly in exaltation in the 8th house. Now, when a planet like Mars gets exalted in the eighth house, so we have to understand exalted means strong planet, and Mars is malefic. Two malefics sitting here, Mars and Sun. Mars is becoming very strong in the eighth house. We want to be very careful when we are driving, accidents, something to do with aggression. Good news for those people who are in the inheritance area, like they are trying to get some property, some shared resources, some money from your, we can say, partnership. So this is a good news, but sometimes when it comes about aggression, your aggression can become very, very high. Your anger can become very, very high during this period. And then Mercury also enters into the sign of Capricorn. This is a good news because what happens is that ascendant Lord coming to the eighth house is trying to ease the situation in this eighth house. Two malefics, two benefics here together. So it is going to be more of balance at the moment that we'll be able to see. Mercury is the fourth house Lord in the eighth house. Sometimes again any problem related to property inheritance is where we can see some positive growth. So it's a good. So January mostly is the area related to lot of transformation, lot of changes, lot of we can say, see, everyone is coming to the eighth house. Eighth house is the house of transformation, changes, occult sciences, research. Those who are in any research, financial research. Those who are in taxation. Those who are in accounting. This is a great year for you. Like very, very good. Very, very good month also for you. But those who are in bad habits, those who are trying to transform, for them also it's a very, very good time because this four energies, some of the at least four of this, someone will change you at this moment of time. So all the very best. February comes, and here February Mercury will enter into the sign of Aquarius. Now the Mercury's drama will start this year, okay? Your Lagna Lord, because Mercury will go in this sign, then become retrograde, and then again go into the back sign. Then, so this is going to start happening from February of 2026. Now, beginning of February, Mercury enters into the ninth house, your Bhagyastan. Very good for higher education, very good for pilgrimage, relationship with father, gurus, mentors, teachers, your bosses become very, very positive here. On top of that, Venus also enters into Aquarius on 6th of February. So Venus and Mercury are hand in hand now. They're going up and down. Here, Venus is the 12th house lord in the ninth house. So this opens the door for foreign countries. Many people for higher education may be reached to a foreign country or maybe going to a foreign country. This is that time where Venus is entering into Aquarius. But on the other hand, also those who are not doing some new courses, some new education, some new, we can say, see, fifth house lord, fifth from itself. This means some new unconventional education is what you will be very much motivated to do. Surya Dev also enters into the sign of Aquarius. Now, Sun is the third house lord and communication lord in the ninth house, aspecting the house of communication. But here it is with Rahu. So we want to be very careful. When Sun and Rahu are together, Rahu becomes extremely powerful and aggressive in the ninth house. This means that we can have a little bit of some communication in our mind, or sometimes we hear from someone or we learn from someone about philosophy, about religion, that can take us to a little bit of different route. So February, when Sun enters into Aquarius, we want to be extremely careful about what is our mindset towards philosophy, religion, towards other people's religion also. So we don't want to get into any controversy. Third house lord in the ninth house also means that this is the time that your social media, all these things where you're writing something, has to be taken extra care. So please mark this down. Mars also enters into Aquarius after ending its debilitation. So if you see here, 5 planets sitting in the ninth house, it is a big deal, huh? Not a small deal. Now, here the solar eclipse energy will also start beginning. Oh, sorry, the lunar eclipse energy will start beginning now. Now, here, extremely careful. See, your destiny has everyone. So, 11th house lord, 11th from itself. Third house lord in the ninth house, ascendant lord in the ninth house, 12th house, fifth house lord in the ninth house. So, your destiny, your education, your approach towards life, or your devotion towards a certain thing in life becomes a very, very important factor of your success during this thing. So February is all about using destiny for the right purpose, using your communication. See, everyone is looking at the third house, using your communication at the right purpose. And also, because see, there is a little bit of power here, because at the moment Jupiter is aspecting the ninth house. It may be in retrograde motion, doesn't matter, but Jupiter is giving a lot of strength to this house. So you are protected. Like on a larger level, from the dharma house, Jupiter is putting an aspect on the dharma house, so protected. But still, this is the time that your destiny and your effort, see, because third house is effort, ninth house is destiny, there will be a thin line between it, that okay, destiny will work more powerfully or effort will work. So February is like this for you next year. All the best. I would suggest that AC Astro channel is on Instagram, and you have not followed, please follow. Please follow. Okay, I'm waiting. It's done. Thank you. Let's move to March. When we talk about March, the eclipse energy is going to happen, because 2nd and 3rd of March is when the total lunar eclipse will happen. Sun and Rahu are together. Moon will come here. Total lunar eclipse will happen, and Venus will enter into the sign of Pisces during that day. Now, first of all, lunar eclipse in the ninth house. Again, you have to understand very carefully. See, Leo as well as Aquarius is the sign where lunar eclipse effect will be there. Now, lunar eclipse means second house lord getting into affliction. This means monetary loss can happen. So we want to be very careful about our investments, about money that we have either lending or either we want to take it back. In the month of February only we want to take everything back and not invest too much in the beginning of March. That's my suggestion. Those who are in speculative business also, share stock market, you have to wait till at least 7th of March to make big decisions, big investments. Now here, as we talk about Venus enters into the 10th house. Very beautiful placement where it becomes exalted. 5th house, Lord, your creativity at your workplace, your ideas at your workplace. In fact, if you want to do any startup, please mark this date after 2nd of March. But because it is eclipse energy, we will still wait till 7th of March completely. Okay, this is small thing because Venus will be at very low degrees here. But Venus at this point, 2nd of March is when you should be focusing more on starting something, ideas. And when lunar eclipse happens, this is a very good time to do sadhana, very good time to do meditation, so you will get very good results there. So career wise, we are going very up after this Venus transit. Jupiter, Brahaspati, which was retrograde, is now turning direct. So it became retrograde on 11th of November 2025. Now it is becoming direct in the sign of Gemini in a very powerful movement. March, April, May, June, 2nd of June, it will enter into the sign of Cancer. We will talk about it. But with this energy becoming inward, lot of extra guidance you will start receiving from the universe. You yourself will be become very wisdom oriented during this time. All the mistakes that you have done in the past, now you will be able to not do such mistakes and take right actions. So very beautiful transit of Jupiter. Big video will be make when this big transits happen. We make big videos, so do follow or subscribe so that you can really get that. Sun enters into Pisces. So now see, everything is starting in this year from the beginning of the year from 8th house, now 9th house, now everyone is coming to the 10th house. Now, if you see here the positive results of this Sun, Sun is here the third house lord into the 10th house. So your effort will be extraordinary in the workplace. If it is about any competition, about any power, about any hierarchy, about any kind of, we can say, progress, your workplace shows progress. When Sun comes here, Sun will say, I want power. So here you will be at a very powerful situation, some kind of monetary benefit, some kind of gains. We can expect some promotion, some hierarchy happening for you. So beautiful, great news for you. Mercury, which turned retrograde, is now turning direct into the sign of Aquarius, which means the energy will start ascendant lord getting now. So the philosophy, the higher education that you got or that you revised during this period is now you are going to implement in your life. Mercury is also the fourth house lord. That means it's very important for making any decisions related to real estate also. Now this is the time that you can move forward and make decisions. Venus enters into the sign of Aries now. Now after the retrograde motion, after the exalted period, it is now entering into this 11th house. 12th house lord 11th from itself, or 12th from itself. There is possibility that you may gain now from a foreign country. Those who are already in a foreign country, great news for them. Those who are in share, stock market, crypto, your net worth is going to go something much up here. So very positive, very beautiful time. Venus in this house, social circle wise, we want to be like very illuminated. We want to be very available, because this is a beautiful time for your social circle to evolve, getting new friends, making, we can say, Rohitji, making right choices in friendship is also what we can see during this March of 20. So March of 2026 is all about your career, all about your destiny now easing down, opening your ways to get for the best. And by end of this March 2026, real some gains, some very powerful gains are coming. So all the very best. April. Now, 2026 yearly horoscopes are online. Now you can, what you say, you can book your appointment, and one-on-one we will discuss about your chart and navigation of your month. That is where your Varshfal, how it is happening, what is the Mahadasha, Antardasha, and whatnot. So all the best. April, Mars will enter into the sign of Pisces, Rohiji. Now, Mars is the 11th house lord, exactly 12th from itself, in the 10th house of power. And with the powerful planet, that is Saturn, which is combust because of sun's energy. Saturn getting combust is a very good news for those people who are in Sadisati, by the way. Those people who are going to Sadisati, Dhaya, a good time for you, because Saturn becomes combust, it becomes, energy becomes very fade out. They will not be able to reach us very nicely the way it reaches us. So it's good for all the people who are going to Sadisati. But on the other hand, Mars will enter into Pisces. Now, here, if you look at Mars, it is the sixth house lord, fifth from itself in the eighth house. So, if any workplace politics, any challenges related to work, or something where competition, like giving new interviews, joining new work, it will be a very favorable period for you. So, March onwards, you should start applying for jobs, because in April, there is a possibility that you may get through and some new things may come to you. So, please be very focused. Mars in the 10th house in Kendra is a very powerful placement of the 6th house lord. It removes all the obstacles from your workplace. Mercury enters into Pisces and becomes debilitated. Now, ascendant lord being debilitated means your speech, your communication becomes a little bit of debilitated in the workplace. So, what happens if you're going through Mercury, Mahadasha, Antardasha? This is where you should be very focused on what you speak, how you do your communication, your body language at your workplace. You will get lot extreme support from your home. But there is one more good news also in this debilitation. Those who want to work from home, those who are looking for remote jobs, those who are thinking of starting some job, Mercury will uplift this beautiful energy for you. So that's very good. But debilitated Mercury always compromises on communication in the workplace. So try to be doing a lot of sadhana related to either feeding the birds during this time, or either doing Ganesh mantra, Om Gan Ganpate Namaha. Because wherever Mercury is debilitated, Ganesha energy helps us take, navigate forward in the life. Sun, Surya Dev, the annual transit of Surya Dev on 14th of April, getting into the sign of Aries and becoming exalted, is a very powerful placement of Sun. The Lord of the third house, exactly going to the 11th house, the house of communication and the house of social circle, getting exalted. That means you will be illuminated. If you're going to Sun Mahadasha Antardasha, you'll be illuminated in your social circle, in your goals, your wishes, your hopes, your dreams. You may take one step more forward towards them. So it's a very powerful placement of Sun in the 11th house for you. One more thing, because Sun is putting a debilitated aspect on the 5th house, education wise, there may be some disturbance, there may be some challenges related to children also that we may feel. But because Sun is an extremely powerful planet, and if you're going to Sun Mahadasha, you'll be able to overcome it with the exalted manner. You'll get lot of help from your surroundings, which will help you overcome any problems. So it's a very powerful month when Venus also, the lord of the 5th house, enters into the 12th house. So if you're thinking of education in a foreign country, if you're thinking of, see, this is going to be a period of spending. Sometimes you take debt for your children in the month of April. Sometimes you will be taking debt in for your, for a romantic partner, that they want iPhones 19 Pro Max. That can be possible. So maybe you're taking some debt to give some gift or something like that. But try to be as conservative as you can. Understand, you should be focusing on more of luxury versus necessity. In April is the month where you should think about, there's a lot of gains that is coming, lot of gains, but we want to make sure that we save some money also as well, right? So that is an important factor here. Venus, when it goes to the 12,000, its own sign, becomes very comfortable. It says expenses, let's do expenses, let's do expenses. But later when it comes to Gemini, it will say, what the hell did I do? Why did I do so much expenses? So try to save on expenses in the month of April. And then Mercury enters into Aries. It ends the debilitation, but it will again become retrograde and go there. So we'll talk about it. But here, ascendant lord in the 11th house from 30th of April onwards, also possibility of getting some, so there are two things to look at. One is that we will gain money, but that money coming to us, no, this is the time that your bank account will be credited with some good money, maybe some, great wealth in this month of April 2020. If you're going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha, then there is possibility of good gains from your business, from your workplace, some bonuses, some increment, some great things are coming for you in the month of April, because lot of gains, even sometimes gains in your social media. If you are in social media work, if you're in digital marketing, if you're in communication business, marketing, sales, you will see a surge in your business. So beautiful April for you. Now please, Instagram is here, AC Astro channel. If you have followed, good, otherwise I will stop here only. You will not be able to see ahead. See, now it is all pause. No one can move ahead if you don't follow there. May. When we talk about May, Mars will enter into the sign of Aries. Now, when we look at Mars going into its own sign, and when it goes here, 11th of May till 15th of May, I know 4 days, but Sun becomes extremely powerful here. Extremely powerful here. Now, because Mars is an aggressive planet, Sun is an aggressive planet, and communication lord is also sitting here, we want to be very careful that because of ego, pride, because of being very, powerful at the moment, we don't want to create any kind of evil talks or maybe some comments or maybe some egoistic behavior in a social circle. Otherwise, that will come later and haunt us as well. That is the only problem. On top of that, Venus will enter into the sign of Gemini. Now, look at here, Venus. Venus entering into the Lagna with Jupiter is making Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. Superb yoga for wealth. Very great. Fifth house lord in the ascendant with Jupiter. Oh, superb. And Jupiter is in very good, powerful, high degrees, because next month on 2nd of June, it has to go to the exaltation, and there also Venus will join him, Jupiter. So this is the time that because of your own effort, because of your own self, whatever Mahadasha you are going through, Antardasha, doesn't matter, but ascendant, every aspect of your life will become superb. Some expenses which have been done in the past may come on surface, but otherwise, very good time for making some wealth. Very good time for startups. Absolutely, this is the time to improve your startup. Give more power to your startup. Great news. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Taurus. Now, ascendant lord in the 12th house can also tell you to travel. So sometimes travel is coming in the month of May. Foreign country travel. There is possibility some investments related to real estate, taking some debt is also possibility. Sun also enters into Taurus. Now, third house lord in the 12th house again says that some small journeys to a foreign country, small journeys to a long distance, all your visa, government related stuff that is related to visa, stamping, this, a PR. If you are in that process right now and going through Sun Mahadasha, Mercury Mahadasha, or Mercury Antardasha, Sun Antardasha, then that is also going to take proper action here. So very powerful placement of Sun. Mercury also enters into the, so there is Lakshmi Narayan Yoga also, and there is Vishnu Lakshmi Yoga also. So there are two yogas happening now, point by point, with these three beautiful benefics. You have to understand, when three beautiful benefics come in the Lagna, it is a very powerful. Now, who gets power in the Lagna? Mercury and Jupiter. They have directional strength here. Just imagine your life such beautifully illuminated. during this time. It's a very powerful placement. In month of May should be absolutely month of effort. After 29th of May, in the month of June, when at least if you want to have a date without fail, you want to apply for a new work or new business or register a new company on 29th of May, between 29th of May till 2nd of June is when your company should have been registered if you want to start something very new. Because this kind of placement in transit where Mercury and Jupiter both are in the first house where they achieve their directional strength is very rare, extremely rare period. 29th of May till 2nd of June is a very, very rare period. Please search about it, Google it, or what all nowadays, all Gemini and all, write from them. You will see that how rare this situation is. So this we should not let it go waste. That's why we make it astrology, whatever ideas or predictions in the advance, so that you can take right decisions here. Okay. Moving in the month of June. Now, here when move in the month of June, 2nd of June is when Jupiter will enter into exalted motion in the second house. One good news for all the people who are going through Jupiter Mahadasha Antardasha is that financial relief is coming. Relief. See, Jupiter, financial relief in the second house. Jupiter looking at the sixth house. Relief in your workplace, relief in judicial problems, relief in enemies. Jupiter looking at the eighth house, those who are in any health related problems, something to do with which is compromising their longevity. You will find some solution because sixth and eighth, both aspects of Jupiter are on Dushtana. And Jupiter looking at the 10th house, career progress is written in your stars this year. After June, career progress has to happen, means has to happen. So those who are struggling very massively because of career, suddenly they will start receiving some very, very beautiful, great results in this transit. Now, this is a very big transit. We will be making a very big video, so do subscribe, otherwise you'll miss it. Venus enters into the sign of Cancer here. Now, here the 12th house lord is in the second house, but the 5th house lord is the second house. Again, Lakshmi Narayan Yoga in the second house. Such a beautiful placement of 5th house lord in the second house. What do we see? We see speculative gain coming. Gains from shares, stock market, your net worth, your value. That means your bank balance is going up. Adding of more fixed assets like a property or some jewelry is what we will see in the month of June. Sun also very powerfully, the third house lord, 11th from itself in the ascendant. Now, in the ascendant, Sun becomes a very different personality altogether. It completely takes up all the energy of Jupiter and Mercury. That's how powerful Sun becomes in the ascendant for Gemini. Now, here it is going to make sure that every aspect, so some egoistic behavior, something to do with aggression will be there. But sometimes, if used with limits, very good. But if you go out of control, then your relationship will become bad because seventh aspect of Sun is going on the seventh house. So your relationship becomes a little bit of challenge if you go into more power game. So somewhere you need to have a balance between power and between necessity. Okay. Sometimes you have to show a little bit of toughness, but not always. So June, remember, you are trying to tackle people, you're trying to make, what you say, collaborations and whatnot, or maybe relationship partnerships, business partnership, but ego should be kept on the side table, not in the main front. Mars going to the 12th house here is also a very, very big news because 11th house lord goes to the 12th house. So sometimes you gain a lot of things in a foreign country, in a journey, by meeting people from different ethnicities, different regions. See, it is also the 6th house lord making a Viprit Raj Yoga here. So sometimes hidden enemies, health, debt related problems, that a lot of debt which you're not able to tackle, really get some way out here, that okay, here is where I will be able to take care of my debt. So very, very beautiful and powerful period, Mars entering into the sign of Taurus. Now, this is a very big transit because here Mars has three aspects. Mars is looking at the third house, so some journeys, foreign travel will be there, looking at the sixth house, looking at the seventh house. So big video we'll be making when we are closer to the date. So do subscribe. Later, Mercury retrogrades in the sign of Cancer. Now, Mercury enters into the Cancer 22nd of June, 22nd till 29. Again, they are awesome. Ascendant Lord in the second house, fifth house Lord in the second house. Uh, Jupiter being the Kendra Lord in the second house. So every focus has now gone from normal things to your income. So your income is going to go like crazy up. But then Mercury retrogrades in the sign of Cancer on 29th of June. What this means that don't get overwhelmed here. Now you have to use your own effort also. You don't only listen to your, your family members or your friends. It is a time to use your own simple brain also, that are we making the right choices, are we making the right decisions, do we want to invest some money once we are gaining. I would suggest better time when Mercury is retrograde not to invest. It is better to just see, Mercury is the planet that triggers the trade in the world. Any stock market, share market is all happening because of Mercury only, the fastest planet. So you have to understand this is the time not to take very great decision, like very big decisions. Let money keep coming in, let not put it out. That is exactly what my suggestion is. Moving to the month of July, here we see Venus will enter into the sign of Leo. Now, Venus is in progression here. If you see, fifth house dot 11 from itself. Sometimes here, Venus and Ketu together can create a little bit of challenge related to your love life, your romance, your communication, or miscommunication in that life. But otherwise, uh, Venus here can give you one good results, and that is because of the aspect of Venus in the ninth house. It can give you some good luck related to some education, related to some skill development, related to turning your hobbies into your profession. So that is the kind of scenario. But a close watch on your Mahadasha Antardasha is seen, because in Upchaya house, a benefic planet does not give that great results. Mercury in retrogression enter into the signs of Gemini also, and then says that okay, I want to still be under the shadow of Sun and make sure that everything I am making in the right sense. Sun is at high degrees, Mercury is completely combust right now. So all the qualities of Sun is what Mercury will take up here, and Mercury also may now start getting, see, because 7th till 24th it is being here and then it turns direct. So now here, as Sun enters into the next house, Mercury will make sure all the mess up in communication that has been done in the past is solved, and now it will move forward. And then Sun enters into Cancer on 16th of July. Now Sun is the third house lord going to the second house. That means from your siblings you may get some kind of benefit. From your friends or neighbors there can be some kind of benefit. So try to be understanding that if there is any monetary benefit or any partnership, or if you have started something, you can approach your neighbors, your you know your siblings, your neighbors, your cousins, your friends, your very very immediate circle. You should involve them during this time to receive more and more gains. Now Sun and Jupiter together is also very very beautiful yoga. This is very beautiful yoga for family gathering together, getting some nice rituals done. Surya, the king, and Brahaspati, the priest, when they meet together, what happens? Havan happens. They do some kind of homam. So that kind of home in your family to make sure that the wealth does not get any evil eye, your status improves, is required. Later, Mercury will turn direct into Gemini. Now, ascendant lord is direct. That means a lot of good things related to some communication, some news, some um, information that was pending will now start coming to your life in a very good way. You'll be able to take every action of your life with absolute conscious. Okay. Saturn retrogrades in the sign of Pisces. Now, this is what it is. Saturn will now retrograde for 5 months. I think in December, August, September, October, November, December. Yes, till December it will retrograde for 140 days, 143 days, depending on the year Saturn gets retrograde. Now, Saturn is again getting retrograde. Very good news for those people who are going through Sadesati. Very, and not for even for Sadesati in the sign of Pisces. Very good news, because Saturn retrograde, the energy becomes inward, gives a lot of time to now revise yourself in your workplace, look for new job, look for new environment, get justice done in the job, or any unethical practices that you have done in the past, try to now revise them. So overall, this is a very big transit. It cannot be completed here. So I will be making a very big video around it. So please subscribe so that you do not miss it at that point of time, because some remedies are required. Very important remedies are required when Saturn is retrograde. And if you're going to Saturn Mahadasha Antardasha Sadesati, then it is a point of concern. August 2026 is here already. See, we are in August. Venus will enter into Virgo into debilitation. Now, a debilitated Venus may cause a little bit of challenges in the home environment, but it can give you great, wonderful, positive results in the workplace. With Saturn being retrograde, Venus looking here with a powerful aspect will illuminate house of your career. So your career is going to be absolutely good. But sometimes what happens when the career is very good, we'll give a lot of less attention to our home, to our mother, to our house, to our real things that are required in the house. So August begins with such energy. I would suggest that you will start getting intimation in the month of July only, that okay, this is what is required in the month of August. So please put a little bit of extra effort to to take care of your home environment also. That is required during this time. But again, this is a big video, so big video will be coming closer to the transit. Mars enters into ascendant. The 11th house lord goes to the first house. This means that you will put lot of effort during this period to meet other people, also effort to buy some property, effort to ease down your loan, your debts. You may put lot of effort that, you know what, I want to put so much effort, I want to just get out of this bad situation. So it's a very, very amazing, powerful period. When planets like Mars, planet like Sun, they come in the ascendant, they give you extra strength to overcome obstacles at every aspect of your life, health, wealth, everything, because ascendant is everything. Sun enters, sorry, Mercury enters Cancer. Now, again, ascendant lord in the second house with beautiful Buddhaditya Yoga, beautiful Lakshmi Vishnu Yoga. It is a good news for all the people who are waiting for financial relief. Automatically, this year is a good year. See, started from a lot of transformation, went to your destiny, then went to your career, your gains, your losses, your own efforts, and now it is supposed to be reaping into what you have sown. What you sow is so you reap. So this is the time to reap some wealth, some gains. So good news for all the people. Mercury is very powerful in the second house. Any ascendant lord going in the second house is a very powerful. If you activate that planet, amazing. Now here Sun enters into the sign of Leo, but here it is entering with Ketu. Now again, energy of eclipse starts beginning. Now, what happens here is that Sun and Ketu together in the third house, both are very fire planets, and both are sitting in this fire sign. So it is going to be extra fire into you to take efforts to make things happen. And absolutely, that is the need of this hour, to make things happen, to put extra power. So beautiful time. But only thing is, when Sun is with Ketu, Sun's energy, or Sun's what do you say, decision making can become a little bit of headless, like just like Ketu, because Ketu is more dominant here. It has been staying here for a long time, so it has completely taken comfort of this fire sign. So we want to be a little bit of careful. Sun is extremely powerful, but yeah, where it comes with Rahu and Ketu, it loses some of the good qualities and energies. Mercury enters into the sign of Leo, ascendant lord in the third house. That means extreme effort required for everything that you're doing. Your communication will be the key area that will really turn things for you. This is exactly what is happening. Short distance travel is seen here in the month of August. So if any planning is happening to go visit some leisure, this, that, please go for it. Very good. Health of the mother has to be taken care, because fourth house lord is 12th from itself. Health of the mother can be a little bit of challenged in the month of August 2026. Moving on to September, but before that, 2026 yearly horoscope is on. So those who are watching this and want to see how the 2020 yearly horoscope is this, so please comment below, or in the link below in WhatsApp, you just click and you will see, or you can go on acastro.ca and book online. September 2026, Venus enters into the sign of Libra, into its own sign in the fifth house. Where a beautiful placement for the fifth house lord is the most important lord in your birth chart. Fifth house lord gives you every relief. And fifth house lord, the house of creativity, love, romance, very good time for you to enter into this thing. Those who are single may find new partners. Those who are thinking of, from their partnership to get into marriage, they may propose during this time. There can be also great possibility about great speculative gain, and education wise also new education in a foreign country, etc., can be started during this time. So please make your timelines work accordingly. On the top, Mercury, the ascendant lord, goes to the fourth house, becomes exalted. Now, this is a combination. If you go to the chart of Bill Gates, which is my favorite chart, exactly he has this placement. Mercury in the third house, or Mercury in the fourth house, Venus in the fifth house. And this is a time, beautiful. See, both the planets are in their own signs. Again, time for startup. So if you are thinking to start something in software industry, in industry related to consulting, software, creativity, digital marketing, communication, please go ahead and think no more. Architecture, data center, cyber security, because of, see, Mars, you cannot forget Mars here. Mars from the ascendant is looking at the eighth house of research, and this month on 18th it will become debilitated, but puts an exalted aspect again on the eighth house. So those who are in cyber security, data analytics, very good time for you to start something, because other planets are in great news. So please start something. Even with your job on the side, please take a small risk at the point of time. Now here, Mercury in Virgo is exalted, a very beautiful time for real estate transactions also. So all the best. On top of that, Sun will also enter here. Third house lord in the fourth house also gives you result from the past. So your effort that you have done is making you more peaceful during this time. Now here, Mercury is putting debilitated aspect on the 10th house, and Sun is also putting an aspect on the 10th house. But Sun aspect here, see, no one aspect is a very big aspect rather than aspect of Jupiter, because Jupiter is putting this powerful aspect on its own sign. So Jupiter is going to win everywhere. But Sun and Mercury can add a little bit of miscommunication or some challenges in the workplace, but Sun can add more power. Sun's aspect and Jupiter aspect together can add more power in your workplace. So all the very best. Mars become debilitated here, but no need to worry. Mars getting debilitated with who? Jupiter. What does this mean? Neech Bhang Raj Yog. So even in debilitation, something very powerful is happening for you. So amazing thing happening with Neech Bhang Raj Yog. So it is going to be more. This year, guys, your monetary financial problems are going to get solved. This is the what you say, if you make a juice out of 2026, it is all going to come into coins of gold. That is how powerful this time is. And Mars here is proving that again. starting of this month January, it becomes exalted, and now it becomes debilitated in the month of September, but still makes a Raj Yoga. So it is not a coincidence. It is that power, that karmas that you have done in the past, and now you're supposed to reap some good benefit. So take this beautiful advantage. Now this is a very big transit. When we are closer to that time, we will be making a video, so do subscribe. Later, Mercury enters into the sign of Libra. Mercury and Venus, both in the house of creativity. Those who are artists, those who are singers, those who are actors, those who are writers. This is time of name and fame. This is the time to take your startup, etc., to a next level with your creativity, with your approach, with your clear communication. So such a powerful time. See, now Mercury, etc., will start getting retrograde and whatnot, but it's okay. Still here from 26th of September till we go into October, till 3rd of October, very great time to sign some new contracts and whatnot. After that, Venus becomes retrograde. Venus becomes retrograde means here that, sometimes revision in the fifth house activities related to creativity, education, skill development, even your health wise also, even romance, that are we in the right state? Are we taking the right action? Sometimes we have done some miscommunication in ego. Do we want to go back and solve this? That is the kind of energy that is being created in the beginning of October. But then Sun enters into Libra and becomes debilitated here. So this is another thing. The effort lot has gone debilitated. You may feel that I don't want to put any effort. I don't want to put any any action. It was very lazy period this is. But what happens is that, because they're all looking at the 11th house of your social circle, and 11th house lord is also debilitated, but making Raja Yoga, some big gains are coming from the past investments that you have done, some big gains from your social circle, but big contracts that you have done in the past may reap some very great benefits. It's going to be a recurring, like, it will keep recurring for whenever Venus will come here. Automatically some benefit is coming. Fifth house is very pious house. Even with planet debilitated or retrograde here, it will still try to be the best of the best. So Mars is debilitated, Sun is debilitated. Both the fire people are debilitated. So it's a time to emotionally, peacefully, very nicely take action and get things done. This is the month of October for you. Mercury will retrograde in Libra. So now Mercury also retrograde, Venus also retrograde. Just imagine the power of these two creativity planets retrograde. This means that somewhere something that is required to the creative area of your life or your partner or your children now needs to be taken into utmost care. Venus entering into this period, and Venus, when it becomes direct here, it is a very powerful time for childbirth. So those who are trying to conceive and try to get childbirth, so you should plan now. Jupiter during this Diwali period enters into the sign of Leo. Now look at Jupiter and Ketu together. Ketu was all freehand, right? Not getting any aspect, not doing. Now here Ketu comes with Jupiter. Ketu has to now answer Jupiter that what have you done? What have you not done? What is happening? Because Ketu is a very avid follower of Jupiter. So Ketu and Jupiter coming together is again a very very powerful time when Ketu and Jupiter can, Jupiter being coming into the fire sign is very powerful. Then Cancer, I would say, Cancer, it becomes exalted, very good. But when it comes to the sign of Leo in Magha Nakshatra, it puts people on royal throne, man. what is the what is the role of a guru? Guru will come, illuminate you, give you the right guidance, and put you into that forefront that okay, now go and face the situation. So those people who are thinking of designation, power, higher education, marriage, getting some name, fame in social media, social circle, this is the time that Jupiter is going to put you on a royal throne. So all the very best. Again, very big transit, will be making a video around it. It cannot be said in words here. It is very very deep expression that I want to share. All the best. November is here, and then November, Venus in retrograde motion enters into debilitation again. That means it said na ki now the work is not done. I want to still create some things here and then move forward. So again, those who have done any real estate deals, any vehicle deals, very important time to reconsider. Again, some upliftment you got in the area of your career. Again, a big upliftment is coming for you. So that is good news. Mars also enters into the fire sign, very comfortable position for Mars. Third house, Mars, Ketu, Jupiter together. This is also great, where Mars will start giving you power, or what you say, giving you direction to take action, to act on things on the right time, with right communication, with right effort, so you can really make it. Again, Mars has different aspects. We'll be making a very big video closer to the transit. Mercury on 13th of November and Venus on 14th of November will turn direct. That means both these creative as well as the love energy is getting direct. So all the areas related to your communication, creativity, love are getting now direct. That means more clear, more so what more conscious decisions you will be able to make in a very beautiful manner. Sun enters into the sign of Scorpio. Now look at Sun here. Sun is the third house lord going to the sixth house. This is a very bad time for your enemies. Your enemies are going to suffer during this time because there is a Rashi Parivartan Yoga, an aspect of Mars on Sun. That means Sun becomes extremely crazy powerful here. But this is one problem as well. Sometimes in this situation, you try to go into fights. You try to take, challenges with the government. You go into some rage. So that should be avoided. So November is the month of rage for you. Like after 16th of November, it is a rage because very, see, first of all, Scorpio is a water sign. Receiving an aspect of the lord of this sign is very good. Enemies will not be there. But Sun coming to the water sign, no smoke. We can say lot of steam here. If steam is there building you, the pressure will completely burst. That is exactly what is happening here. So we want to be very careful about taking any risk to put our status or problems with the government, going to court cases. We don't want all this. We want to make sure that enemies automatically will go away. Don't show aggression during this time. That's what my suggestion is. In the workplace also, those politics playing people will wipe off in front of you. You'll say, what the hell happened here? This is the power of these planet transits. Venus enters into Libra, into its own sign. Great time to now take forward your love, romance, enter into speculative investments, gain some money from there. It's a beautiful, wonderful time for all the people. So, fifth house lord is the most important. I told everyone every time I tell this, and it is absolutely true. You will see during this period that how beautiful things start happening, and will take forward in the month of November. And now this is the time, if you're thinking of childbirth, progeny, hit that nail on the right spot, because that is where Venus, the planet of your sperm and the ovum, is now coming to the house of fertility, house of offspring. So please make that move now for conception. December comes here. 2026 yearly horoscope is here. So you can book online on acastro.ca, or you can message on WhatsApp in the description link below. You will get, and follow on Instagram. December. Now here Mercury enters into Scorpio. Now if you look at Mercury ascendant lord, whenever goes to the sixth house, it tries to improve the problems related to that house. So if there is any problem in the workplace, if there is health wise problem, Mercury will come here and take proper action. Say that, okay, I want to remove this, that, whatnot. But there is a very big transit. Before that, Mercury is the fourth house lord in the sixth house. If you have been trying to take debt for your home or house purposes, beautiful time for you, because your debt can get approved and you will be very happy. Also, time for going to foreign travel is also happening here. Rahu and Ketu now makes a very big transit of December 2026. Sorry, is Rahu and Ketu in the second and the eighth house. Now, eighth house Rahu, it can be a little bit of challenging, because this time it removes. It is that I will explain you exactly. You will understand what Rahu means here. The snake removes the skin. When Rahu comes in the eighth house, the snake will remove the skin and turn into some new being altogether. Exactly, this is that time for you. Here you will find that this Rahu is going to be completely turning into a transformative energy, and Ketu is completely going to be turning into your family, inward energy in your family. Sometimes in this situation, family detachment, etc., can happen. But Rahu in the eighth house is an absolute blessing for you, because it gives you speculative, achanak se, like suddenly sudden gains. So that is the positivity of Rahu here in the eighth house. Very powerful transformation. Getting into more depth into occult sciences. You may feel that, why the hell am I getting into occult sciences? From August onwards, you will start feeling that more dependence on occult, more dependence on rituals, on what you say, on sadhana, on remedies. This is what you will be doing, because Rahu energy is so powerful here. Now this is a very big transit, and we will be making a video around it, so please subscribe, otherwise you'll miss it, because important remedies are required, especially when planet like Ketu enters into a water sign. Extremely important, because see, second house is how the speech, money. It has been so wonderful this whole year, right, where things are very good in terms of finance. You don't want to now start feeling detached or start losing money. That's why this remedies will be very important. So please stay with us on this and subscribe. Saturn turned direct into the sign of Pisces. Now, this is good news. Saturn turning direct into the sign of Pisces is that it is now putting the energy out. Now, aspects of Saturn will also become very active. In the workplace, you may have to now show ultimate discipline, ethical behavior, and whatnot. Saturn will also make, see, Saturn wherever sits gives growth, wherever aspects give trouble. So here it is sitting in the 10th house, it will give you growth in your career. So somewhere, some good news is seen, because Saturn is looking with the aspect on the 12th house. So some expenses are coming related to travel. Sometimes expenses related to home also comes, or for spouse also comes, because see, it is aspecting the fourth and the seventh house as well. So let's see how it's going to turn out for you. Later we will see that Jupiter becomes retrograde in the sign of Leo. So Jupiter getting retrograde in the sign of Leo is a point where Jupiter is again coming back to the energy of second house in exaltation, and where Ketu is sitting. Ketu needs hand holding here, because in the water sign, a fiery planet like Ketu becomes very challenging and completely illusion, smoke around it. It does not know what to do. In fire sign, they are very known. Oh, this is what I want to do. But here, they emotionally, how can Malefic work emotionally? They will not work emotionally. They work with action. So here, Jupiter has to come and guide Ketu. That is what is happening. So Jupiter going in retrograde motion is just to handle Ketu during this time, and Sun enters into the sign of Sagittarius in the seventh house. You will see that Sun's position, the third house lord in the seventh house, is a very good news for putting new communication, signing contracts, getting into some kind of negotiation and winning in that negotiation. Also, because very soon Jupiter will go and put an aspect here. This is also very powerful placement of Sun, where Sun is also receiving an aspect of Saturn. So any government related, litigation related, uh, what you say, finalization or anything to do with litigation related judgment you want to get, you will get it in a very positive your favor. On top of that, if Sun is here and Saturn is putting an aspect, your status improves. You are going to get some new job, new travel, new location, new direction. So let's hope for the best. Your spouse, so only thing is that you don't want to fight with your spouse during this time. That is one thing which is to be considered. For that, Mercury will take care, because the ascendant lord is coming to the seventh house to protect this house. So it will come and protect and make sure that all the miscommunication tries to clear itself and becomes into a positive communication. So overall, December is a very powerful month because of the Rahu and Ketu transit and Saturn becoming direct. So Sadesati people, beware, because now it is a little bit of more powerful when it comes to, what you say, Saturn being a little bit of more aggressive now, because the approach is now going to be Saturn has to move in 2027. So it is going to be very powerful now, very, very extremely powerful. All the best. Happy New Year. Have a great, wonderful time. I told you 2026 yearly horoscope is here. So you can book it online, and AC Astro channel you should follow on Instagram. Let's move to Rohitji, Cancer 2026. Okay, because this is a very important sign, and Moon is going to be making so many yogas this year. Okay, let's move here. 2026 is here for Cancer ascendant people. First of all, a very, very happy new year to all the people. And I hope that whatever the predictions are, still your year be very, very amazing. Now, 2026 yearly horoscope is on, so you can book online on acastro.ca, or you can put a request in the WhatsApp link below, and we'll be chatting very soon. So 2026 of January starts with Venus entering into the sign of Capricorn. Now, one thing that we need to understand for all the Cancer ascendant people is that, remember that Moon is the fastest moving and it keeps moving. That's why Cancer ascendant people have a very, very turmoil life, like up, down, up, down, up, down, happy, sad, all of emotions because of Moon, Chandra. Now, here, Chandra is the one that makes maximum yogas also in any birth chart. So here, whenever it will come with Jupiter, Gaj Kesari Yoga, whenever it will go with Mars, Mahalakshmi Yoga. So it makes lot of yogas as well. So this year is going to be especially a very, very powerful year for you because of Jupiter. I'm just giving you a whole brief of this year, since we move, since we will move point by point, and we can say month by month. Jupiter is going to be in exaltation almost this whole year in your Lagna. So it's a very powerful year to make your dreams come true, especially related to career, marriage, especially related to childbirth. So a lot of great things are there in this year. Now, Venus starts with Capricorn. So here, Venus is the fourth house lord, fourth from itself. In the beginning of the year, on 13th of January, this will make a transit. Very powerful placement of Venus. It is the house of a friend. So Venus will give you good news related to relationships and partnerships. So if that is the area or the cause of concern right now, that is relationship and partnership, then we will be seeing something very, very powerful and very, very good during the beginning of the week, beginning of the year. Later, Sun will also enter here, and Makar Sankranti, a very beautiful, you know, um, a very beautiful festival in India. Makar Sankranti happens, and all over the world, Sun in this position is a very, very powerful position. As reason is that second house lord comes to the seventh house. Those who are in partnership business, those who want to start new partnerships, those who want to get into new exploration, new areas related to love life also, or maybe those who are a little bit of challenge for those people who are in separation, because planet like Sun is a very aggressive planet, and when it comes to separation, it can also do some separation. So those who are trying for divorce and etc., everything will be in your favor. So in good also, in bad also, everything is in your favor. Now when Sun is also a maraka, that means second house lord in the seventh house. So we want to be just a little bit careful about our health and the health of our spouse. Only this thing, but otherwise, sun and Venus together here, very powerful placement of two big planets. Mars also enters into Capricorn and becomes exalted here. Now, when your Yoga Karaka, that means if you see your Yoga Karaka becomes exalted, it is a very powerful placement. Again, every emphasis, every area is taking you in the month of January towards relationships, partnerships. That is the major. See, after that, Mercury will also come here. So there is a stellium that is happening in the seventh house in the beginning of the year. So that means all the focus at the beginning of the year comes with partnerships, relationships, with joint efforts. That's exactly how we can look at this placement. Now, when we also look at the placement of Jupiter is in retrograde motion, right? So do not forget that Jupiter is right now retrograde. So your ninth house lord is retrograde in the 12th house. Still, there are possibilities of doing some extra expenses during this beginning of the year. So Jupiter is still retrograde. That's what we have to understand. In the scenario when Mercury, that is the lord of the 12th house, comes to the 7th house, here we want to be very careful when it comes to the health of the spouse and long distance travel. Sometimes long distance travel can happen suddenly, and a lot of expenses in that area also can happen. So this is exactly how 2026 January looks for all the Cancer ascendant people. When we move to February, Mercury will enter into Aquarius. Now, Mercury entering into Aquarius with Rahu makes a very powerful transformative energy, and it gives lot of what you say, a lot of opportunities to transform yourself and transform in the way related to completely leave your bad habits, get into a very very good scenario. Sometimes it is also possible that if Mercury is coming here, who's the lord of the 12th house, a travel happens. And I told you in the last month, travel can happen suddenly. So here also, travel can happen suddenly. You can go on a journey as well. So a very powerful, very, very extremely powerful placement of Mercury. Mercury is also related to your siblings. And going to the 8th house means suddenly there can be some shared resources, or talking of some shared resources between you and your siblings. Venus, Shukra, the fourth house lord, and the 11th house lord goes to the 8th house. Again, anything that has to do with property, vehicles, we will be seeing some great news related to that. And if there are any obstacles that you're facing related to your career, related to gains, related to your social circle, there also you will be able to do maximum research and come out with flying colors. Sun also comes here. Now this is the time the eclipse energy is starting to build. Sun has come near Rahu, and in the 8th house, second house lord in the 8th house. Good for finance, good for income, but when it comes for health and for some kind of uncertain events like accidents, or we can say some kind of challenges related to court cases, etc., is what we want to be extremely careful about. Sun is the government. At this time when Sun and Rahu are together, we don't want to fall into any illusion and take any kind of challenge or any kind of trouble when it comes to government. Okay, very important. Later, Mars will also enter into Aquarius. Now, if you see 5 planets all together in the 8th house, it's a very, very powerful time. Last year, if you remember, on 29th of March 2025, there were 6 planets in one house, that was Pisces. Now, here in Aquarius, 5 planets are joining. So, it's a very extreme important time. The 8th house is the hero. Saturn becomes hero, and 8th house becomes hero. All the 8th house qualities that is related to sudden ups and downs, journeys, occult sciences, anything to do with research, anything to do in terms of, we can say, inheritance, we can say shared resources, investments. Very good time for those people who are in finance, accounting, research, those who are doing PhDs, those who are in medical field. Such a beautiful, wonderful time for you. But here, the Yoga Karka, the 10th house lord, comes 11th from itself. So suddenly you gain into something related to do with your work. So you gain something very positive. On top of that, we can never forget that this house is protected at all given time, because Jupiter is putting the ninth aspect on the 8th house. So it's a problems can come, but you're absolutely 100% protected by your destiny lord. So nothing wrong will happen. So very careful, very, very happy also. Mercury becomes retrograde in Aquarius. Now, retrograde Mercury is the 12th house lord retrograde. Sometimes expenses had to be done, or your travel plans, expenses can happen, multiple, like sometimes expenses can be out of hand. That is what I can say. And sometimes travel plan can suddenly turn out to be not in your favor. In this period, communication with your siblings and communication with any foreign parties has to be taken into utmost consideration in the month of February, at the end of February. Okay, all the very best. And let's move on to March. Now, when we talk about March, the beginning of the March, 2nd and 3rd, is where a total lunar eclipse will happen. Now, this is why I see all the planets, four planets, stellium is happening in the 8th house, moon comes here, and a complete lunar eclipse will happen. Now, when we look at this placement as well, Venus enters into the sign of Pisces. That means on that 2nd March, when the eclipse is also happening, at that moment, Venus, the lord of your happiness, the lord of your gains, is getting exalted in the 9th house. With Saturn, they are very, very best friends. So you can expect that this, if you're going through Venus Mahadasha Antardasha, then this kind of placement is a very extreme lucky placement for you to do sadhana, to do any kind of, we can say, see, um, if we talk about the 9th house, it is the house of devotion. It is the house of devotion. So here, anything that has to do with devotion, spiritual energy, pilgrimage, spiritual journey, you will have a very, very wonderful, very amazing time during this period. Venus exalted in the 9th house also adds some luxury in your life. So something that has to do with real estate, something that has to do with little bit of fame in a social circle is what you can expect in the month of March 2026. Eclipse, we are going to be making a big video. Eclipse is a time of great caution. So for that, we'll be making a big video. So please subscribe so that whenever we make that video, you are here to witness that. Jupiter, on the other hand, on 11th of March, will turn direct into the sign of Geminis. Now Jupiter is very, very aggressive because it has become direct. It will be taking such fast movement to go to Cancer that in June, 2nd of June, it will reach Cancer. So very powerful placement of Jupiter. Jupiter being direct adds to one very beautiful thing. That is, all the aspects of Jupiter now become extremely giving. Earlier, it was like little bit of hesitation for Jupiter, exactly related to your real estate, related to your health, and related to your workplace, and related to your even anything that has to do with shared resources. Now Jupiter becomes very powerful. Now this is also a very, very big event. In the 12th house, Jupiter being powerful, 9th house lord in the 12th house, that means if foreign travel or foreign settlement, green cards, PR, visa, all these things was in some kind of delay, now it's absolutely going to come and fall into your plate. So amazing time. Surya, Sun enters into the sign of Pisces. Now, 2nd house Lord, whenever goes to the 9th house, there is some family gathering. There is sometimes family gather. There is sometimes some rituals in the family. There is sometimes, even in a positive way, that your wealth increases because your destiny has your the best planet, that is Sun, Lord of your wealth. So your destiny wise, you get some kind of wealth, or maybe relationship with father if it was not going that great, or with bosses, with mentors, with teachers, some all those becomes very, very powerful and very, very great for you. On top of that, Mercury will turn direct into the sign of Aquarius. Now, when we talk about Mercury here, Mercury is the 12th house lord. So that means losses which was happening and not in your control will now come into control, and a proper Viprit Raj Yog has been formed by Mercury that will also come into lot of ease. Now, here when Rahu and Mercury and Mars are together, Mars is a very controlling element for Rahu. Huh? So Rahu cannot do anything wrong when it is with Mars. In the Lal Kitab, like here I have it, very beautiful Rohit Lal Kitab. It says that Rahu is the elephant and Mars is the Mahavat. That means the one who rides the elephant. That is why Rahu becomes very controlled when it comes under the influence of Jupiter, because that is Brihaspati, he can control him. And secondly, Mars. Mars can control the aggressiveness of Rahu, and Jupiter controls the, we can say, Jupiter controls the wisdom of Rahu. It does not let him put you into a lot of illusion. And Rahu's action taking ability, Mars controls that. That is exactly is what happening in your chart. So you're very, very extremely safe here. Mercury turning direct, I told you it's going to be very, very beautiful for you. And then Venus enters into the sign of Aries after being exalted in the month. In the beginning it becomes exalted, now it goes to the 10th house to give you one of the best ever results. 11th house lord in the 10th house, 4th house lord in the 10th house. That means career wise there is going to be some big growth that you are going to see during the time when Venus enters into the sign of Aries. Your power, your dignity, luxury will be added to your career, to your occupation, to your karma. So you will be doing karma with absolute comfort, and the gains will also be there. So it's a very powerful placement of Venus into the sign of Aries. All the best for March, and hope that beautiful, wonderful results come to you. Now we'll be moving to the month to 2026 yearly horoscope is on. So you can book online or on acastro.ca. WhatsApp link is in the description. Okay. Thank you so much. April is here. And then this is the time that Mars will enter into the sign of Pisces. So Mars has controlled as much as it can to Rahu. Now it has entered into the sign of Pisces. Now, here, if you look, Mars and Saturn are coming together. There is a very big theory behind if Mars and Saturn are good together or not together. But this is one very beautiful research which I read, Rohitji. It says that when Mars gets exalted in the sign of Capricorn, then with Saturn, Mars become more powerful rather than more destructive. So when Mars and Saturn are together, it becomes more powerful rather than destructive. Even because it is the 10th house lord here and coming into the 9th house, this is a Raja Yoga. So it is again a very powerful thing. So Mars is a extremely positive when it is with Saturn. In fact, I have seen that those people who have any relationship between Mars and Saturn should work in construction, real estate kind of industry, anything to do with heavy machinery, drilling, anything to do with something to do with tools. They will have a great, great, great return, ROI. So that's what a research says. Now, here, when we talk about Mars entering into the sign of Pisces, this is also great news, because what has happened is that in the sign of Mars is where Venus is sitting right now, and Mars is sitting where Venus gets exalted. So it is going to be a very powerful placement for your career, and your destiny is going to be in complete greatness. Now, when we talk about the 12th house lord comes to the 9th house and becomes debilitated, we don't want to be worried about it. See, big planets are here to take care. But what happens with Mercury being the third house lord getting debilitated? Your communication with your bosses, with your superiors, with your father, etc., can go little bit out of the way where it is not supposed to be, how it is supposed to be. So I would suggest that it is a better time to take guidance, speak with wisdom, and take other people's guidance. When Mercury becomes debilitated in the 9th house, it means that you need the energy of a guru to help you. Okay, this is what it is. Surya enters into the sign of Aries. That means again the power of your workplace, of your occupation, of your rank, your dignity, your ability is going increasing. Sun coming here, such a beautiful time. Little bit of extra effort you have to put around your home, around your, where we call about your dwelling, where you stay in that house. There may be a little bit of detachment in that area because sun is putting a debilitated aspect on the 4th house. But in the workplace it is going to be too dominating, so it's very powerful. Only we want to be careful that we don't want to have egoistic approach. Your monetary benefits and your income goes up. So this is, or those who are doing business, also very powerful period. Those who want to take favor from the government, amazing time. Venus enters into the sign of Taurus. This is the own sign of Venus. So Venus becomes Venus is extremely great for you guys. Really, really, really. That's why if you see Moon becomes exalted in this house, in the 11th house. So Venus is extremely great for you. This is the time that if you have some goals, if you have set some new goals, if you're expecting some money from either stock market, share market, something great is going to come for you. So gains and gains and gains in the month of April for you. And then when Mercury enters into the sign of Aries, this is good news. Finally, it has it has come out of its debilitation, enter into the sign. So here in the workplace, there may be some training, some communication seminars, something that has to do with more you speaking up, expressing yourself. So it is a beautiful thing, and you will be doing very good because the 12th house lord is sitting 11th from itself. Sometimes foreign connections happen during this time. Maybe foreign connections. You work on a project that is foreign based, or you get some new inquiry from a foreign country, and your business expands. So very good time. The month of May is here already. And when we talk about May, Mars is entering into Aries, into own sign now. When Mars is here and Sun is here from 11th of May till 15th of May, they are in so much power, so great power. It's a powerful time. If you have any enemies, if you have anything that you need to get it done from the government, between 11th and 15th of May is when you should do. If you want to apply for any tenders, if you want to apply for any kind of government jobs, anything between this period, if you do, then it will manifest in a very, very beautiful way. But again, your career is going to be an absolute blessing for you during this time. Somehow you may feel overworked because Mars is putting this debilitated aspect on your lagna, that means on yourself. Mars is trying to make you a little bit of lazy here, so we want to be extremely action oriented. Okay, very, very important. Venus enters into the sign of Gemini. Now look at Venus. Fourth house Lord goes to the 12th house and 11th house Lord goes to 12th house. That means here there is a possibility that you may earn from a foreign country. And Venus and Jupiter coming together in this 12th house is Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. In that case, big to big expenses that we are expecting, that expenses may calm down. You may in fact earn lot of wealth from a very distant place or a foreign country. So let's hope for the best. Sometimes if this is the time you're trying to sell your real estate, you make a very big profit. So if you're thinking of selling something next year, this is where, or this year, you have to do. May 2026 is the time when you think about such things. Okay, all the very best. Mercury enters into the sign of Taurus. Now here the 12th house Lord is in the 11th house. Long distance travel happens sometimes. Those who are working in social media, those who are working in anything to do with their marketing, sales, something to do with masses, will gain a lot of traction during this time, and it's again a very positive transit for you. Sun entering into the sign of Taurus is okay, but there is a very big relationship here. The second house Lord is exactly sitting 10th from itself. Second house Lord is from the second Rashi of Sun. Sun is sitting exactly 10th. Now this is a very powerful placement. Whenever Sun will be any time 10th from Leo, it is a very powerful placement of Sun. Here is where some big changes in career are expected. Here is where some big gains in career are expected. Here is where someone from your past or your social circle or even some distant family may come into contact and change your life. Maybe elder siblings, maybe any extended family member, maybe some colleague or some boss or some person in power from your past may come and help you grow. So very powerful placement. Now Mercury enters into Gemini. Now Mercury is in the own sign as well as Venus, Mercury and Jupiter all together. This is Maha Lakshmi Yoga. So because here there is a Vishnu Lakshmi Yoga with Mercury and Jupiter, and there is Lakshmi Narayan Yoga with Venus and what you say, Jupiter. So it is a very extremely great and powerful placement. So we don't want to get carried away by this. We want to make sure that this is the time that spiritual exploration also happens, because 12th house is associated with spirituality, with moksha. So rather than only monitor, we will get monetary relief 100%. See, everyone is looking at the 6th house, that is with Jupiter's house. So your debt goes down, your income goes up. That is the positive impact of this placement. But somehow we want to be spiritually also very, very invoked. So this is the time, if you're thinking of any spiritual journey, any pilgrimage, this is that time that you should be absolutely focused to go somewhere, to do something like this. Okay, all the very best. May is also a very, very powerful month. Let's come to June. If we talk about June, 2nd of June, the biggest day that we are waiting in the month of 2026 is Jupiter entering into the sign of Cancer for a long time and getting exalted here in a very powerful manner. Jupiter exalted gave you a little bit of idea how it's going to be between 18th of October 2025 till 11th of November 2025. You got a little bit of idea. Your work, which was not happening, got done. With your children, your happiness came. Maybe you conceived during this time. Maybe new partnership formed. You went into a good relationship. This is exactly what is going to happen during this period. It is opening the doors for new childbirth, startups, anything to do in terms of partnerships, relationships, anything to do in terms of your education, higher education, foreign travel, learning new languages. it's an open pit of greatness. So you should now choose that what and where you want to, accept Jupiter's blessing. Very powerful time. Great time for people who are looking for getting married. This is the time that marriage also can be taking a great opportunities may come. Not because of this, because again here Venus comes in the Lagna, aspects the seventh house. So this is a time that love, etc., will be in the air. You will be in that relationship, in a new relationship. That is exactly the kind of period that we are talking about. We will see that Sun goes to the 12th house. Now, second house Lord goes to the 12th house. Sometimes expenses happen. Sudden expenses may come because of family, because of your some investments that you're doing. Good. Remember, at this, whenever Sun, the second house Lord, is in the 12th house, invest in metals, gold, silver. Expenses are going to happen, but these expenses are good expenses. They will in future give you something very positive out of it. So we should be doing some investments like this. Mars goes to the 11th house here. Now, Mars is a yoga karka, and the 9th house Lord, the 10th house Lord goes to the 11th house, again brings us some benefit or some job offer from the in your workplace, or maybe new job offers, some promotions in your workplace, stuff like that. Also, because fifth house Lord is in the 11th house, aspecting the fifth house, money from share market, stock market, everything goes up. So it's a very, very powerful placement of Mars. So please enjoy this power. Later, we will see that Mercury also enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, Mercury is the 12th house Lord going to the Lagna, will ease down on your expenses and make sure that it is a time of doing analytics, making goals, writing things. Very, very powerful time for communication, for speaking up, for expressing yourself in every aspect of your life. So Mercury will do that way. But Mercury gets retrograde here 29th of June. This is where you want to be careful. Communication, expression, everything is good, but what we are writing, third house Lord, what we are doing, are we doing something which can create loss to us? So it has to be a very analytical period. Whenever Mercury goes retrograde, you have to become extremely analytical, that okay, what do I do, how do I write it down, do I revise it before sending anyone something, writing something. You want to be careful that are you doing the right activity, or it may backfire. So these are the kind of things that you need to be extremely careful about. Okay, all the very best. Mercury is getting retrograde, but there are two benefits to take care, so do not worry about it. It's all good. July. When we talk about July, Venus is entering into the sign of Leo. Now look at Venus here. Fourth house Lord, exactly 11th from itself with Ketu. Some the Ketu energy is a very detached energy. The Venus energy is a very extrovert energy, and Venus is the lord of this friends and all. So sometimes here, this is a time not to give some debt to your friends, not to take some very big debt on your, or take, maybe refinance your house if you're thinking like that. Just don't do it in this period when Venus is here, because this energy is the energy that may make you detach. Like if you take some money with the friend right now, or give to money to some friend, if he not does not pay you back, then there will be complete detachment. So same way, if you take a money on your house during this time, or any fixed asset, selling gold and stuff like that, you may not be able to recover that back. So that's why I suggest not to take any big risk, or don't do very big investments, not even lending, not even investing. Now, Venus is good here in one case. Venus sometimes here gives you very great opportunity to get into what you call get into family dynamics. If it is very, very bad, completely detached because of Ketu, Venus comes here and adds a little bit of ease in that family dynamics. Mercury in retrograde motion enters into the sign of Gemini. That's okay. There is no problem. Mercury is still in the sign. Some expenses can happen, so you want to be very careful. And especially expenses can happen related to your siblings, your friends. I told you, do not lend money to the friends. And thirdly, it can be related to travel as well. Sun enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, Sun is also approaching its sign. So before that, Sun is preparing yourself to be extremely powerful. Sun and Jupiter together, what a powerful combination. These both planets are going to make your attitude, yourself, your determination very, very strong to take action. So it's a very powerful placement of Sun also. Only thing is that Sun is looking at the seventh house, which is the house of an enemy. So here's some egoistic battle between you and your partner, either business partner, either wife, etc. This is what we want to be extremely careful about. We don't want to take any kind of, we can say, Rohitji, any kind of harsh steps regarding relationships during this time. Mercury finally turns direct. Mercury is very, very funny. Sometimes becomes retrograde, direct, retrograde, direct, retrograde. It's all having fun. So Mercury becomes direct. Finally, your communication, your expenses ease down, and Mercury will be showing good news to you, good things to you. Your communication, if also done something wrong, may now become rectified. But now Saturn becomes retrograde for 5 months in the sign of Pisces. Very good news for Sadesati people. Those people who are going through Sadesati, especially Aries people, very, very good news, because finally relaxation will happen. That okay, Saturn cannot do anything very, very bad to us at the moment. So that way it is very good. But retrograde Saturn, especially the seventh and the eighth house Lord retrograde, you will have to do multiple times. You cannot now rely on destiny. It has to be more of effort. In relationships, in partnerships, more effort. In research, in anything to do with your what you call any shared resources, inheritance, more effort you have to put to get that. So that is what now it's a very big transit. When we are approaching near Saturn or this period, we'll be making a videos. Please subscribe, because the retrograde Saturn also the drishti becomes retrograde and so many things happen. So we will talk about it, but when we are closer to this event. Okay, thank you. 2026 yearly horoscope is here, so you can book it now, either on WhatsApp, either on WhatsApp link is in the description, or either you can go to acastro.ca and we'll be doing it. Now August is here already. Venus enters into Virgo and becomes debilitated. No problem at all. Venus debilitated is not a very big problem here. But the only problem is that Venus is debilitated in the house of your friends, in the house of your neighbors, in the house of your hobbies. So you may feel a little bit of not so powerful to to do your hobbies, to talk to friends. You'll feel like isolated. You'll say, I want to be isolated. This is a more of a time of skill development, because see, Venus is putting an exalted aspect on the ninth house, skill development, learning, higher learning. So you will be a little bit of detached, but more higher learning. So some learning is happening here. Many people who are thinking of education also may be going to foreign countries, because Venus is looking at the ninth house. So that means some short term or long term, like maybe short term is 1 2 3 years, that kind of journey is what can begin during this period. Mars enters into the sign of Gemini here in the 12th house. This also tells that because of business, see again, fifth house Lord is in the 12th house. That means education or for work. People may be going abroad. Expenses may happen in traveling during this time as well. Mercury finally enters into Cancer. Nice, chilling. Mercury is very good in here. Soon it will be approaching the sign of Virgo, where it will become exalted. So Mercury is in a very good placement. Only thing with Mercury here is that since it will be combust completely, because Sun is here, and Mercury is entered into Cancer. Sun Sun may be in a higher degree. There will be a little bit of time where Buddha Aditya Yoga actually happens here. But on a positive note, Mercury here is going to make sure some good news, either from a very long distant place or either from your workplace, is coming for you. Because see, what has happened is that this is the place where Mars become debilitated, but this time Mars will be a special debilitated. We will come to that next month, that how it is going to be. And when Mercury is here, which is the Lord of the third house, exactly 11th from itself in the ascendant, it brings some good news. So let's hope for the best. What kind of good news is coming in the month of August? From your workplace, from your siblings, from your friends, from a distant place, something will come. Sun now enters into own sign, Leo. Now here also eclipse energy starts building, but what happens? Sun is coming to its own sign. That means your status, second house is house of status, your status goes up. Your your bank balance goes up. Ketu is not able to do anything wrong. Ketu can just put Sun a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to mingling with family, but otherwise Sun is very powerful. Sun will make sure that all the income related problems that you're going through completely get solved here in this month. So very powerful. Mercury also enters into Leo. Mercury and Ketu are very good friends. So Mercury will now go towards the side, towards Ketu, and try to be very nice with Ketu and whatnot. Can you see how fast Mercury is? Did you notice this? Second, it entered into the sign of Gemini. 5th August, it again entered into the sign of Cancer. And between 5th and 22nd, zip, it went fast to the sign of Leo. Mercury is very, very fast, man. and it is coming towards its exaltation. So some good news related to finance, financial relief is coming for all the people who are Cancer ascendant in the month of August 2026. Sometimes even money promised in the month of March, April may come during August. So good money, good income may be coming. So let's hope for the best. September is here. Venus is entering into the sign of Libra, into its own sign, into the fourth house. Peace, happiness also comes here. There is possibility that you may do some kind of real estate transaction or maybe buy a vehicle, upgrade something. So let's be very, very open to it, and very, very good news. Some gains are also coming in your home environment becomes very, very good, and then Mercury enters into Virgo, becomes exalted. Now this is good time for visa application. This is good time for signing any contracts. This is good time for short distance travel. This is good time for making your siblings bond very good, and it is also good time to do any proposal to the government so that you can get something very easily, very nicely, very powerfully. Okay, now the biggest event again that happens. Oh, let me come to this. Now what happens is that sun is also coming here, so that's why I told you, anything to do with government, anything to do with powerful people, if you do during this time, if you communicate to them, you are going to receive something very powerful back. So very good. Now the again, Mars in the beginning of the year started with exaltation, right? Here it is in debilitation but in more power, because a Neech Bhang Raja Yoga is happening in your ascendant, which is so great that every house of Mars, every house of Jupiter will start giving you great results. Your enemies will be destroyed, your education will be good. If you're trying for progeny, this is a very good time. If you're trying for stock market, everything will be superb for you. When we talk about your career, some very great powerful thing in career can be seen. Also, when we see, look here, with Mars, aspecting your seventh house in an exalted manner, relationships, money from that relationships, everything is like amazing for you. See what a debilitated planet can do when it is with an exalted planet. Very powerful. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Libra. Now, Mercury entering into the sign of Libra is also good news because it is in progression. Now, Mercury will start becoming retrograde, and then Venus will now become retrograde, again go back. So, there is a lot of drama that is coming in the month of October. October is always a very, very heavy month because Sun also that time becomes debilitated. So, here, still in September, we are in very good action. This, when Mercury comes here, it is the 12th house. You may be traveling back to your home place sometimes to meet your parents, traveling. So, some kind of travel can happen during this period. Okay. October has come already. Now, October, Venus is going to retrograde into the sign of Libra. Now, I told you, see, now Venus will start doing all this. Venus is in retrograde motion. Venus says, okay, the luxury, the spending, the home gains, everything happened. But did I miss something out? Did I miss some communication? Did I miss something to be expressed? That's why Venus becomes retrograde and goes to the sign of, it will be going towards the sign of Virgo in debilitation to make sure that it completes any skill development that it was doing. Did it cut in the half, cut in the between? So it is going to do that for you. Later, Sun will enter into the sign of Libra. Now, this is not a very great placement for Sun, especially for your home. If any disputes related to real estate, etc., is happening, not a great time for you. So you want to be extra careful and take help of Mars during this time. That means your brother, your friends. That is how you have to work. But it is very good, extremely good for career. If career, see, this year is a very powerful year for career. If you see how things have happened, from it's everything started from your relationship and then went to transformation, then went to your luck, then went to career, then gains, then some expenses, then again came on yourself, then in the second house all the planets came, then third related to money wise, then communication, then now it has come to family wise. We may have a little bit of, we cannot give family time during this time. We will have a very, very busy schedule because work wise we will be doing absolutely wonderful. And then Mercury also becomes retrograde in the sign of Libra. Now Mercury is saying that if Venus became retrograde and is going to do something, it means in retrograde motion Venus is not that great. Okay, so remember this. In retrograde motion, luxury planet is not that great. In retrograde motion, Mercury is very great because Mercury is always retrograde. In 50% of 70% of chart in the world, you are born, Mercury is retrograde. So Mercury in retrograde is very comfortable, but when it comes to Venus in retrograde, it's not comfortable. But the energy that Venus can do any wrong in the area related to your communication. Mercury is going retrograde to make sure that if there is any problem, Mercury will take care. So it is good. On top of that, here a very powerful thing happens that Jupiter will enter into the sign of Leo. Rahu, if you realize this, Rahu did not have an aspect of Jupiter, and Rahu was creating lot of havoc. That's why Jupiter moved to the sign of Leo for a while to give Rahu the taste. Rahu is still getting taste from Mars. Mars is still looking at the eighth aspect on Rahu, but Rahu gets now more control. So a lot of problems that were happening in the area related to your your hidden things, like your relationships, your your what you say inheritances, your shared resources, your partnership money with in-laws, everything gets controlled now because of Jupiter transit. Jupiter will make sure that your career, your income goes up, your debts go down because of the fifth aspect of Jupiter on the sixth house. Your relationships are very, very much better with your colleagues. Your transformation, that means anything to do with sudden ups and downs, stop, and only good things happen. And your career, because it is putting an aspect, ninth aspect on the 10th house. So your career goes very powerful. This is a great year for career for Cancer ascendant people. Now, this Jupiter is a very big deal. So we're going to make a very big video on this closer to the date. So please make sure you are subscribed so that you do not miss it. November is here, and now November is a very, very important month. If you see, Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo beginning of November. That means it is going to debilitation again. It is going to debilitation, but very close is where Mercury is. Mercury is very close to the energy of Venus. So that's why we can be, excuse me, bless me. Here Mercury is very, very close to that energy, so that he will take care of Venus in a very passive way. Some Neechbang Rajyog is happening, but not really, very passive way. But Venus is going to be very extremely, giving you some skill development, some destiny wise, it will give you something very great. Okay. Sometimes if you are doing any work with your siblings, this is the time to take extra care when Venus is retrograde and enters into the sign of Virgo. Mars enters into Leo. Here also, Mars becomes very powerful in the sign of Leo. It's a very, very, see, as Sun becomes exalted in the sign of, what you say, Aries, same way Mars feels very comfortable in the sign of Leo. It's a fire sign. And in fire sign, a fire planet becomes very great. So Mars is very good. Aggressively, it can give you some wealth or can create some opportunities for wealth. But only thing that we want to be careful about is speech. Sometimes things said when Mars and Ketu are together are so hurtful that a wound can heal, but that speech that you have come out of your mouth cannot heal. So we want to be very careful about what we speak during this time. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Libra because it knows that Venus is turning direct, so it also turns direct. It says, now I have no issues because Venus is going to come back. So it has taken care of this situation, and Mercury turns direct. So your communication, your travel, everything will now be smooth as before. Venus also turned direct into Virgo. That means it is now approaching the fourth house. All the things that communication wise it was pending is already done now it is absolutely coming back. So it's a very, if you see from 6th of November till 14th of November, it was creating some kind of challenges in this area related to your courage, your actions, and all that. Now it is direct and it is very, very good for you. Sun enters into the sign of Scorpio, second house lord in the fifth house, monetary gains from children, gains to children. There is possibility that your children may excel in education. Sometimes they may get some kind of good results or some acceptance in a foreign country, as what we call their acceptance in a foreign country for some programs or something like that. So it's a very good sign. But here, great time for speculative gain also. If you see a Rashi Parivartan happening between Mars and Sun, so it's a very great time to make wealth. And this year is very good for career and very good for wealth also. So I'm so happy for all the Cancer. My wife is Cancer, right? Rohiji ascendant. So next year, that means I'm retiring next year and she will make a lot of money. So good. Later, we will see that Venus has entered into the sign of Libra. Now, Venus is very comfortable here. Venus, again, it is going to add luxury to your life. Good time for buying vehicles, selling vehicles, buying house, selling house. Everything related to real estate is good. In fact, in your In your career also, it may give upliftment. December is here, Rohit. See how fast the year is ending, 2026. Mercury will enter into the sign of Scorpio on 2nd of December. Now look at this sign, Scorpio. This is the sign that is, where Mercury becomes a little bit of uh, not that great. And here it is receiving an aspect of Mars also. The fourth aspect of Mars is here. So we want to be again very careful when it comes to any communication or any miscommunication with our loved ones, especially in relationship area, especially that this can cause losses, breakups, stuff like that. So we want to be very careful about what we speak. Anyways, it's a very long time to go, December 2026, but we will make a video on this about what are the remedies that can be done, because this is the fifth house of mantra chanting. And here when Mercury comes in such energy, a special type of Ganesha, I will explain you that time when we are making the video. Special type of Ganesha and a special type of mantra of Ganesha, it's a tantric mantra, has to be taken into consideration, because that really uplifts Mercury's energy here and will not harm you at all. That's what it is. Now a very big event, and that is Rahu and Ketu. Rahu and Ketu are making a transit on 5th of December 2026, and they will be coming into the first and the seventh house. Now, all the focus from your wealth and your transformation now goes on your relationships and yourself. I am a Leo sign. Ketu is in Leo. I know what happens. Ketu in Leo makes you lazy, does not want to work. Same way in Cancer, it is a water sign. Ketu here is completely making you emotional. Ketu is going to make you very detached from yourself. Only you will feel, I am going to go some Himalayas, I am going to not work, that kind of situation. But Rahu, on the other hand, it will enhance, empower your relationship. Many people will want to come and partner with you. Many people will want to come and say that, let's work together. But you will be completely disinterested, not interested. So we will do a very big video on Rahu and Ketu and the effects of Rahu and Ketu in the sign of Cancer and sign of Capricorn. So we will talk about it. But that's for a very big video. But this transit is a very, very important. If you're going through Rahu Ketu Mahadasha, then this is a very powerful transit that you will be seeing during this time. Okay, Rohit, next is when Saturn will turn direct into the sign of Pisces. After 5 months, Saturn is now direct. Sadisati people, get ready, because now a little bit of challenge comes. Again, Saturn is going to put that forward motion. In 2027, Saturn is going to transit. So that's also happening. So we'll be making a video way early so that everyone can prepare. Now, Saturn is looking at your 11th house of gains, looking at your third house, and looking at the sixth house. This means that all the areas related to all the work related to areas related to your social circle, related to communication, signing of contracts, and related to judicial system takes top priority, and you will be in 100% great hands here to get justice. So any problems happening in the justice area, Saturn is getting direct, and great news for you begins. Jupiter becomes retrograde here. Now Jupiter is saying, Ketu, where is my Ketu? Ketu went, let me go back to Ketu. So Jupiter is going to go into the sign of Cancer soon. Retrograde Jupiter in the second house, in a fire sign, and coming from Magha Nakshatra, many people get dethroned. Governments can have a little bit of ups and downs during this time, because Jupiter, many people, dethrone means why you're going back from Magha Nakshatra to the sign of Cancer. So many people can, those who got immediate, sometimes, big promotions and all, you have to be very careful now how to maintain your seat. Again, this is a little bit of challenging retrogression of Jupiter. We will talk about it in the bigger video. But I have seen when Jupiter gets retrograde in the sign of Magha Nakshatra, in the nakshatra of Magha, then it creates dethroning. Look at Chanakya Niti. Chanakya was nothing, but he made kings. Same way, Jupiter is Brihaspati. Guru does not want to rule. Guru wants you to rule, but it's going to make you king, but with proper wisdom. So here, when in Magha Nakshatra, he says that either you have got wisdom or not. This is the test of Jupiter. So in the workplace, because it is looking at the ninth house, in the sixth house, looking at you. So if you're ethical, everything is good, then Jupiter will not do anything harm. But if it is not there, then it will be a challenge for you. So we'll talk about it when we are very close to this. Sun enters into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, this is a little bit good news, because Jupiter and Sun, if you see, there's a Rashi Parivartan. So Sun gives lot of strength to Jupiter. And in the workplace, this powerful Sun removes enemy, removes obstacles, removes challenges. So this is good news, Rohitji. This is a good transit and right time, right Rashi Parivartan has happened. Otherwise, this could have been a little bit of challenging time for all the Cancer ascendant people. See, whole year went very bad, and then in the end of the year, we cannot have some kind of a challenge. So this is good news, very good news of this transit. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Sagittarius, makes a Viprit Rajyog, good time for foreign travel and good time for settlement in a foreign country. Sometimes it is good time for repay your debt also. So very great, very, very great time. When it comes to Mercury Mahadashantar, whenever I'm doing any transit, anything, close your eyes and see where is your Mahadasha and Antardasha and Pratyantardasha. And all those planets' movement are going to affect you the most. Okay, that's how you have to look at a chart. All the best. A very, very happy new year. 2026 yearly horoscope is on, and we will be taking all the requests now. So, WhatsApp is in the description, and otherwise, book online acastro.ca. All the best. And let's move on to Leo Rohiji. Leo. Okay, let's. Leo Ascendant Rohit Ji. Now that is me also. Huh? So not only everyone else who's watching, but it is me as well. How my life is also going to be next 2026. I know a little bit of things. I've done analysis, but to be very precise and how, whatnot, let's go ahead. 2026 yearly horoscope is on now. You can book it on acastro.ca or you can even WhatsApp in the description link below. Now, here in the month of January, we start from 13th of January when Venus will enter into the sign of Capricorn. Now, look at Venus. Venus is the lord of the 10th house at the third house. That is lord of your communication as well as lord of your career. Going to the sixth house of daily work and routine. Well, for a benefit planet like Venus, sixth house is a little bit of discomfort house. But when it comes to the ownership of this house, Rohitji, it is related to Shani. And Shani is making a Viprit Rajyo here. So Shani Dev is also doing very good. And top of that, Venus is also in a comfortable position in the friend's house. So good news for people who are struggling in career. Very good news for career. That means any problems related to any jobs, any workplace problems, anything that is you are too it's so difficult in your workplace. Now you'll get a little bit of luxury, little bit of relief in that area. Surya Dev also enters there. So see, your majority of the big things in this year is going to be starting from the sixth house. That is the house of service. That means it is a very important time when the Lagna Lords go to the sixth house and makes Makar Sankranti also very big festival happens. In that scenario, Rohit ji, here mostly it is required for taking care of your health, as well as this is time that sun says now it is a time for you to completely transform and repair yourself. So this is exactly the period that we are seeing for Surya entering into the sixth house. With sun in the sixth house, government related problems, government related challenges may also get solved. So that is a very, very good news for all the people of Leo ascendant. Now after that, 13, 14, 16, 17, everyone is running up to the 6000. Here Mars, the yoga karka planet for you, gets exalted. Very good time for property purchase, very good time to do something that has to do with more of service. Your destiny is very good. If there is any court case etc going on, you are going to be victorious. There is also possibility that if you are applying for some debt loan related to property, related to education, this is also the time that may get approved, and you may be it may be very eased out in the area related to taking debts. And that is where comes the fourth planet, that is Mercury. Mercury Buddha is a very important planet in your birth chart. Remember, the second and the 11th house lord, all the gains, all the money that we are supposed to receive has to come with the blessings of Mercury. Now, here, your workplace becomes very, very powerful. Your health, your daily routines, your in fact, your maternal uncles become very powerful during this time. There is possibility that you may have some transactions, some talking, something with that maternal uncle or aunts of yours. If enemies are there, beware enemies, not you, because Sun and Mars will burn them to ashes. So it is a very powerful sixth house for you in an overall level. And whenever Sun will come here, it will make beautiful, like there will be Namavasya. So it will make a very beautiful yoga with Mars, Mahalakshmi Yoga, Viprit Raj Yoga. Super. It is overall very, very pleasant. Let's hope for the best. So the month of January is to remove obstacles from your life. Month of January is when you will feel a little extra comfortable. So very great. Moving on to February, see, four transits in January. February is already here, and Mercury will enter into the sign of Aquarius. Now Mercury is very fast. Mercury entering into the sign of Aquarius on in the seventh house. That means gains from partnership areas. If you are thinking of getting some kind of gains from new relationship, partnership, if you have done a startup, absolutely great time and things are going to be in your favor. So all the very best for this placement. In fact, because seventh house, it is sitting with Rahu, those who are in software industry, those who are in IT industry, you will see a major transformation in your designation. If you're going through by chance Mercury or Rahu period, then congratulations, because you are going to get promoted during this time. So all the very best. Venus also enters into the sign of Aquarius. Venus is very comfortable here. Now Kendra Lord coming into the Kendra. So this is a Raja Yoga. But here it is with Rahu. Now Venus is related to love life, etc. When it comes to Leo ascendant people, if you are thinking of some kind of marriage, associations, new partnership, here you are receiving an aspect of Jupiter as well on the seventh house. So there is a lot of possibility that there is upliftment as well as some blockage that is there in the love life goes away from your life. So this is a great news as well. So we are still very happy, very lucky, very powerful here. Very nice. Later, we will see that Sun also enters into Aquarius. Now, see, there is a complete stellium here with four planets, and Mars is also coming there, at February 23. Now, Lagna Lord in the seventh house, this is a house related to your Marakastan. Marakastan means somewhere where you have health problems. Sun and Rahu coming together, eclipse energy is building. And here, when they come together, we want to be very careful about our lower abdomen, especially urine infections. Those who are female sisters have to be worried about their menstrual cycles. There can be, we can also talk about some stomach related issues that can be more of, we can, if I want to put it, or it can be more of UTIs, kidney stones, gallbladder stones, stomach infections, everything to do with IBS. All this kind of things can happen because intense energy is in your seventh house. So it is a very important time to be very, very, you know, what is a caution. Since Mars is here in the beginning of February, if you do some small remedy, and the remedy is to donate blood. If you do blood donation during this time, then there is a possibility that nothing, no big problem will come to you. So, because already you have been to a clinic, your blood is out of your body. So do some kind of donation. This is the biggest donation in the world, blood donation. So do such kind of donations, it will be very good for you. Later, Mars also comes into the seventh house. Now, here when Mars and as well as we can say Sun, Rahu, all this are together, Rahu is completely controlled. Remember this. Sun fears a little bit because Rahu has to swallow Sun and whatnot. Because 2nd of March, there is an eclipse, complete lunar eclipse. So here, a lot of things are happening. Sun, Moon, the 12th house Lord will be in affliction and whatnot. But here, Mars is also in Kendra. Kendra Lord in Kendra. Kendra, all three Kendra Lords are in Kendra. This is a very, very special Raj Yoga. Very good time for partnership or getting into new partnerships. Only thing that we have to be careful of Rahu's illusion. We don't want to get carried away too much during this time. Because sometimes in these cases, we are so much powerful that we blindly trust people. So in February is a month when you need to be more, selective. Mercury turns retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. Now, a retrograde Mercury here with such powerful energies, and especially with Sun, is in safe hands, no problem. But you have to put more, you have to be more validating things related to what you say, what you claim, and secondly, also things related to your partnerships. Any signature, any signing of contracts need to be done with extreme caution, especially if you're going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha. So Feb and January are pretty decent, good. It is all revolving around the 6,000, then 7,000, then it is going to go forward and whatnot. March is here and beginning of March. 2nd of March is where Venus will enter into Pisces, but 2nd and 3rd of March is when there is going to be a total lunar eclipse as well. Lunar eclipse, that means 12th house Lord is going to get into affliction. So the areas that are going to affect it are partnership areas and your ascendant. That means both these places, whenever the alignment happens, then only there is an eclipse. In this situation, it is very important to make decisions in a very, very precise manner. We want to make sure that, especially in the partnership area, which is going very well, there may be a lot of opportunities, but still we want to be back of the head. Understand that there is darkness over light. So we want to be careful. But from 27th of February till maybe 7th of March, we should not get into any big signature, big deals, or big changes, resignations, and stuff like that. Should not be done. You should be holding off to this dark energy to just pass off. Venus is going to get exalted here. Now, this is a very beautiful news for all the people. Venus is the lord of the 10,000, sitting 11th from itself. So, in a hidden manner, in a very silent manner, you are going to get some really great benefit in your workplace, in your communication. There can be also possibility that somewhere health wise you may suddenly get very big problem. Health wise you may get some very very difficult problem, but it is also possible that you may be able to we can say solve that problem, and your longevity, your life, your what your duration of life increases doing. So there is going to be some very great things that your life is going to turn, because Saturn and Venus are together. That is also great news. Both are very good friends. Venus is very comfortable with Saturn, so it is great. Jupiter, which went retrograde on 11th of November 2025, is now getting direct on 11th of March 2026. A direct Jupiter in this is means direct creativity. Your area where there was a little bit of red in your stock market, share market, that is where you will see some upward trend. You will also see some great gains that have been promised, especially in the area related to inheritance. Also, if you are wondering at what why nothing is happening, where is shared resources, money from partnerships, some in-laws promise something, where are these things? It may also turn out to be in your favor. So it's a very beautiful thing. Surya Lagna Lord entered in the eighth house. Now, this is also ascendant Lord is a very benefit for everyone. So it will here come here and repair only any problems related to bad habits, related to your longevity, your age, something to do with sorrow, something to do with some journey or some sins that you have created. Sometimes we make mistakes, right? So this is the time to resolve them. With Mercury getting direct into Aquarius, that is also great news, because Mercury here, once it is direct, all the partnership problems, all the challenges, they start to vanish from your life. All the speech speech problems, you giving someone some commitment, in your social circle, if some partnership was not supposed to happen or what not happening in the right way, now this is the time that things are in very very much power. So you will see something very great happening with you. One more thing we forgot. Venus enters into the sign of Aries now. Now look at Venus. It is the 10th house lord, sitting exactly 12th from itself and opposite from the third house. That means those who are in publishing business, those who are thinking of publishing something, writing something, those who are thinking of taking education, this is also a very great time for you. Sometimes from your workplace, you are put into some training during this time. And because Venus is going to go into the sign of Taurus next month, and that is a time that your monetary benefits, your status, your power, your rank improves. So this is the, we can say this is just doing some kind of work before the great news. So here you will start hearing news. That is where when Venus goes there, it will manifest for you. All the best. Now April is here. When we look at April, Mars will enter into the sign of Pisces. Now, here, very importantly, Mars is a yoga karka. Whenever it will sit 12th from the ninth house, it is called by Prigu Rishi. It is called by Parashara. It says whenever the ninth house lord will sit in the eighth house, it is loss of destiny. So sometimes in such cases, if we are very, very much dependent on our destiny, that okay, destiny will take care of it, we don't need to worry, destiny will do this, then this is not going to work. It is a time of doing extra research, more hard work, putting more efforts in your social circle, putting more effort in your communication, because Mars aspect is going in the 11th house and the third house. And the common 7th house aspect on the second house means no big investments during this time, because this is where cheating, this is where trouble, this is where challenges can come. Mercury enters into Pisces and now becomes debilitated here. See, this is an important time now not to make big investments. Second house Lord is debilitated, 11th house Lord is debilitated. So if someone tells you that, come, there is a very big scheme, we should do this investment, we should make double money in 6 months, 5 months, 7 months, just ignore such things. Do not make very big, what you say, do not give such people from your social circle big importance. This is the time to be extremely low key. It is a time to not put put an extrovert energy out there. It is try to be just be calm in solitude, try to do meditation, try to do lot of chanting related to the lord of this house, that is Jupiter, and Jupiter is Lord Vishnu. So do Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, do the Vishnu Sahasranam. That is the kind of remedies that you should be doing. But now, as Sun goes into the ninth house and becomes exalted. This is great news. Exalted sun in the ninth house. That means now your destiny is like completely lit up. So if you see, the period is not that big. From 2nd of April till 14th of April is when there will be a little bit of challenge, but then sun is in very powerful position. So here again your destiny may rise. You may see that whatever happens, God is there. Somewhere you get support, some hand from God. And Leo ascendant people, you should be very proud of yourselves because you are born in Leo. You can understand that there is only one king and you're born in that ascendant. So this is not a coincidence. You have those qualities of that lion, qualities of the king. That's why you're born here. So that's why be very proud of yourself. And this sun in the ninth house is a very great time to receive blessings directly from God. So any aspect of your life is going in trouble, sun is going to come here and save you. And see, what happens later? Venus goes to the 10th house. 10th house lord in the 10th house. Ninth house has a powerful exalted planet, Jupiter. Like, see the pattern here: Saturn, Sun, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Sun, Venus, Jupiter. Everyone is aligned. In see, 8th house, 9th house, 10th house, 11th house. Just see the importance of this alignment. All these houses are so active, and there are three good. If you see, Venus very good position, Sun very good position, Jupiter very good position, ready almost ready means ready to go into exaltation in next 1.5 month. So it is a very powerful placement. All the things related to your career, your destiny, your learning, your gains is activated. And with Venus going to the 10th house, April becomes a very powerful month to get that recognition, to get to put your thoughts into action, also to get more power. Your ranking goes up during this time, so very powerful. Mercury also ends its debilitation, enters into the sign of Aries. Now here the destiny, the money lord, 11th house lord, 11th from itself with an exalted sun, second house lord in the ninth house. This is time again your destiny takes a very very powerful lift, and monetary benefits happen because of some journey, because of advice of your guru, your bosses. Everyone is happy around this place, and a great time to achieve power. Very powerful. It is in front of you. Nothing is made up. See, the whole left side of your chart is active. This is left side. Don't take it that if you're looking like this is right side. No, this is left side of the chart. Is active, very powerful. Now, since we come to end in April, we enter into superb May. Now, 2026 yearly horoscope is here. So those who are watching should please book. And if you want to book, you can book on acastro.ca, or you can email, or there's a WhatsApp link in the description. You go click, automatically it is going to ask about your yearly reading booking. Okay, all the best. May 2026. Now Mars enters into the sign of Aries here, finally out of that small chakra view. Chakra view means that circle where it is exactly there at the, what we say, eighth house. That means loss of destiny. Here we can see some power, and especially why this power. This power may come from your courage, super courage. Very great time for real estate. Sun, see the Lord of Bhagya, the Lord of your money, and the Lord of your ascendant are all together in this ninth house. Ninth house is also the house from where Jupiter, what do you call, Mars looks at the 12th house. So that means foreign travel, foreign settlement, getting home or real estate in a foreign country, possibility of some great communication or very short distance travel that may change your destiny altogether is going to happen during this beginning of May 2026. Venus enters into Gemini. A beautiful Lakshmi Narayan yoga is happening in the 11th house, where the 10th house lord is in progression with the 5th house lord, and both are aspecting the 5th house of Mahalakshmi. So by the grace of Mahalakshmi, Annapurna, you are going to be in such a beautiful position where you are receiving some massive gains, some very great gains that you're not even expecting such kind of gains. So It is a time to get your goals, get your aspirations, everything cleared. So in the beginning of the month year, please write down your goals that you are supposed to be realistically achieving till May 2026. And as soon as Venus comes here, it will manifest that beautiful goals for you. With Mercury now entering into the 10th house, this is also a great placement of the second and the 11th house lord. Here you gain a lot of traction in your workplace. Those who are in business, trade, they're going to see a great improvement, especially business related to softwares, IT. Analytics, those who are in any kind of accounting, anyone who's doing any kind of social media, like anything thing to do with social media, digital marketing, you will see some great, powerful, what you say, traction in your business and your work. One thing very important with Mercury is that whenever Mercury, even for 1 day or 2 days, enter into any kind of place in a, we can say, in alone, it becomes very difficult. Huh? That's why if you see on 15th of May, Mercury is entering into Taurus, and same day, Sun is also entering into Taurus. So Sun will not leave Mercury. They are in close degrees always. So Sun is with Mercury, so that Mercury in impulsiveness cannot take any kind of wrong decisions. Sun is giving lot of strength. Lagna Lord in the 10th house, again a Raja Yoga. So this is the time Lagna Lord as well as second house Lord in this 10th house. And it's there is something called um, I forgot the yoga name, but when the ascendant lord and the second house lord sit together in the 10th house, it's a very big Raj yoga that happens, and which can create kings. And this is a very good time for startups. Basically, the whole reason of telling this Raj yoga is that this is a time of startup. You can now get government support, you can get support of bosses, mentors, teachers, people in power, and use the right analytical method to move forward. So very great time. And then if you see the stellium that is happening, the 11th house lord is in the 11th house. Now this is, tell me, how can this not be gains? A layman would also say that, second house lord in the 11th house, ninth house lord in the 11th house, 10th house lord in the 11th house. What does this mean? That this means that gains come in a very larger scale. Sometimes you're socially so powerful that's in social media, etc. You will, I think, Rohit ji, by that time, if I am thinking about it, look at Instagram channel we started now. Maybe by that time in May 2026, we will see some great result in that Instagram, because 11th house is where all the planets are coming. What do you think about it, Rohit ji? No, I'm saying you're not listening. Yeah, I said time. What? What did I say?
What you said?
I was saying that all three planets are coming in the 11th house. They are going to be very powerful. That means you're going to achieve goals, gains, everything. So don't you think we started an Instagram channel, and by that time we are supposed to, because I am also Leo ascendant, supposed to receive something very great during that time? What do you think?
Yes, definitely. So many gains. Even I was watching from January to May, only the month which I find little difficult when all planets were in this seventh house from spouse point of view. Otherwise, as you told that all planets aligned in the brighter half of the day, this is really good alignment. And yes, you deserve lots of followers, subscribers, and gifts from all the family members. And I told you this year there are so many exchanges. When you telling about eighth house, when Mercury was there in the last month, and that time Mercury was there in the eighth house, and eighth house Lord Jupiter was in 11th house. So
Mercury is
people who are in the occult business, manufacturers, engineers, they are going to gain whatever they want in this time. So this is, I think, for the eighth house people who are eighth house profession.
doctors,
Oh, they
doctors,
can earn
surgeons, financial analysts, veterinarians, anything to do with terms of, taxation, lawyers, occultists, researchers, PhD people. It's a great, great year for them.
great year. And you know why great year for Leo? Now you tell me why. Why this is great year for Leo?
Because I am Leo, I'm the best.
The Shah Rukh Khan, "Ah, I am the best." No, the logic is this. This year is for you people because
Number one is
6 plus
sun.
2 plus 8. Yes, sun. Sun will activate here whole year. So this is time to be a leader in your field.
Let's hope for the best, Rohitji. Not even leader, at least if we will be able to help someone in the right way, that is also God's gift only. And
Guidance, right
I-
guidance.
that is only
Yes.
important. Baki leader and all will come and go. but legacies have to continue where you're doing righteous activities.
Yes.
ठीक है. Moving forward, so sun entering into Taurus, and we would have Mercury enters into Gemini. So we discussed, like, great time for all the people who are in social media, digital marketing, anything with communication, sales. We can talk about people who are doing masses, people who are doing yoga, meditation is masses, like something that has mass appeal. If you're in that business, it's going to be blowing up for you. So powerful. May is very good, and as soon as we enter into June, I cannot wait. 2nd of June is when Jupiter enters into Cancer and becomes exalted. No, Rohitji, this is my Hindu Lagna also. Those people who know me, and we in the class, we were discussing that, sir, your Hindu Lagna is going to get exalted Jupiter next year. You're going to make a lot of money. I said a lot of expenses also can happen, so you never know how it is going on. But Jupiter in the 12th house makes a Viprit Rajyog. In such conditions, even if expenses happen at certain point of time, it is for your betterment only. So some very great news related to property, real estate, because Jupiter is putting now aspect on the fifth, fourth house, on the sixth house, and on the eighth house. So it is controlling both the bad places, and it is also controlling your real estate. So there is a very great possibility that some expenses can happen in the real estate area, which is good, no? But progress is happening. So let's buy some house property, cars, vehicles, maybe buy some fixed assets, gold, silver. This is the kind of time to be doing when Jupiter enters into Cancer. Now, this is a very big video with lot of things. So we are going to be making a very large scale, very detailed, proper video about this Jupiter. So do subscribe so that whenever you are there at that point of time, you do not miss this video. Okay. Venus enters into Cancer, so the Lakshmi Narayan Yoga is not ending. It is there in the 12th house now. So you can expect some great news from foreign countries, especially work-wise. If you are working in a foreign country, or if you're trying to go to a foreign country, even for a shorter period of time, some big gains, some big transaction is going to happen here, which is very, very powerful. Sun entering into the sign of Gemini. Now ascendant Lord in the 11th house with the 11th house Lord. What are we thinking here? So you see from beginning of this year, it is only gains, positive, little bit of challenge related to seventh house. Yes, Rohit is right in the month of February, but otherwise see gains. And here's Sun also coming in the 11th house. This is a time to think big, man. In If you're watching this video and this is beginning of the year, please think very big. Try to put your life, try to put yourself into lot of major messes. The more you are in mess, the more you'll be able to come out of it, more you'll be able to solve it very nicely. So put extra burden on your life. That's my suggestion to all the Leo ascendant people. And you can take, if the lion can take burden of the whole kingdom, then you cannot take burden of the small life. Come on, enjoy, be powerful, man. Mars goes to the 10th house. Here also, Yoga Karka, 9th house Lord in the 10th house. Again, gain in destiny, gain through father, gain through mentors, teachers, bosses, guru. Looking at the 10th, looking at the 4th house, gain through real estate. Looking at the 5th house, gain through speculation. So everything is in your favor, guys. It's a very powerful, very, very great. I would say, don't jinx this year for us. Please. It is a solar year. Please, this solar year has to be very, very powerful for all the Leo people. For other also, it should be powerful. For me and my all my Leo watchers right now, it should be super. And it is showing all that scenario here. Now here, after that, Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Now here, when the 11th house Lord is in the 12th house, again you gain in a foreign country. There is possibility of expenses also, but expenses can be related to some kind of mass investment, some kind of investment for a big purpose, some kind of investment for a big mission, motive. 11th house is the house of mission, huh? Some mission that you achieved. That's why we say that my goal is completed. So here you will be investing during this time, so which is also very great. And then Mercury retrogrades in the sign of Cancer. See, Mercury has to retrograde, Mercury has to go back. It is now spending, but it has to go back to the house of gains and understand that if my goals are realistic, have I done everything right? Do I need to focus more on something else and whatnot? So Mercury retrograde period, try to be very committed about your communication. That number one is that do not do false promises, do not do any overboard promises, don't try to show off, and don't try to write something in anger, because see, this is the 12th house of your subconscious mind, and when these big planets are in subconscious mind, they may act a little bit differently than what we see. especially Mercury, which is a very dual nature planet. So it can sometimes act very, very weird also. So careful. Okay. Now comes month of beautiful July, when Venus enters into the sign of Leo in the beginning of the month. 4th of July, America will be doing independence, and here Venus will be saying, I am also independent now, but with Ketu. Ketu will try to, whenever Ketu and Venus are together, Ketu tries to convince Venus that why are you doing this luxury? What do you need all this? Leave everything, come to me, stop all illusion. There is nothing in this luxurious world. You surrender. That's exactly what Ketu's preaching is there for Venus. But Venus is very powerful here. If you see, it is the Lord of the third house sitting 11th from itself and Lord of the ninth house sitting fourth from itself. So it will be very comfortable and will make all its work done nicely without even making any noise. That's exactly Venus for you here. With Venus in the sign of Leo, it is also possible that love, relationship, etc. may feel a little bit of detached from your side, but you will still get a lot of support from your loved ones from the opposite side. So that is something to be. It may there are instances, there are times when we feel very detached in love, but it's going to be very temporary. Mercury in retrograde motion enters into the sign of Gemini because here it is supposed to now still fulfill some big goal, big work, big help from your social circle is supposed to come. So Mercury is still in retrograde motion, but in its own sign. So we are very comfortable here. Sometimes this is the time to choose your friends wisely, to make sure that if you have done a partnership or moving with someone ahead, that means that is a very clear, you know, idea around it. That's how you should see it. Sun enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, here the Lagna Lord is 12th from itself. Health wise, it's a very important time. Since Sun is with the 8th house Lord, sometimes related to accidents, related to daydreaming, related to health problem for a family member, especially for father, for grandfather. See, father and grandfather are together here. If you see, Saturn is set for very old people, again, grandfather, but Jupiter is the Karaka, the significator of grandfather. So that means father and grandfather are both together in the 12th house. So if you have that kind of a blessing in your life, like father and grandfather with you, you need to take extra care of such people. One more thing, when ascendant lord is in the 12th house, there is long distance travel and sometimes foreign settlement wise, if you're asking for any kind of government clearance, any visa, any passport, any stamping, it is a very powerful time for you. So all the very best. Later, the big thing that happens is that Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini. So again, your income, your power, you have now made right decisions. You are in the social circle, or you have made right, absolute, accurate decisions, and now you're moving with a lot of precision. So that is very good news. Mercury is a very important. If Mercury goes retrograde, if Mercury goes direct, then that means your money fluctuation happens in your life. So keep a very close tab on this Mercury. Saturn retrogrades in Pisces. Now, Saturn retrogrades in Pisces for 5 months. Those who are in Sadesati, especially the Aries people, will start getting some relief. So, Saturn getting retrograde is a relief for Aries, Sadesati people. Those Aries moon, they will start getting relief. But when it comes to Pisces people, it will be lot of things to be reworked on. Your mindset, your research, all big research for very months can suddenly go completely zero, and you have to restart everything. That is how exactly Saturn retrogrades behave. Now, because of the aspects of Saturn on your career, on your second house of money, and we can say investments, and on the fifth house of your speculative gains, here we will make a very big video to understand how the Saturnist energy is, what to do, what are the precautions to be taken, what are the actions to be taken, and how to navigate this time. For that, we'll be making this video very closer to when we come. So please subscribe so that you do not miss that video. Okay. August is here, and 2026 yearly horoscope. If you want to book your session, a tailored how your chart is going to be acting here, you can book online on acastro.ca, or we can do a WhatsApp link is in the description. You go down, click, and you will come on WhatsApp and just book it. Now, here Venus enters into the sign of Virgo. Now, Venus becomes what? Debilitated in the second house. What is it as time? This time is to not do very big investments. This time is not to take any big trouble or challenges with family. This time is also the time that not to do very big high commitments. Sometimes this is the time to just lay low, silent, and more work on your inwardness. That means eighth house, where it puts in an exalted aspect. This is a time to focus more on your inside research, inside analytics. Also, if investment have done in the past, now this is a time to revisit some investment. That are they moving forward with the right scale, not whatnot, anything more required. That is the kind of scenario that is needed for you. While it is good in career, in this debilitation, it's not bad because it is sitting fifth from the 10th house. So that means creativity wise, you'll be superb. But extra speaking extra should be avoided during this time. Ninth house lord goes to the 11th house, fourth house lord goes to the 11th house. You gain from your destiny also. You gain from your real estate, vehicles, home, family, land. Especially a great time for those people who are into real estate, those who buy and sell, those who are in any business of real estate. This is a very very beautiful and powerful time for you, so please make the most of this time. Mercury enters into Cancer again. Now here Mercury has come to do some expenses, huh? This is a time of investments also. So if you are gaining, now you have to pump money for investment. That is exactly how this month looks like for you. Surya Dev, every August Surya comes to Leo, and this is very powerful placement of Surya. It is with Ketu. That means eclipse energy will start becoming heavy. But it is with Ketu. Now we have to understand two things here. Number one, since it is with Ketu, Ketu may try to put illusion over your soul. And what is the illusion that Ketu puts? Always of detachment. That, okay, just leave this, go away, don't care. That is the kind of thing. So, but we want to be taking charge of this Ketu. Sun is going to be powerful only, but Ketu can create some disruption in your attitude, in your thinking, in your laziness. So even with Sun coming to its own sign, this is a time of caution for all the Leo ascendant people. Once Mercury enters into Leo, the energy of Ketu is divided. Mercury and Ketu are very comfortable with each other. And in such case, when Mercury comes, Mercury, entertains, we can say. Ketu, so the Ketu is busy, and at that point of time, Sun gives very powerful result to improve your destiny, to improve your, we can say, your social presence, your personality becomes very evolved. Sometimes at this point a very big transformation of spirituality also comes to you, that you may suddenly become super spiritual. Your communication, your body language, your places of visit comes completely becomes from a pub or a bar or a restaurant or a disc to directly a temple, a mosque, a church, a pilgrimage. That is exactly the transformation that happens when Sun, Mercury, everyone is together with Ketu in the sign of Leo. Okay. Moving forward, we go to the month of September. Now, when we talk about September, Venus will be very comfortable now coming into the third house. But third house is an Upchaya house. Here, short distance travel can start happening in the month of September. September is also a very good time to do higher education, anything to do in terms of skill development, turning your hobby into your profession. Your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues, your siblings may all come for help. So this is a very powerful time to communicate what is inside you. How do you want to grow in the area related to your career? This is that time where Venus is saying, okay, open up and I am ready to support you. Same way, Mercury becomes exalted here. Now see this powerful placement of Mercury going into the second house, while Venus is taken third house, Lagna Lord in the first house, second house Lord in the second house, third Lord in the third house. This is not small things. These are very, very powerful things. So, this time is the time that you may expect some great news related to your own personality, your own attitude, converting into wealth, and that converting from your hard work. So all three things are aligned. But somehow, because Saturn is retrograde as well as Mercury is putting a debilitated aspect there, before speaking something, before claiming something, do research twice, thrice, four times, five times. Because sometimes if you claim something and it is not true, then later you may have to face that problem when Mercury will become retrograde and going into Libra, then Venus will come back into retrograde. So some communication mishap can happen during this period. So we want to be careful about it. Sun enters into Virgo, again, ascendant lord in the second house is a powerful placement. Your power, your value, your status increases in your society. Your speech works like authoritative speech. So whatever you speak, whatever you say is the final word during this time. And Mars starts this month, in the month of January, with a exalted position. Now it becomes debilitated. But look at the power. Mars becomes debilitated in the 12th house, but on top of that, rather than giving bad results, it will give you extremely great results because it makes a Neech Bhang Raj Yoga. On top of that, a Viprit Raj Yoga. Both yogas is making, but Viprit Raj Yoga Jupiter is making, and Mars is sitting there. So it is very powerful. So Jupiter is making two yogas with Mars here. And when Moon will come here, it will be Gaj Kesari as well as it will be Mahalakshmi. So Mars debilitation is extremely positive for all the Leo ascendant people this year. It is extremely great. Everything related to your destiny, long distance travel, foreign settlement, we can know spirituality, anything to do with your real estate, expenses, debts that you're trying to take on it, refinance, everything will be so smooth that you will say, may God always this kind of time be there for my life. And Mercury enters into the sign of Libra. Now see again, first house lord in the second house lord in the third house lord in the third house. So this is also a great news where everything is control of the planets that own them, planets that are very nearby. So you will see that in this period, Venus will now become retrograde. So we want to be very confirm and very what you say precise about our communication, because see a lot of communication is sitting there as well with Venus. So we want to be very precise about overcommitment. That is the only problem here. Sometimes you feel that you are very courageous and you can do this also, that also, you do not say no, and then you later regret that what the hell did I do. October is here, and see October 3rd Venus gets retrograde into Libra. It is going towards debilitation now. So understand, now it is the time. If you have done overcommitment, if you are not able to fulfill that, doing that hard work, putting your focus, this is the time to do a lot of Venus related remedies also. For that, whenever we are going to be very close to this kind of a event, we'll be discussing with you. But short distance travel may have some disruption. There may be promises done by other people, especially from your career area. They may also turn back on their communication. These are the kind of things that happen. And on top of that, the Lagna Lord is now getting debilitated in the third house. So again, communication wise, we have to be very careful about how we take an approach here, how we try to bring things on surface in a very aggressive way, in a very manipulative way, or in a very simple way. That's exactly how Sun in the third house. But again, because the blessing of Guru is on you, because Sun is putting exalted aspect on the ninth house, the blessing of Guru is on you. So in that case, lot of power from Guru, from your higher wisdom, for God, everything is coming to protect you. Okay, all the very best. Now Mercury also turns retrograde into Libra. It says, Venus, if you are in trouble, I will take this trouble hand in hand. And that's why they both are traveling back towards the sign of Virgo. Now, here Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo. We will talk about it in the next month. But here, what happens is that Mercury, again, this is the last 1.5 month is where you must have done a lot of commitments which you're not able to fulfill now. So, you will go a lot of back on your communication, back and forth on things like that. So, we'll suggest that if you know this in beforehand, that if you've seen this video, so make sure in your calendar mark that this is the time to be extra cautious in terms of writing that I will do this and say I will do this. This should be avoided. Say, I will try and get this done as soon as possible. Your language, your expression has to change during this time. Jupiter makes very big transit now on October 31st. Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. This is the Diwali time. And I told you last Diwali we made that yantra also, that this is not going to be happening next Diwali. It's going to be very, very rare. So Jupiter now enters into the sign of Leo. Leo also, it is very powerful because it's the fifth house lord in the ascendant, putting the aspect on the fifth, seventh, and ninth house. That means those who are now needing a final push for education, for childbirth, final push for marriage, for new relationship, partnership, and also for higher education, going to foreign countries and whatnot, doing some great research, PhDs. This is a time that you may be overwhelmed by this beautiful energy, and things will be moving forward in your case. Now again, this is a very big transit with aspects and everything. We'll be making a video very closer to when we come Jupiter entering into this sign. So please do subscribe so that you do not miss it. Okay. November is here, beautiful. Venus will enter into Virgo. Now it is debilitated again. I told you, investments, family life, as well as any communication, verbal communication that we are doing, we want to be absolutely focused. One good news is that if you see, for a while, Not for a while, yeah. Till 6 to 13, they are doing a Rashi Parivartana. 6 to 14th, we can say. They're doing Rashi Parivartan. So that means Mercury will take care of Venus activities, Venus will take care of Mercury activities. So you are safe. But still, we don't want to come up like fools in front of other people that, oh, I told you, but I cannot do this anymore. So they will say that your words has no value, this, that. So we can feel a little bit of humiliated here. That's exactly this period. So I will be very honest, whatever it is. I mean, this is my sign also. But what is what it is. Mars will enter into the sign of Leo. This is great news. Kendra Lord in the Kendra, ninth house Lord in the ascendant with the fifth house Lord. So this is a very powerful placement of Mars. Now, those who are thinking about real estate, those who are thinking about getting into some action related to property buying, vehicle buying, something to do in terms of, we can say, even investments is now okay because Mars is putting aspect on the eighth house. So that is also okay. Research is okay. Marriage is okay. Um, Everything is okay. Mars is very powerful. So Mars is very great position. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Libra because now it knows that Venus is coming next day into the sign of Virgo. Sorry, Venus turns direct into Virgo. So that means Mercury is now say, I am safe now. Venus is in direct motion coming to this own sign. So now there will be no communication mishap. This is the time to now think about investments, think about gains, think about getting something from, we can say, in a manner, we can say, even something, adding some luxurious things or buying some diamond, we can say, buying some jewelry. That is investing in some fixed assets, is what I mean. Sun enters into Scorpio here. Now, ascended Lord in the fourth house, aspected by the Yoga Karaka, the fourth house Lord, is a good news. Here also, if there is any government kind of problems happening in the area related to real estate, related to career, related to home life, some renovation, for that you need approvals, you will be in power to take action. So this is also very good. And then Venus, by the end of November, enters into the sign of Libra. Very, very comfortable, very nice, no problem at all. Venus and Mercury together are having a time of their life in the third house. It is good time to indulge into conversation. Those who are in social media, digital marketing, sales, very good news for them also. And your relationship with your siblings also become very much powerful during this time. So November is also a great month. Then we are now here in this beautiful month of December. When we look at December here, oh, before that 2026 yearly horoscope is here, I feel and I wish that you should book so that we can go point by point tailored on your chart, on your Mahadasha Antardasha, and how things are going to manifest for you in this year. December, Mercury will enter into the sign of Scorpio, which is second house lord in the fourth house. So something is cooking towards your real estate. Either you're shifting, either there is possibility of buying some property, either putting a down payment, either getting a new car, either some repair in the house. So something in this area is cooking for you guys. Now the biggest transit that Leo ascendant are waiting for. I am waiting for this, Rohit. Because Ketu in the 12th house going, it makes you so over spiritual. That is what I am really waiting for. Same way for Leo ascendant people, Ketu is going to make you extremely powerful, spiritual, extremely going into the depth. Now, this is the time that you will actually sit for meditation. December, people are thinking of going on a party. You will say, go. I am going to some silent place, a silent resort, a retreat. That is the kind of energy you have. And Rahu coming into the sign of Capricorn, a great news for people who have enemies. This is the time that enemies will turn into ashes. Those who are having enemies, court cases, deaths, troubles, problems related to their uncles, aunts, property disputes, you will see such powerful Rahu coming into the 8,000 6,000, making everything possible for you. Competitions you will win. Health wise we have to be very careful because in such cases sometimes it gives very infectious viral diseases or bacterial diseases which are very hard to diagnose, and in that case, lot of stress happens. So if you're going to Rahu Mahadash Antarshas, like I will be going through, I have to be extra careful when Rahu comes to the sixth house. But overall, it is a very good time for workplace. No one in workplace can do politics with you. Rahu is going to be extremely powerful. And if you turn this energy into service, that okay, I want to put this energy towards service, then this becomes more powerful for you. So beautiful. Again, this is a very massive transit. So we will be discussing everything about it in a big video. So do subscribe so that you are always connected and you never miss that video. Saturn The Lord of the sixth house is turning direct here. That is also very great news. So Saturn is turning direct. Your career wise, your income wise, your speculative gains, children wise, we will start seeing some very great progress here as well. So that is very good news. Again, Saturn is a very big transit. Now, Sarisati people, those who have Aries moon, will start getting much more heavier here because Saturn is now going to be in fast movement. 2027, it has to transit. So that's what exactly is going to happen. So we'll be again coming close to it. We'll be making a video. Jupiter, on the other hand, is getting retrograde because it found out that Saturn is now direct. So I need to go back to my placement, Cancer, and look at Saturn so that Saturn should be getting my advice before it makes any decision. So that's why Jupiter is taking a transit. Even Jupiter is very scared that Ketu is all alone there. I came here for Ketu. Now Ketu went there. So let me go there and handle Ketu and put an aspect on sixth house Rahu also so that they are both in control. That's exactly how Jupiter is going to navigate this time. But retrograde Jupiter means that education wise, we can have a little bit of delays, sometimes some challenges for progeny. If you are trying and things did not work out, now you may have to wait a little bit. And same way, when Sun enters into Sagittarius, you will see a Rashi Parivartan yoga between Jupiter and Sun. So it eases down few things, but still, retrograde energy of Jupiter can target sometimes, laziness, sometimes some health problems, especially related to diabetic people. It may be a little bit of extra challenging. Mercury enters into Sagittarius. Now, this is a great, great news because second on the 11th house Lord is in the fifth house of Mahalakshmi, and these are all houses related to money. So, somewhere your year starts with great monetary benefits, and your year ends with great monetary benefits. Your creativity, your skills, everything is in very peak position by the end of the year, and you're going to do very well this year. So overall, Rohitji, if you see, 2026 is a very, very powerful month for the sign of Leo, for the ascendant of Leo. I wish Happy New Year, all the best, and amazing, amazing things for Leo people. Okay, Rohitji, do you think let's move to Virgo now?
Yes.
Let's move to Virgo, and here we go. Virgo ascendant people, a very, very happy new year to all the people who have joined, and this is going to be a very extraordinary year for you because your Kendra Lord is going to get exalted. Now, how? Why? We'll tell you. Let's move forward. Let's start with month of January, and before that, 2026 yearly horoscope are now online. So, if you want to book your session, you can put on the link below and ask Samantha to help you book this 2026 yearly horoscope. All the very best, and see you on the other side. 2026 of January begins on 13th of January when the first transit happens. Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn. Now, here, if you see, Venus is it is the lord of the second and the ninth house. So, Venus is a kind of a very important planet for you when it comes to related to money life, and when it comes to related to your destiny. Now, when destiny lord comes exactly ninth from itself in the fifth house, you get results from your past karmas. If you have done some very great things in the past time, very beautiful for you. If you're going through Venus Mahadasha Antardasha and Venus comes here, this is a time of starting up new things. So this is a very beautiful period to do new big startups. So please be very, very aligned with such energy. Venus is a planet that is related to and that is very favorable for progeny, that is childbirth. So if you're planning for childbirth, trying to conceive, this is a very beautiful period. With Venus in the fifth house, it is Mahalakshmi Stan, is a very good trikona. Here you may also receive some good news related to your speculative gains, some money, monetary benefits. And with this energy of Sun, who's the lord of the 12th house, coming into the fifth house, means some kind of gains from foreign country is also seen. Or sometimes your children may be traveling to foreign country, or you may be also traveling to foreign country either to attend a conference for some creative things, for some those who are in film, television, acting kind of stuff. They may be also traveling to foreign countries. So it is a overall a very favorable period for you. Mars enters into the sign of Capricorn. Now, Mars becomes exalted in the sign of Capricorn, and Mars here is the third and the eighth house lord. I always say, whenever fifth house and eighth house will have any kind of relationship, this is a time of lottery kind of a stuff. So, if lottery is legal to play in your country, try your luck during the month of January. Also, one more thing, Because fifth house is the house of speculative gains. Here we are again expecting some kind of gains coming from speculation, but somehow, because Mars is a very aggressive planet, here the third house lord is in the fifth house, so you may have a little bit of aggression towards your creative communication, so try to be as calm as possible. Mercury will do it for you, because ascendant lords come to the fifth house. Here it tries to calm you down, that okay, relax, chill. But it's a very great beginning of the year, with absolute beautiful startup energy. Those who are really interested, wish, those who are motivated to do a startup, January 2026 is like a blessing month from you. Either you're going through either you're going through Venus Mahadasha, Mars Mahadasha, Sun Mahadasha, Mercury Mahadasha, or Antardasha. It is a time to establish yourself for a long term game here. That's exactly how 2026 of January looks like for you. Moving on to February, here we will see that Mercury enters into the sign of Aquarius, into the sixth house. When ascendant lord goes to the sixth house, it's trying to repair this place. What does sixth house signify? Sixth house signify your workplace, anything that has to do with your debts, your enemies. If there are problems related to enemies, especially in the workplace, because it is the 10th house lord also, you get very analytical, very power, very amazing tactics to encounter such people, and you victory is yours. Anyways, with Rahu in this sixth house, automatically you must have seen from the past 1 year, you are winning over competitions, you are winning over arguments. If you are in any field related to law, any field related to medical, you're doing so well. That's exactly how Rahu in this sixth house plays. And when Mercury comes here, the energy becomes more powerful. Now, with Mercury being into the sign of Aquarius, there is also Venus, which enters into the sign of Aquarius. Now, Venus here is the lord of the second house in the sixth house. Some financial relief, especially from debt. If you are in too much debt, if you don't know, you're not getting any opportunities, any ways to go about how to reduce this debt, you are going to have some great, wonderful, powerful news. Sometimes Venus comes here because it is the ninth house lord. Those who are in judicial system, those who are struggling, enemies, fighting, we can say court cases, disputes, they may also get solved. Because on 13th of February, we will see Sun entering into the sign of Aquarius. Now, when Sun, being the 12th house lord, enters into the sign of Aquarius, it makes a Viprit Rajyog for you. What is Viprit Rajyog? Whenever there's an exchange between 6, 8, and 12 lords, it's a Viprit Rajyog. And this Viprit Rajyog will give you empowerment, power to win over enemies, as well as those who are struggling from getting some approvals from government or in your workplace, getting some authority. This is the time that your authority goes up. Also, because all the planets are now looking, with Mars also entering into Aquarius in this sign, all the five planets, especially except Rahu, everyone is looking at the 12th house. Now, if you see the placement of this, what you say, Mars, it is making Viprit Rajyog. Remember this. If you look at the placement of what you say, Sun is making Viprit Rajyog, two very powerful malefics, we can say, with Ketu, with Rahu, sorry, in the sixth house. It will burn your enemies into ashes. It will give you Vijay. That means it will give you victory over any competitions. So February is a month of competition. If you're thinking of getting into some kind of a new job role, new offer, new interview, then this is the time that you should align yourself with such energy, because it is going to be very and extremely favorable for you. Moving forward, Rohiji, we see that on that time only Mercury will start turning retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. Now, whenever ascendant lord is retrograde, especially in the workplace and in your personality, in your attitude, you need to be careful. You do not need to go back on your words, on your commitments, on your we can say, one second. Yeah, do not need to go back on your commitments, on your words and stuff like that. With Mercury retrograde, there is also a possibility that many times what happens is that in the area related to your communication on an overall world level, there is a problem. In fact, also Mercury is the planet of trade. Anything to do with finance, trade, we are doing share market, stock market, everything is related to Mercury. In such cases, we may also feel little bit of challenges in those areas. Okay. Moving to the month of March. Now, March begins with 2nd of March and 3rd of March being an eclipse, a complete lunar eclipse. Now, here this eclipse is affecting the 6th as well as the 12th house for you. So you may have a little bit of sleep disturbance. You may have a little bit of, sometimes those people who are going through Ketu Mahadasha, Rahu Mahadasha, Sun Mahadasha, Moon Mahadasha may feel a little bit of overwhelmed when it comes to sleep. The sleep pattern is where we feel a little bit of extra challenged during this period. Also, on top of that, health is a major area that we need to be very careful about, because now you see the 6th house where the event is happening. Health wise, it can become very challenging for you. One thing that we need to be doing during this time is doing a lot of donation, because 6th house is the house of service. So when we are very closer to the date and the lunar eclipse is happening, I will make a video to make you understand how and what are the procedures to be done. Venus on the same day enter into the sign of Pisces. The second and the 11th, ninth house lord is in the 7th house in a beautiful placement. Now, if you're thinking of getting into proposals about marriage, getting into marriage, fixing of marriage, getting into anything that has to do with relationship, partnerships, marriage, then this is a very beautiful period with Venus in exaltation. Now, sometimes, you know what happens? This is also the time when you get a lot of opportunities for business partnerships, getting into some kind of business partnership, getting into some kind of, we can say, expansion, especially with people of different culture, because there's a ninth house lord involved in the 7th house. So please keep your eyes and your opportunities open for such events. We see Jupiter, Brahaspati, is now turning direct into the sign of Gemini. Now see, Jupiter became retrograde on in the time of November. I think 11th of November or 12th of November is when it became retrograde. Now it has become direct. That means in the workplace, major things that were not working, not moving forward, it will start moving forward with absolute full power. In fact, even because it is the 7th house lord in the 10th house, your karma that is related to partnership, marriage, these prospects are opening. It is the 4th house lord in the 10th house. This is also great placement, because all the real estate transactions, everything related to shifting, changing, doing some renovations, etc., everything is going to be working in your favor. So it is overall a very, very great transit of Jupiter being ready and direct here. Sun enters into the sign of Pisces here. If you look, Sun is now with Saturn. When Saturn and Sun are together in the Maraka house, we want to be careful about the health of the father or fatherly figures. Sometimes in this situation, when Sun and Saturn are together and we are looking for some justice, for that, that is a very good news. We get justice. But when it comes to enmity between us and our superiors, maybe between the king, that means your bosses and you, sometimes there may be arguments as well. So we want to be taking extra care during this time. See, as whatever you do, Sun here is the 12th house lord. In that case, Sun can create sometimes losses here, so losses of relationship, especially in power game, like mostly related to power and career, is what is going to affect you during this time. Mercury, on the other hand, turns direct into Aquarius. That means now your communication as well as your career area is now very nice, as well as you are now more comfortable. Things which were pending, contracts, agreements, may move forward. So that is a good news. Venus enters into the sign of Aries. Now, there is a very important saying: when the ninth house lord goes 12th from itself, your luck goes into complete darkness. Your luck is not there. So, in this situation, your luck will not be working, and your wisdom, higher education will not be working. What do you need to do at this point of time? This is the point of time that you do the chanting of the deity associated with Venus. And who is that deity? That is Mahalakshmi. When Venus will be in the 8th house here, you will do the mantra Shreem, 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 Shreem before taking any decision about, or before talking to your bosses, your teachers, your mentors, your father, or taking big approvals on something. Secondly, whenever you're doing traveling, this is also the time that you need to be extra vigilant here and make sure your Mahalakshmi's upasana or sadhana is at the peak, so that you can be able to make the right decisions, or your travel, etc., is very smooth. In fact, because second house lord is in the 8th house, if there is long term investments, or if there may be also situations and problems about taxation, about insurance, about some kind of investment done in the past may come on surface. So that also you need to be extra careful and keep checking your mails, etc. Don't want to miss on any deadlines during this time. April is already here, Rohitji, your birthday month. Now here 2026 yearly horoscope is also on. It's on acastro.ca and there is a WhatsApp link in the description. So you can go and book however you want to. All the very best. Now here Mars is entering into the sign of Pisces. Now if you look at Mars, Mars is the 8th house lord, exactly 12 from itself. This is the time that shared resources become a very, very important highlight. Sometimes there is fighting also with partners, especially business partners. So please be very careful. Your communication needs to be absolutely crystal clear, and make sure that, you know, don't take aggression over emotion. Understand, Sun fire, Mars fire, Saturn air, and this is water sign. So there is so much happening in this house. We need to be taking more, what you say, patient decisions in the month of April, because aggression, and see, there is a good news because Mars is putting aspect on the fourth on Jupiter, so Jupiter is going to get more power, and there is going to be more growth in your workplace. But still, aggression is not the way to move forward, because as we are talking, Mercury also enters into the sign of Pisces and becomes debilitated. If you see the situation in your seventh house, the Lagna Lord is debilitated. So your personality, your attitude, everything is very good, but when it comes to support from partners, you may not get that actual support from partner during this month, which may make you feel a little bit of extra overwhelmed. Okay, so that is how the situation is. Sun enters into the sign of Aries, becomes exalted, also makes a beautiful Viparit Raj Yoga. So this is good news for any bad habits, any transformation. If you're doing any bad habits, this is the time to end it. It is good news for getting some very good money, like sudden money from a foreign country or from unexpected sources. So this is also very good news. When we talk about this placement of Sun in the eighth house, because Sun is a malefic, a semi-malefic, then Sun does very good action here. Only Sun can create one problem, and that problem is related to your lower abdomen. Those can have prostate related problems. Women can have problem related to Venus, right? So it can be related to that genitals area, some kind of sudden, you know uh, we can say importance had to be given to such areas. So that is why keep a health routine checkup during this time, April beginning, so that you do not miss any kind of threat. Venus enters into the sign of Taurus. This is good news. Ninth house lord in the ninth house, your luck, your devotion, your activities related to spirituality, as well as visiting pilgrimage, relationship with father become very powerful. You get blessings from guru, from God also. If your ninth house lord is in your ninth house in any birth chart, lifetime blessings is there. It cannot fail. Even in a desert, you will find a well to drink water. That's how this powerful placement of the ninth house lord in the ninth house is. So you should be very happy about this placement, and very great transit of Venus. It will make sure that your higher education, your foreign travel, everything is very peacefully, you know, taking forward. And Mercury enters into the sign of Aries here now. Now look at Mercury, Lagna Lord in the sixth house. This is a time that many secrets will come on surface. Very good time for research. Those who are doing PhD, those who are doing anything to do with CPA exams, right? Chartered Professional Accountant, very good for them. Any analytics, data engineering, data science, very good for you. Anything to do in government exams, also very powerful for you, because Rahu is in very good placement. You are supposed to have victory in competitions. So try very hard. It has to happen. In fact, when Sun is exalted and Mercury, the Lagna Lord is here, there is also blessing that comes in form of government job. So if there is anything that you're expecting that, okay, I should get this government job and whatnot, then congratulations, something very powerful is coming for you. All the very best. May is also here, and May is a very important one because Mars will enter into its own sign, Aries. Now, Mars is the eighth house lord coming to the eighth house. Inheritance wise, especially related to land, property, shared resources, something that is your money in partnership, which is dispute, this will all get solved here. So, this is a very beautiful placement of Mars. In fact, when it comes to eighth house, the aggressiveness that Mars can show here is related to accidents. So, we want to be very careful while driving. One good news is that Mars is the eighth house lord, and Mars is eighth from the eighth. In your sign, Mars is the planet that is co ruler of your longevity. If you want to have a long life, Mars is the one that needs to be in control. And that's why many Virgo ascendant people mostly get blood pressure as a very big problem, because of the anxiety, because of that impulsiveness that they show. Because third house is, that powerful water sign where you're emotionally very, very emotionally in fire. That's exactly how your third house will be justifies that. So, in that cases, you should be extra careful about your Mars. Coming to the eighth house, is a time that sometimes diseases can come on surface, or sometimes, sorry to use the word, but it is my role to be absolutely biased, non-biased. Sorry, not biased, non-biased. So unbiased. So here I would say that sometimes near death experiences, some accident, some problem, some death, health scare can come, which is manageable. So you will be able to manage and navigate this very, very nicely. When we talk about Venus, Venus will enter into the sign of Gemini here. Now, this is a beautiful Lakshmi Narayan Yoga in the Kendra by the ninth house Lord in the 10th house. Such a beautiful placement. This time, your career wise, you go up, power, dignity, ranking. In fact, your discipline, your wealth from your career becomes extravagant. If you're going through Mercury, or if you're going through Venus Mahadasha, or if you're going through Jupiter Mahadasha, then this is an absolute great period for you. Now, Mercury, the ascendant lord, goes to the ninth house. This is also a beautiful news. Ascendant lord in the ninth house, that means blessings in every aspect of your life. May it be your attitude, yourself, your physical outlook, your destiny, your we can say your health, your wealth. Every area of life is now under God's blessings for you. So this is very good. Good time to take any kind of diksha, any kind of initiation from your guru. Do time to go into higher learning, like maybe education, maybe any education. It can be a new training also in your workplace. So if you want to thinking of getting into an advanced way to you next year, I would do some AI study. Mark your calendar for May 2026, and when Mercury enters into the sign of Taurus, this is the time you can take that action, because Sun has now come into the ninth house. Now this is good news for people who are trying for abroad foreign settlement. You will see that 12th house lord in the ninth house will open doors for foreign countries, either to the route of education or either to the route of work. So this is going to be very good. And work, I am saying, because you will see that 10th house lord has gone to the 10th house with Jupiter, with Mercury, so it with Jupiter and with Venus. So it is going to be a very, very powerful period. Luigi, you wanted to say something?
I want to say that you told that when I was just comparing your and my chart, when Bhagya Lord is in Bhagya, that is very strong condition. I know your Bhagya Lord is in Bhagya, in the
Yes.
fortune house, and my Lagan Lord is in the fortune house. So I was comparing that, is it gives the same result. And regarding the Virgo people, yes, they are very lucky, but only thing you need to take care, especially in the month of at April end and May, is accident related things, because Mars in 8th house and Lagan Lord together in the 8th house,
That means
definitely they
your
need to
body
take care
also is in the eighth house, your Lagna Lord is in the eighth house, your 12th house Lord is also in the eighth
in
house.
the 8th
It
house.
is a very powerful combination, where that's why I told you a near death experience happens sometimes. They say,
Yes.
sometimes sudden accident and you are safe, but you feel that, oh my God, just that fraction of a second, that kind of thing. So we want to be absolutely careful in that area.
And one thing, Akashji, Saturn also aspecting this Lagna is a concern.
I know, but there are so many concerns, but we cannot be, telling this right now, because we are honest. Everything is very good, but everything also depends on Mahadasha Antardasha, Rohiji. Unless and until we see,
Mahadasha, your natal chart, placements, your D9, so many things included in one prediction.
this is an overall thing to plan your life. That okay, next year if this is happening, so I need to be careful in these areas. I have opportunities in these areas. Whenever any Mahadasha, Antardasha, Pratyantardasha, Sukshma Dasha, Prana Dasha comes, then things will manifest in that area. So that is how we will see the year of 2026. That's why we are making
Yes.
this. Now, moving forward, you'll see that Mercury enters into the sign of Gemini. Now, when we look at Mercury here, you will see that Mercury is 10th house dot in the 10th house. That means it will open up lot of opportunities for you in workplace. Those who are thinking of changing their job, those who are thinking of going to a new place, those who are thinking of applying for new, what you say, positions, or even applying for higher positions that what they are right now. This is the time that you should think about it, because three benefits in the 10th house is a very, very rare thing to happen in anyone's life. And for you, both the Kendra Lord and Bhagya Lord is in the 10th house. So it is going to be a powerful time to take control over your destiny. Beautiful. Now June is here. Now if you see June, the first thing that beautifully happening is that Jupiter enters into the sign of Cancer and becomes exalted in your 11th house. What kind of luck do you want more? Your fourth house lord, your seventh house lord, all the Kendra lord goes to the 11th house of gains and power and wishes and hopes and dreams come true, to make your dreams come true. This is the time that income increases, your credibility in your social circle increases, your friends who are very non-usable, who are not of any interest, they will just get discard it from your life. You will be meeting wisdom oriented people, people of caliber, people of power. And that is the time, this is the time that your communication becomes very powerful. Your creativity is at great sense. Your relationship or partnership building exercise that you have now learned very nicely, you're supposed to put them into action. Now, one thing, for all the female chart, Jupiter is the planet that tells us about marriage. For all the male chart, Venus is the planet that tells about marriage. Here, those female who are thinking of marriage, thinking of associations, and who are thinking of collaborations, or finding it, getting into a relationship and whatnot. Here, good news for you, because that thing is now in very, very much power and very active. Jupiter is going to make that happen because of the ninth aspect on the seventh house. There is a possibility that some great news related to your, what you say, marriage can happen. Yeah, Rohit, you want to say something?
Uh, as you told that so many planets in 11th house and 10th house, then I remember that Upchay Bhav house, that many planets in 3, 6, 10, 11 is always going to give you a beautiful results, good results.
And because, see, if you see, there is a pattern that is happening. If you see Mars is its own sign. Jupiter is exalted and Mars is putting a debilitated aspect on Jupiter. So this is called Nijbhang Rajyog aspect also. And on top of that, the Lord of the Bhagya, the Lord of the 10th house are in the 10th house. That means this is a very big Rajyog happening. So it is something, this June month is very extremely powerful for all the, what you say.
When this Akashji, ninth house Lord and 10th house Lord together anywhere in Kendra and Trikor, this is very big Rajyog, Karma Dharma Pati
Karma
Rajyog.
Dharmapati Rajyog, and there is no way that this Rajyog can fail ever.
And especially if there is Dashantar Dasha of Venus, Mercury, anything, then beautiful results.
So good, Rohit, so
And
good.
but one thing I told you in my last class, I was telling to my students, they said, "Sir, how these yogas will produce good results?" Because this is not a thing to teach you like this. This is according to the chart. Sometimes you are sitting on a box and there is so much diamond jewelries and that, and 20 years you're sitting on the box and selling burgers for 10 rupees. And some days somebody told you, open this box and there is treasure in this. So this is like a birth chart. There is a treasure in the birth chart. There are the yogas, but how to fructify that only astrologer can tell.
And your timing, can say. If you're in good Mahadasha
Timing,
Antardasha,
yes.
why not? You know? Very nice. Now, moving forward, here Jupiter is exalted. After that, Venus will enter into the sign of Cancer. So that means the Lakshmi Narayan Yoga is continuing here. The ninth house lord in the 11th house again gains and gains. I don't want to repeat and say that okay, good things are happening. It has to be good. Now, in such cases also, because second house lord is in the 11th house, there is possibility of massive monetary gains from your social circles or those people who are working in masses. There's going to be some massive gains that you are expecting. Sun enters into the sign of Gemini on 15th of June, and here look at Sun. Sun is the 10th house lord, 12th house lord in the 10th house. That means some foreign connection is now building up, which is also going to add power. Sun is in directional strength in the 10th house. It is Digbala. Here, your power, your rank, your ability, your gains are going up. So this is a positive indication and a very positive transit. Sun in the 10th house is a very powerful. This is the time of getting higher designation, getting some recognition. So let's hope for the best. Then Mars enters into the sign of Taurus. Now, when Mars enters into the sign of Taurus, what happens here is that Mars is the eighth house lord in the ninth house. So, your research, your transformation, the changes that you have brought in your life when Mars was there, now it is going to come into action, and your communication is the one that will take center stage during this time because Mars is also looking at the 12th house. This means foreign travel, again traveling, again expenses related to foreign travel, either sometimes for your siblings, either sometimes for your home also, because Mars is putting the eighth aspect on the fourth house. There is possibility that in your home also some expenses may come related to real estate, related to construction, related to some changes, so you have to be prepared for such kind of things as well. Now Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer here, which is good news. Again, 10th house lord in progression is a good news with the 9th house lord, with exalted Jupiter Kendra lord. So both the Kendra lords are in the 11th house with your Bhagya lord. This is Maharaj Yoga. Kendra Adipati, not all right, Maharaj Yoga. I think Virgo, till now we have done so many charts. Virgo is the best till now. What do you say, Rohit ji? Till now, Virgo is the best out of
Akashji,
all.
not to be biased, but Leo, I find when I make these videos in Hindi, Leo, I was always in every month when I was completing, I said, "Oh my God, Leo, you are going to rock this." Not because here is your one number is coming, but definitely the transition is coming in such a way that Leo people are also, yes, Virgo is very strong, but Leo also.
I'm Leo. I just did Leo before this only. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't feel that excited that how I feel for Virgo. Well, I don't know.
Because that
Maybe
is your chart, na? And still you will be more excited when Libra will come.
Libra is my best. But the Virgo people get very angry. Huh? There is one Virgo girl. I don't remember her name, but she told me, Akashi, you always say Libra is good. I don't like it. You say for Virgo also. I said, okay, I will say for Virgo also. Virgo is the best. Don't worry. I like Virgo because now I like Virgo. I really, Rohiji, because Mercury is everything for me. And Mercury is the
Ah,
ascendant.
yes, yes, yes. Because
That's why
Rahu transit and that's in a Mercury nakshatra. Yes, yes, yes.
Nakshatra. So Mercury is everything for me. So now I am shifting from Libra to Virgo. So now this is
And
my new.
in till next video, I will also be very angry if you not say the Capricorn is the best because I am Capricorn. How I can?
Capricorn is always the best. Magarmach.
Because of grace.
Because of my daughter.
Yes.
Anyways, moving forward, here we are talking about Mercury entering into the sign of Cancer, which is very good. Rajyog, again, ascendant Lord in the 11th house. Now, this is your time to put that effort, to put that ability into that goal of yours, and you are able to receive that goal or maybe go one step closer to it. And then Mercury even retrogrades in Cancer in 5 days. Why? Because here Mercury is saying that, again in the sign related to Gemini, there is few things that I need to achieve, so it'll go back. But whenever Mercury is retrograde for you, remember, in your workplace, don't go overboard, don't go overexcited, don't start boasting about yourself. It is better to be as, we can say, take for a wherever Mercury is retrograde in your chart, try to be as introvert as you can during that time, not to be an extrovert person. That is the suggestion. Now Rohitji, by looking this, we are already in July. See how fast this year is going. Now, here, when we talk about July, Venus enters into the sign of Leo. That is the 12th house for you. And Venus is the ninth house, lord in the 12th house, aspected by Mars in this place. This means that, again, foreign travel, any kind of travel, any kind of expenses that can be coming for the father. There can be expenses that can be coming in the family side, but it will be good for you. Sometimes in this situation, because it is also looking at the sixth house, you take debt for making fixed assets, so that is all immovable property, like buying a property or stuff like that. So why not? Absolutely, let's go for it, because these expenses are good. But only one thing, Ketu will try to convince Venus into every scenario that you need to be more spiritual. You need to stop all this spending luxury and whatnot. You need to put your money in spiritual retreats. You need to do charity during this time. So there may be also that energy that may be going around about charity, about giving some money, about secretly giving money to someone. If anyone you want to give secretly money, please contact me. Okay, give me money secretly. I will take it. Just kidding. Now, here, Mercury in retrograde motion enter into the sign of Gemini, which is his own sign, so there is no problem. But in the workplace, there may be some events which you need to go back, try to fix it, and move forward. That is why Mercury is retrograde. So your communication needs to be in control during this time. Surya Dev enters into Cancer, 12th house lord, exactly 12th from itself. You gain something from foreign country. Now, good news for people who are in foreign country. If you are in foreign country, visa etc is a very big problem, then this month that kind of problem solved, because Jupiter is here with sun, so it is very good news. In fact, those who are going through some trouble related to their health, family members health and whatnot, here you may feel some relief. Financial relief also comes for all the people, those who are going through sun mahadashanta dasha. So this is good news. Only careful is related to daydreaming. What is daydreaming? Daydreaming means when you are not in right, your subconscious mind is too occupied, and you may do some mistakes, which may be some small accident, some hurt, some stitches, small things like that. So for that, you should be careful. And why? Because this 11th house is sixth from the sixth. You have small diseases, so small trouble. So that's why it's 12th house lord. Not 12th house is the lord that takes you toward isolation also. So that's why sometimes going to clinic for 2 3 days, staying there on glucose, your iron goes down. That kind of things can happen here. Mercury now turns direct into Gemini. Thank God. Please pray that Mercury, say always direct only. Whenever it goes, in a retrograde motion, it creates lot of communication mishaps. It creates lot of trading ups and downs. If you see the pattern of the stock market, whenever Mercury is retrograde, you will see stock market is down. Right now, Mercury is retrograde. Some person short $1 billion in some AI stock, and the whole market went down. So you will see always such kind of impact of Mercury. So please be very careful. Okay. Now, moving forward, Saturn retrogrades in Pisces. Whenever Saturn retrogrades, it retrogrades for 5 months, almost 140 days. Now here, Saturn is in the seventh house. Good news for people who have Aries moon, because their Sadisat is going to be very east. But here, when it turns retrograde, it is a time that your education, your workplace, your creativity, your service oriented nature, as well as your partnerships or your relationships take a little bit of retrograde motion, where you need to go back, repair things, and come back. Same way, Saturn aspecting the house of your destiny, your ascendant, and your fourth house. These house also gets affected here. Now in these house also, we need to be extra careful, extra focused during this time. Now what we need to do, what are the remedies we will do, how will we navigate this time? This is a very big video. It cannot be covered in a small section here, and I want to give it full justice. For that, we'll be making a very big video on Saturn near closing, like maybe in June of 2026. So do subscribe, so that whenever it is getting retrograde beforehand, you will get proper information about how to navigate this time. Now, August is here, Rohitji, and here Venus enters into Virgo and becomes debilitated in the ascendant. When ninth house lord is debilitated, your own self is not what will work. It will be more of collaboration, more of partnerships. It is where partners come into play. It is where you cannot go, solo. It means that you need a support right now, and that is exactly needed when Venus gets into Virgo. Now, those people who are thinking of doing Botox or any kind of skin treatment, any kind of medical surgeries, should avoid when Venus is in debilitation, because it can create some challenges for them and it may be irreparable. Mars enters into the sign of Gemini, and look at Mars. Mars is putting the fourth aspect on Venus only, and that is where the fourth aspect of Mars is not that great. Huh? So very careful again, related to health, related to blood, related to surgery. So we should be very careful, not get into any kind of cosmetic surgeries during this time. Now Mars is the eighth house lord in the 10th house. Those who are in research, those who are in PhDs, medical research, analytics, you will find yourself going very powerful. Those who are even in any field, Mars and Mercury together is, we can say, what you call software. Those who are in software engineering, such kind of things also have a very great upliftment in their career. So this is good news for you. Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Mercury was retrograde, Mercury became direct. Now Mercury went into the sign of Cancer. So this is good, because Mercury, Sun, and Jupiter together are very comfortable, very good with each other. Mercury takes away all the time. Mercury, whenever it goes with meet someone, it takes the quality of that person. After Rahu and Ketu, Mercury is the one that takes quality of other people. So here Mercury is taking quality of the king and an exalted Jupiter. So that means this will be in a very powerful state. So good news for all the people. Ascendant Lord in the 11th house, also you achieve your goal much faster than expected. Those who have done a new startup in the beginning of the year, they are going to make it at this time, some very big contracts, some very big gains. So because reason, fifth house lord, seventh house lord is fifth from itself. That means this is the time that because of your creativity, because of your mass presence, because of your approach towards the market society, you're supposed to now receive some great news. Sun enters into Leo. Sun is the 12th house lord, goes to the 12th house. Now, eclipse energy starts getting up. And because Sun and Ketu are together, Ketu is a very spiritual planet. Sun is the lord of that spirituality. So, overall, this also is a very good transit for you. Yeah, it can cause little bit of challenges for, maybe visiting a clinic, a hospital, or maybe some isolation will be there, but it will be for peaceful nature only. If you're very good, or if you want to start your spiritual journey, this is that beautiful time, because Ketu is going to transform your soul. Sun is the soul, Ketu is that transformation energy of the soul. So here you will be doing some great spiritual activities which will bring you one step closer towards moksha. So very, very great. I'm so happy. Virgo, Rohit, you are saying Leo. I don't agree. Virgo is best, yeah. Everything is in their favor only right now. Everything is in their favor. But
No, Leo also I looks like this because you see, the most important thing you rightly said that the Lagnesh is very important because the people like Capricorn, Aquarius, once you got debilitated for 2.5 years, you have to stay in that conditions. But I was thinking that Mercury, Virgo people, Gemini people, Leo people, they are so lucky that their Lagnesh always going round every 1 month, and for 1 month only you get debilitated, and again 11 months are almost good.
I know
But
it.
yes,
But
this
the
is what.
Virgo, I see. It is my sign. I would, so my sign is very good. But I see Virgo is very good because till now there is no problem at all. Yeah, there is no problem at all.
Only thing that I think March, April, which eighth house activated due to that thing, I think rest is best.
Yeah, 8,000 में क्या sometimes accidents something. But yeah, that is also depends on Mahadashta. But it's looking like, see, what is important in this life to achieve goal, to achieve
Hmm.
our to achieve greatness, to be very present nicely in the social circle, etc. And everything is looking very great for them.
I think why you are saying great due to the condition of Rahu Ketu, I think.
Rahu
Very
Ketu will also transit Rohit, into Rahu will transit into one of the place which is Mahalakshmi Stan, and it is going to be so powerful here, very powerful.
Let's become Virgo for 1 year.
For this year, I am Virgo. Okay, so Virgo people, you take Leo. I am taking Virgo. Someone exchange with me.
I am Virgo ascendant and Leo moon sign. Let me take two.
I am Virgo ascendant and Virgo moon also. Yeah, I'm changing myself today. Yeah, why this happening with Virgo only, not Leo? But ठीक है.
Still
Anyways,
Capricorn to come.
yeah. Anyways, here when we talk about Sun entering into Leo, this is also very, very great spiritual exploration. You should be trying and booking some kind of spiritual retreat during this time. So very great for you. Mercury enters into Leo now. Now, if you see Lagna Lord is in the 12th house, so somewhere expenses can happen. Huh? So be careful, be ready for expenses. Now, charity or being spiritual is also not very easy nowadays. Nowadays, you go to some foundation, this foundation, that association, they will say, Rohiji, there was one very big association from Coimbatore that came to Calgary. So we asked for tickets. Just thought that maybe, so they said that front row is like $350, second row is like this dollar and this. I said, you guys are so cruel, man. You are coming here to teach some engineering program, and inside you go and be spiritual, and for that you have to pay so much money. I said a decent small fees, or maybe, if this is how what this is what I felt about it, is that it is my personal opinion. I know everyone is getting bored, but it's what I came to my mind right now. It is that it is that same feeling that you make a you go into a plane, right? In an airplane, the destination is the same for all the people, but you make people feel poor, that okay, this is business class, this is premium economy, this is economy comfort, then this is economy.
I think some people pay for their comfort, luxury, and some people pay for their ego. I don't want to take name, but in my last class, my students telling me, there is one astrologer who charges 5 lakh rupees for a one consultation. I
Hmm.
said, this is not the fees for his consultation. This is fees for ego of people. I consulted that people, I paid for this 10 lakh rupees for one consult. So this is a payment of ego, piece of ego.
From from last 3 years, my fees is at $100 only, so not increased. Now the thing is, people say that also, that no, no, this is very expensive. So abhi 5 lakh person who's charging, so almost how much? $3,000? No, $6,000. Six eight are 48. 6,000
6,636, no, 7,000, 8,000. Your US dollar or Canadian? US dollar.
US dollar.
Yes, yes, yes. Around $4,500, I think.
So very
So
good, huh? We have to reach that level one day, Rohit. Okay,
reach that level and you make one trust and take from society and give back to society.
let's see. Okay, lot of distraction in Virgo. But anyways, Mercury enters into the sign of
Do
Leo,
you know
very
why,
powerful.
Akashi? One
Yeah,
thing, one more distraction. Do you know why? Because
because you have
every sign brings his energy with him. When you're talking about Leo, you are talking about lion, tiger, we take responsibilities. When come Virgo, then more analyticals, more insights, more talkative. Because this is
and
Mercury sign.
also, as we are talking right now, Mercury is retrograde, Rohit. So he's
It's
coming back
retrograde.
and
And I think when you reach till Libra, you will be more romantic and love and beauty. You will go into that thing.
oh no, no. Oh, I will, my love and romance is now shifted to Virgo only, not for Libra
Today,
anymore.
Virgo? Okay.
Today Virgo. Okay. Anyways, August is very great. Let's move to the September. Now here, September 2026 yearly horoscope is here. You can book online on acastro.ca. There is WhatsApp link in the description where also you can book this beautiful service, and we can talk about your chart in a personalized way in detail if you are supposed to take very big decisions in the year of 2026. September is Venus will enter into Libra into its own sign, but the energy is very, very vague here because Venus is supposed to turn retrograde next month. So Venus is here, good for your wealth. Make all your decisions related to wealth, related to investments in this month only. Don't put it on the next month, because here what happens is next Mercury will become exalted in the sign of Virgo. So you yourself, your brain, your ideas, your analytical decision, your personality, your every aspect of your life is going to be in your control. No other party can control it. It is the time that you may not get a lot of support from your relationships, from your partners, but at least you will be in a powerful state to take action. So please be very, what you say, very direct in taking any risk during this time. No worries at all. Sun enters into Virgo. This is also good news because 12th house Lord has gone to the first house, so it will stop all your expenses. It is going to make sure that your soul illuminates, your soul gets a lot of light. According to the Lal Kitab, the first house is where Sun has a lot of power. Mercury has directional strength here, so it is a very powerful placement for you. Still, I feel that you are the best and things are really moving very great for you in this year. Mars enters into Cancer. Now, I thought this would be worst, but no. Here, Mars is entering into Cancer, and this is going to make a Nijvang Raj Yoga in the 11th house for you. Who gets this kind of yogas in the 11th house, man? You're getting all the kind of Mahalakshmi Yoga, Vishnu Lakshmi Yoga, Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. Now you're getting Nijvang Raj Yoga in the 11th house. Such a powerful placement of your 11th house this year. Please wish big. Please dream big. Please make big goals. Realistic. Now, don't say I am becoming $10 billion worth next year. No. According to your ability, your conscious knows your ability. Right? Right. According to your ability, that this is what I will achieve. I will start something, make it established, make it more than what I get in my work, and I will go to the next level. That is the kind of approach that you need during this time. But overall, very beautiful. Mars here with Jupiter, great news. Nij Bang Raj Yog happening in very, very right way. Very, very great way. And Mercury also enters into the sign of Libra. Now, 10th house Lord in the second house with the second house Lord, this is going to improve your finances through your business, through trade, through your speech, through commitments, through contracts, through family wealth goes up. There is possibility of designation going up because second house is the house of your status. Also, your status goes up. So again, positive, positive, positive. October is already here, Rohitji. Now, October is where Venus starts becoming retrograde in the sign of Libra. Now, if you look at Venus here, Rohitji, try to understand that Venus getting retrograde is going to enter into the sign of, Virgo again. So that means there is something that again it is lacking, maybe in terms of help from partner, or maybe in terms of to make the decisions in the right scenario, or maybe to repair something that you have done. So this is the time that Venus going back is going to empower the, what you say, this is going to empower your partnerships. So also in the area now, stop. After 1st of October, stop any kind of investment. What is done is done. Now beware. Just be very careful. Just be very silent in investment during this period, because Sun, the 12th house lord, is going debilitated in the second house. We don't want to get into any kind of investment which can create losses for us. Anything with the government, if see it's putting an exalted aspect in the eighth house. You may get help in terms of inheritance, shared property, government related stuff. But again, if anything to do with taxation, anything to do in terms of investments, or we can say taxation or audit or whatever it is, it has to be taken into consideration and get rid of it, like get completely done with it. Mercury also will retrograde into the sign of Libra, but only to say, "Oh, Venus, wait, wait, nothing, nothing. Don't worry. Come, come, come. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry. I have taken care of everything." This is exactly the conversation between Mercury and Venus. So this is why Mercury is happening. Mercury gets retrograde. Your 10th house is retrograde. So in the speech, while speaking, while making commitments in your work, try to be extra layered, extra careful during this time. And Jupiter now enters into the sign of Leo. Now, Kendra Lord in the 12th house. Good news for people who are trying to get married and go to a foreign country. Expenses are going to be on the higher side. But here, Ketu, the energy of Ketu and Jupiter together is an energy of moksha. You may become so spiritual, so solitude will be there in your life. You'll be absolutely feeling and want to be feeling isolated during this time, that you said, please don't come to me, don't talk to me, let me just be in my own space, my own self, my own life. That's exactly how this period is going to be working for you. Now, because Jupiter is going to change a house, it will put an aspect on the fourth house, on the sixth house, on the eighth house. So everything is changing. So a big video will be coming when we are talking about Jupiter transit. But here, some big changes in your real estate, your debts which you are not able to achieve, or you are thinking of buying a property. Yes, why not? You are going to buy a property this time. You're going to change your vehicle. And because it is looking at the eighth house, all the ups and downs in your life, if any, because of any difficult Mahadasha, is going to come into absolute control. Please wait for this video. We will do it and we will talk in when the time comes. November is where Venus will enter into retrograde motion into Virgo, and it will say that let me repair, let me get more partnership, let me get more power. When Venus comes here, again, I'm telling you, not a very good time to do any kind of Botox, any kind of surgeries, any kind of facelift, breast lift, stomach, tummy tuck, and whatnot. We do even for male nowadays. We are doing this surgery of the stomach while putting that ball in the stomach for weight gain. All this should be avoided during this time. Absolutely avoided, because you have to understand Venus is the Maraka as well, second house lord. Second house lord can also create some big health problems. When in debilitation, try to avoid any cosmetic work on you. Mars enters into Leo here, makes a Vipreet Raj Yog. Again, Mars is with, what you say, Jupiter and Ketu. Mars and Ketu energy here is very powerful. This is fire sign. Now again, this is a time of carefulness. When we have to be careful with our health, especially related to blood related ailments, anything to do with high blood pressure, cholesterol, any anemia, any, sometimes your rash driving, we can say sometimes taking unnecessary risk, alcohol poisoning, such kind of things should be avoided when Mars is in the 12th house here. See, 8th house lord is the lord that gives us bad habits also. So in coming in the 12th house, that bad habits can manifest or turn into some challenges related to going to a clinic or a hospital or something like that. Even Mars, third house lord in the 11th or in the 12th house, can also create some sudden short distance travel, or siblings may require some money and you may have to do some expenses related to your younger siblings. That is also what is possible. Now Venus Mercury turns direct into Libra. As Mercury turns into direct into Libra on 13th, on 14th Venus also turns direct into Virgo. Now both are in comfortable position. Mercury is saying, okay, all your work done, now please come here, Mercury saying my also work is done. Let me put a little bit of more emphasis on investments, on speaking. Those who are doing public speaking, those who are doing anything to do with presentations in their workplace, some big pitches. This is a great time for you to achieve victory. Rahu and Ketu are at the cusp of your sign Aquarius and entering into the sign of Cancer and what you say Capricorn. So we are coming there. Sun enters into Scorpio, ends at debilitation here as well. Sun is the lord of the 12th house in the third house. Because there is a Rashi Parivartan between the 12th and the third house lord, there is possibility of some travel, sudden travel, because third house. Also, sometimes in this situation, a communication, a very positive communication comes from a foreign country, which really transforms and changes your life. Third house is also the house of contracts. In this period, there may also be new signature, new signing of contracts that you may be doing. So very beautiful period. Also beautiful period to look for a job, by the way. Huh. Because after that, Venus will enter into its own sign Libra with the 10th house lord. That means it will add a little bit of luxury, give you some incentive bonuses during this time. So if you are getting some bonuses, keep my share ready, okay? Because it is a very good year for you, and you have to make sure that you go on the website and you donate to me so that I can chill with your money. Just kidding. Okay. There is no donation button also, so don't worry. All the best. Have a great November. And finally, we are in the month of December. And before moving there, 2026 yearly horoscope is now on. You can book it online or you can book it in the description. A link below, the WhatsApp link will directly bring you to WhatsApp. Now, here Mercury is entering into the sign of Scorpio. Now, when we look at Mercury ascendant Lord in the third house, it is time to put more hard work, emphasis on your communication. Everything will be in your favor only because Mercury is well placed here. And if you see Sun and Mercury are together, so Mercury is getting proper guidance from Sun as well. Now, here, third house means Lagna Lord in the third house means extra effort. Your communication needs to be very vocal out. Sometimes, even not only vocal, but written and written communication or written confirmation is required. Very good time to sign contracts as well. So, all the best. Now, a very powerful and big transit is coming, and that has happened. Rahu and Ketu entering into the sign of Capricorn and Cancer. Rahu in Capricorn is an extreme powerful placement of Rahu in the fifth house of Mahalakshmi Sthan. Rahu is a material planet. Fifth house is about speculative gains, about getting sudden wealth, about getting past life karmas or past karmas. And Rahu is going to make sure that it really leverages in this house. Education can suffer because Rahu can put distraction here. Childbirth can delay, but money cannot delay. Same for Ketu. Ketu in the 11th house. If you look at Ketu here, the detachment from your social circle can start happening. You may start feeling very isolated. Sometimes, remember this quote: at the top, there are no friends. Sometimes you reach that level during this time that, your friends and etc. start coming down. People start becoming jealous also from you because of your progress. If you do a lot of progress, now suddenly people's attitude towards you start changing. I have noticed in my life also. So many people, Rohit, who have many friends, astrologers, this, that, or they don't message because they think that now they talk to other people and say, oh, he become a big person now. He's not going to answer this, that, whatnot. So I also don't answer, by the way, because there's so much I पहले अपना ही तो कर लूं, फिर मैं दूसरों को बोलूं. But yeah, somehow in this situation, you may have feel a very social isolated period during this time, which is good for you. It is good for goal building. It is good for being spiritual. In fact, I won't be surprised that many people in December 2026 will be writing below that it is December 2026 and I'm watching this video right now. And I am very introvert now, and I'm trying to find satsangs and trying to find spiritual gathering where I can go and have a very nice time with a group of people. That is exactly the energy of Rahu and Ketu doing. Rahu has to give you money. Those who are in IT and tech and in AI, and if you don't start up, when Rahu enters into the fifth house and you're in Rahu Mahadasha or Antardasha, then you should quit because nothing is going to happen to you. So you should be prepared all your time for Rahu to enter in and start something. Fifth house is house of starting something new. Education, we start from scratch new. Children, childbirth, we start from scratch new. Creativity will start from scratch, from an idea to a thought to that manifestation. Fifth house is the house of manifesting something new and bringing it to life. So please get into that zone. Again, this is a very big transit, lot of prospects, lot of past things that happened, lot of future things that are predicted. I will make a video with Rohit ji on this, and then very close to maybe September 2026 we will release this. So all the best. Saturn, after 5 months, is finally turning direct. That means your workplace problems, problems related to creativity, problems related to politics in the workplace, problems related to service oriented roles, problems related to your designation, misunderstanding with your spouse and with your business partner ends. The aspects of Saturn on the ninth house, your destiny starts working in progressive way very nicely. You have learned a lot of lessons. Now this is the time to apply those lessons in the universe. Sun enters into Sagittarius on 16th of December. This is also a good news because Sun and Mercury both are entering into the sign of Sagittarius. I think I deleted two plates and it is not going down, so sorry for that. But Sun and they are both coming here in the fourth house, and here fourth house, 12th house lot in the fourth house means expenses related to your home and real estate, and Lagna lot in the fourth house means sometimes you buy property, do a shifting. There is a change of location, Stan Parivartana. If you're going through by chance Jupiter period, by chance Sun period, and Mercury period, either of three period, then there are major chances of Stan Parivartan. Travel to a foreign country, long distance travel. Stan Parivartan means changing your location completely. So that is the kind of progress that you're seeing during the month of December 2026. All the best. Have a great, wonderful year. Happy New Year in advance. And I feel Rohitji, since we are done with Virgo, let's move to Libra 2026. All the very best. And let's move here. Happy New Year, Libra people. Now let's move to you. And 2026 yearly horoscope is here. So if you want to book, you are very much welcome. You can book anytime. No problem, no issue at all. And let's start with January of 2026 for you. A very, very happy new year to all the Libra people. Moving forward, 2026 yearly horoscope is on. You can now either book on acastro.ca or you can even book in the WhatsApp link in the description below. Now, January begins with your ascendant lord only. We talk about Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn. Here, the ascendant lord is fourth from itself. That means something to do with shifting, real estate, anything to do in terms of your vehicle, home, happiness, emotional security. Everything is in very great shape because in positivity, this is the sign where this is a sign of the yoga karaka. That means Saturn sign, and in Saturn sign, Venus is extremely happy. So this is a very, very powerful and very, very nice placement. So all the very best. Have a great, great transit of Venus in Capricorn. In fact, this is also a transit which helps you with your career because Venus is looking at the 10th house. So here your career, your fame, your dignity, your power, new job opportunities, those who are working from home get more comfort. So it's a very beautiful transit. Sun enters into the sign of Capricorn, marks a very big festival called Makar Sankranti because it goes into the sign of Makar, into Capricorn, which is sign of his sun. Here it is fourth house, again 11th house lord in the fourth house. That means again some gains around the area of your home, in your family, sometimes family happiness. It's a very positive time, to be honest, in a very positive sense. A very, very great time. Also, things related to real estate are building up now because see, Mars on the other hand enters into Capricorn, becomes exalted here. So Mars will aspect the seventh house, that is own sign of Mars. Mars will aspect the 10th house and the 11th house. That means here something to do with commercial property, residential property, some kind of renovation, some kind of things related to do with your family home. Your 2026 begins with focus on your home because then Mercury also comes into here. Now, this is also a time when Sun, Mercury is the 12th house Lord. See, 11th house Lord, 7th house Lord, 12th house Lord. Everyone is in the 4th house. That means this is also a time of journeys, foreign travel, long distance journey. We can expect about you traveling somewhere with your family during this time is also possible, or to meet your family. is also possible. But great time because fourth house is active. Fourth house is a sukha sthana, that means the place of happiness. Here happiness comes to you. So January 2020 overall is a very, very beautiful time. See the big planets like Saturn, like Jupiter. Jupiter is retrograde at the moment. So retrograde Jupiter in the sign of Gemini is little bit of overwhelming when it comes to wisdom, higher education. So things are still looking very nice. There is no problem. Then comes February, where Mercury will enter into the sign of Aquarius. Now here it is here with Rahu. So we this is the fifth house of creativity. Mercury here, makes your thinking very analytical. Very great time for share and stock market. Always remember Mercury is the planet that is related to the share and the stock market. The up and down, the fast to and fro of this all stock market is all the energy of Mercury. So Mercury here, very benefic, but still it is the 12th house lord. So we want to be careful when it comes to very large sum of investment. We want to be extremely careful because Rahu can put that mind into illusion as well. Then later Venus comes here, which is very positive. Again, ascendant lord in the fifth house is one of the best position of the ascendant lord. Mahalakshmi Stan, great monetary benefits, some kind of financial relief. In fact, yeah, I feel that some great relief in terms of what you say from your children also. Your children also get great relief. They can get some good financial relief, as well as there can be possibility of some what do you say, we can say, because it is also the eighth house lord. So when eighth house and fifth house is any kind of relationship, then there is some speculative sudden gains also. So great time. Sun enters into the sign of Aquarius here, the 11th house lord in the fifth house, again very good. But the eclipse energy has begun now. See, eclipse is on 2nd and 3rd of March, the total lunar eclipse. So here sun is in that condition right now. The eclipse energy is on. So what we want to do here, be more careful about any kind of startups. If you have done any startup, if you are doing any startup, it's a very great time for startup, but depends on Mahadasha Antardasha. If you're going through Venus, any Mahadasha or Antardasha, then yes, absolutely, why not? If you're going through Mercury, any Mahadasha Antardasha, then yes, why not? When it comes to Sun, we want to be a little bit of careful because in the 11th house of Sun, there is Ketu sitting there. So we want to be extremely careful. When Sun comes here, this is also a time that if your children ask for some big money, big investment, try to just calm down right now. Let the eclipse energy end of March is when you can take a decision. Mars now also enters in the sign of Aquarius. You can see a stellium or five planets sitting together. It's called Panchayat Yoga also. So here it is five planets. So five planets. Panchayat means that there is a lot of difference of opinion between all the energies of planets. That's why five people are chosen in Panchayat, so that they can just make decisions accordingly, according to whatever ups and downs. So now here in this situation, Mars is also related to your marriage, your love life, and also related to second house, that is finances. See, everyone is sitting in the house of Mahalakshmi. So money becomes a very center point of stage here in the month of February. So we want to be very careful if taking very big monetary decisions in the month of February. That's my suggestion, because Mercury, the 12th house lord, becomes retrograde here. Now, retrograde Mercury also tells us that, okay, listen, I am also the ninth house lord. So don't only, you know, have faith only on your destiny, but we need to do a little bit of hard work also. One good news, because all these five planets are sitting here together, from past life karma, we get a lot of great, for past deeds we get lot of great results. This is also the house of mantra chanting. If you see here, Rahu is the most dominating out of all, because Rahu is going to make an eclipse here, so Rahu is very dominating. In that case, Durga, Om Dam Durgaye Namaha, Durga Saptasati, Durga Chalisa, Durga Kavach, all these remedies are very important if you're going through a Rahu Mahadasha or even a Sadhisati, by the way. So all the very best. Have a great February. Moving forward to the month of March. 2nd and 3rd of March is when we will have a total lunar eclipse, depending on the place you are. It is mostly seen in Europe, like in the east of Europe. When you talk about Australia, North America also, it's going to be affected this time. South America, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Arctic, Antarctica, everywhere we will be seeing this very great, powerful lunar eclipse, complete total lunar eclipse. Now, here what happens is that Venus enters into Pisces at that period of time, and there is an eclipse also. So, eclipse is happening in the fifth house. Fifth house is speculative gains and startup investment also. So, please make sure that when from 15th of April till 15th of February till 15th of March, do not invest big money into a startup. That is my suggestion. It's a very good idea to ideate and think and whatnot, go up and down, but not investment. Right now, the money should not go out of your pocket. That is my suggestion. Venus gets exalted here, and Venus, and because of this eclipse, the do's and don'ts. Very soon, when we are closer to the eclipse, we'll make a bigger video, so we'll post it on the channel. Now, here Venus entering into the sixth house is, a very powerful thing as well. Lagna Lord in the sixth house makes a Viprit Raj Yoga as well, also gets exalted. Now, only Venus has this power. See, Venus, Mars, these planets have the power to give them a Dushtana also, so that they can say, I can handle it very well. Here, sixth house, your workplace problem starts, ending. There is possibility of getting some kind of debt that you have been trying to apply for a very long time, or even debt relief is coming. If you have too much debt, now this is the time that some relief, some opportunity somewhere is coming. There is possibility that you may gain suddenly from a foreign country as well. So look, you have to put more effort in a foreign country during this time, or communication in a foreign country if you are doing something associated to that area. This house is also the house related to your diseases and health, because ascendant lord is here. It is going to repair and your health becomes very much better. Jupiter, on the other hand, now turns direct into the sign of Gemini. 11th of November 2025 is when Jupiter got retrograde. Now it is turned direct here, which is a powerful placement of Jupiter. Because see, Jupiter here, we say that Jupiter is not that powerful because it's third and sixth house lord. But here, what happens is that destiny of all your communication, your siblings, your friends, your close relatives, even your health, your judicial system, your enemies, everything is in hand of Jupiter only, and it is sitting in the Bhagyasthan, in your destiny house. So your destiny starts taking a very good leap. All the things, like by God's blessings, God's grace, you start getting very beautiful results. In fact, because Jupiter is putting the aspect on the fifth house also, that house also gets illuminated here, and Rahu's energy is absolutely in control. So very powerful placement of Jupiter. Again, this Jupiter turning Gemini, direct in Gemini, is very great for, taking your personality development, doing more communication, more training, more higher education, traveling to a foreign country, and so many great things. We will talk about it in the bigger video when we are closer to this date. Sun also enters into Pisces here, 11th house lord, 8th from itself. Now, sudden ups and downs in your social circle. We can see this. Sometimes with your elder siblings, there can be sudden ups and downs in their life as well. So, we want to warn them as well that, okay, be careful, take proper action. Here, because Sun is a malefic planet and sitting in the sixth house is good. If any government related exams, any government related exams, we can say any kind of what you say, competition that you're going into, any paper, any interview, it is a good news for you. You will be in great great standing there. Also, because it is sun is related to government, sixth house is related to service. If any government related obstacles are coming in your life, this is the time that it may solve this month. Mercury here turns direct into Aquarius. Now we are a little bit of safe, because 12th house lord is direct. That means now the expenses cannot happen vaguely, suddenly. Now it is a time more regulated way. But also, because this is the ninth house lord, it is telling you to be on a more dharmic part, more part related to some mantra chanting or some chanting. It can be any religion, your religion, but it has to be some chanting which invokes the energy of that supreme. Venus enters into Aries here. Now, if you look at Venus here, Venus is the lord of the ascendant and comes to the seventh house. Looking at the now, this is the Maraka placement. Sometimes when eighth house lord is 12th from itself, we can have a little bit of health concerns, especially urine infection, stomach problems, acid refluxes, sometimes challenges related to, even depending on the placement in your birth chart. But here, when Venus is here, male can have prostate related problems and stuff like that. So lot of things can happen, but good thing is that Venus improves the area of your love and relationship. It improves that positivity, that attraction. It improves that kindness. So it is very good if you're thinking of proposing someone, getting into some kind of a like a commitment. This is a very beautiful time to explore such opportunities. Also, if you are looking for marriage or stuff like that, you may find suitable partners, or people may start coming in after this 26th of March, because Venus is in good position. And now after the 7th house, it's going to go to the 8th house of intimacy and of your secret love and whatnot. So it is looking very promising. Now, I did not say yet, but there is AC Astro channel on Instagram, so please follow. Huh? If you don't follow, then after this March, it will not go ahead only, your reading. That is the problem. See, it is not going ahead because you've not followed. Yeah, now see April is come now. Very good. Now, April, Mars is entering into the sign of Pisces. When we talk about this Mars, Mars is the seventh house lord, exactly 12th from itself. Now, here sometimes misunderstanding with some kind of partners or relationship with business partners can be a little bit of dicey during this period, because seventh house lord 12th from itself, eighth house lord 12th from itself. So it is a little bit of overwhelming for both the seventh and the eighth house people, planets. Now, in such cases, we should be extremely careful about signing any contracts. With your spouse, be absolutely very faithful. Sometimes you can say a lot of arguments happen. Try to control your anger. Try to not be very violent. Very good time for your enemies to completely get destroyed. But our business partner, our spouse, they are not our enemies. There are what you say, we can say, they are companions for life. So that's why we should be absolutely very very much concerned for this area of life. Sixth house Mars can also help you. This is also the time that you may have to visit some clinic, some hospital, either not for you but for your relatives also. So it can be for you also, for relatives also. So it is better if you have um, anything which is very concerning, so go and do blood donation during this time, because that will solve 90% of the problem. Mercury enters into Pisces and becomes debilitated, so your bhagya lord has become debilitated, but also making a viparit rajyog. In that case, lot of growth in your foreign country, but sometimes communication problem in your workplace, your daily routine, your daily, what we can say, your daily habits take a little bit of toll. It completely goes off what is happening. So that is where you have to put extra effort and try to see that how I am going to make things fall in action. But very great time to hear some positive news from a foreign country. Those who are waiting for some visa, those who are waiting for some kind of passport, visa, any PR, any green card. So good news for you. If you're in that zone to get it, this is the time that it will trigger immediately. Sun here becomes exalted. 11th house Lord exalted. What a powerful placement of Sun. 11th house Lord, ninth from itself. Exalted in the 7th house, which is 10th from the 10th. Now, this also means that there is possibility of higher position. There is possibility of getting designation. There is possibility of, even victory over your enemies in very many scale. In social circle, your name and fame goes up. So that is also very positive. Sometimes here, only one thing that is concerning with Sun is an egoistic planet. I was trying to find the reason why Sun is called the egoistic planet, why it is malefic. It is malefic because it is blind in front of its own light, and it feels that I am the light. There is no one above me. That's why Sun was given the status of a malefic planet. Anyways, so Surya Lok or Sun is becoming very powerful here in the 7th house. So your ego, a little bit of me, that I, me, this element can go up to try to be as down to earth, and it's a great time, obviously. So why should we show extra attitude during this time? So try to be as calm as possible. But great time for all the government related stuff to happen. In fact, 7th house is also the house of regulation, any regulatory decisions, any kind of, if you're in a large scale business like IPO, that also is something where you can expect some great news. Venus enters into the own sign, into the eighth house, ascendant lord in the eighth house. It's a very great time for intimate relationship, for relationship which are going completely dead, to bring them alive. Secretly trying to work on each other. Maybe the outside world is seeing that your relationship is very good, but inside there is rift, dispute, battles, ego clashes. This is the time to move all that difference away. Eighth house is also the house of inheritance. So even if there is any kind of shared resources that you're trying to distribute between either a spouse, either your business partner, this is the time that it may commence in a very beautiful manner, and in a very very, what you say, mutual manner rather than a fight. Eighth house is also the house that is related to occult sciences. So those who are in any kind of field related to beauty, anything that is related to research on, what you say, dermatology, research in medical, research in Venus is also associated with all the, what you say, earthly metals, those who are in mining. So a very great and wonderful time for you to have a great breakthrough here. Very beautiful. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Aries. Now Mercury finally is not debilitated. Very good. And here it is a ninth house lord sitting 11th from itself, which is a great placement. And a proper Buddha Aditya yoga is also being created here, which is a great news. Now, in this state, it is very good time now to go ahead and write contracts, sign contracts. Again, the seventh house lord is 12th from itself, which is very soon going to come into the sign of Aries. But still, we want to be now open for negotiation, for signing contracts, for getting into more communication, of starting new partnerships, new businesses. Beautiful time. April is also very great. Moving on to May, 2026 yearly horoscope is here, and you can book either on acastro.ca or on WhatsApp, link in the description, and you will be coming on the website very, very soon. Samantha will book you very, very soon. All the best. 2026 May is when Mars enters into the sign of Aries. Now look at Mars here, the Lord of your, what you say, second house is going into the seventh house. A Maraka comes to seventh house with the 11th house Lord. So sometimes there are two ways to look at it. Number one, some gains can happen when it comes to your social circle, when it comes to your power in your, your designation, your dignity, your rank goes up. But on the other hand, health wise, it can be a little bit of challenge, because maraka coming into the maraka house is a challenging period. Those who are going through health ailments may feel some difficulty. So you have to be extremely careful when it comes to your leg, any kind of bruises, any kind of pain, any kind of muscle tear, even something to do with heart. Very important. Mars rules the blood. Mars and sun rules the heart. Mars rules the blood. So when we talk about cholesterol, blood pressure, all these problems may pop up. So try to take extra care of your health. Venus enters into the sign of Gemini, and here they make a beautiful Lakshmi Narayan Yoga in the ninth house. Ascendant Lord in the ninth house, eighth house Lord in the ninth house. Such a great things. Secretly, by the grace of God, by every means, by every energy, everyone secretly also trying to help you. This is how this powerful placement is. Your education, your higher education, your blessings of your guru, blessings of God actually come on you, which is very great for all the Libra ascendant people. When we look at one more scenario here, Venus is also going to be helping you with some foreign travel. If there is any foreign travel, if there is any long distance travel, if you're supposed to meet your father, your guru, your mentor, even for some spiritual tour, Venus can take you there, and you can be absolutely very wonderfully happy there. All the very best. Later, Mercury enters into the sign of Taurus. Now, here Mercury again makes a Viparita Raj Yoga in the eighth house. It is good time to get any habits, any bad habits that must have come just recently. Mercury is a very quick planet. Quickly comes, quickly goes. You can start abandoning it from your life. So that is one good thing. Somehow, this is also going to help you with foreign settlement. Some suddenly someone will help you in a foreign country, which will make things very easy for you. Very good time for saving money also, because eighth house is also the house of saving money, like shared resources. It is called about financial tax, money from taxation, etc. can come. Money from, we can say, money from government can come suddenly. So these are the kind of good things only, not bad things. Mercury is positive here, no problem. It is receiving an aspect of Saturn, which is makes a little bit slow, but Mercury slow is better than Mercury fast. Sun now enters into Taurus. Now, if you look at this, the 11th house Lord is exactly 10th from itself. So it shows some big karma of research that you have to do before you enter into a social circle, social gathering, social meeting, into a satsang, into a large group of people. Because sometimes your research may not be right, and it may bring sudden ups and downs. If you're doing some presentation in your workplace, if you're doing some anything related to putting your, what you say, your credibility out, this is the time that you need to be extra careful and do extreme research before you move forward. And Mercury now enters into the sign of Gemini, ninth house Lord in the ninth house, with three benefic planet in the ninth house. This is how, if we look, it's such a powerful placement. So great, so amazing, so wonderful. All the benefits are in the ninth house. Your destiny is at seventh sky, at peak. Everything that you are trying to achieve during this period, God is there to give you. So please dream big, please hope very big, please show extreme courage and power during this time. Because as we are talking, June comes, and 2nd June is when Jupiter, the very big transit of Jupiter entering into the sign of Cancer, being exalted for you happens. This is going to completely change the scenario of your bank balance, of your real estate, and of the debts that you have. You are going to see some major relief in all these three areas. Your bank balance, your income goes up because of that fifth aspect of Jupiter on the second house. So you'll use creative ideas in your career to make sure that your monetary benefit starts happening. Same way, when we talk about your fourth house, that is the house related to your real estate, here also you will start using very beautiful, very beautiful, we can say, um, beautifying the house, expansion of the house, maybe buying new properties. And also Jupiter, depending on good and bad debts, if there is a lot of bad debts, then you are supposed to start receiving good relief. But if it is good debts, like you want to buy a new property, you want to invest more into fixed asset, then this is a very extremely beautiful period for you guys. So overall, Jupiter transit is very great. Now this also improves your career, but we'll talk about all this, so many things, in the bigger video that we make. So I hope that you have subscribed, this you're how you're watching, so you will be seeing there in a very great manner. Venus now enters into the sign of Cancer. Now if you look at Venus here, it is the ascendant lord in the 10th house. So this improves your ability to become more powerful in your work, in your career, in your karma. So this time is when you do a lot of auspicious karma, a lot of great karmas that will remove all your, the bad or the difficult karmas that are accumulated in the past. This is the time to remove all of this. So starting of doing spiritual services, doing some homam in the house, doing some charity is what exactly this time demands. And Sun, by entering into the sign of Gemini, where 11th house Lord is sitting 11th from itself, you really gain from your social circle. Again, your destiny is at peak. Now, remember, when we talk about the ninth house, Sun is very powerful here because Sun represents the father. Ninth house also represents father, guru, teachings, higher learning. So, this is the time that if you're thinking of going to a foreign country to do some higher learning, start a new course, what you say, start new course, new training, exactly this is the right time for you. And you may also find such opportunities if you're in Sun Mahadasha, Antardasha, Prapti Antardasha. You may come across that, okay, suddenly your office is saying, you know what, you need to do some small training in the AI sector, you need to do this Excel training, this training, that training. So you'll say, wow, this is a time of higher learning. So that's exactly happening. Mars now enters into the sign of Taurus. Being the seventh house lord going to the eighth house is a good news. Being the second house lord going to the eighth house is very good news. It means that every area where your money is stuck, especially related to shared resources, someone partner not giving you money, sometimes money has to be taken from, some debt that has been given in the past has to be taken now. This is the time that it may all clear up. There is also possibility those who are doing those who are very stressed related to your inheritance, they also start getting great results. Those who are also stressed related to their effort, like they are not able to take the right effort, they are not able to show courage in a social setting, they are not able to do proper communication. Mars aspects on the 11th, second and the third house also says that don't worry now, it is all going to be taken into action. Great time for research and doing some kind of sadhana. When you talk about sadhana, if you have great enemies, this is the time to do Baglamukhi Mata sadhana. So Baglamukhi Mata mantra is going to help you very great when Mars enters into the 8th house. Very powerful Mars becomes here. Mercury also enters into Cancer. Now, before Mercury becomes retrograde for the second time this year, Mercury is in Cancer and Mercury is very comfortable. The ninth house lord in the 10th house. It's a very good Raja Yoga. And when Moon comes here in transit, this is going to be more powerful. Now, here in this scenario, again, three benefics in the 10th house, in a house of a benefic. It's a great, super, wonderful, amazing news for all the people related to their karma, job, relating to their, action, discipline, related to their dignity, power, rank. Everything is suitable, going up in positive sense. Everything is great for you guys. So happy for you. So greatly happy for you. Mercury retrogrades in Cancer. This is not a way, this is not a step to fear. It is going towards its own sign only. But what happens here is that sometimes in the career area or in the what we say, in our occupation, in our karma, we give overcommitment or we are too communicative. This is the time to just make your energy a little bit of inward and use more wisdom, use more leverage of other people rather than talking non-stop, giving false promises, doing what you say, sometimes we don't have any control over, we can say, we don't have any control over that, okay, we are going to do finally get over commitment. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. So try to be as low key during the month of June and end of June during the next 2026. July is here and 2026 yearly horoscope is also here. You can book it online on acastro.ca or there's a WhatsApp link in the description. Now, here Venus enters into the sign of Leo, which is very great because ascendant Lord is in the 11th house, but it is with Ketu. Now, here you may feel a little bit of detachment, or many people may comment over the luxurious things that you have in your social circle, that, oh, you are showing that you are this, but you have this kind of a luxury item. You are showing this, but you have this kind of, so you are not spiritual, you are not this. So, such kind of judgment can come, but doesn't matter. Ascendant Lord in the 11th house will add more value, more gains, more power to you. So in that scenario, you should be at heart very spiritual. Don't worry about the whole social circle here. Because Venus is also the 8th house Lord in the 11th house, someone secretly may try to, because Ketu is there, may try to harm your image in a social circle. So we want to be very careful about who do we share our secrets with. Mercury enters into the sign of Gemini. Now, here, since Mercury is entering into the sign of Gemini in retrograde motion, it is okay because ninth house Lord is in the ninth house. So, your destiny is good. Maybe somewhere we need to be very careful about our wisdom and use our wisdom correctly during this time. Sun enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, here the 11th house Lord is 12th from itself. Again, I told you, because of some social gathering or some group setting, there may be possibility that you're doing some travel, some journey. Also, other thing that you may have some losses because of some very big group. So, investment of money is absolutely, you should be absolutely careful before investment of money. That is my suggestion because it can cause some trouble to you. You can lose some big money during this time. So very careful. Sometimes big goals or big contracts that you have done, now you are waiting for payment and it's not coming. People have vanished. So be very careful from, maybe last month only, from June only, that okay, I need to be taking care of this, I need to be taking care of this. And if there is some people in the large scale demanding a lot of large things from you and not paying, so this is the time of, just extra caution. Mercury now turns direct into the sign of Gemini, which is very good because Mercury is in positive sense now. Ninth house Lord in the ninth house can also tell you that, okay, if there is any foreign travel that was disrupted, now this is the time to again take it into action. And again, your wisdom, your higher education, your blessings of the Guru and God is with you. Now, big event. Saturn here retrogrades in the sign of Pisces. Now, Saturn retrogrades for 5 months, so till 140 days till December, I think. Now, here, which is good news for all the Aries people, Aries moon people of Libra ascendant and Aries moon, because they will have a lot of relief when it comes to Sarasati. But those who are in Pisces moon, they will have a very intense period. Now, this is the intense period of Sarasati that starts. In fact, those who were Aquarius and feeling much relieved may also start feeling out of 100%, 10% little bit of extra impact of Saturn related to delays in work, related to delays in creativity, related to delays in terms of your health recovery. So somehow this is that scenario which is required for you to be extra careful. Now, because of the aspect of Saturn in the 8th, 12th, and the third house, there may be also different reasons where you may feel a little bit of more overwhelmed. For this, we will make the video when we are very closer to this event so that you do not miss out on the major, right now if I say I am lose out on some things, but then only dedicated video will give you more insights and remedies also. Now August is here. Venus is entering into the sign of Virgo, which is means Venus is debilitated here. Ascendant Lord goes to the 12th house, becomes debilitated, is not a great news because your expenses happen, but still it makes a Viprit Rajyog. In any condition, Venus has to give you good results. Health wise, we need to be absolutely careful, not only ours, but our health of our family members also. Sometimes in this period you are constantly in and out of either a hospital, either some kind of court legal places. So this is where we are in and out of places during this time when Venus enters into the sign of Virgo. Now here Mars will enter into the sign of Gemini on 2nd August. Now if you look, so one more thing, sorry, Venus entering into the sign of Virgo also adds very great power to your we can say to your workplace. So workplace wise we will have a very great relief. In fact, if health problem also comes and Saturn has delayed things there, Venus looking there will make sure that it is giving more power and things will be in our favor. Later Mars will enter into the sign of Gemini, which is also very great news because finally the Maraka, the second house Lord, has come to the ninth house. Somewhere from far distant, different cultures, different companies, freelance work is all seen from the ninth house. So there is where you can expect some gains, some monetary gains also. So this is good news. Sometimes because Mars is looking at the 12th house and a debilitated Venus, under very vipreet conditions, you have to travel. So many people may be traveling from foreign country to home country. That is how it is possible, because Mars is putting an exalted aspect from here on the fourth house of your home. So this is where, some kind of travel back to the home and etc. is seen. Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer here, which is good news. Mercury entering into Cancer is great news, because what happens is that ninth house lord in the 10th house, so it is kind of a Raja Yoga only, and it is sitting with Jupiter, so it gets lot of strength. Your wisdom, your intelligence in your career, in your workplace, in your business becomes very extreme, and you are supposed to be taking right, powerful decisions during this time. And Sun now enters into Leo. Leo's Sun is a powerful Sun. And look at here, 11th house. That means, Ketu is here, eclipse energy is beginning and everything like that. But again, this is a powerful placement of Sun. In your social circle, if anyone is trying to defame you, bring you down, this is the time Sun takes absolute control. This is the time Sun is so powerful, so amazing, that it's going to remove all the government related problems that have been coming if you have a large scale business. So that is also very good. Your goals, your hopes, your wishes come very much true during this time. So this is also good news. Sun here is aspecting the fifth house on Rahu. Now, this is where speculative gains. See, 11th house is house of gains, but speculative gains can be a little bit of tricky. So, do not try to bypass, or do not try to be extra, we can say, uh, extra smart during this time. Try to use the right channel for making sure everything is good. Mercury enters into Leo. Now, here, Mercury and Ketu, very good friends, right? Mercury takes the side of Ketu here more than Sun. So here Mercury and Ketu, illusion in your mind. Sometimes wrong information about your partners, sometimes wrong information about your gurus, mentors, or someone who's trying to mentor you is not trying to mentor you. They're trying to cheat you in some places. So very careful about what, how, and what kind of decisions you should be taking. See, you are going towards an exalted phase. Your Mercury is going to go into an exalted phase next month. So we want to be very careful that we take right decisions here, rather than getting into more of uh, you know like like being a someone following the flock. You should be completely standing out alone and making sure you use your intelligence. But good time for communication, and good time for those people who are in social media, digital marketing, sales, that kind of business. You will have a great and very, very powerful outcome during this time. Moving on to September 2026. Now, Venus will enter into the sign of Libra on 2nd of September, ending its debilitation. But this is not what all. Huh? Venus next month again goes into retrograde motion and enters into the sign of Virgo again. So we want to be I know what is happening in the year, so I have to be very mindful about how to take things forward. Now, here what happens is that it is more of the time of personality development, more of the time of getting your act together. Like it's something like to do with more education, also caring about yourself. We have been Libra ascendant people. Problem is that always they are maintaining balance between everyone, and in that case, sometimes they give less weightage to their existence, their comfort. So here we want to be more comfortable. Now, with Venus entering into the sign of Libra, this is also the period where 8th house Lord is in the ascendant. So this means that sometimes hidden things may come on surface. Suddenly, you may find that hidden things are coming on surface, and it will be absolutely very, very powerful for you to take action on that scenario. Mercury enters into Virgo, and Mercury becomes exalted here. The 9th house Lord is exalted in the 12th house. There is massive gains that can come from foreign countries, even something to do with literature, something to do with writing, something to do with communication in a foreign country. Those who are trying to, trying to now migrate to a foreign country, those who are in a foreign country and trying to get your passport, visa application done, that is also very great. It is also a very great combination for spirituality, because this is the moksha house. So here we can also expect some great positive spiritual retreats, something to do with charity. Expenses can be happening around spiritual retreat, charities, something to do with some donations. So it's very good. Now, because Mercury is looking at the sixth house in a debilitated manner, in the workplace, we may have a little bit of sometimes communication problems, communication gap, arguments. So that is where we need to be more focused during this time. Sun also enters into the sign of Virgo, 11th house, Lord in the 12th house, again, gains in a foreign country or gains in very distant, or sometimes sudden gains from a very distant place is also seen. Sun in the 12th house is your soul and the 12th house lord in the 12th house and in exalted manner. It means that this is, and your soul will get a purpose. Those who are going through sun mahadasha, mercury mahadasha, they will get a purpose in their life. So that is very powerful placement. Mars enters into Cancer. Now look at the beginning of the year. Mars started with an exalted position. Now here it comes to a debilitated position in September, but with such blessings. Mars is debilitated, Jupiter is exalted, and in the Kendra, it is called a Neech Bhang Raja Yoga. It's a very, very powerful combination. So now get ready for any kind of great news coming from your career, from your occupation, from your karma, from your work, from your workplace. Something very great is coming, even because both are looking at the fourth house. Your real estate is also something that is highlighting. In this case, Mars is also looking at the ascendant. That means you yourself will be so powerful, indestructible energy during the month of September. So if you are building yourself, see somewhere in the month of September next year that you are in a very powerful position. So very great. On top of that, Mercury is also entering into Libra. Now ninth house lord is also in the ascendant, so you will be at the center stage in the month of September 2026. But now comes the catch. See, Mercury is very positive, your communication goes very good, your relationship is doing very good, because Mercury and Venus, beautiful energy, is looking at the seventh house. But one thing that requires a little bit of caution, and that requires is now Venus. See, Venus is the Lagna Lord. Now going back here, if you're thinking of doing any kind of Botox, any kind of cosmetic surgery, any kind of things to do with, eighth house Lord also in the Lagna, right? So some kind of sudden diseases, problems, challenges can happen, sudden ups and downs in your face, in your surgery. So those who are doing any kind of face Botox, lip surgery, breast surgery, stomach surgery, any kind of surgery, male, female, anyone's. Male also does do now a tummy tuck and whatnot. So be careful, huh? Otherwise it will be a very big challenge for you. Now October is here, and see what happens. The minute October starts, 3rd of October is when, what you say, Venus will become retrograde, and it is retrograde, and it is go in Libra. It is retrograde this whole month, by the way. And in retrograde, it will move toward the sign of Virgo also. So we have to be now. That's why I told you, start taking action from last month only. From 25th of September, after that, no beauty treatment any kind. Don't use any new products. Search any kind of, like, let me use some this cream, that cream, take some medicine for weight loss, this, that. No, it should be completely avoided, otherwise there will be a big problem. Now, Venus in retrograde motion does not mean a bad, because it's benefic energy in retrograde motion just tells to take our, things related to Venus seriously. That is here, health, disease, losses, journeys, everything very serious. That is exactly what it means. So you need to be extra careful and do much research before you take any kind of action here. Sun enters into Libra, becomes debilitated again. This is the 11th house lord getting debilitated. So it is the house related to your goals, your wishes, your income losses. In fact, sometimes it is also seen for elder brothers, or mostly it is seen for elder brothers. So in that case, you need to tell your elder brothers again that you have to be careful. Even your friends, etc., may try to put your image. Sun is the image, remember this. Try to image down, and you may feel very aggressive, anger, very egoistic during this time. So try to be as calm as possible. Here, this is the time that your immediate partner, because Sun is putting an aspect in the seventh house with Mercury, with Venus. So all three are looking at the seventh house. So some immediate partner, maybe your spouse, maybe your long-term business partner, may come for rescue, and they will be the saving grace during this period for you. Now, Mercury also retrogrades into Libra. This is the time you cannot rely on luck altogether. Has to be done with more of wisdom, more of research, more of higher education. You have to use your education in every sector. Excuse me, bless me. Sorry. Natural, but I cannot help it. And Mercury, yeah, you have to be very careful when it comes to your foreign travel also, that if you've done foreign travel, or if you're doing foreign travel right now, are your documents in place? Is there anything misplaced? Check your WhatsApp. Nowadays, if you take tourist visa, one small case which I came across, which I was doing an appointment, they were on the airport and doing an appointment saying that will you be allowed inside US or no. That is exactly where I did my appointment. Now what happened, Rohitji, in that case is that they came to US on a tourist visa. Okay. And they had tourist visa. So the officer said, okay, very nice, how many days you're going to stay? There are only 20 days, this is the hotel booking and whatnot. To say, okay, show me your phone. They went on WhatsApp and they found all the conversations with multiple people that, okay, I'm coming, we will work here, and then I will try to sponsor you, do this and that, and then we'll give you cash this much money. That person was deported from the airport. Now understand, this is exactly what happens when Mercury is retro. And just recently when Mercury is retrograde, right now, then only I had this. So when Mercury is retrograde, when Mercury is your mind does not work in the right sense. So whenever you're traveling, doing make your documents are very clear. While coming back from India, Rohitji, Mercury was retrograde. While coming back from India, no, while traveling in India, someplace, Mercury, on the immigration counter, I found, so I was going to Dubai. I found that that person did not get the passport only and saying, no, please let me go, please let me go. They said, where is the passport? If you don't have passport, how do we let you go? They said, I came from Gujarat, Surat, I forgot it. So they said no, then he had to return. So sometimes when Mercury is retrograde, such kind of, you have to be mindful about such things. That's my suggestion for you, because it is ninth and 12th house lord. So it has to do with your travel, foreign settlement, and a lot of things like that. Now, Jupiter in Atichari. Atichari movement, Jupiter moves 2 times a month, or 2 times a year. Now here Atichari Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. This is the Diwali time. Last Diwali I told you we made the yantra. This time we cannot make it because Jupiter is in the sign of Leo. If it was Cancer, then yes, absolute beautiful time. Now Jupiter entering into the Leo, aspecting your fifth house. No, sorry, aspecting your third house, aspecting your fifth house, and aspecting your seventh house. Great time for marriage. Those who are in any business related to social media, anything to do in terms of marketing, sales, anything to do in digital marketing, digital media, anything to do in terms of masses, like those who have schools, colleges, those who have mass business, they have more than 20 employees kind of business, they are going to prosper during this month of October. Like Jupiter is going to give you sudden power, because what happened, it came and it started controlling Ketu. So remember, this Ketu and Jupiter will be in close conjunction. Why? Because Ketu is supposed to enter into the sign of Cancer, in December. And here it's October. Normally, it's 2 months. Ketu is in very close degree, like less than 10 degrees here. And here, Jupiter is come here, and they're both now going to be in close conjunction. Jupiter is going to absolutely control Ketu and give little bit of expansion to this social circle of your house, expansion to your income as well. Again, this is a very big video. We cannot conclude in a very small thing. So we'll be talking about it in the next time when we are closer to this time, in a very big video about the aspects, because good time for marriage, good time for speculative gains, good time for investments, good time for starting new partnership, in fact the best time to do a startup. So many great things, so we will talk about it. November is here, and 2026 year's horoscope is also here. So if you want to book, you can book online on acastro.ca, or WhatsApp link is in the description for your reference. Now here, November 2026, Venus enters into the sign of Virgo. Now, if you look at Virgo here, Virgo is the debilitated place of Venus, and it has been retrograde for full month. Now it has entered here also. This means that Venus energy is not that great right now. The ascendant lord is little bit of struggling, stressed. This means in the beauty, in the luxury, in the area related to spending on luxury, you may make some headless decisions. We don't want you to do that. So please, no big investments on beauty, aesthetics during this time. Try to be as spiritual as you can. Spiritually spend some money on charity, on doing some kind of pilgrimage. That's required. Mars enters into Leo, again a very powerful placement of Mars, because here the seventh house lord is fifth from itself. You gain a great traction in terms of your income from, what you say, income from your partnership, relationship. Also, if there is any kind of effort that is required in your for you to grow socially, this is the right time. Mercury also turns direct into Libra, because it knows next day Venus is also turning direct into Virgo. So Mercury and Venus are now direct. That means again back course to action. Your communication also becomes more smooth. You don't start forgetting things. Venus also in the right space. That means now you can get into booking appointments for your Botox, for your beauty, for your surgery, for whatever it is. This is the right time for you to beautify yourself. Sun enters into Scorpio. Now, if you look here, there's a very big Rashi Parivartan Yoga between Sun and Mars. And second and the 11th house Rashi Parivartan Yoga is a very huge deal. This means that some very positive news coming to monetary benefit is coming, which we are expecting from last 3 months. From last 3 months, if we are waiting for something that it's not happening, they told me about promotion, they told me about money. My goods are supposed to come, my money from that area is supposed to come. So now you will start seeing great prospects during this time. So beautiful time for you. Now Venus enters into the sign of Libra. This is also good news. See, Sun in the second house, 11th house Lord in the second house also improves condition of your siblings. Your speech becomes very powerful. In fact, very authoritative speech you have. And sometimes your status also goes into an authority phase. In your family, you start getting more value. People start accepting you, accepting your ideas in a more serious manner. That's also happens here. Venus entering into Libra is also good. See, like Lagna Lord in the Lagna. Now you take any action related to your body, your mind, your physical attributes, your money, your investments. Everything is in your favor now. There is no issue at all. Very great time is coming. Because when we move in December, what happens is that Mercury enters into Scorpio the first day. That means here also ninth house Lord is in the 12th, second house, and 12th house Lord in the second. So some losses are recovered. Your bank balance goes up. There is possibility that you do great speech, great, we can say you can be a great negotiator during this time. So December is the month of negotiation starting. And then comes the biggest transit of 2026, that is Rahu and Ketu. Rahu will come to the fourth house, Ketu will come to the 10th house. Now, 10th house is the house of Cancer. It's a water sign. Now, here, Ketu is an emotional planet. Yes, absolutely. But Ketu is more about emotional detachment. Here, you may start feeling a little bit of detached from work. Even if you're getting very higher position, you may feel, what is all this useful for? Why do I need it? I don't need any career. I just need to completely surrender my karma into praying to God and whatnot. And Rahu, on the other hand, in the fourth house, it is going to make you very powerful extrovert. You will be try wanting to spend on what you say your spend on your house, spend on beautifying, spend on electronics, spend on, we can say, making property, making vehicles, getting new cars and whatnot. So there's going to be a very very different energy depending on your mahadasha. Either Rahu benefit Mahadasha or either Ketu benefit Mahadasha. Yeah, that means any Mahadasha related to Rahu's energy or Mahadasha related to Ketu's energy will give us more idea. If you're going through Moon Mahadasha, if you're going through Jupiter Mahadasha, then it is more of Ketu energy. If you're going through Venus Mahadasha, if you're going through Saturn Mahadasha, if you're going through even we can say Mercury Mahadasha, then you are more connected towards Rahu energy. So depending on the Mahadasha also, we will see that what kind of energy is seen. If you're going to Saturn Mahadasha, then it is going to be extra powerful period for you for materialism. If you're going through Moon Mahadasha, then it is going to be a very, very emotional period for you to for detachment. So depending on the Mahadashas, we will be able to give you clear idea. But again, fourth house Rahu is very good for property building. 10th house Ketu is very good to now become humble in your workplace. Now become spiritual. Take work, any work, with a pinch of spirituality, with a pinch of humanity, with a pinch of righteousness. This is exactly what Ketu says in the sign of Cancer. Saturn now turns direct into Pisces for you. This is again 5 months. I told you in December last time that it will become direct. Now here it has become direct. Good news. All the people who are facing a lot of struggle, that are Pisces and that are Aquarius, now will start getting relief, and a little bit of now pressure will come on the Aries people because Sun has to make a transit next year. Sorry, Saturn has to make a transit next year and come into that area of debilitation, which is good because debilitated Saturn does not create a big problem in Sadesati because its energy is turned inward, so it is not able to give that much powerful, what you say. So Aries Sadesati is going to be good. Thank you. I'm also Aries. Anyways, now here when we talk about Saturn, Saturn is going to improve all the problems or remove all the problems that were too slow in your workplace, any workplace progress. If you were not maintaining a very good routine, now Saturn brings you back to routine. Things related to your health which came on surface, now you will find a solution for it because Saturn is putting the aspect on the 8th house, which means your longevity is going to now improve. It is looking at the 12th house, all the foreign related things that were associated with Saturn and not working in favor. Now it will start working in favor. And also short distance travel, which were happening then canceling. It were booked, then cancelled, booked, then cancelled. We now start happening and you will be moving forward with right action. Jupiter retrogrades into the sign of Leo because Jupiter said, oh my God, I need to go back now to my sign Cancer. Why am I here? Ketu is there. So it is to go and follow Ketu, also put an aspect on Rahu there to make sure that it is taking right action. In such time, when Jupiter goes here till next June, July, it is going to be here. So it is powerful. Ketu will be in full control. Right now, the energy that is coming back of Jupiter is trying to control the Ketu energy in the 10th house so that it does not do any kind of big harm in your workplace, big harm according to your communication in your workplace. So that is exactly Jupiter energy in retrograde period. Sun enters into Sagittarius, which is the 11th house lord, fifth from itself. Again, very great news for all the people who are in digital marketing, social circle, writing, film, acting, television, anything to do in communication, anything to do in sales, anything to do in negotiation, hedge funds, anything to do in terms of investments, IT. Very beautiful time for you. It's also a time of skill development because Sun is looking at the ninth house. This means skill development is seen here, so that is very positive. And Mercury also enters into Sagittarius, being the ninth house lord in the third house, exactly opposite from itself, improves your communication. Your destiny completely depends on your communication and the action, the bodily action that you show. And this is going to be an end of 2026 of December for all the Libra ascendant people with some very great movements in this year. If you see overall, career is very sharp, gains are very sharp, your destiny is very sharp. Only few places where we want to take care is when your ascendant lord is in the 12th house, then coming back, then again going to the 12th house. This is where we have to be more careful. But otherwise, it's a very pleasant and a beautiful new year for you. All the best. 2026 yearly horoscope is here, so you can book it anytime on acastro.ca, or there's a WhatsApp link in the description. You go down and you can book it. See you on the other side. Thank you, Rohit ji. Let's move to Scorpio. Scorpio. Scorpio, Rohit ji. So happy new year to all the Scorpio people. May this 2026 be a superb, amazing, and a wonderful year for you. Let's go month by month and understand how this year transits are doing for you. Before that, 2026 yearly horoscope are on, so you can book it anytime at your convenience, either on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description for bookings. Now, January. When we talk about January, Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn. Look at Venus here. In your chart, Venus is a Maraka, seventh house lord. That means lord of your relationships, as well as the 12th house lord, lord of expenses. Going to the third house, that this times the beginning of the year can be travel expenses because third house is short distance travel. There can also be a little bit of expenses concerned with the siblings. But when it comes to communication, as well as when it comes to your action taking ability, this is a very, very beautiful and powerful transit for all the people. Surya Dev also enters into Capricorn. This is also a great news because here Surya or Sun is the 10th house lord, goes to the third house. That means some great communication or great effort you're going to show related to your career, which is proving very, very useful for you. Third house is also the house that is related to your hobbies. So in this time, when Sun comes here, there may be possibility that you also try to work on your hobbies and stuff like that. One thing with Sun here, um, is that third house is the house that is related to any contracts. So any government contracts, if you're working on or if you're looking for, this may be a very fruitful period for you. Mars, Mangal Devta, enters into Capricorn and now becomes exalted here. So the beginning of the year, January, start with your ascendant lord to be exalted, which is a very powerful placement of Mars. Now, Mars is also the lord of the sixth house, and it is sitting exactly 10th from the sixth house and third from the, Lagna. Third house is the house of courage, and who has who has this courage other than Mars? It's a very powerful, extravagant courage. And this is where Mars is going to be showing lot of action. Action means either action in starting something new. There is possibility in the workplace. You are absolutely shining during this time. So those who are going through Mars Mahadasha Antardasha, it's a congratulations for you. It's a very, very beautiful transit. And Mercury enters into Capricorn here. So there is a stellium here, four planets coming together. 11th house lord in the third house, very good for communication. And it is the lord of communication. So all the focus in the month of January happens around your communication, where two Krura Grahas, that means Mars as well as Sun, are together, and two Grahas, Venus and Mercury, are together. So somehow very, very powerful impact you will see in terms of these two beautiful planets. Now we need to also understand one or two more things, that all the planets are now going to go into the fourth house of your Sukhastan next month. That means all the decisions taken in January will be reflecting on February. So whenever we do something now, then only later we start getting results for it. So January, It is all around your, we should, we should not do any kind of harsh communication. That's what my suggestion is. All the very best. Moving on to February, here we go with Mercury entering into the sign of Aquarius. First is Mercury, where it is the lord of the eighth house coming to the fourth house. Now, good news for those people who are into spirituality, who are doing something that has to do with family tradition. If there is something that has to do with more of, we can say, family gathering, you being a medium where you are getting your family together, so this is a very very great placement of Mercury. On other hand, if there is any inheritance, especially with sisters, any kind of challenges in that area, that may also get solved during this period. Venus enters into Aquarius, very beautiful period, but now they are all with Rahu, so we want to be very careful. Rahu is an illusionator, so here Rahu can do little bit of manipulation sometimes, even in your thoughts, even in feelings around people. You may feel or you may want to manipulate them, so try to avoid that as much as possible. But Venus being the seventh house lord, 10th from itself, it's great news for any kind of spousal activities. Your spouse may do very good, and your business partner may also do very good, and if business is there, you may flourish during this time. Especially 12th house lord in the fourth house also means that real estate in a foreign country. So if you are in a foreign country and expecting to buy, lease, sell any real estate, absolutely go for it, because this is a very beautiful time. Same way, Sun enters into the sign of Aquarius on February 13, 2026. Now, Sun entering into the sign of Aquarius is exactly the 10th house lord opposite from itself. Now, this time, all your focus comes on your home, on your house. That means how much ever, and eclipse energy is also building. How much ever you are busy at work and all, you still have to now focus on your home matters should not be given, just let it go, because it is also a Kendra lord, because it is sitting with Rahu and eclipse energy is building. We want to be very sure about all the decisions that we make related to real estate or buying or selling of a vehicle or a purchase of a flat or land or farm or anything. We have to be extremely careful during this time. And as soon as Mars also enters into Aquarius, then this is a period, five planets sitting in the fourth house. See, last year on 29th of March, six planets were sitting in one house, and now today you will see that five planets is sitting here. So these events keep happening. Five planets, six planets, all keep happening. This is Panchayat Yoga. Now here, five different energies, all different characters coming together is a very very powerful union in the fourth house. So your heart, your mana, your sukha, all depends on the aspect of your ego, the aspect of your communication, the aspect of your beauty, the aspect of courage, and the aspect of manipulation. So, see, five planets, five emotions in one house. That's exactly how the placement is there. Mercury, on the other hand, retrogrades here in the sign of Aquarius, which means that in the social circle as well as in research, we want to be absolutely careful, because before we publish something or before we say something or before we claim something, that's exactly the time that is seeing. So, all these aspecting your 10th house and your career means that home and career, these are the two places. That work life balance we talk about, right? This is exactly that. I mean, this is more time you have to give your priority to your home. That is exactly how February looks like for you. March is here, and when we talk about March, it starts with an lunar eclipse. So lunar eclipse is there, and it's a complete total lunar eclipse happening in your fourth house as well as the 10th house. Both are aligned, that's why it happens here. Now in this case, we want to be extremely careful here related to home, mothers, health of the mother. In fact, those who are heart patients, those who are going to heart, high blood pressure, cholesterol, heart patients, those who have strokes, those who have heart attacks, we have to be extremely over careful. While we will reach this lunar eclipse time, it's a total lunar eclipse, and here moon is the ninth house lord. That means destiny is completely going dark during this period. So everything depends on your karmas, past karmas. So we will talk about that when we are closer to this date. But now, 2nd of March 2026 is when Venus will enter into Pisces and become exalted. Now, amidst of all this eclipse and all, Venus is getting into a good position in the fifth house of speculative gains. It is seventh house lord, 11th from itself. So, initiation, starting of love life, starting of commitment, starting of marriage, engagements, all this kind of things. Those who are right now focusing or very very much into marriage kind of stuff is going to work out for you. There is also great news because fifth house is the house of speculative gain. So here, some great speculative gain is also what you can expect. Because Venus is looking at the 11th house with a debilitated aspect, and the Lord of the 11th house is retrograde at the moment, we want to be very careful when we are in a very big social setting about how we use our creativity or how we portray our communication, because sometimes it may feel a little bit of discomfort in those areas. Jupiter Brihaspati becomes direct in the sign of Gemini. This is also very great news because Jupiter is in the 8th house. And if you look at Jupiter here, second and fifth house Lord, that means all the money related matters is here. Now, whenever fifth and eighth house have any connection, there is possibility of getting some kind of sudden wealth. So let's hope for the best. If there is sudden wealth, if there is investment that are maturing, if there is insurance money coming, government can pay you something. So some great things are supposed to be happening during the month of March 2026 after Jupiter becomes direct. In fact, because Jupiter is becoming direct and putting an aspect on 12th and the 4th house as well as the second house, there is possibility of gains from foreign country, even gains from real estate as well. So very good. Sun enters into the sign of Pisces. Now, here, Sun is the 10th house lord in the 5th house. So, your creativity at your workplace will be amazing. But here, Sun is with Saturn. Saturn is going to get combust during this time. So, those people who are going through Sarisati, through Dhaya, all these kind of things will have very great relief. On top of that, Rohiji, here, because Sun is the lord of the 10th house in the 5th house. There may be new beginnings. This is the time of startups. If you're thinking to completely revive your occupation, start something new, then March is the month for you. But again, because this is house of speculation, some speculative gains in the area of career is seen. So some bonuses, some advances, some great money is also supposed to be seen here. So beautiful. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Aquarius. Now we are happy because Venus is, at pure exaltation during this time. It is between 26 and 30 degrees. And because in 4 days, March 26, Venus is supposed to be entering into Aries. So here, Mercury also direct and Venus also in very good position. So something very great around creativity, around love life, around your family and your loved ones coming together, maybe you making them meet and whatnot. So things are going to be in great order during this period. Mercury, whenever retrograde, your travel plans can go blunder, your trading abilities can go blunder. So we want to be careful in those areas when Mercury is retrograde. But after Mercury direct, we are very good. Venus, end of March, enters into the sign of Aries. Now, here also, this is good because what has happened, a Viprit Rajyog, 12th house Lord in the 6th house, it's a Viprit Rajyog. That means it's a very positive. All the negative effects of Venus goes away. Here, your health becomes very good. Your debts, your financial relief comes. Your debts, if you're now not getting approved, they get approved. So it is a very positive placement of Venus here. On other hand, Venus looking at the 12th house means that workplace, your from your workplace, there can be opportunities for you to go in a foreign country. So all the very best for that. April is here. And with April, Mars will enter into the sign of Pisces. Now, Ascendant Lord in the 5th house, what a blessing. This is Mahalakshmi Stan. This is the place of wealth. This is the place of creativity, the place of past karmas. When Ascendant Lord comes here, all the past that has been happened in 1 year, if there is any result that is still pending for you to get in a very beautiful way, you will get that. So that is very positive. Mars and Sun together with Saturn, again, very positive. Now, remember, Sun becomes very powerful with Mars, and Mars becomes very powerful with Saturn. Because see, in the house of Saturn, Mars becomes exalted. In the house of Mars, Sun becomes exalted. So this is a very powerful Tridev Yoga, we can say. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. What is Saturn? Saturn is Brahma. What is what you call Sun? It is Vishnu. And what is Mars? Mars is Shiva. So all three Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh are sitting in the 5th house for you, which is a very powerful yoga to start something very new. So if you have decided what to do, I would suggest in the month of April, you should do Sri Ganesh and start something very powerful because all three power energy are coming together. So very great. Mars also 6th house Lord 12th from itself, end of enemies. End of enemies who are in your workplace. That is also great news. But sometimes here there are possibilities that you may suddenly travel because of work or because of children. So that is exactly how it is supposed to be. Education, if you're doing that, also going to be very great. You have three powerful deities in one house. It is beautiful. Mercury enters into Pisces. Now, here, if you look at Mercury, Mercury becomes debilitated. Now, a debilitated Mercury In the fifth house means now creativity or any creative expression that we are showing has to be taken into much more consideration. Debilitated does not mean bad, because it is still receiving very positive impact from Saturn, which is a very good friend. But yes, Mercury debilitated means the ability in trading and stock market, cryptocurrency, share market becomes a little bit of diminished during this period. In fact, this is the period to go out, to go meet people, to do networking, because Mercury is putting exalted aspect on the 11th house. Networking, trying to make new contacts, we can say that more on focus more on your social circle rather than your rather than being an introvert person during this time. Sun enters into Aries and now it is exalted here. 10th house Lord in the 6th house, exalted in the area of workplace. You will be shining in your workplace during this time. Service abilities, any competitions, any exams, any government jobs, anything that you're getting into a competitive mode is going to be very beneficial for you. And 14th of April and onwards, you should book your exams and whatnot, because this is where your right time for you to reap that benefits of Sun is going to happen. Sun, as soon as it gets into exaltation from 0 degrees in this Gandanta point till 13 degree 20 minutes, it's very powerful. And at 10 degrees, it is at superpower. So that will be 10 degree will be around end of this month somewhere. But Sun is in power. So please get into all the competitive spirit that you can. April, if you have to give some exams where you have control to do things, then after April of 14, you should book it without any stress. Venus, on the other hand, enters into the sign of Taurus. Also, one more thing which I forgot about Sun. Sun comes here, also burns all your enemies down. So here, that is another positivity. You will be able to overcome all the enemy traits. And also, when we talk about your health, it is going to be very much better for you. Very, very great. Sun burns away all the negative health problems also. So great thing. Now here, because Venus has come to its own sign, this is the time of getting into a engagement, marriage, new partnership, signing contracts, getting into, we can say, more of sensuous pleasure. We can talk about, those who are trying to reconcile. That is a time that you will be able to reconcile. So it's a beautiful period as well. And Mercury enters into the sign of Aries here. Again, Mercury is making a Viprit Raj Yog, the eighth house lord in the sixth house. Long term problems that were going on, like bad habits, like challenges, like court cases, etc., may now come to an end. And there may be possibility that you really gain something very powerful during this time. So it's April also is a very, very extremely great month for all the Scorpio ascendant people. May is here. When we talk about May, Mangal Devta, Mars also enters into Aries. Now, Lagna Lord in the sixth house, eighth house Lord in the sixth house, 10th house Lord in the sixth house. So, two Kendra Lords in the sixth house in such powerful position that enemies, we can talk about debts, we can talk about challenges of the eighth house, disputes, any injury, any health problem is going to vanish. But somehow, when two aggressive planets like Mars and Sun are together here, we want to be careful about some kind of sudden accidents, small accidents which can have like little bit of some burns, some blood loss, some kind of blood test. So it is better during this time, whenever Mars comes to the sixth house, anywhere, anytime in transit, also anytime if it is in your birth chart, also to regularly do blood donation. If you regularly do blood donation, then this Mars is a very, very genuine and very, very easy Mars for you, because automatically your blood is going away from your life. So that is something that you need to be doing. This is a very great remedy. Venus enters into now also Mars coming into the sixth house can empower you to buy some real estate as well. So there is possibility that you may be getting into a real estate deal. Venus enters into Gemini, again a Vipreet Rajyog. So both the planets, the 8th house lord, the 12th house lord, and the 6th house lord are in 6, 8, and 12 only. So this is a very, very high level Vipreet Rajyog happening, which means all your obstacles, all your troubles after lot of effort will go away as well. Venus coming and meeting Jupiter is Lakshmi Narayan Yog, 8th house. So sudden hidden money, some kind of speculative money, some kind of money other from other people, shared resources, insurance, etc. If are in the pipeline, then congratulations, you may get something very powerful. With Mercury, the 11th house lord going into the 7th house, there is gains in partnership, but sometimes because Mercury is this is Mercury, right? And here in the seventh house, this is a Maraka place. Anyone comes and they feel like very challenged, except Saturn. Saturn feels very great here. So in this situation, you should be very careful about any kind of signing of contracts and whatnot. You should take some expert advice before you do any contracts or get into any kind of speculation during this time. So only this small thing, because 11th house is involved. So on a large scale, something is going to happen in a partnership area. So we want to be extremely careful there. And sun enters here. Now sun gives us a little bit of faith, and faith, because 10th house lord is sitting 10th from itself, so it can add to a designation, to some recognition, to some, public image becomes very powerful. Your what you call your we can say your power is shown now in public image. Promotions, etc., are expected during this time. If you're going to sun mahadasha antardasha or venus mahadasha antardasha, some kind of great battle you are going to win. That is exactly going to happen here. Mercury enters into Gemini here on 29th of May 2026. And here Mercury again in the eighth house lord, in the eighth house with the 12th house lord. So now, and with second house lord. So it is all connection related to foreign country, gains, hidden gains, big contracts. Also, because all three benefits are in the eighth house, not a very great news, because here you may feel a little bit of overwhelmed, but a great time for occult knowledge, for developing your higher skills in occult, in herbology, those who are in medical field, those who are PhDs, those who are researchers, those who are in any field related to any occultology, like any numerology, vastu, tarot. A very beautiful time for your intuition to be over seventh sky. That's how powerful this time is. Beautiful. So after May, we are here at June also. Now, if you look at June, Jupiter enters into Cancer. 2nd of June is a very big event where Jupiter finally will come to the ninth house. Second and fifth house Lord, ninth house. Fifth house Lord, fifth from itself. What a powerful placement. This is a time that now, in between between 18th of October till 11th of November, you felt this kind of a placement of Jupiter being exalted and being giving you very great results. Now it is going to be a very permanent for almost 1 year. Now, this is where your higher education, anything to do with your luck, especially in the area of your finances, very great. Childbirth, because Jupiter is going to put an aspect on Saturn, and the slowness of Saturn, it is going to take over, and it is because that is own house of Jupiter. And progeny related things will be very good. You'll be very lucky. God's blessing coming to you about progeny, about education, about wisdom from guru. A guru may enter your life as well during this time, so please be very much open. Very great time to do any kind of spiritual studies, or pick up a literature. Those who also want to do any kind of writing, like any kind of publishing books, etc., this is that beautiful right time for you. Venus enters into Cancer here, so again the Lakshmi Narayan yoga continues in the ninth house of your destiny, which is a great, great, great pleasure time for all the people. Venus also being the seventh house lord, it brings some luck in partnership as well. And because Jupiter is here, so partnership expand. Even foreign related travels, foreign related expansion happens. If you're going to Venus Mahadasha Antardasha, then this is a time of foreign travel. Please book your tickets. Or maybe you are going to a foreign country at the moment. Sun entering into Gemini is 10th house lord in the 8th house. Now, in your workplace, there can be hidden enemies. So we want to be looking very careful about it. Some people may not like our progress. This is a time to do extra research. More, we can say, you have to show more interest into um, we can say more interest into getting into the bottom of the things, rather than on surface level you say, oh, nice, nice. But someone asks you very difficult questions in the workplace, you need to be on the bottom of the surface. This is the time that do not take any kind of trouble with the government, like taxation, like any kind of small blunder you will do, and it can show you on your on wherever it is. So very careful about it. Mars enters into the seventh house, ascendant lord in the seventh house, in the house of Amaraka, comes and blesses here only because ascendant lord is all about blessing. But here it puts the 10th aspect on the 10th house on Ketu, which is very powerful aspect. And that aspect can create some kind of irritation, sometimes very anger. So we want to control our anger. Mars in the seventh house is bachelor. During this period, there can be travel, or many people who are not in cordial relationship in marriage may also do some separation or some fight and whatnot. So try to be as okay as you go. And whenever you have such issues, try to consult some kind of maybe a psychologist, maybe astrologer, maybe someone, so that if anything can be worked on, or if it's a temporary phase, we don't want to take big steps during this period. That's how I want to tell you. Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, three beautiful, wonderful planets in the ninth house. All three benefits, especially the Mahalakshmi Vishnu triangle is happening, which is very great. And 11th house Lord, 11th from itself in the ninth house. Some very big gains from your social circle is coming. Your higher education, your devotion, your pilgrimage activities are going to go into very, in fact, even if you go for a small visit somewhere, you will go for some pilgrimage, either in a mosque, either in a church, either in a temple, anywhere, does not matter religion. But here, in fact, this is the time, if you have some money, like God is kind to you, and if you have some money, donate to someone who is doing some temple, maybe for the floor of the temple, maybe for the anything in the temple, like donate in a temple if a temple is getting constructed. This will be always in your good deeds. You will always be very powerful there. Now here, Mercury enters, after that Mercury retrogrades into Cancer. Now 11th house retrogrades into Cancer. This is a time to beware of your social circle, because it can be someone trying to, do some kind of deceive you, some kind of fraud, some kind of challenges, like, some kind of, we can say, someone who's promising very big but not able to deliver. So sudden ups and downs can happen during this time, because 8th house Lord is getting retrograde. So make due diligence is what is required. Higher education, learning, always do everything with awareness and learning during this period. That is how you will navigate this time. July is already here. Now, here, Venus will enter into the sign of Leo. Now, if you look at Venus here, Venus is the 12th house Lord. And where has it come? To the 10th house. That means those who are in foreign countries, they will gain some great news about their career. In fact, those who are also wondering that their career is not going accordingly, right? Kendra Lord in the Kendra, career is going to be so going some very super position. Now some comfort adds to your career, rather than only hard work and slogging. Now comfort comes to you. So I think there is a level up during this time, so it is very positive. Venus aspecting the fourth house is the house related to your home, so your home also flourishes during this time, because that is a sign of a friend, and your home flourishes. In fact, Rahu is also a very good friend of Venus. In that case, you will see that your home is flourishing, as well as there is some speculative gain also there, so that is very good. Sun enters into Cancer exactly 12th from the 10th house. Now, those who are going through Moon Mahadasha and Sun Mahadasha have to be beware here. Otherwise, there is no problem. Whenever a planet of 10th house goes 12th from itself, there is a possibility of change in job. Sometimes, sorry to say, those who are going through Mahadasha. See, Mahadasha is a very important thing. I just told Venus is going to empower everything if you're going through Venus Mahadasha. Now, Sun Mahadasha is there, so there can be possibility of change of job, change of location in job, little bit of uncomfortability. But Sun is the significator of father. Coming to the ninth house, Sun can give great results when it comes to father, the help of father, help of guru. So this is the time to not act smart in front of your elders, like bosses or father or guru. It is a time to take, help from them. Try to ask for some direction. That is exactly how you need to navigate this. And then we look, Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini. When Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini, here we will feel that, okay, things are now in my favor. Everything is coming back in the social circle. Also, those people who were trying to con you, trying to disturb your, your daily routine is now gone out of your life. Things will now start moving very much right. And this is all because of your effort, and all because of your research, and all because of your, what you say, intelligence that you have shown during this period. So great job. Now, Saturn retrogrades in the sign of Pisces in July 2027, 2026, 27. July 27th, 2026 is when Saturn will retrograde into Pisces. Saturn is going to retrograde for 5 months, 140 days here in the sign of, in the fifth house. Now, fifth house is the house that is related to creativity, children. We are talking about speculative gains, share market, stock market. Now, in all these areas, if we have taken major decisions in the past 3, 4, 5, 6 months, this is the time to revisit them and understand that how are we going to move forward, how are we going to make our goals met, how are we thinking of putting a discipline plan into order, how are we going to make sure that our children are, in discipline, how are we going to make that our, what you say, our share stock market strategy is correct. This is a time to revisit things and work towards the future. August is here, and to 2026 yearly horoscope you can book anytime online on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description. August 2026, Venus enters into the sign of Virgo. Now, Venus here is debilitated in the sign of Virgo. But what happens? See, the God is very, very great. Saturn become retrograde. At that moment, only Venus is putting that exalted aspect on Saturn, so that Saturn cannot feel uncomfortable. This is the love of these planets. Venus debilitated in the 11th house and the 11th house lord in the 8th house, is a time to be cautious, especially from people like friends, colleagues, or you meet someone in a party or in a social place and suddenly they're trying to give you something, discuss something with you, trying to put words in your head, or many things can be possible. So this is the time to use your own brain. Some people may give you some greed that, oh no, I invested some this much money and I got thousands out of it. So you should just be careful and say, okay, I will think about it. Because here, when Venus is debilitated, obviously, when we are debilitated, when we are not good, and if luxury is seen in front, we want to go and take it. So this is that time of illusion. So we want to be very careful about this illusion and take things slowly. Mars now enters into the sign of Gemini. Sixth house lord in the eighth house comes and removes obstacles from the eighth house. But this is also the house of bad habits. So sometimes many people may try to get into smoking, drinking, sometimes fighting as well, suddenly, and especially with in laws, especially with your spouse, with your business partners, you may be fighting. So we should avoid such kind of things. End of the day, victory is yours, but we should not begin only at all. If something is required, dharma, adharma comes, then it's a different thing, but does not matter on small, small things. Mars in the eighth house can also empower you with some inheritance, like some kind of inheritance and some kind of shared resources, which is in your favor, especially related to land, vehicle, anything that is what is a movable asset is going to be immovable asset is going to be coming to you. So very good. Mercury enters into Cancer, very nice in the forward motion, and Mercury is very fast. Between next 11, between next 15 days, it will again go into the sign of Leo. So Mercury is very positive here. Mercury is entering into Cancer, very powerful. 11th house Lord, 11th house. So now, even with debilitated Venus, we will see that some kind of gains are happening from your social circle. You are accepted in a wider audience. Very great time for publishing something. If you want to publish, write. If you want to dictate, if you want to go and be a public speaker, it's a very, very favorable time. And then Sun comes to Leo, because this favorable time, what happened in the past, is now going to define your power, your dignity, your fame comes to you, your power, your ranking goes up. There is a lot of action that's happening in the career area. You are very happy, new job, new work, new role, new place, new departments, new companies. These are the kind of things that you may expect in the month of August, which is going to add too much power to you. And then Mercury enters into Leo as well. So 11th house lord, exactly 12th from itself. You may gain, or there may be some foreign recognition also. You may even gain from a foreign country. There is possibility that your network expands from your local region to a foreign region. Your business expansion is happening. 10th house Mercury also means that this is very good for those people who are in trading, those who are in intraday trading, those who are in share and stock market. Mercury is the significator of stock market. So that's a very, very good news for all the people. So August also is a very powerful month, mostly all around your destiny and all around your career. Blessings from Guru between September and August is coming. So there is finding of Guru during this time. So all the very best. September is here, and Venus enters into the sign of Libra, finally ends the debilitation, but goes to the 12th house, which is the house of expenses. Now, here, mostly the expenses can be related to spouse. Sometimes, in the bad scenario, very worst scenario, there is also divorce, etc., kind of challenges that we face during this time, separation, divorce. There are hidden affairs that may come out. Expenditure, we can see that expenses related to partnership or business expansion can be happening during this time. Your sleep may be very good, but sometimes, because whenever moon will come here, there will be a little bit of sleep disturbance also. But good time for foreign settlement. If you, on the basis of your spouse, are thinking to move to a foreign country, then this is the right time for you. Mercury enters into Virgo, becomes exalted. Now this is so good. Eighth house lord exalted in the 11th house, and 11th house, house of gains. So all the past things that you have done, now your communication is actually converting. Conversion of communication, gains are coming. Your elder siblings are doing very good. There's a lot of support from your elder siblings. There is possibility of your wishes, your goals, your hopes all coming through, all getting complete. So please mark September 2026 as the time of your first level of goal to be achieved, because all the hard work, all the ups and downs, see, it's not easy to go from sixth house and seventh house and eighth and ninth and 10th and then come to 11th. So a lot of hard work you have seen, a lot of hard work you have sowed during this time to empower yourself. So it's very great. Sun also enters here, which gives more power to Mercury, because 10th house lord in the 11th and 11th house lord in the 11th is a Raja Yoga. And now here this Raja Yoga is a very extreme one, and especially some fame name is coming for you. Sun is not a small planet here, huh? Remember, in this, it's the lord of your karma. Karma can only be happening with sun. So here, karma lord in the 11th house with the 11th house lord, that means you are going to bring a big impact on a big large number of people because of your karma, because of your actions. Very good time for doctors, very good time for engineers, very good time for, researchers in cancer, in oncology, in any all those areas where, your research, your medicines, etc., saves thousands and millions of lives. So thank you so much for your service as well, and but you will do very great during this period. Some Now we all want rewards in life. Huh? In childhood also, Rohitji, when we do something and the parents used to say, okay, now you get this toffee, now you get this chocolate. When we are doing very good in work, in area, we say, your company says, oh, now you get a reward, now you get some recognition, you get some bonus. We all want rewards, and this is the time of rewards for you. Mars now becomes debilitated, but this debilitated Mars is more powerful than an exalted one, because here Mars is meeting Jupiter. An exalted Jupiter per debilitated Mars is equal to Neech Bhang Raj Yog in your destiny. So, all I am telling you, the hard work that you have seen in the beginning of the year is now turning into extremely great outcome, great positivity. Mars being the ascendant lord in the ninth house, debilitated, but proving more than a better exalted planet, is the best thing that has happened to everyone during this period. Everyone. It is Mars putting an aspect on the 12th house, all your foreign dreams are coming true. Mars putting aspect on the third house, your communication will be so powerful, your action taking ability will be so great, no one will be able to stop you. And Mars looking at the what you say, fourth house with the eighth aspect means buying of a property also happens here suddenly. You have no plans. When now you're watching in September 2026, you say, oh my God, how I am buying a property, how I am in talks of buying a property. This is exactly because of Mars. You see the pattern here. Sixth house, it cleared all the problem related to your debts. Seventh house, it cleared all the problems related to partnership. Eighth house, all the ups and downs in your life is gone. And now ninth house, the aspect on the fourth house, it is removed all the challenges, and now you are supposed to receive that beautiful, we can say, house. So all the very best. And Mercury also enters into Libra, again makes a Viparit Raj Yoga. That means if there are difficulties coming, obstacles coming, some hidden things which you did not know, some taxation, some challenges, problem from the eighth house related to any challenges, hidden challenges, now that is also going to go away because of Mercury and Venus coming together in the 12th house. Your sleep pattern becomes very good. This is a time of pilgrimage also. This is a time when many people, because ninth house Mars aspecting the 12th house, and 12th house at 12th house Lord, such people take some journey to some kind of a pilgrimage or some kind of spiritual retreat, which may empower them with lot of, good news. So great going, super going, very good going. This is also a time, because 11th house lord has gone to the 12th house. You may be going on a mass, we can say, maybe a mass, what do you call, Roji? Something that has to do with a group of people flocking somewhere to do some seminars, some very good, what do you say, very good seminars and very good event, or maybe going to pilgrimage together, like maybe 1,000 people, maybe 10 people, maybe 50 people, group going somewhere, traveling is also possible. Maybe your family, all families going together somewhere. So that's all can happen here. All the best. October is here, and Venus retrogrades into the sign of Libra. Now, here, this is something where we have to understand that somewhere in the social circle, we may face some challenges, or we are facing something, because Venus is getting retrograde now, but in November, it will come and actually enter into the sign of Virgo. So here, 12th house expenses should be done on the right places. If there is, this is also a possibility that 7th house lord is retrograde. That means reconciliation between husband, wife, between partners, business partners is seen. And also, because the 12th house lord is retrograde, this can create a little bit of challenge in your sleep pattern. You may be a little bit more worried. During this time is what we do. You do the pray to the Ishta of Venus. And who's the Ishta of Venus? Ma Lakshmi. So do Shreem, Shreem, Shreem if you're facing any Venus related problems. Sun enters into the sign of Libra and gets debilitated. Now, 10th house lord is also debilitated. That means some losses are coming in the work area. So, October is not a great month for you. Some losses are coming in the work area. There may be losses, sudden loss of designation. It all depends on Mahadasha, Antardasha. This is how it happens. Sometimes, because communication lord is also there, so there is problem because of communication. Because sun is there, maybe some compliance problem with the government. Venus is there, maybe you used your luxury or your power in the wrong way. So exactly this is how you may be able to identify when the period comes actually, because Mercury also gets retrograde. So now two planets retrograde in the 12th house with the Karma Lord in the 12th house debilitated state. Very big problem, very big problem here in the month of October 2026. So we will come when we are closer to this, we'll be making some remedy videos about it, that how to navigate this time. But yeah, it there is problem sometimes. What can we do? It is, life is not always smooth. There is ups and downs, ups and downs. So this is a problem: loss of prestige, loss of job, loss of power, disciplinary action, something to do with, hospitals, jails. If you have done any kind of challenging things, then these kind of things can also be seen. So it is all a part of life. Here Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. Now Jupiter here comes to the Kendra, aspects the second, the fourth, and the sixth house. Those who are going through Jupiter Mahadasha Antardasha will see that what power they receive. And even with all these planets retrograde and debilitated, Jupiter comes in the house of Sun. See, now this is how God works. Sun got debilitated. In 10 days, it sent Jupiter. God sent Jupiter to, unless you go to the sign of Leo, there is a lot of problem happening. We can't let them suffer. And Leo, it has come and taken full action of Ketu, because Ketu was absolutely making you detached from everything. And that sometimes Ketu, because of illusion, you make wrong decisions. So here it has now pulled you out of such situation. You are now in much power because of Jupiter's presence there, and your wisdom is back to action. Second house, gains is going to happen monetary. Fourth house, the real estate things, if it's going on, not going on, whatever it is, if Rahu is causing any problem, that is also going to take good action. In fact, in your home, if there was a lot of tense environment, we will see positivity. And because Jupiter is looking at the 10th house, here we will see that great positive and amazing results coming from your enemies, because Sun is also putting an exalted aspect here. So you gain from enemies during this time, and your workplace expands. So this is a time where 10th house lord is debilitated, but 10th house now received a very powerful Jupiter, which will make sure that everything is placed into right action. See how God works. Very powerful. Very, God has great plans about you. We are all we are all just like not even an ant. What he's doing, what kind of manipulation, what kind of, as soon as this planet goes bad, okay, come a malefic, come please help them. This kind is going powerful, okay, come a malefic, show some challenge here. This is all, I think we are in a chess game. Someone is playing us up, down. Very great. November is here. Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo, debilitated Venus again in the very large group settings. We don't want to get into a big trouble by investing or by believing someone. So, depending on your Venus Mahadasha Antardasha, this is where we will take absolute care. But this is coming and saying that, you have not put realistic goals here. Please put realistic goals to move forward. Mars entering into the sign of Leo is again saying 10th house, Lagna Lord in the 10th house, again now come to support Sun. That's saying that Sun, don't worry, we are here, very powerful. Do not care, do not worry, we are taking care of this house, and career cannot go for a toss. We are looking at it. Mars putting an aspect on the first house, that is its own sign, on fourth and on fifth house, also says that all the real estate related matters are going to be in proper control of Mars, and it is going to be taking 100% action there. Mercury also turns direct into Libra, because 14th of November, Venus also will turn direct into Virgo. So Venus's role is done. Now Venus, in fact, this is the time that Venus, when it comes into the sign of Virgo, it gives you some speculative gain. Some great speculative gain is what you see here because of Venus. Because Venus is looking at the fifth house in an exalted manner, where Saturn also needs Venus. Sometimes this, because Jupiter is supporting Sun, Venus comes behind to support Saturn. So this is also Devya Yojana. Right? This is also God's will. That okay, you know what? If Sun is getting support, why will Saturn not get support? Let Saturn get support from Venus. That's all how God works. Because very soon, next month, so Saturn is going to go direct. So that's why Venus is saying, okay, you know what? I am here to help you, and all the possibilities that you require my help, I'm going to assist you. So that's what Venus has done to Saturn. Later you will see that your career, your education, all things are now in very great action. Your social circle lord is also in direct motion, so now you will not make great losses there. Things are in control. And Sun will enter into Scorpio, a very big Rashi Parivartana between the 10th house lord and the Lagna lord. This is again a Raja Yoga. Here also you will see that some great news which was in scare, you were scared about the change of place, loss of power, this that now comes, restores. You get great news, and things are restored now in a very positive way. It was a scary moment, right, last month. Now it is a very, very powerful, very beautiful moment, where Sun is, in the Kendra Lord in the Kendra, Lagna Lord in the Kendra. So it is a proper Rashi Parivartana between them. And see, control. Sun is going to make sure that your attitude, yourself becomes so illuminated that you become very powerful in wherever whichever place you are. Mars will give that strength to your career, so that no stones are left unturned. That's how powerful this is. So great time for career. And then Venus enter into Libra, into its own sign. Now every planet, all the planets are in very good position here. There is no challenges, especially with Kendra, with Lagna, and Ketu is fully controlled here. On Ketu and Mars here can sometimes make you very aggressive, like very big action taker in your workplace. Yeah, so do it in medium only. Don't do too much heavy and whatnot. But yeah, it is going to be a great, positive, amazing impact on all the people of, what you say, Scorpio ascendant. It's a great placement. Mars and Ketu in this fire sign, and Mars is very close. Ketu is very close in the nakshatra of Magha. So you are expecting to be sitting on a royal throne now, because next two transit, they are going. Rahu and Ketu are going from here. So Mars is just saying bye bye to Ketu here in this house. So yeah, let's move to December. December, Mercury will enter into Scorpio, which is good news. Again, 11th house Lord in the Lagna, you gain from your own personal self, attitude, your hard work, your environment around you, and the positive skills that you have. So this is great news. And then comes big event. Rahu enters into Capricorn, Ketu enters into Cancer. Now Ketu enters into one of the best place. Rahu enters into one of the best place. Ketu here in this sign is so comfortable. It says that, oh my God, I am in the ocean of emotions. I am in my God, my divinity is there. My God is here. My ninth house, my dharma is here. And Rahu in the third house says, I will show my courage, my ability, my skills, my commitment, my what do you say, my power, or my action taking ability. Rahu here is a sportsman. Ketu there is a priest. So a sportsman is a sportsman place, a priest is in the priest place. For Scorpio ascendant, 2027 is going to be proving a very powerful year. So embrace yourself for 2027 from now only. Beginning of 2026 only. Plan for 2027. What kind of action do you want to take? Rahu in the third house can become so extrovert. Sorry to say, but I will not say. Otherwise, you will become that in your mind. Rahu here can do some actions which are not permitted by anyone. It can be very aggressive actions also. But if that aggressive action, like how Lord Krishna used an aggressive action against the adharma, same way if that is used against adharma, this is going to be a very powerful period for you. So please be very motivated, extremely greatly motivated during this time. Okay, very powerful, very extremely powerful placement of Rahu here. Now, another thing that we see here is that Ketu in the ninth house is going to take you towards pilgrimage, take you towards, you will find a guru. I told you between in the beginning also that there's a moment where you find a guru. This is the time that actually that guru really starts coming into your life, like really starts day to day helping you to take decisions. That's how powerful this placement is. Now, when we are closer to this placement, we will do the reading on a very larger level. Okay. Saturn also turns direct into Pisces. Now here, Saturn is now very great to those people who have Sadisati, especially Aries people now start getting a little bit of more intense, because Saturn is now going to move this next year into the sign of Aries. So it is going to be more intense for you. But what can we do? Those who are in second phase of Sadisati may also feel, those who have Pisces moon here may feel very, very overwhelmed. But that's also part of life. It is important that in the last 5 months, whatever rework you have done related to your creativity, your children, your education, your love life, now it's going to take more regulated manner, like in a regulated manner. Like if you have done some changes in education, now you're going to reap the benefits of it. If in the love life, now you're going to reap benefits of it. So it is going to be more of a regulated manner results that you're supposed to get. Then Sun, Jupiter retrogrades in Leo. Now this is another scenario that is happening. Jupiter is retrograde in Leo because Jupiter has to come back to sign of Cancer. It says, oh my God, I have been here, now Ketu is here, and Ketu has gone to the ninth house. Let me go there, train Ketu before I move forward to the 10th house again. So here Jupiter will come back to the sign of Cancer in its exaltation, so that it can give Ketu that energy, that power, that guidance, that when it moves on, Ketu acts nicely. Because this is also the house of destiny. So we don't want detachment in destiny. Rohiji, in in the Lal Kitab, I read something very powerful. If you want to invoke the energy, so you have to first see the placement of Rahu and Ketu in your chart. If Ketu is sitting in a spiritual center, then you cannot do this remedy. If Ketu is not sitting in a spiritual center, then you can do this remedy. If Ketu is sitting in a spiritual center and you become too spiritual, you start doing puja, you start doing rituals, then your luck goes completely towards puja. Ketu will say, okay, come, I will take you there. But if by chance Ketu is sitting in a what you say, in a very difficult place, in a material place, and Rahu is sitting in a very very spiritual place, and if you do spirituality, then Rahu will take you towards materialism. So those who will do very spirituality, if Rahu is very material place to them, then Rahu will start giving material results, like start giving them money, start giving them wealth, start giving this. So that is also a very small minute thing to be noticed, and I have seen in many charts that those who are doing lot of spiritual activities are suffering. They will say, we pray to God day night, this that whatnot, nothing is happening. And some people don't pray, they just do mantra chanting little bit of, and they get lot of good results. It is all because of the placement of Rahu and Ketu. So unless and until you have that analyzed, you will not be able to understand that should you do too much prayers, or what kind of prayers, and how the prayers and whatnot. So that is a great research that came out. But anyways, Ketu in the ninth house, this is the time of doing more donation related to spirituality, related to putting, even with Jupiter coming here back, to share knowledge, spread knowledge, donate some books, pen, pencil, etc. That is exactly the time. Sun enters into Sagittarius on 16th of December, which is the lord of the 10th house going to the second house. So monetary benefit and money, your speak. This is the time that you may get opportunity to speak somewhere. Sometimes because 10th house lord in the second house, you get a very big bonus, or your year end is so great that your company says, you know what, we are promoting you next year as soon as you join. Because Mercury also enters into the sign of Sagittarius on 22nd of Japan, which is the 11th house lord. So both the 10th and the 11th house lord are in the second house. That means some gains either coming as a little bit of fame name, or either it is coming related to your, your speech, something where opportunity to speak, something where your, what you say. We can also say in this period, Rohiji, that family comes for rescue. Some big family support, big family, uh, what you say, relief is coming. If there is any problems over inheritance, over challenges, over non, this time family comes together. Okay, after 22nd December comes 25th of December, Christmas, to do a small Christmas party with your family. Things will be very good. So this is how 2026 looks for Scorpio people. All the very best. Thank you so much. There is this WhatsApp link in the description for booking your 2026 readings. And those who are watching the video for the first time, do subscribe. And let's move to Sagittarius, Rohitji. Huh? Okay, let's go there. So Sagittarius, welcome to 2026. A very, very happy new year. All the best. And I hope that whatever I say in more positive sense really turns out to be your destiny this year. Royji, moving to 2026 yearly horoscope. There is also online. You can book on acastro.ca, or there is WhatsApp link in the description where you can go, and on description you can book the readings. January is here. Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn here. And when we talk about Venus, it is the lord of your 11th house and the 6th house. That means your health, your daily routines, as well as your gains and your social presence. Everything is to do with the uh, energy of Venus. In the second house, very powerful, because 11th house lord goes to the second house. There is possibility that from your workplace, you receive some great gains, and that gains can be in terms of monetary gains, financial. So the first thing only in 2026 starts from financial gain, which is very very great. Now with Venus in the second house, there is also possibility that your speech becomes very magnetic. You are supposed to be cracking some kind of great deals related to, we can say, negotiations, any in your workplace, in your health, in your, we can say, in any kind of enemies with your social circle. If you're doing any kind of social media, etc., kind of business, digital marketing, sales, we can say anything to do with marketing, also Spain marketing, we will also see great news for you. Sun enters into the sign of Capricorn here. Sun, if you look at Sun, the ninth house lord is in the second house. Again, blessings come in terms of finances only to you. So that is also great. Sometimes in the area of your family life, your father plays a very important role during this time when Sun enters into the sign of Capricorn. So that is also very powerful. Sun is a little bit of egoistic planet, and here in the second house, Rohiji, it can create a little bit of we can say, uh, harshness in your speech, or you saying something to someone in a harsh manner. So try to avoid that. Mars again comes here now. See, two planets that are very, very cruel has come to the second house. So Mars here is exalted. And you, if you see here, the fifth house lord is exalted here in the second house. That means some great speculative gain is also coming. Maybe from foreign countries also we can expect some income during this time. So it is a very positive time for all the people who are Sagittarius. Your Lagna Lord is also in very good position. If you see here, it is retrograde right now. Don't worry about it, but at least it is aspecting the Lagna, the 11th house, the third house. So Rahu is completely under control. So it is a very powerful placement. If you see the beginning of this year, it is so great for you. With Mars in the second house, it is aspecting your fifth house. So second house and fifth house, second house and eighth and fifth house, second house, fifth and ninth house. See, all are having a connection. And whenever fifth house and ninth, eighth house will have connection, there is going to be some big gains. So January is a very big time for some big gains. So you sow the seed right now, you gain that time. So very powerful. And then Mercury comes here, a stellium happens in your second house. This is very positive again. Mercury is the Kendra Lord in the second house. So all are concentrated towards the finances, towards the bank balance, towards income for you in beginning of this year. So I think that the new year resolution is to become super rich, to have that status, that power, that dignity in the society. So very powerful January 2026 with Mercury in the second house. That is the lord of the seventh house in the second house. It's a maraka. So its seventh house lord is a little bit of difficult when it comes to our health. So we want to be careful about our dental problems, something to do with our eyes. Our dental problems is what can pop up during this period. So we want to be extremely careful about that kind of situation. All the very best. January is very great. Let's move to February. In February of 2026, so February begins with very great. 3rd of February 2026, Mercury will enter into the sign of Aquarius, into the third house. This is a natural house of communication. And when Mercury comes here, the communication ability becomes very powerful. But because it is sitting with Rahu here, and a conjunction will happen. Now, in this case, your communication becomes an extrovert communication. Here you may also use manipulation skills. Skills used for doing good deeds, very good. But when it comes to doing chaturai, that means trying to be more cynical, it should be avoided. Mercury in the third house. Mercury is also a significator of travel because it rules a nakshatra called Revati, which is a nakshatra related to travel. So here in this situation, Mercury can make you travel, while Revati Nakshatra is in the sign of Pisces. So don't compare it with it. I'm just saying that Mercury is related to travel as well. Now, here, Mercury on the larger level can make you do some short distance travel, or some good news is coming from a short distance place. So maybe some good family, good news, because second house was in great illumination during this time. Venus, the lord of the 10th house and um, the lord of the sixth house and the lord of the 11th house. So much confusion, Rohiji. So many planets here and there, but it's okay. The lord of the sixth and the 11th house is going to the third house, which is a very great placement of Venus, because here the sixth house lord is exactly 10th from itself, and the 11th house lord is fifth from itself. This is a very great placement of Venus. I know this is Upchaya house. Here, planets have to do a lot of struggle to give you good results, but it will give you good results. It will give you great results, especially to adding some luxury in that travel, in that communication, in that receiving something with your siblings. Your relationship become very much better. And because Rahu is here, an own sign of Rahu welcomes Venus here in a very positive sense, because after Rahu has entered in the sign of Aquarius, this is the first time Venus is entering here. So it's a very great placement for Venus to be. Sun enters into Aquarius here. Now the eclipse energy has begun. It's going to be a total lunar eclipse on 2nd and 3rd of March. So here the eclipse energy is already started. So the Lord of the ninth house in the third house. Again, long distance travel. Travel is the focus. So after money comes travel during this year. So February is a complete focus of travel. Third house is also house of contracts, negotiations, government, visa. Visa, you apply for a visa to go to a foreign country. Everything is third house. So here you may get some great approvals, awesome things related to your visa and etc. So this is beautiful. Then Mars also enters here. Now Panchayat Yoga happens into the third house for you. So lot of power in the third house. Because see, the fifth house lord is 11th from itself, the 11th house lord is fifth from itself. So there is a great combination here in the third house. And in third house, Mars has great power because Mars is an aggressive planet. Sun has great power because this is a house of Parakrama. Parakrama means taking action. And this is where you take action, start some good things. Only problem, Rahu here, if you're going to Rahu Mahadasha Antardasha, you need to be on a very safe side, very non-risk side during this time. Take calculative risk, if I can say in the right way, because third house is the house related to siblings, a very big karmic we can say work, either related to sibling or either sibling will do for you. So that is also what shows here in this period. If you don't have siblings, then your immediate friends, immediate neighbors around you may be adding some value to your life. So very great. Moving on, Mercury is getting into retrograde in the sign of Aquarius. Now Mercury is the Kendra lord, and in the third house it's an Upchaya stan where it is struggling. So it is getting retrograde. This means that there can be now end of February planned travel delays. There can be challenges in some commitment that has been done to you. The communication or the signing documents may not come that immediate. It may delay for a bit, and it is good for it to be delayed because March is here. And when we look at March, Venus, 2nd and 3rd of March is when there is complete lunar eclipse. So see, your 8th house lord is in a complete eclipse. So sudden ups and downs can happen. Sudden challenges, sudden cancellations in contracts, sudden problems, termination in job, etc. can happen. So it is better if things are delaying and uncertain, because if things are delaying and uncertain, then there is still hope that it will revive back. That is exactly the energy here which we want to be taking up to. Venus gets into it, and because of this eclipse video, we will be coming very close towards the eclipse video when we are in the March of 2026, like around 15th of February, will be released with some remedies so that you can take advantage of it. Now here, Venus enters into Pisces. Beautiful. Look at the 6th and the 11th house. 11th house Lord exalted in the 4th house gives you some gains from real estate, and that is where exactly all the people are coming. Second house, you got some money. You now third house, you showed some effort. Again, your work is very powerful, and now everyone will be coming to the fourth house here. And fourth house is the house related to real estate, money, vehicles. So this is a time of upgrading things. In fact, all the people will come here and look at the 10th house. So that means you will see that positive impact in your life related to your career as well. Second in thing, Jupiter becomes direct here. So Jupiter also looks at the sign, the 11th house of Venus. So such powerful thing Venus is getting during this time, even exalted, even 11th house. So gains are coming for sure for all the Sagittarius ascendant people. Your Lagna Lord is now in power. Gains are coming. In fact, even with Mercury retrograde, Jupiter is now aspecting there, and Jupiter is giving much power to Mercury so that Mercury cannot fail. Jupiter, it has to give power because see, Jupiter is sitting in the house of Gemini here. So there is a great potential for Mercury to get benefit during this period. Sun enters into Pisces, again very great news. Ninth house lord in the fourth house, beautiful time for your family gathering. Some kind of events related to roots, related to rituals can be seen during this period. It's a very beautiful and great, amazing period for all the Sagittarius people. In fact, because if it is with Saturn, Saturn will get cumbers. So those who are going to Sade Sati, Dhaiya, their also problem ends for a very short, for 1 month, and they also feel absolutely relieved during this time. Mercury now turns direct into Aquarius, and now it is ready to move forward. Here, Mercury, Mars, and Rahu. Rahu is absolutely in control because of aspect of Jupiter and Mars. Mahavat and the elephant story in the Lal Kitab says that how Mars is the Mahavat, that means someone who rides the elephant, and Rahu is the elephant. So that's why, in fact, when we look, Rahu is a soldier in the army of Mars, and Ketu is the commanding, what you say, commanding soldier, like maybe a soldier, chief of soldiers. And Mars is the Senapati, that means king's right hand of the king. That's how powerful Mars is. So great news. Rahu in the third house is it's a battlefield for Rahu. Here, Rahu will give you so much courage to take action. If you're going to Rahu Mahadasha Antardasha, you can take and make big fortunate things in your life because your higher education is at absolute great level because of Ketu in the ninth house. So very powerful placement. Venus enters into the sign of Aries, which is the sixth house lord, exactly 12 from itself. If your children are thinking of going to a foreign country, if you are applying to for some kind of debt, this is a positive news that your debt will be approved. On top of that, If there is any kind of creativity ideas that at your workplace you need to incorporate during this period, you will be successful in that also. Very good time for even childbirth. If you're thinking of getting into progeny kind of a situation where you're trying to conceive, etc., this is a very great time for childbirth. All the very best. March is also very, very great. Then we move to April. Mars will enter into Pisces. Now here, look at Mars. Mars is the karaka, the significator of land, of vehicles, of metals and whatnot. And fourth house is related to that. Sun is also here. Saturn is also here. Saturn and Mars means build property. So many people may be during this time getting into a property kind of a scenario, either buying of a property, either shifting in a property, either buying a residential, a commercial, any kind of property, a land, or maybe some kind of transaction in some fixed immovable property like gold, silver. It can also be things related to we can say some transfer of land, transfer of house, inheritance. That kind of stuff can be happening. So all the very best. Mars is aspecting the seventh house. This is also going to trigger some kind of marriage related disputes, so be very careful about your business partnership as well as marriage. So one thing is where Mars can give you a little bit of challenge here. Mercury enters into Pisces. Now, if you see beautiful Rashi Parivartan Yog between Jupiter and Mercury here, Jupiter is in the house of Mercury, Mercury in the house of Jupiter, both are in the Kendras. This is Raja Yoga. Again, all the problems related to fourth house, your home, your property, your emotional well being, and related to your relationship. Mercury is coming as a communicator, as a, we can say, as a mediator here to end such problems. So, again, very beautiful, very amazing for all the Sagittarius ascendant people. Venus enters into Taurus here. Sorry, Venus and Sun enters into Aries here and becomes exalted, because this is April. We cannot forget, after 14th of April, Sun becomes exalted every year in very much power. This is the time, fifth house exalted, ninth house Lord, fifth, ninth from itself. This is time that new soul can come into existence. So this Venus and Sun together means progeny, getting into childbirth. Those sisters, those brothers who are trying for your baby, this is the right time to move forward. If you're going through by chance Mars Mahadasha, Venus Mahadasha, Sun Mahadasha, then you will close your eyes and do it, because it is going to happen for you during this time. So keep your hopes very high. If you're trying for IVF, IUI, this is the right time, April 14th onwards, to do everything. 19th of April is when Venus will enter into the sign of Taurus. Again, there is no problem, because the sixth house Lord is in the sixth house. When sixth house Lord comes to the sixth house, it comes to repair this house. That means all the health related problem, diseases, any challenges related to court cases, any enemies, Venus will take care. And very diplomat. The Venus is diplomat. In the system of God, Venus is a diplomat. In a very diplomatic manner, Venus will come and solve the problem for you. So again, extremely positive for all the Sagittarius ascendant people. In fact, this is a time to set a routine for you. If you have been going out of routine, this is the time to set a routine for you. In your workplace also, you receive some great news or great, we can say, positive reviews, and we can say positive results for your efforts. Mercury, the 10th house dot comes to the fifth house. Your creativity is at a peak level during this time. You're going to be peak creative. You're going to be so communicative. So those who are in film, television, IT, especially software, this is a time of startup. This is a time of very great startup, because see, look at Mercury, 10th house Lord comes to the fifth house. It's a new beginning of something. So either you'll be starting a new job, new startup, new idea comes to you, and that idea makes millions of dollars for you. Or I have a chart, Rohitji, of a person in 2022, his net worth was minus $800. And in 2025, his net worth is $313 million. And all started from scratch, and he built in last 3 years. Just imagine the power of fifth house. Fifth house transit happened, and he made it happen. I was drinking from this glass in one of the videos. Someone said, "Sir, you're drinking in gold glass." I said, 24 karat gold. 24 karat gold glass. See the shine. You know, Jupiter strong in gold glass. कांसा है भाई कांसा. Moving forward, Sun enters, Venus enters into Taurus. I told you about it. Then Mercury enters into Aries. This is a time of startup. So start something very new. This is also a time of education, making yourself more higher, going higher into education, doing some more analytical education is also possible. So great news for you. Now May is here, and when we talk about May, yearly horoscope 2026 yearly horoscope is all on. You can book it online on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description. Only you go there, click, you'll be able to talk to us. So all the very best. See you there. May 2026, Mars is entering into the sign of Aries. So Mars is also Swagri. Now this also empowers you to do something very great related to startup. I don't know why I feel that Sagittarius people will be the most during this time who will be doing a startup, because they have put a lot of effort just before this coming to this time, Rohitji. In the third house, they have put an effort. In the fourth house, they has also got a lot of support from their family, from their mother, from their home. So now this is the time that there may be new people coming, starting up during this time. And see, this is a solar year. Solar year means number one, and this is related to sun, and sun is the ninth house lord. So Bhagya Uday is there for you. Very great. Mars comes into the fifth house. Also, very great news about lottery, because see, fifth house lord is looking at the 8th house and 11th house and 12th house. So there is a possibility that suddenly, hiddenly, you may get some very great speculative gain. So it can be in form of lottery also, or from share and stock market also. So please do everything carefully, but it will be very rewarding for you. Now, here, Mercury comes into the sign of Taurus, which is the 10th house lord, comes to the 6th house of daily work and routine. Now, here, the Mercury is not that favorable in this house. Sorry for this, because it is sitting 12th from the 7th house. So, loss of status happens sometimes, and there is problem in workplace. There is challenges in workplace, maybe conflict of interest because of your startup also. That okay, you did this, and why did you do this? You're working here. Conflict of interest. So, some kind of enemies in the workplace, some kind of tough situations, tough negotiations, tough communication is what we see here. Some politics also. And also for the marriage life, it's not very good, because seventh house lord is 12th from itself. So it can create some kind of separation, challenges, some travel between spouses, which can create some, that vacuum. So be aware of this time. In fact, this is the time to be more service oriented, do some service, go to some temple, because Mercury is looking at the 12th house, go to some sadhana, do some meditation, work on the earthly energy that is required for you. Sun, the ninth house lord, enters into the sixth house. This is a time of judicial success. So if you are in a court case, etc., this is a time of judicial success for you. Also, this Mercury gets strength with Sun here. And this is possibility that during this period, if government involvement happens or any problem happens in that area, you are supposed to be victorious here. So this is very good. And then Mercury enters into Gemini, says, ha, on 15th or 29th, these 15 days were very, very dangerous. Now I am back in the seventh house. Now all reconciliation, all the thing related to good contracts, signing of contracts, long-term understanding, everything to do in terms of this Mahalakshmi Narayan Yoga happening into the seventh house. So lot of gains from partnership is supposed to be seen. So you have to be in the Mahadasha of these planets to get absolute results. What I'm saying, if you're in Mahadasha of Rahu and Ketu, then these planets will only work very 10-15% in your life, because of the Antardasha, Pratyantar, Sukshma, Prana Dasha. So, larger level, whenever you're looking at any transit, please have your Mahadasha, Antardasha, Pratyantardasha, three layers in your hand, so that you know exactly this is what exactly is going to happen. And these are the places that are opening opportunities or creating obstacles for me. Moving in the month of June here, we will see that Jupiter is entering into Cancer, one of the big event of 2026, the first big event of 2026, where Jupiter becomes exalted again. Last year, it was exalted from 18th of October till 11th of November. Very good. Then it became retrograde. On 11th of March, it became direct. So see, all the dates are also now in the head. Now Jupiter enters into Cancer here, 2nd of June, which is very powerful placement of Jupiter. But Ascendant Lord has gone to the 8th house. So this is a time of big transformation. Your personality, your home, your house, your personality, your feelings, your people around you, your goals, your everything is now taking a very big turn. It is going to be mostly now associated with building more real estate, building more fixed assets, thinking about expansion in a foreign country, also changing your habits, coming to a more routine oriented habit. Bad habits are going to go away, fear is going to go away, your sins or your mistakes that have been done in the past, now you are going to revive them and make them right. So it is a very powerful placement of your lord. But here, majority, I feel that in this scenario, when Jupiter comes here, your reliance, your dependence on occult knowledge, on research becomes very powerful. Those who are really teachers, those who are PhDs, those who are in medical field, those who are anything to do with analytics, data engineering, data science, mining, business related to research, any research, archaeologist. It is a golden time for you guys. Golden means golden time for you guys. You will do something unexpected. Maybe this is the time that people may find some great, we can say, never know, you can find great remedies for cancer, for for mining, for something in underwater also. Remember, this is the water sign, this is something inside the ocean. So in this period some expansion happens in the ocean area also. So maybe a big, if some country has this kind of chart and they have this ocean, they will find some big exploration in that ocean also. So very great possibilities here. Venus here is the lord of the sixth house in the eighth house. It's a Viprit Rajyog that has been created. Now, here victory happens from your court cases, from even your enemies. You are supposed to overcome such things. And again, the Lakshmi Narayan Yog continues in the eighth house, which means that more power to you related to hidden finances, insurance money, anything to do with more fixed assets increasing. There is possibility that you may go towards more service oriented donations. Hidden donations is what you will do. So if you want to donate something, donate to me also hiddenly. Okay. Sun enters into Gemini here, which is the ninth house lord, exactly 11th from itself. This means that this is so powerful that Sun in the seventh house is 10th from the 10th. It is going to give you some great status. Pada Prapati is what Parashara writes in Parashara Hora Shastra, that Surya in seventh house gives Pada Prapati. Even in debilitation, whenever sun is debilitated, for example, then also sun is very powerful. Don't take sun in very simple things. Sun is the king. King can be debilitated, have cold and cough for 10 days, but still it is the king. So we cannot forget that. So sun is powerful here with sun and Mercury. It is a proper Buddha Titi Yog forming in the seventh house, which can also empower you for some great partnership deals, great contracts, and some great monetary benefit also. In fact, now also things related to marriage or regulated things, like after you being a girlfriend, boyfriend, your seventh fifth house lord is in the fifth house. Now it is a possibility of more of regulated things like regulated marriage, etc. Even with Venus coming to this place also tells us that obstacles related to love life is also solved. Good news. Mars makes a Viprit Rajyog. So sixth house lord making a Viprit Rajyog, eighth house lord making a Viprit Rajyog. So two Viprit Rajyogs. Mars enters into Taurus. Again, all the obstacles related to creativity, all the obstacles related to foreign country, foreign travel, higher education, education in a foreign country, everything gets solved here, and you are in extreme powerful placement. So things are going to be really, really good for all the Sagittarius people. In fact, this is the time where you win over enemies. So any competitions you want to go into, please go into this. That maybe struggle in the beginning, but you may come out victorious, flying colors. That's how exactly this period is. Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Mercury does not want to leave Jupiter. It is always fine around Jupiter. So Mercury here comes here. Mercury is the lord of the seventh house in the eighth house. You again gain from shared resources. There is possibility you get a lot of support from your in-laws, support from your spouse. Your spouse also does something very great during this period. In your workplace also, suddenly there is some recognition. But now, after 5 days, Mercury will become retrograde also, which means that Mercury is saying that somehow something related to partnership is still pending, and I need to go back to the sign of Gemini to do that proper signature and then come back again to the sign of Cancer. So I think somewhere communication gap has been created in the related to partnership or related to collaborations, any kind of collaboration. So here you want to be very focused in that areas. Mercury in the eighth house can also make you go crazy, do some remedies, except XYZ in an extrovert manner. So try to be as simple as you can. July is here and Venus enters into the sign of Leo. Again, very great news for Venus because here it is the lord of the 11th house sitting 11th from itself, but it has now come with Ketu. So your luxury, your your lavishness turns into a little bit of more of a spiritual background here, spirituality. So you tend to be become more service oriented because sixth house lord is in the ninth house. There is possibility of victory in court cases again. So if any enemies is creating any problem, this year is that year that you will come victorious out there because so many combinations are happening where you are supposed to win. So very powerful. When we talk about Venus in the ninth house, there is also possibility of long distance travel, sometimes in a group setting. Sometimes you are going as a and for a training in a group somewhere. So that is all exactly that can happen. Mercury goes back to Gemini. Now here it is saying that, Sun, I also love you, I cannot leave you. And anything that has to do with contracts, more of marriage, more of relationships, Mercury takes, into a clear communication where it is supposed to be in your favor. Sun says, I will go to the sign of, what you say, sign of Cancer. Now here what happens is that Sun is now developing and coming into an eclipse energy, but that is okay. We will do something that later. We will make a video around it later. But now what happens is that Sun is sitting 12th from the ninth house. Not a very great time for father, not a great time for you. If you disrespect Guru during this time, your life becomes suddenly very ups and downs. So with your bosses, with your mentors, with your teachers, try to maintain as much as dignity as you can. Try to be more submissive, because elders are always, they may be wrong at some point of time, but we cannot be disrespectful to them. That is exactly how you should be moving here. Mercury turns direct into Gemini. Also, Mercury is coming back to the sixth house to support Sun and Jupiter. Here, Jupiter and Sun is so beautiful, so great here, that this is the time that some government recognition is coming for people who are doing something very great related to research. So, some government development is coming. So, let's hope for the best. Mercury Mercury in this direct motion also removes all the obstacles related to your intimate life, all your, we can say, partnership problems, court cases, we can say problems related to career, or the designation that you were promised. Now that has been taken forward, and now you will really get it. You did your hard work or achieve that goal, because in the retrograde period, that's how it's supposed to be happening. Now, end of July, 27th of July is where a big event happens. And this big event is Saturn, Shani Devs, turns retrograde in the sign of Pisces. Now, this Pisces is where Shani Dev is sitting for 2.5 years, starting from 29th of March 2025. It is going to be there till next year, 2027. Retrograde Saturn for 140 days, almost 140, 43 days, 5 months is a very big deal. Saturn here is putting an aspect on the 6th, on the 10th, and on the ascendant. So here, all these areas will have lot of withdrawal. Like, in your workplace, you may come out of a little bit of discipline. In your career, you may not become that serious. And in your, life also, in overall level, because of ascendant aspect, you may not be very serious and not take things, your attitude will become very layman. So that is not what is advised during this period. Saturn says that if I'm retrograde, does not mean you get a complete free hand. This is to reflect back on your past problems that you have done, either in your home, either in your discipline, in your workplace, in yourself, your attitude, your body, your physical self. You have not worked hard. This is the time to work hard so that you can make absolute progress. That is what Saturn is telling during this period. So please be very, very extremely careful about the placement of the Saturn. Very good news for those people who are in Aries moon, and they will have a little bit of relief from Sadhisati. And Aquarius moon also have already relief, but those who are in second phase of Sadhisati may find their life very difficult. Those who are Pisces moon. So we will talk about it when we are closer to it and make a video accordingly, so that you do not miss any major things during this period. August is here. Venus also enters into the sign of Virgo here and becomes debilitated in the 10th house. While Saturn becomes retrograde, see how Venus comes to rescue here to make sure Saturn gets improved strength. But it is the 10th house where the 11th house Lord is getting debilitated. Work wise, we have to be very careful. In this workplace, we cannot take things in granted. We cannot take things lightly, because this is a competitive environment that you will be seeing. Yeah, we have Mars in the sixth house, but as you see, 2nd of August is when Mars is also moving away from sixth house to the seventh house. So, and aspecting Venus here. So here it is going to be more no comfort. It is going to be more of putting hard work here. Venus in this house cannot show comfort. Venus can show comfort. You will get a lot of support from your family, but it shows more of hard work that is to be done in the area of your career. That's exactly what Venus debilitated means. It also means don't lavishly spend something, or try to be as diplomatic as you can in the career area. If sometimes your comfort is taken away, or you're put on a difficult project, does not mean you directly revolt. You be diplomatic, how to get out of it, make a strategy. Mercury enters into Cancer. Okay, 10th house Lord, 11th from itself. Sudden ups and downs in work is also here, we can see, because of Sun also being here. So, very careful about your destiny. Your destiny is not going to work. It is all about the blessings and the past karmas that you have done, and now you're going to receive results of that. Sun enters into Leo. 17th of August. Now here little bit of power starts coming in the destiny area, Rohichi, because Sun is going to say that, okay, you know what, I am here, Ketu is here, the eclipse energy is still going on, but Sun is very powerful. And especially in the ninth house, your Bhagya Uday happens. And this is a solar year. This is what the time you're waiting for. This time when Sun is in the ninth house, it is a time to do so much rituals, so much remedies related to Sun, that it can empower you. When we are very close to this, every Sun transit in this year of 2026 matters a lot. Like how it mattered the Mars transit last year, same way, Sun transit in every aspect matters very, very much during 2026. And Sun coming to the ninth house is a blessing. You may find a guru during this time. You may get blessings. There may be long distance travel. Your higher education will be very peaceful. So, very great news for all the people. Mercury also enters into Leo. Now, while all the other things are very good, career wise we are not doing very good still, because see, Venus debilitated, and on top of that the 10th house lord is exactly 12th from itself, so it's not that great placement. We have to be very careful. Change of location of job, loss of job, change of designation, have feeling very helpless, powerless is a very small period if you're going through Sun Mahadasha. Sorry, if you're going through Mercury Mahadasha, if you're going through Venus Mahadasha. This is happening, then this is the period to be extra careful in the work area. September is here, and September starts with Venus entering into Libra finally. The debilitation ends, and now Venus puts an aspect on the fifth house of creativity. So you're creative, you are now putting lot of effort in the social circle, trying to stand out in a group, in your workplace also. So this is very good. And Mercury enters into Virgo. Now this is an exalted position, so the short patch of last month could create a little bit of ups and downs in your career, but this does not mean there is a dead end. Suddenly there is a rise again. So here the rise again happens. You are back to action. Venus is not done yet. Venus will become retrograde next month. I'll stay retrograde for a month. So here it does not mean that the problem is gone, but still that hard work needs to continue in the career area. Mercury is going to come and illuminate this time for your career. So it is very beautiful. Mercury in the 10th house can also give you some power, new roles, your action oriented roles, something that has to do with more of not a job, a career. Remember this, there is a thin line between a job and a career. Job is something that we want to do because we want to earn money. Career is something that we want to build over time. This is what is Mercury going to do for you. Sun enters into Virgo here. This is also very positive news. Ninth house lord in the 10th house. Power, rule. This is a time of showing your power. You're getting some ruling power. You're going to now rule over your career area. So this is also very great. Those who do not have a job, etc., now this is the time that job, etc., falls in your hand. Now, something that happens which is so good that you can't even imagine. Mars is so good during this year. It started with exalted Mars, right? Now it became debilitated, but debilitated is more powerful than an exalted. Why? Because it is making a Neech Bhang Raj Yog and a Viprit Raj Yog on top of that. There are two Raj Yogs happening in one point in with Mars and Jupiter in the month of September 2026. Mars entering into Cancer is a very powerful placement of Mars. Here, Mars is so relieved of all the pressure. Mars is going to help you with inheritance, with land, with property, even with your fixed asset, relationship with your siblings, gains in a larger social circle, sudden events in your life which are going to be very fruitful for you. Mars is going to win over your enemies, your health problem goes away. Such a beautiful time with Mars and Jupiter making this Neej Bhang Raj Yog. And Mercury enters Libra, and still Mars gets aspect there. So again, Mercury gets more power to work harder and take risk. Mars in the 8th house and Mercury in the 11th house means big risk you can take, and that will be fruitful for you as well. So amazing period. September is a great period for you. October is here, and 2026 yearly horoscopes are on, so you can book either on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description for personal appointments. October is here, and now October Venus will retrograde into the sign of Libra. Libra. So I told you Venus is retrograding next month, and Sun is also going into debilitation. So there is a lot of things happening. Venus is retrograde because it still says now, after getting gains and whatever in your workplace, you are still not settled. So this whole month Venus will be retrograde. So we want to be absolutely careful in not getting comfortable any. Still, we have to be start working very hard. Don't focus on your comfort right now. Focus more on conversion. That is exactly what this time is saying. And sun becomes debilitated. Ninth house lord debilitated in the 11th house means this is the exact time where you should not believe in your luck. You should believe in your creative approach. You should believe in creativity. You should believe in collaboration. In the social big circle, you may have a little bit of defame kind of a movement. Not a defame, but little bit of awkward moments can happen in the social circle where you're supposed to speak something, say something, or articulate something. You must have done some research which is not that great, something like that. But on a larger level, sun putting an aspect on the fifth house still means that power is yours. You are going to get some illumination here. So this is very good. Now you see Jupiter will enter into, oh sorry, Mercury will retrograde into Libra, because Mercury says that, okay, my friend, my brother, Venus is getting retrograde. Why the hell am I not? So I will also get retrograde, and make sure that if there is anything I can do to help Venus, I am going to support him. Retrograde Mercury can delay some travel plans, can delay some problems in your marriage, relationships, dates of your marriage, date of your engagement may get rescheduled. There may possibility that joining dates, if you're doing some new job, etc., may get delayed, may get rescheduled. So all these things can happen. So take a proper note of this kind of a time, that okay, things can delay, so I want to know beforehand. Jupiter, big transit again. Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. This is the Diwali time when Jupiter is entering into the sign of Leo. And excuse me, God bless me, thank you. You know na, Rohitji, when you do a sneezing, your heart stops and you are dying that minute, that second, multi-second. So I died for what you call, which we are Sagittarius people, for 1 second, and still they did not subscribe. So what can I do? What can I do? How can I more die more than this? Actual proof of dying on screen. ठीक है. Jupiter entering into the ninth house. Now, Jupiter is the ascendant lord in the ninth house. It is so illuminated, so powerful that can't explain. In fact, it is with Ketu. So, Ketu is so overwhelmingly welcoming Jupiter that come here. I have done this kind of sacrifice, this kind of devotion. And this is your inner self. This is your subconscious mind speaking with Jupiter that, very great. Jupiter empowers you to get more higher knowledge, higher wisdom, gets you. This is also the house of your bosses. Huh? Remember this. Ninth house is the house of your bosses, your superiors. So you get some superior as guru who comes and holds your hands and takes you to the next level. So very powerful placement of Jupiter. The aspects of Jupiter are changing on the ascendant, on the third house, and on the fifth house. That means you yourself, your personality will be so illuminated. And other than that, Jupiter looking at the third house, your communication will become absolutely crystal clear. Rahu will not be able to manipulate it. Rahu will completely come into control here. And on top of that, because of the aspect of Jupiter on the fifth house, progeny, creativity, new startups, everything will blow up. It is going to be a time when things are out of your expectation growing. So very powerful. If they're facing any challenges in childbirth, education, very mediocre thing, Jupiter is going to come and resolve everything for you. So what a great October 2026 ending. Beginning is a little bit challenging, but ending is very great. November is here, and so Venus enters into the sign of Virgo. So there is a Rashi Parivartana between Virgo and between Libra. So Venus is in the house of Mercury, Mercury is in the house of Venus. But both are retrograde. This is a challenging period. In the career area, something that has been promised may fall back, or you may not get the desired results at the desired time, which is where you need to be a little bit of adjusting in this area. Don't show your aggression. Don't, again, I'm telling you, don't follow your comfort. You'll get a lot of support from your home. So this is the time to slog in the workplace, career. You'll be going to fro, back to back, work. It will be very overwhelming because sixth house lord is in the 10th house in retrograde motion. That means rework is what is going to happen. But we don't want to lose any hope. Mars enters into Leo here, which is the ninth house lord, or fifth house lord in the ninth house, fifth from itself. Now, foreign travel, education related foreign travel is what might have happened or might be happening right now. There may be possibility your children, fifth house lord in the ninth house, may be going to a higher education in a foreign country. There is possibility that you may be thinking to enroll in some kind of an executive MBA, etc., kind of program for higher education, and this is going to be proving very beneficial for you. So please go ahead and do it. When Mars comes here, it puts an eighth aspect on the fourth house. So there is possibility that suddenly a plan of expansion means some sudden spending on your Real estate can happen. Mars is aspecting fourth aspect on the 12th house, that can be in a foreign country as well. So all the best those who are in foreign country, congratulations, you may be very empowered to buy a property during this time. Mercury and Venus turn 13th and 14th of November, turn direct, because now their job is done. Mars is also here in the ninth house, the Bhagya, the destiny is at very peak. So they say now a little bit of relaxation is what we can expect, and we can now go in relaxation mode so that we can relax. So Mercury also starts now. Comfort will start coming to you now as Venus turns direct. Mercury turns direct. Comfort comes to you, and this proper Rashi Parivartan Yoga results have. So you get gains also in your social circle. You get recognition in your workplace also. So your hard work has not gone waste. So please never think like that. Sun also enters Scorpio, ends the debilitation. Now there is a combination between fifth house, no, sorry, ninth house and 12th house. See, in ninth house we have Mars, in 12th house we have Sun. So there are two Rashi Parivartanas happening right now. There is Sun and Mars, there is Venus and Mercury. So you see such powerful placement. That means all these areas which are difficult, ninth house, foreign travel, education, 10th house, career, 11th house, gains, 12th house, losses, all is now completely different. It is more of a time of spiritual enlightenment, because if you see 12th and the ninth house doing an exchange, they are both, 12th house is house of moksha, ninth house is house of dharma. So here dharma devotion level goes very up, and you feel like that, you are one step closer towards moksha kind of a situation. So very good placement. Even with sun, ninth house lord coming to the 12th house, your bhagya does not get compromised here. So it is more destiny rising in a foreign country or in a distant place, or you get some relief from a very distant place. So that is also very great news for all the Sagittarius. So honestly, if you see the whole planet, everything started from second house. You now see November and it has come here. And the end of November, when we talk about 22nd November, Venus will come to the 11th house. So now tell me, what gains do you want? Sixth house what in the 11th house also means that short-term diseases which was coming, health problem was coming, will also eliminate during this time. So this is great news. And here you are supposed to be very comfortable in a large environment. So somewhere you will be placed in a very big setup where you are supposed to be a center of stage. So you are doing something very great here as well. So very powerful year till now. December is when Mercury will enter into the sign of Scorpio. Now look at Mercury. Mercury is the 12th house lord in 10th house lord in the 12th house. This means that foreign wise, again, the combination is very right. Ninth house lord in the 12th house, 10th house lord in the 12th house. So this means that something is cooking in a very far away place. Your expenses are going high. There is possibility that your debts can go down. Expenses are high, still debts can go down because income will be very good. There is also possibility that enemy from your workplace, etc., will get completely destroyed. There is possibility that in this period you may get passport or visa or whatnot of a foreign country. That is exactly your concern, because after this, one of the biggest transit of 2026 December is Rahu and Ketu. Ketu comes to the desired place, Rahu comes to the desired place. Ketu wants to be in the eighth house, in the deep ocean, where it is exploring spiritual energy. And Rahu wants to be in the second house to explore material wealth, fixed asset. We can say uh, immovable property. We can say possessions. This is the second house. Rahu is the planet of possessions. Do you know what is happening here in 2027 to you guys? You can't even imagine. You are completely transforming spiritually also, but your ability of research will be so great because of Ketu in the eighth house that you can't imagine. On top of that, your hunger for money, for your balance, for your status, for your values is going to be so powerful that Rahu is going to materially like fulfill your life. This is how happens. I'm waiting for this Rahu to come to my place. My Rahu is going to 12th house. My Ketu is going to 12th house. Rahu is coming to 6th house. Your Rahu is going to such a good place. This is the time to desire about money. It is second house is Artha. Artha is money. See, first is Dharma, then Artha, then Kama, then Moksha. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Ketu is very happy in Moksha house, and Rahu is very happy in Artha house. So you should be so lucky. Your monetary benefits go up, your spiritual level goes up. There is lot of great things related to, your complete transformation related to a spiritual, a research level happens. You get real purpose of life during this period. You are very connected, out of body experiences, kundalini. See, this is the Mooladhara chakra, where Ketu is sitting, from where the energy comes up. So this is where, so powerful. I'm so happy. but not happy because this is not my sign. A big video we will make when we are in this Rahu Ketu, what you say, transit around that time, and with remedies and whatnot, because somehow Rahu in the second house of speech, right? So you can go extravagant, sometimes extra speaking false also. Same when Ketu in the eighth house, sometimes you go too much into spirituality or into meditation that you completely lose it. So that is where we have to control. I will tell about all this. Do subscribe. Saturn, after 5 months, is now turning direct into the sign of Pisces, which is good in terms of all the things related to your, again, money. Second house Lord is getting direct, third house Lord, communication, everything that was on hold related to property, communication, siblings, your family life, everything moves forward. Health of mother also becomes very good, and there is possibility that in workplace, more disciplined approach in your career, now more what you say, more gains out of career, and as well as your personality, because of the aspect of Saturn on your first house, you will start becoming more serious in life. Jupiter but retrogrades in Leo. Jupiter says Ketu is gone to the eighth house, which is where I am get exalted. I need to go and guide Ketu in the right way, that how to take action, because sometimes Ketu in this house, don't take it on a face value, but it when you put you into depression, also deep depression. You may feel that life is useless. What am I doing? What will I do this all this money? It should all be burnt. I don't care. Life is useless. Life is all about spirituality. Life is all about going to that depth of spirituality. You want to be going to that in India I say I will go to Himalaya and do tapasya. That kind of feeling will come. So Jupiter is coming here to understand and make sure that on the other earthly levels also, Ketu has to take a lot of action. Since ninth house Lord is retrograde, we want to make sure that we always listen to our seniors, our bosses, our mentors, our teachers, our gurus, because their guidance now acts as Jupiter's guidance. Sun enters into the sign of Sagittarius now. Sun is the lord of the ninth house in the ascendant. Again, a very great placement of Sun. You are illuminated, but egoistic approach should not be taken here, which is okay, because what happens in this is the holiday time next year, 16 December. So many people will say, no, 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 you cannot get holiday from this time, that time. Don't get into ego, because your luck will become bad. It is better to do adjustment and say, okay, take second route is what you should be taking on. And that is what Mercury is also saying. See, the lord of the 10th house is also here with Sun, the ninth house lord. So if you want to have good destiny point in your career, then this is the time of adjustment, but still a very great period for you, very very powerful period for you. So 2026, he starts from money and ends on money also. Rahu comes in and says, now 2027, don't worry for anything, I am going to fulfill every dream of you. So very powerful, Rohitji. 2026 yearly horoscope is here. You can either book on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description. All the best. I will see you there. And Rohitji, let's move to your sign, Capricorn. Okay, here we go. So, Capricorn ascendant people, a very, very happy new year to everyone. Everyone who's watching, thank you so much for your support this year. And moving forward, I hope that you will keep supporting, and we will also keep making sure that all the videos related to every transit we try to share with you. 2026 yearly horoscope is on. If you want to see your personalized horoscope, you can also talk to me directly on acastro.ca. You can book an appointment, or on WhatsApp link in the description. You can book an appointment. January. Now, when we talk about January here, 13th of January, Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn. Now, Venus is a yoga karaka in this chart, and it is coming to the ascendant. So, it is a very powerful placement of Venus, by the way. So, Venus is extremely powerful in ascendant. It is the 10th house lord as well as the 5th house lord. In ascendant, it creates a great opportunity, great possibility for your personality development. If you have been feeling confidence wise, little bit of low energy, then this is the time that Venus gives you absolute power. Your charismatic personality, or we can say your approach in any kind of area related to creativity or workplace, will be at illumination. So, very powerful. Sun enters into Capricorn. This is Makar Sankranti, a very big festival happening in India and or in Southeast Asia. A lot of festivals happen on the same day, different names. But this is great placement of Sun as well, because Sun is the eighth house lord in the ascendant. Your research, your hard work, your analytical ability may now come on surface, and you may start, shining in your what you say workplace. If you see Sun position in the first house, According to the Kalpurush Kundli, this is the place where sun becomes exalted, right? So when sun comes to the first house, it is a place where sun feels absolutely comfortable. Even with, with this being the Saturn's house, it becomes very comfortable. It helps you with your destiny, for your awakening your destiny. So this is very good. Mars enters into Capricorn. Mars is the second most powerful planet after the planet Venus here, because it becomes exalted in the ascendant. So Mars, again, such a powerful placement here. So happy for you guys. Especially with Mars here in the ascendant, it means that all the places, the beginning of this year starts with confidence for you. Because not only Mars, the Lord of communication also is coming here and becoming, what you say, in a very good ninth house Lord is also coming here. So you're going to be absolutely in a scenario where you are very heavily motivated for something. So for taking self action, no more than these planets will be helping you. All the Capricorn ascendant people need to take self action, try to get into a lot of idea mode. What ideas will work, how it will work, how I need to move forward, how I need to plan this year for me. Every planet, all the four major planets are in the Lagna right now. And whenever Moon will transit here and make a Panchayat Yoga, that is where you will see more power, more partnerships. So take an advantage of January 2026. It's a time to physically, emotionally, mentally, idea wise change yourself and bring yourself out there. So it is, you are in that egg right now, you have to come out of that egg and show yourself very powerful outside to the world. That's how this time is. Extrovert time, to a simple thing. January 26 is an extrovert time for all the Capricorn ascendant people. February comes here with Mercury entering into the sign of Aquarius, which is good because ninth house Lord is gone to the second house, and from the house of Mercury, from the sixth house, Jupiter is putting in direct ninth house aspect here, so which is very good. But here, this is the house of speech. When Rahu and Mercury are together, and Jupiter is still helping, but in such cases, sometimes manipulation, speech manipulation. There is things where you can become overwhelming when it comes to expressing something, where you may, we in Hindi we say mirch masala laga ke bolo. So you put more spice to some small things also. So be away from gossip during this time. Yes, but when it comes to food habits also, we want to be very careful, because Mercury and what you say, Mercury and Rahu coming together can give you a urge of eating lot of tamasic food, which also should be avoided during this time. Second house is also the dental area for you. So you may be experiencing, with Mercury coming here, some kind of dental procedures happening in the month of February. When we move here forward, 6th of February, Venus is coming here. Yoga Karka, 5th house Lord in the second house. Financial relief comes, some financial freedom also comes, which is a very great news, because financially, if you are doing very good, then we are very happy. So financially, there is going to be good things. Your bank account will shine like diamond. This is, Venus is shining all the time, so your bank account will shine, and there is going to be possibility of some adding some luxury in your life, like maybe getting a new car or fixed asset, or maybe something that has to do with more of beauty products and whatnot. So some kind of spending in these areas are seen. But from your career, great money. From share and stock market, great money. Sun enters into Aquarius here. Sun is the lord of the eighth house, going to the second house, aspecting the eighth house. But here, eclipse energy is now started. A total lunar eclipse is happening, for which we need to be a little bit of worried, because second house is the house of family. So and eighth house lord. So sudden ups and downs in family life can happen. Sudden ups and downs in area related to your, your bad habits, or sometimes food poisoning, health related problems. Sometimes problem in the eyes can come. So be very careful about this time, about taking your actions very nicely. Be very hydrated during this time, because see, your eighth house is the house that is a fire sign, and eighth house is water. Well, eighth house is water. In an overall level, eighth house is water, but it is a fire sign for you. So here, the basic remedy of the Capricorn ascendant people for a healthy health is water. Drink water, and you will feel much better. So financial relief is coming, but here, from family wise, some health problems, especially with Sun is father also. So some ups and downs in father's life can come. So we have to be extra careful. Mars is also coming here now. Is, remember, Mars is the lord of the fourth and the 11th house. When it comes here, financially we are doing very good, but look at your speaking area. Where you're speaking, you can emit fire out of your mouth. So while dealing with family members, you need to be extra careful about how you want to approach discussion with family member, how you want to make sure that you we cannot say manipulate, but you articulate your speech. That's what I can say here. Moving on here, after Mars enters into Aquarius, Mercury will start getting retrograde into the sign of Aquarius, which means that, again, I told you, see, Mercury is the lord of communication. And in your chart, Mercury is sixth house lord as well as ninth house lord. So now destiny completely depends on your actions. It is not going to work according to you. More, whenever Mercury is retrograde, sometimes promised money that is supposed to come from workplace may delay. Sometimes someone from a far place or some foreign country has promised that, okay, I'm going to give you something, or I'm going to education related, you applied for something but some delay came. So it's these kind of small things can happen during the time when Mercury is in this current position. So just careful, okay? That's my suggestion. Otherwise, not a very bad time, because second house, if it's so many planets are there, at least some planet will make a way for great financial success. March is here, and 2026 yearly horoscope is there. You can book online on ecastro.co, or there is a WhatsApp link in description. You go down, click, and you will be able to book the appointment. March 2026 is here, and Venus is entering into the sign of Pisces, being exalted. But before that, that same day, there is an eclipse, a total lunar eclipse happening. So second and eighth house are getting afflicted here, which means that family life as well as sudden ups, inheritance wise, any fighting and etc. is going on. So try to avoid it during this month. Like maybe after 15th of March is when you should talk about it. In fact, anything to do with your ego, because second house is your status, that who am I have this much money in my bank account. I am a superior person. I am this. This is the feeling of second house. So in that area, we should be more concerned about not to be egoistic during the time of eclipse. Now for eclipse, I'll be making a big video to understand eclipse results and what should we do, what should we avoid, and so that will be that time. So just hold on for that. Here, Jupiter turns direct into the sign of Gemini. So, Jupiter turned retrograde on 11th of November 2025, and now it is turning direct on 11th of March 2026, which means that a lot of power now comes to your workplace, because Jupiter is putting the fifth aspect of creativity on your workplace. So, new beginnings, new job offers, new promotions, or we can say getting a lot of support in your workplace is happening. Even doors for foreign countries are opening for you, because Jupiter is looking at the 12th house and now it is direct. So all the hard work or all the background work that you have done in the past, now this is the time to start monetizing that, achieving success in those areas. In fact, your bank balance also improves, and if you're in very big debt, this is the time that debt reduction, or getting relief in debt also comes to you. Sun enters into Pisces here, and it is the third house of your parakram. This is the time to show courage, take action. Sun here is going to be very close to Saturn soon, and it is going to compass Saturn, which means that in this period, the overall Saturn effect of Sadesati on many people will start diminishing, start what you say, start solving for you. So that is where Sun's energy is going to be taking action. One thing, because when we look at Sun here, Sun is also the, we can say Sun is a Maraka only, like in a simple way. Sun is the Lord. If you see, Sun is the Lord of the eighth house. It is kind of planet of longevity and whatnot. So here, health problems, or sometimes shoulder freezes, sometimes blood flow in the hands or in shoulder can have a little bit of impact on us, because this is an Upchaya house. While it is very good for a malefic to perform, but still we want to be careful about our muscles, especially our neck area when Sun is here. With Sun here, it is also aspecting the ninth house. So your destiny also is in very much power. You may be doing some higher education, skill development during this period. Later, we will see that Venus goes, later we will see that Mercury turns direct into the sign of Aquarius. Mercury turning direct into Aquarius means your communication, your destiny all takes the right path, and you are supposed to now enter into good things. You're supposed to enter into good what you say, company, people, good communication. People may come from distant places and try to be your partner. In your workplace, the politics, etc., may end. So it is very powerful. And then Venus enters into the sign of Aries. Now, Venus in this is yoga karka, remember. So whenever it will come to a kendra house, it will give you a lot of power. And here the power is coming in the home. That means real estate wise, this is a good time to make investments. vehicle wise, very great time to change vehicle. But the best thing that is happening is the aspect on the 10th house. That aspect on the 10th house is going to empower your career. So your career is at great peak in this month of March. So it is very powerful, very amazing. So I'm so happy and so lucky that I'm doing this reading for you. This is a solar year, so it is a year of research for you. Remember, whenever Sun is making a transit, it is going to impact in a very big level, because this is a year of the Sun, and Sun is going to make a very big impact. And impact is happening because in the third house it is telling you to start, think something, take action, don't sit idle, or your laziness will go. In fourth house, Venus is coming and opening the doors related to your career. So why are you sitting idle? Show some energy, some power, some great, we can say, some greatness. April is here, and April is when Sun becomes exalted. So this is also a very powerful month for you. With Mars entering into Pisces, here is the fourth house lord, exactly 12th from itself. Health of mother has to be taken into absolute consideration, because fourth house lord 12th from itself, then sometimes health of mother, mother has to go to hospital, mother has to take medical advice, mother has to go to some journey. So such kind of things happen. And in fact, this is eighth house of longevity, because it is eighth from eight. So health of mother is at top priority during this month. Mercury enters into Pisces here, and Pisces is the sign where Mercury becomes debilitated. So your speech, your communication, your destiny, your workplace is debilitated here. So this means that what we need to do, we need to now take advice of gurus, advice of teachers. Why? Because from third house, it is looking at the ninth house, and ninth house is the house that is related to your guru. So more advice of guru, more advice of teacher is what we need to be taking during this time for more blessings to be coming our way. One thing, Rohitji, here is that we can expect some kind of travel, some kind of short distance travel, which may have disruptions, which may have some kind of problems. But if you're going to a foreign country, then the problem will not be there. If it's intra-city or intra-country transfer or travel, then there can be some kind of, some kind of difficult things where you are not able to perform better. That is how exactly, or maybe travel wise there will be problem. So that is what communication with siblings, you have to be very careful, because see, third house has Saturn, has Mars, has Sun. And when third house Saturn comes, this is where I'm trying to figure out something. When third house Saturn comes, even the younger siblings, their life becomes very slow and very difficult. So that is also a point here. So in that case also, do a lot of job related to Lord Shiva, so that your younger siblings can do much better in life, because of this Saturn in the third house, and in now, Sun also there together. Sun enters into Aries, becomes absolutely powerful. But here there is one common thing. See, in the home, you will be absolutely exalted. Like, you'll be very good. Everything related to real estate things will have. But in the career now, there may be a little bit of identity crisis, where you may feel that your dignity, your ability, your power, your discipline is somewhere not working in the right favor because of the debilitated aspect. Venus is here trying to take some action, but 4 days later, Venus is also doing a transit. So Sun in the fourth house, very good for your dignity, your inner peace, happiness, everything is very good. Your home life is very good, but career can have a little bit of ignorance from your side during this time. So please make sure that you are focused on your career. When Venus enters into the fifth house, Taurus, Yoga Karka coming to the fifth house is going to brighten this house, and your speculative gains are going up. So I would suggest that when Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn in the beginning of the year, do some investment in share and stock market. And when it comes here in Venus in Taurus, this is the time you're supposed to gain from it. So this is what it is. Happiness from kids, love from your loved one. That means maybe your romance is going to go up. There is possibility here that there is new relationships, marriage, such kind of things also can happen. Rohitji also looking for marriage. So if there is anyone who is interested, Rohitji's chart only is a Capricorn. So Rohitji is also going to get into such beautiful relationships during this time. One more beautiful thing that is happening here is that it is because fifth house of education. So your education, your skills, your creativity is at the seventh sky. When Venus is here, your creativity level, your comfort level goes up. So very happy for you guys. Later we will see that Mercury is entering. Oh, sorry, Mercury is entering into Aries. Sorry, yeah. When Mercury enters into Aries on 30th of April and Sun has already entered on 14th of April, this is a time of proper Budh Aditya Yoga happening into your Fourth house comforts are going to come to you. Good time to really from now make a plan to buy a real estate, because Mars is also coming next. So real estate is something that is going to be a very prominent thing in your birth chart. So let's hope for the best. Now, when we come to May is where we will see that Mars will enter into the sign of Aries. Now, fourth house Lord is also here. Sun is also exalted. The sixth, ninth house Lord is also here. Sixth, so any loans, any debts that you're either asking for business, either asking for work, either asking for marriage, either asking for buying a vehicle, everything will be approved. So this is good news. With Mars coming into Aries, it is also aspecting the seventh house, the 10th house, and the 11th house. So seventh house is a debilitated aspect. So with your relationship, with your spouse or etc., or with your business partner needs very careful consideration. You do not need to get too much aggressive there. Also, because it is looking at the 10th and the 11th house. 11th house is very good. You will be standing out in a social circle. But with 10th house aspect, you may have intense energy in your workplace. So for that also, it's okay to have intense energy, but you need to be very focused, very determined during this period. With Venus entering into the sixth house, this is where the 10th house Lord has come to the sixth house. Venus is so powerful wherever it goes, except debilitation here in the ninth house. Wherever it goes, it is going to provide good results only. And because here Venus and Jupiter are coming together, it is called Viprit Rajyog is made by Jupiter already. Venus comes here and removes all the obstacles from your workplace, from your life, from your, we can say, daily life. Your routine becomes very much better, your health becomes very much better, and this is the period exactly where you are supposed to diplomatically handle your enemies. And you will diplomatically, you will remember when you come to May 2026, you will say we diplomatically handled our problems and we came out of it victorious. So this is very powerful placement. In fact, if there is any fight, dispute, etc. going on, even with maternal uncles like mother's side, that will also solve. So very good. If you're in any court case, anything, then also it is very good for you. But workplace wise, you get superpower during this time. With Mercury, that is the lord of the ninth house, exactly coming ninth from itself. This is also a great news. Your destiny from the past. That means if you have done some past karma, so if you're invested in some past time, you will get some great results during this period. So beautiful for you. Great. And this is not all. One big event is happening where the eighth and the fifth house lord are eighth and the fifth house are making a relationship. Here, Sun is the eighth house lord in the fifth house, ninth house lord in the fifth house. So some destiny rise, sudden gains, sudden wealth, suddenly pregnancy, suddenly great education or scholarship, suddenly speculative gain in share and stock market, suddenly a lottery, etc. kind of situation is was building in your chart. All the planets are very favorable here. With Mercury entering into the sign of Gemini, here Mercury comes to the own house in the sixth house. This means it gives more power to Jupiter and Venus and Maha. It's a triple Lakshmi yoga. That means this is a best time to either obtain debt or either completely pay off debt. So if that is the goal, please set a goal of paying off debt on May of 2026, by end of May 2026. If not, then if you want to take expansion, business expansion, because Jupiter is looking at the 10th house, here you may say that, okay, now I want to get into business expansion because something very great is happening in the beginning of June. 2nd of June is when Jupiter enters into Cancer, into an exalted position, aspects the 11th house, aspects the ascendant, aspects the third house. All the aspects are changing. Now all your focus is changing more on a larger scale, more on your personality development, more on your social circle, more on communication this time. So you will be making multiple partners. Those who are married people don't get happy. This partner is more of business partner, not like love partner. So you're going making multiple partners here. You're trying to get into multiple areas of exploring that how I can make the best of this use of this time. So it's a very powerful period. Those who are thinking of marriage, etc., they may also get good news, because here, when we talk about Jupiter, it is also the third house lord. So communication related to marriage, your efforts that you have put into that area to look for a guy or a girl is very, very favorable for you. Secondly, it is favorable because Venus also enters there into the seventh house. So both for men and for women. See, Jupiter will trigger women to get into marriage. Venus will trigger men. So it is collectively for both men and women who are Capricorn, may get into a new contract, new relationship, new marriage and whatnot. So let's hope for the very, very best. With Jupiter making such a big transit, with all the aspects and all the details, I'm going to be making this video very soon, around May of 2026, when 1 month before you get an idea. So just subscribe so that you are connected there. With 10th house lord coming 10th from itself, that is Venus, it is also a time of pada prapati. So we are expecting some promotions. If you're Capricorn ascendant going through Venus mahadasha or sun or moon mahadasha antardasha, Venus antardasha, moon mahadasha, Venus antardasha, then expect a promotion during this time. Very great for you. Sun will enter into Gemini here. Now, Sun is making a Viprit Rajyog with the sixth house lord. That means burning. Enemies will get burned without trace. That is how it is. So, this is the time to do some devotion towards Lord Ganesha. Om Gan Ganpatay Namaha. This will remove all the obstacles from your life, and all the, honestly, government related obstacles gone. If you're doing any competitions, giving any kind of exams, victory. If you're in a court case, victory. If you're in anything to do with big diseases which you're not able to identify, it will be identified. You will get victory there also. Longevity increases, so it is a great period for you. Mars enters into Taurus, again into progression from the what you call from the fourth house, and looking at the 11th house, which is own sign. We're looking at the 8th house. Again, 8th house and 5th house are making a relationship. This means that again some kind of speculative gain is coming. You will remove your enemies, you will go obstacles out, everything is going to be in your favor, so gains will come for you, right? So speculative gains are coming. Mars here, because it is sign of Taurus, and Mars here is a okay planet, not that great with Venus, but here it can give some passionate love, or some what you say, what we call that word, someone who's obsessive love affair is what can happen here. So you can be obsessed with someone. So let's see, who are you obsessed with? Sometimes you're obsessed with your kids only, that okay, my kids should do this kind of a activity, and you then force them to do this. So obsession can come in any area, with your wife, with your kids, with your work also, with your creativity also. You may not agree that other person is telling right, you may say no, I am right always. That is the kind of scenario that's happening here. So aggressive energy, but in a good house, so it will be used for good purpose. Mercury enters into Cancer here. Now, when we look at Mercury here, it is also a very important planet because it rules the ninth house. Coming to the seventh house also adds power to your relationship, partnership, signing of contracts, and whatnot. So, this is happening. But between 22nd and 29th of June, if it is happening good, after 29th of June, Mercury becomes retrograde in Cancer. This is a time to revisit. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, my destiny is not going to affect it, right? If my health okay, did I ignore something? Am I doing my daily routine nicely or no? This is the kind of procedure, kind of activity that you should be following here. Later, we will enter into the July month, and July is when Venus will enter into the sign of Leo. Now look at Venus here. Venus, very powerful, huh? It is lord of the 10th house, sitting 11th from itself, lord of the 5th house in the 8th house. Third time in a row, 5th house and 8th house are making a relationship. 5th house and 8th house. Mars is aspecting there, and the 5th house lord is also in the 8th house. So what does this mean? Do I need to repeat? It has to be doing something with your destiny. Some sudden event, some sudden gain, some lottery, some windfall, some big contracts, some creative thing turning, creative startup turning into a very, very great thing. Something is happening in a very positive sense here. So let's hope for the best, and let's be very powerful, because this is not a very mediocre year for you. This is still, if you see, there are no obstacles yet. The lord of the 8th house is making a Viparit Rajyog here. So you may have difficulties in achieving things, but you will achieve it now. Final result is achieving. Difficulty is okay, but achievement is very big. So achievement is going to happen. So great news for you. Later, Mercury in retrograde motion will enter into the sign of Gemini. Now it is giving more power to Sun from 7th till 16th, because here Mercury is saying that more routine has to be maintained, more work routine has to be maintained, more enemies who are trying to trouble us, or somewhere paperwork, etc., communication was not correct. So it is trying to correct it. When Mercury is here, sometimes long distance travel may get delayed. So that is one problem which you need to be more thoughtful about. Sun enters into the 7th house here. Now Sun is entering into Cancer, exactly 12th from the 8th house. Now intimacy wise, when it's from an intimate moment, etc., it can be major secret intimate moments during this time. Also, many people may be expecting some inheritance, etc., from a foreign place or from a long distance. So that is also happening. But with your in-laws, etc., there can be a little bit of rift. it's not that great time for with in-laws, and with your partner also there may be a little bit of ego clashes. But theek hai, chalo, once, sometimes in this time it happens, so it's okay, not a very big problem, but okay. Rahu Ketu. Uh, no, not Rahu Ketu. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini. Mercury finally is okay. Gemini, your destiny is okay. Now, very nice when sometimes you feel that you will not have a victory and you worked very hard on it. And this is the time that Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini. Suddenly, victory comes to you. Because ninth house lord is in exactly 10th from itself, the karma related to this house is for your destiny seen from the sixth house, so automatically it will, you will have a victory somewhere. So that is also very great news, right, for victory. August is here. See, very soon everything is happened. I told, sorry, I did not tell about Saturn. That's why I was thinking that how Saturn missed. Saturn got retrograde. Now, Saturns get retrograde for 140 days, almost 5 months, and it is getting retrograde here in your third house of your communication. So, what does this mean? Effort and communication should be put in the right area only. So, whenever you're putting effort, anything to do with communication, it has to be more in the righteous area. So, what we need to do whenever we are doing any short distance travel, we need to be more focused that, okay, are we doing the right thing? Are we choosing the right dates? This is all good. We have to remember things related to our neighbors, our friends. We need do not go out of the way to depress them, or give them some problem or some trouble. Third way is to related to your younger brother also. Yeah, I told you about friends, younger brother, everything retrograde. Whatever you're doing, you have to think twice before doing any communication here. With Saturn also aspecting your fifth, ninth, and the 12th house, there may be delays in foreign travel during this time. Or if you're in a foreign travel, there may be delays in paperwork, government documents, such kind of things may get into delay. Delay in childbirth also. Like there can be possibility that you are due for, we can say, 27th of July, but that cannot happen that time. That can happen around 4th of August, 10th of August. Some delay, 1 to 3 weeks delay can be seen there also. So that is how. But when we come closer to this date, we'll be making a big video with some remedies so that you get a clear idea of how this time is going to be. August is here, and when we talk about August, Venus is entering into the sign of Virgo. Venus into the sign of Virgo, a very powerful placement because it is debilitated. Now it has come debilitated. This is God's action. See, 2 days ago, in the month of July, 27th July, is when Saturn becomes retrograde. And when Venus becomes exalted, what does it do? It puts an exalted aspect on its best friend, Saturn. It says, you don't worry in retrograde motion. I am here to fully support you. I am completely giving power to this house, so nothing wrong will happen. So you should be happy. Only thing is that during this time, do not disrespect your guru, your teachers. Do not disrespect any kind of higher knowledge. If you're doing any kind of studies, there may be some kind of a break, but that is just a break. It should not be an end. So you should just consider it a break during this time. There is possibility that in the area related to father, you may have a little bit of rift or disturbance in that area as well because of Venus debilitated. Comfort that your destiny was giving will not happen. You have to put effort during this period, and effort will bring you comfort. That's how you have to look at it. Mars enters into the sign of Gemini here, which is 8th from the 11th house. So sudden ups and downs in your social circle can happen because you will fight enemies during this time, left, right, and center, and you will be powerful. You'll be taking that action. Any kind of competition can be won during this period. If you're even fourth house lord being in the sixth house, if you're trying to apply for some kind of debt or loans, this is the period that may also fructify for you. So all the very best. Mercury in final nice motion enters into the sign of Leo. Now here again it is making when we talk about Mercury and Sun enters into Leo first, then Mercury enters into Leo. Mercury enters into Cancer. Oh, I'm here right now. Mercury enters into Cancer here, into the seventh house, 11th house, Lord, seventh house. So again, related to relationship, partnership, this is a time to sign contracts, make agreements, tell okay. Finally, very good for my relationship, doing signing of a marriage certificate, signing or discussing the date, or communicating to your people about if you're pregnant, etc. This is a time to break the news. Exactly, that is the how the time is. Sun enters into the sign of Leo. This is his own sign of Sun. Eclipse energy is building here. But with Sun and Ketu together here, Ketu comes into a lot of control. Now, Ketu in your chart has been giving a lot of transformative energy. In the last 1 year, if you would have seen, Ketu is trying to put you into so much isolation. You must have seen that so much of research, studying, research is what you're doing in every aspect of your life. That is Ketu for you. Ketu has also brought you towards spirituality, towards getting into know occult sciences. Those people who did not know anything about Rashi, this, that, ascendant, now knows everything about this, all because of Ketu. So thank you to Ketu. But now Sun entering into the sign of Leo will end any dispute related to legal troubles, as well as any problem related to inheritance, any problem in insurance, government related issues. Sun will solve that problem, so it is good for you. Later, we will see that Mercury will also enter into the sign of Leo. Mercury here is going to be making a Viprit Rajyog. So again, obstacles are ending. So this is a very good year, yeah, man, for Capricorn Rohichi. All the obstacles, all the time malefics are coming. Like Viprit Rajyog is happening. 8th house Lord in the 8th house, 6th house Lord in the 6th house. 6th house Lord goes to the 7th house, then comes to the 8th house, makes Viprit Rajyog. So lot of obstacles in your life that you have been facing in workplace, in health routines, in daily routines, in your family also, in your spouse also, in your in-laws also, everything is ending, man. Somewhere there is a little bit of dispute sometimes, because when it is 12th from itself or not, like when Sun is in the sign of Cancer, then some past issue may come up with your in-laws, but now here it comes and solves. So it's a very great year, man. I'm so jealous. Leo is not that great than Sagittarius, oh sorry, than Capricorn. September is here, and 2026 yearly horoscope you can book online on ecastro.ca, or there's a WhatsApp link in the description for personal appointments. September, Venus will enter into Libra. But this is a very short period Venus is entering into Libra, because it will get retrograde next month. So what happens is that when Venus is entering into Libra, your career, etc., everything goes very up. But once, you should not get overwhelmed in this. Reason, my fame, my ability, my dignity, my power is now increased. Now I will do whatever I feel because I am invincible. This is the energy that should be avoided during this time, because Venus is entering into Libra, but it is going to get retrograde next month. So we want to use our power in the right manner. With Mercury entering into Virgo, we want to make sure that we make very great efforts, put very great effort towards our mentors, our gurus, our teachers, our bosses, so that our destiny as well as our, this is a Raj Yoga, when 9th house Lord is in the 9th house, 10th house Lord is in the 10th house, this is a Raj Yoga. And 8th house Lord in the 8th house, 9th house Lord in the 9th house, 10th house Lord in the 10th house. You see what power it is showing here? There is a series of no ups and downs, destiny at peak, career at peak. So we want to make sure that ego cannot come on peak during this period. Because after 7th of September, after Mercury enters here into the 9th house, Sun also enters here. And Sun is 8th house Lord in the 9th house. So it will create ego also here. Because Sun is a very powerful planet in this house. The father element, the guru element, the guidance element is ruled by Sun as well. So Sun is very powerful here. When Sun comes here, it dominates Mercury's exaltation. It says that I am exalted, you are not exalted. How can you be exalted? I am the king, I will become exalted. So somehow Sun will come here and steal away all the limelight of Mercury. And that's why Mercury will say, no, I'm not staying here for long. I will go away. 10 days only it will go away to the sign of Libra. See, na 7th of Mercury, 7th of September, Mercury will enter into the sign of Virgo. And 18th, and 26th of September, in 20 days, it will go into the sign. And after Sun comes here, in 10 days, it will go there. So you will see that more emphasis will be on the energy of Sun. So your devotion, your acceptance of your guru, of your teacher, will shape your destiny during this time. So very powerful placement of Mercury here and Sun here. So make sure that you are very open, very nice. In fact, for long distance travel also, this can possibility be happening. You will be going on journey. There can be starting of new learning of new languages, or maybe going into some competitive environment. So let's hope for the best. Because 6th house Lord is in the 9th house, there is also possibility Mercury, you win over any judicial system. So you win over any judgment is supposed to come, it will come in your favor. Now, after Sun enters into Virgo, then Mars enters into Cancer. Now, this is also so good. I don't know why it is so good. Rohiji, you see now everything is in your favor. Now, Mars started in this year with exaltation, and then Mars now here is in debilitation. But in debilitation, it becomes more powerful because it makes a Neech Bhang Raj Yoga in the Kendra. Being a Kendra Lord in the Kendra, being the 11th house Lord, makes a Neech Bhang Raj Yoga. So you are going to gain some massive thing from your partner. Massive things from your partner, something very big, something very great you are getting. So amazing. In fact, it is also the time that we can see that many people who are manglik and whatnot, they may also find a partner in their life, that they may find a person who's coming to their life. Great time for partnership, great time for victory, great time for with your nephews also, with your nieces nephew also, very great time. This is also a time great for spouse, their luck goes up. So if your spouse has been trying to start something and in mid of year they say next year you want to start something, they say you start in September, because that is where my power is coming, so you will get great results out of it. So all the very best. Later Mercury will enter into the sign of Libra. Now both the ninth house lord is in the 10th house, 10th house lord is in the 10th house, which is good news. Both are together between 26th of September till next year, next month. It is going to be very good, but October is little bit of challenging. I will explain you why. Sun becomes debilitated. Now we are going into October. Mercury coming into the 10th house, this is the time that more power comes to you. So maybe you will be promoted during this time, but we don't want to use it in a bad way. Once you're promoted, maybe the current boss may have a little bit of challenge with you. And then comes October, when 3rd of October, Venus gets retrograde. That means your 10th house lord is getting retrograde. Your power, your ability is getting retrograde. That means you cannot get into comfort zone yet. You have to do a lot of hard work. You have to fight during this period. Your comfort zone cannot be coming right now. No, not at all. So please fight during this period. You cannot give up. That is the kind of scenario. Now, here with Venus retrograde, there is another problem when Sun comes and becomes debilitated. That means power will not be in your favor. This is the time you have to take most maximum support from your home, from your house. From your house, you will get all the support. From the people in your house, your family, you will get all the support. So if you get into any mess up, please, your family will be the one that will support you. Secondly, if those who are in family business, you will be absolutely dependent on family during this time, Rohit. Very, very importantly, dependent on family. So careful in the area of career, especially in the month of October 2026, because Mercury also gets retrograde in the sign of Libra. So now three events are happening: Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde, Saturn retrograde, Sun in Libra debilitated. So many retrograde and debilitated here. So we want to be very careful whenever these planets are retrograde. One good news is that it is retrograde with Sun, so at least they get the and their benefits, they get good qualities, gets empowered here, so they will learn here. But with Jupiter entering into Leo, it is a very big energy shift. So again, the lord that is making Viprit Rajo comes to the 8th house and empowers this house. Now this house is the house that is looking at the 12th, second and the fourth house. That means big transformation, either to go for a foreign place or either coming back from a foreign place. If you're in US, Canada, and visa problems are happening, I don't know what not, so maybe you're coming back to your home country. That kind of big transformation is happening, because see, fourth house lord is no longer making a Viprit Rajyog. It is debilitated now. That means fourth house is your home place. You may come back to your home place. Some big energy shift, some big transformative energy related to Jupiter. This is that exact time that Jupiter and Ketu calls you for some occult help, something to do with some remedy, something to do with some kind of a, what you say, something to do with some kind of a ritual, homam, because 12th house, see, 12th house is the house of, and 8th house is hidden things, so hidden pujas, etc. should be done during this time. Anyways, after October, when we come to November, Venus will enter into Virgo. Now, this is the time that your bosses, etc., are not happy with you in some way or the other. They may say that, okay, this person is acting over smart or this, that, and whatnot. This is the time to use their wisdom. This is the time to take, don't disrespect them, use their wisdom, take their advice, take your mentor's advice, and move forward. And then Mars enters into Leo. This is the time that we will see that 8th house is active now, and Mars is exactly 4th house lord in the 8th house with Jupiter. Mars has great power. Mars and Ketu here together can in the fire sign, because Ketu is also in Magha Nakshatra at the moment, because it is supposed to be entering into the sign of Cancer next month. So it is in Magha Nakshatra right now. So here it can intensify your energy. Those who are in occult sciences, those who are in research, medical research, occult sciences, any kind of PhD, any kind of mining, any kind of sea, like merchant navies and whatnot, you will see that what power you will get. You'll be able to, conquer the world during this time. That's how powerful you are. Even with your debilitated 8th house lord, this is very powerful for people in research. Some big breakthroughs are coming here. Venus turns direct, Mercury turns direct into Libra, and Venus turns direct into Virgo on the same, like 13th and 14th, which means that all the problem or the pressure in your career has now been lifted up because Sun is also entering into Scorpio, into the 11th house here. So your communication becomes direct, your comfort becomes happening very nicely, and suddenly, secretly, you start getting help from your social circle. There is a Rashi Parivartan Yoga between 8th and the 11th house. So there is a Rashi Parivartan between 10th and the 9th house. So there is a 10th and 9th house Rashi Parivartan is the biggest Rashi Parivartan in astrology, by the way. Just search it. Search 10th and 9th. This is the biggest Raja Yoga that can ever happen. So between 13th and between 22nd of November, please make all your wishes, because that wishes are going to come true. With Sun in the 11th house, you are supposed to be gaining secretly from a social circle. Some big research point that you do, you may also benefit, and very people on a large scale will also benefit during this period. And then Venus enters into the sign of Libra. Now it is very settled into the own sign. Now no longer retrograde. Venus will be moving forward. Your destiny is also moving because it's Yoga Karka, so it will create great opportunities in the workplace for you. Now comes December. Mercury enters into the sign of Scorpio. 2nd of December only. It enters into the 11th house. So 9th house Lord is in the 11th house, which is great news. 6th house Lord is 6th from itself, which is also great news. So you get rid of small diseases, little bit of very temporary enmity that you had, you get relief of that, and you start. Those who are in social media, those who are in digital marketing, sales, any business related to masses, they will start prospering. Anywhere you're selling something, that is where prosperity comes. You are in merchandising, you are in anything to do with um, what you say, e-commerce, you will see power, power. Then comes the biggest transit in your ascendant and in the 7th house. This is Rahu and Ketu. Now, see, so many great things happened related to relationship. Now, Ketu is coming to the 7th house. Now, this is a time that it will ba- try to understand in this water sign, that is this more emotional or is this more material, the relationship that you are into. Is this really a spiritual relationship that you have come into, or is this relationship not a very spiritual? So there may be lot of breakups, lot of separations during this time, because Ketu acts immediately. When it comes into a sign, it acts immediately. Rahu takes a little bit of time, because Rahu is like Saturn. Ketu, Kujavat Ketu is like Mars is impulsive, fast action. Rahu little bit slow. So Rahu, what it is? It is that rubber band. It takes that rubber band, slowly, ta. One day only the bomb will come. And Ketu, slowly. That rubber band stretching is Ketu. That is exactly how Ketu is. Now, in that case, you will see that Ketu here in the 7th house can create some kind of, mm, we can say, some kind of break in some partnership, relationship, and that is the nature of Ketu. It has to do it, so it will do it. But when it comes to Rahu in the first house, you are going to be extra ambitious, and sometimes this extra ambitious, this ego, this nature of yours, where you can invite such things in your own life by showing that aggression, that, oh yeah, I want this, I am this ego, because Rahu says I am the hero. I am a hero. I will act as a hero. I don't care about anyone else. I am the one who swallows sun and moon, so I don't worry about anyone. That is how powerful Rahu feels. But still, it's a malefic planet. And here, your mind can get manipulated because of this Rahu's placement. So try to be as devoted to Ma Durga when Rahu and Ketu transit. Now, since this Rahu and Ketu transit is a very big transit, it cannot be said in these two lines. I will be explaining you when we are close to this, that how, what are the remedies, because you guys really need remedies. If you don't do remedies, then there will be a very big problem in the relationship area. Some relationship that has been going for long 20, 18, 17, 18 years, after 18 years this is happening, so there can be sudden breaks that are coming. So we want to be very careful here, so we'll be talking about that. In fact, Saturn, Shani Dev, the Lagna Lord, is also getting direct. That means Rahu gets more power because of Saturn getting direct. Saturn is putting aspect on the 5th house, 9th house, and the 12th house. So that means it will activate lot of travel, lot of, what you say, because Saturn is putting the 10th aspect on the 12th house, it can be isolated travel also. So you may go somewhere far away also. So we have to be very careful during this time. But good news for people who are in Sadhisati second phase, it will start becoming nicer, positive for you. And Saturn will be very soon moving 2027 to the third phase of Sadhisati. That means in the sign of Aries to now create problem for all Aries people, or maybe delays for the Aries people. So Aries moon, Saturn turning direct is good. All your things related to finances, all your things related to your personal development takes action now. Jupiter in this situation retrogrades in the sign of Leo and say, no, I have to handle Ketu. Ketu cannot go and impulsively do these kind of things like separation, this, that, whatnot. So Jupiter comes here and as a saving grace by coming back, putting the energy in an exalted position to help Ketu understand that what are the pros and cons of this, what are the wisdom. Basically, Guru is coming to give wisdom to a malefic and make sure that big problems do not happen. Also control Rahu for a brief period of time, because Rahu can become extremely ambitious in the first house, which can create sometimes, we can say, big challenges. Good news also, because Rahu ambitious is very good. You make way, but ambitious in a cynical manner is not good. Sun enters into Sagittarius, makes a Viprit Rajyog, and Mercury also enters into Viprit Rajyog. So all the places related to workplace, health challenges are taken care of. All the places related to sudden ups and downs, any accidents, any problems, any challenges that you have faced in the past also is taken care of here by Sun and Jupiter as this beautiful ending of this year. And this is a time of spiritual bliss. Your service, your charity. This is the time of charity, service, spiritual bliss, going to some spiritual retreat. So rather than going for a New Year holiday, go for a spiritual retreat during this year, and you will see the blessing that happens in 2027. All the very best. There is a 2026 yearly horoscope that is already, you can book it online on acastro.ca, or there's a WhatsApp link in the description. You can go and book there as well. Rohit ji, let's move to Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius. So Aquarius, all the very best. Have very happy New Year, and you're entering into one of the most beautiful periods, because I know what your transits are happening. So it's a very, very amazing and beautiful 2026 for you. Starting with 2026 yearly horoscope. If you want to book for you, it's online on acastro.ca, and there is a WhatsApp link in the description for bookings, so you can book there. Moving forward, Rohit, January 2026 for all the Aquarius ascendant people. The 12th house will be occupied by the ninth house lord. That is a yoga karaka, which is a great news for those people who are waiting for travel. If you are expecting a travel, if you're expecting some kind of spiritual journey, long distance journey, then this is a very positive time. But expenses also, expenses related to real estate, expenses related to your mother, expenses related to your home country also can happen. So maybe you are traveling somewhere, home country, up and down, and then expenses are on the high side. Very good time for spiritual retreats as well. So great. Venus transit is very great with the beginning. Sun in the second house in Capricorn is going to make sure that your spouse also going to do some expenses for you. So there is going to be expenses on the partnership area also. Sometimes in a very bad scenario, when you're going through a very difficult Mahadasha, like a Sun Mahadasha, Saturn Mahadasha, or Saturn and Sun Mahadasha combined, then this is a period where some losses related to partnership can happen. Like maybe spouse and you may not come on the right terms, maybe business partners may not be on the right term, and there can be some losses here. But for that, your personal chart is a very important chart to see that what kind of area you are going through. When Mars enters into Capricorn, this becomes exalted here. Mars here is the 10th house lord, exalted in the 12th house. That means those people who are already in a foreign country and working there, they will have a very great destiny during this period. Something very powerful is happening in a foreign country. In fact, this is the time to show your courage. Your workplace will be very, very pleasant, and there will be a lot of action that you'll be taking in that workplace area. One more beautiful thing, Rohitji, what happens in this scenario is that because um, uh, Mars is also the third house lord in the 12th house, there is possibility of sudden travel because of work. So work related travel can also happen. And then Mercury enters into the sign of Capricorn in the 11th house. Mercury here is the lord of your 8th house. Going into the 12th house makes a Viprit Rajyog here. So this is good for all the obstacles faced from the 8th house, that is related to insurance, taxation, money related problems, problems in inheritance, problem in shared resources, dividing your assets and whatnot. This is a time that it may be very feasible, very nice for all the Aquarius ascendant people. So overall, your period has started with expenses. Jan 2026 starts with expensive Jan 2026. So that's what we can call, Roji, when we make the monthly video for January 2026. We'll say expensive January 2026. Moving on to February. Beginning of February, Mercury will enter into Aquarius. Finally, this is good news. The fifth house lord is in the ascendant. That means creativity, your communication, your your subject of doing negotiation becomes very prominent here, and you are supposed to achieve great things in that area. Your attitude also becomes very positive, very communicative, very creative. So very nice. Later, Venus will also enter here, which is the Yoga Karka. Fourth house lord, 10th from itself in the ascendant, and the ninth house lord in the ascendant means your bhagya, your family, your people around you, the dignity is maintained, and you are getting lot of support from your destiny. That means all the things that you're touching right now is turning into gold, or I could say diamond. That's how powerful it is. When Venus enters into this sign, and especially the fourth house lord enters into the 10th from itself, there is possibility some gains from real estate as well, and some father side also some gains come. So blessings of Guru are also on you during this period. Sun also enters into Aquarius. Now the energy of eclipse starts beginning, because 2nd and 3rd of March is a complete lunar eclipse. So eclipse energy is beginning here. Mercury and Sun are together. Buddha Aditya Yoga is happening, but Rahu and Sun are together. So Grahan Yoga is also happening in your ascendant. So after 13th of February till 15th of March, you should be very careful when it comes to any action related to ego, government, also spouse wise. Things are not looking good right now. Honestly, I'm saying spouse and relationship with your business partner, things are not looking very good. Sometimes legal disputes, sometimes legal challenges. These are something that come on surface. Maybe sometimes legal disputes and challenges for reconciliation also happen. So if reconciliation is the way out, then that is a very beautiful way. Seventh house is also related to happiness and joys from your mother also, because fourth from the fourth, right, of your mother also. So somehow your mother may also feel a little bit of challenge during this period, so that is also where the problem can come. Now here, Mars also enters into the sign of Aquarius. Mars is a very powerful entity here, a third house lord. It is also the 10th house lord. 10th house lord, fourth from itself, aspecting the fourth house. So there may be changes in location of your workplace, which is good. New job offers, new workplace, new areas of working. This is a very good news for all the Aquarius ascendant people. So let's hope for the best that you are doing very well here. When we talk about Mars, also Mars is also the third house lord in the ascendant. So you will be, your personality at this point will be looking at this person is trying to put so much effort into every area of life. That's going to be very, applaudable. People will be applauding about the courage that you're showing, about the ideas that you have, about the career drive that you have during this period. So very powerful. Now, Mercury gets retrograde in Aquarius. This is a cause of little bit of challenge, because the creativity lord is getting retrograde when the eclipse is happening. So we want to be very careful about what ideas, what we communicate, how we communicate, what are we trying to tell people, what are we trying to achieve, gain from people, what are we trying to discuss with our kids. Fifth house lord, remember, what are we trying to do, any kind of manipulation in inheritance, because Rahu and Mercury are together. So manipulation related to eighth house, taxation documents, inheritance, all this avoid. Otherwise there will be a big problem, because Sun is going to be with Jupiter, with Saturn next month, which means that judgment happens during this period. Okay. March is here, and Venus enters into the sign of Pisces. But before that, there is an eclipse that is happening in the first and the seven axis of your chart, which means that relationship and your personal life are two common, very important. If you're going to Sun Mahadasha, if you're going through Moon Mahadasha, Rahu Mahadasha, Ketu Mahadasha, then this is a very effective, very effective eclipse for you. So we want to be very calm down. We want to not make big decisions. We want to be chanting the mantra related to Lord Shiva day and night. Maybe the Mahamrityunjay mantra if health wise there is a problem. If there is any problem related to your relationship, that is especially your marriage, etc., then that is where you do lot of Vishnu chanting. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Vishnu Sahasranam. This is an important thing for you in the year of 2026 beginning. See, beginning is not happening that great. I'm sorry for this, but it is what it is. Now, with Venus entering into Pisces, this is good news. Financial relief comes to you. A big financial relief is coming. Maybe with some good news, maybe with some bad news in the past. Forget about that. Now we are progressing towards greatness. A big financial relief is coming for you. Your bank balance, something from do with your real estate, something to do with your, we can say, your father's wealth, your family wealth, your some wealth is coming to you, which is going to be very, what you say, very comfortable for you. See, so relief is coming in the area related to wealth, not relationships. With Jupiter coming directly into the sign of Gemini, adds a little bit of value to your Lagna, because here is Jupiter is trying to control. With this direct motion, it will try to control lot of your efforts that you have put, and it will not let it go waste. Your creativity, etc., is coming back to action. See, still the Mercury is retrograde here. It will get direct on 21st of March, but still your creativity is at full power. You will see that you are, you're doing some higher education wise. It is very good for children, progeny. It is very good. We are thinking about anything to do with foreign travel or for education, very good. Foreign travel for research, very good. For your kids also, it is very good. So Jupiter turning direct is good in many aspects of life, and the main aspect is your love life. Those who are thinking of starting something after a breakup and now starting something new, this is the time that Jupiter may really help you in a very positive manner. Sun entering into Pisces is great news as well, because Sun is the lord of the, there is a little bit of challenge here, but there is great news also. So Sun in the second house may remove all the legal troubles from your life, but health wise, Maraka coming into the Maraka house is not that great. So we want to be very careful about our health during this period when Sun is in the second house, because in this situation, Rohit, sometimes eyes related problem, dental problem, sometimes problem in the lower abdomen area, stomach area can be seen, and it can be all food related. Second house is the house of food. So whenever we are talking about food or intake of food, this is where the problem can come. So we want to be absolutely careful about what we eat. Try to go sattvic. When Sun enters into Pisces, go sattvic during this time. Saturn will get combust, which is good news, because all the people who are going through Sari Sati will have a very good relief from March 2026 till April 2026. So this is good news. Mercury turns direct, automatically your creativity, etc., is now again in spotlight, and you are very illuminated, very powerful. You are showing yourself as a very great person outside, very intelligent. Wisdom is there every talk, but still Rahu is here. Rahu can manipulate Mercury. So here Mercury can sometimes act. Rahu is still being controlled by Jupiter and Saturn, by Jupiter and Mars, but Rahu can manipulate Mercury. So careful. Now here we will see that Venus has entered into the sign of Aries. Venus Yoga Karka, fourth house Lord, 12th from itself. Health of the mother has to be taken into now consideration. Sale and purchase of real estate can bring losses, so please wait for the right time. Even if Mars is looking at the fourth house, we want to wait for the right time. Sale and purchase of house should not be taken into thing. Shifting can be done. Sometimes in this situation, relocation happens. You are going to a foreign country or maybe going away from your home. Some white traveling also happens for leisure also. So that's how it is supposed to be. Your relationship with your siblings become much more beautiful, and you are trying to express yourself in a very fancy manner. So this time is a time of adding luxury to your communication. So that is great news. After March, April comes here. When we talk about April, the beginning of April starts with Mars is entering into the sign of Pisces. Now here there is a combination that has happened. If you look here very nicely, the fourth house Lord is 12th from itself. The third house Lord is 12th from itself. So now what happens, that your communication or your miscommunication can bring ups and downs in your life, which is where we need to be very careful about how we are communicating, what we are communicating. Are we putting very harsh tone outside? Because look, Mars and Sun together are aggressive planets, and on top of that there are three malefics in the second house. This is a time of aggressive behavior, or behavior where you are fighting for some kind of status which does not even exist. Self respect, you are some aggressive over some self respect which is not even existing. So we want to be careful. We don't want to get overwhelmed here. With one good news is that because Venus is in good progression, so things will be, positive. But April 11th, Mercury also becomes debilitated in the second house. Now, this time, investment should be completely avoided. Sorry, man. See, it is not in my control or anyone's control. The period has begun from 12th house and first house eclipse, then second house. All this problem is happening. I'm sorry. But second half of your life looks very, like of the year, looks very, very positive. Now, here, because see three aggressive planets in the second house, Mercury in the second house, you should not be doing any big commitments or speaking something out of your budget. simply about it's out of your budget or out of your reach, because it may create some kind of status challenge for you, which may hurt you here in your heart. So try to be as low key as you can be. Sun enters into Aries. Now this is where you start becoming powerful. Your seventh house lord is in the third house. This is a time of signing contracts, getting government approvals, showing your courage, being completely taking over this house, that third house of communication, of your younger brothers, of your siblings, of your hobbies, of your environment around you, that is your neighbors. Short distance travel here will prove very beneficial. If short distance travel is happening for the reason of partnership, then this is an absolute crazy amazing time for you, like very great. Now moving forward, Venus will enter into Taurus. This is the fourth house. Now Venus is yoga karka. Coming to its own sign is a very great news for all the Aries or all the Capricorn ascendant people. Venus is so great here that all the problems that I told you related to real estate, etc., now are going to get solved and you are going to move forward in a very good direction. In fact, not only that, but because Venus will be looking at the 10th house, so your career aspects also go very up and you really gain, you really are very positive in those areas also. So again, Venus is very proving yoga karka for you. Your destiny is at seventh peak and your home environment is very good. If there is anything that has to do with your mother, your health of your mother, it recovers and there is lot of positivity here. And then when Mercury enters into the sign of Aries, this is also great news, because what happens here? Mercury, if you see, debilitation has ended and it has come exactly, if you see 8th from the 8th, this is the time that it improves your longevity. Your longevity, your health recovers. When fifth house lord goes 11th from itself, because of your creativity or creativity, some effort that you put, you are supposed to gain during this period. So overall, it is a very powerful transit for you, like great transit for you. Amazing. All the very best. Moving on to May 2026. So for May, now here we go. 2026 yearly horoscope is here. Anyone who is willing to book, you can book online on acastro.co. There is a WhatsApp link in the description for personal appointments. Now, when we talk about May of 2026, Mars will enter into the sign of Aries. Here Mangal is coming to the Swagsthana, and here at that moment Sun is also in an exalted state, so it's a very powerful placement to show courage, take action. This is the time. See, Mars here also rules the area of your career, so you will show a lot of positive effort in your career, and this will be a very good news for you. Some communication from your career is coming. Also, those who are trying for some short distance travel, or maybe some short distance travels are planned during this time, they may also turn very fruitful for you. Shukradev enters into the sign of Gemini. Venus enters into Gemini. Here, the the Yoga Karka is in the ninth house and now making a very beautiful yoga in the fifth house called Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. I by mistakenly said that it is in the ninth house. Sorry, it is in the fifth house. Making a Lakshmi Narayan Yoga here. And this is fifth house where the speculative gain, we can talk about children getting into more of creative aspects, are going to take action for you guys. Now understand, when Jupiter and Venus are together, this is a point where your uh, happiness actually can be, how do you can be experienced and enjoyed also. So happiness is one point. Okay, we are happy, very nice, but enjoying that happiness is also another thing. So here it's going to be enjoying. Those who are trying for any kind of progeny related activities, especially childbirth, those who are thinking of gaining from their motherland, from their home, from real estate, because see, fourth house lord is in the fifth house, so you even gain from the previous house. So there is possibility of gaining from real estate as well. Those who are thinking to start any education, those who are thinking of going to foreign country, absolutely beautiful and wonderful time for you as well. Here, ninth house lord is exactly ninth from itself. It gives purva punya. That means all the things, all the deeds done in the past times now come on surface, and you really start achieving great things from that. Mercury, who is the lord of the eighth house and the fifth house, is coming to the fourth house, and here it is coming into the sign of Venus. Now, if you see, a small parivartan yoga has happened here, where Venus is in Gemini, Mercury is in Taurus, and this parivartan yoga is going to be very favorable for those people who are doing any kind of trade related activity, especially share market and stock market. So if you are in that area of life, then expect some good gains during this period. Mercury also looking at the 10th house gives great communication skills, even at home and even at work. So this means, the word work life balance exactly happens here. With Sun entering into the sign of Taurus, 10th house Lord has come exactly 10th from itself. So your karma, actually the area of karma has now shifted to your home. So this is a time in May of 2026 when Sun is in Taurus to focus more on your home environment, something to do with, your family, your roots, your mother. So this is where it comes. Also, any legal troubles or any legal challenges you are facing in area related to your, we can say, area related to real estate or anything that has to do with your family legal troubles, it may also get solved during this period. So it's a very powerful transit. One thing, when seventh house lord comes to the fourth house, there is also possibility that you do some kind of transaction with your father-in-law. So there is possibility that you'll be doing some transaction with father-in-law, so that's also very great news. Mercury enters into the sign of Gemini here. Mercury is again a very powerful planet coming to the fifth house. Great news for, I told you, those who are in trade and marketing and anything to do in terms of market, like share and stock market, you will see extreme rise for you in the month of May 2026. In fact, because Mercury is also the lord of, your intelligence, your power, your creative aspects in your life goes very up, and you really gain during this time. Now May is not that important. As soon as June comes, this is where power comes. Jupiter becomes exalted for you. Now, in this chart, if you look at Jupiter, it is the second and the 11th house lord. So you have to see that your bank balance, your money, your gains, your social circles, your income, everything depends on Jupiter. And it is coming to the sixth house of your workplace in an exalted manner. This is one of the greatest placement of Jupiter, because from here, Jupiter controls the 10th house, that is your career, your 12th house, that is your expenses, and your second house, that is your income as well as your savings. So Jupiter is going to empower every place that it is putting an aspect on. One thing, with Jupiter aspecting the second house with the ninth aspect, so there is lot of blessing coming. Those people who need too much debt, those who need a financial relief, this is a time that financial relief will come to you. And debt wise, we will see that it will lessen, and you will get more opportunities or more ways to lessen down your debts. Those who are thinking about foreign travel, foreign settlement, or contracts from foreign country also gain a lot of things during this period. There are a lot of partnerships that can happen with distant people, like places, people who are in a distant area. So that's also very positive. Now, one thing, with Jupiter coming here, because it's the sixth house of health. So sometimes, your weight gain starts happening, and sometimes your routine becomes very lazy, because Jupiter is a very laid back planet. In that case, I would suggest that please maintain the energy of Saturn, even, what you say, in a manner where you are, how do I put it? uh, Maintain that discipline and that routine. That is important. Okay, we'll be making a very bigger video on this Jupiter when we are entering closer to this 2026 of June. So maybe in the month of May, beginning of May, we'll publish this video. For that, be connected to us. Venus also comes here. Now, Venus is the ninth house lord, comes to the sixth house. This is good news for those people who are in any litigation during this time. Litigation problems can get solved here. Enemies problem can get solved. Also, some comfort comes in your workplace. So maybe some promotion or maybe some kind of hierarchy. Those who are expecting some kind of um, money or some kind of relief for their real estate purchase or sale, this is exactly that time that things may also manifest. Sun, on the other hand, enters into the sign of Gemini, the regular transit of Sun every month. Here, 15th of June, it will come here. The Lord of the seventh house is in the fifth house. This is a time that lot of love affair or lot of love which is not regulated can become regulated, and you can now, from a lover, can become fiancés, and you can get into engagement and stuff like that. So, in fact, very good for people who are thinking of marriage also, especially love marriage. There is a possibility that things may be in your favor, and your father, your elders in your home can also agree to this kind of love relationship. So all the very best. Mars makes a transit and comes into the sign of Taurus here on 20th of June 2026. With Mars coming here, it is again in progression, and the 10th house lord is exactly seventh from itself. So in the workplace, you partner with people which are going to be giving you a lot of progress. They are going to take you forward. In terms of progress, we can also talk Mars putting the aspect on the seventh as well as the 11th house. So there are some gains as well during this period, because Mars, one more thing we cannot ignore, Mars is the significator of any land, property, and everything like that. So in this situation, Mars can also give you something to do with property, or getting you into a new property deal, or some kind of a land deal, or some kind of a vehicle purchase. So for that also we are very very happy. Only problem is that Saturn is putting the third aspect on Mars, so things may move slow during this period, but there is no denial. So it will happen, but a little bit delay can be happening. Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, this is also very good, because Mercury here makes a Viprit Rajyog. The Lord of the what you say 8,000 is exactly 11 from itself and making a Viprit Rajyog. In such conditions, mostly in such conditions, lot of problems related to jealousy, or we can say some bad communication or defamation about you happening around you, may come to a point where you are able to overcome such situations. There may also be possibility that a lot of confrontation or lot of settlement, lot of compromises can happen during this period. So that is also very great. With Mercury becoming retrograde on 29th of June is another added advantage or added layer here, which says that since Mercury is retrograde now, the fifth house lord is retrograde. So now here it will be on your decision that you want to let things go or you want to keep it, because your pure happiness depends completely on your decision. Also, those people who are in any kind of big trouble, government problems, challenges where lot of miscommunication happened, and misinterpretation has been filed against you, you may also come out very victorious during this time, because Mercury is now solving the problems here. When we come to July here, Venus will enter into the sign of Leo. Now, Venus is moving towards a debilitation. Here, the Lord of your Kendra is in Kendra, which is good news, but aspected by Mars. You may do some kind of expenses in your home related to some renovations and stuff like that. There may also be possibility that in this period, because of your spouse or your partner, you are supposed to be doing a lot of expenses. So that will be in the what you say pipeline. Venus meeting Ketu. Here, there can be some kind of challenges related to detachment in love life, but Venus is very powerful. Remember, it's Yoga Karka here. It is going to empower the seventh house, and it may take you towards something like to do with marriage or getting into more of a really hardcore relationship. That is the kind of scenario that I feel here can happen. With Venus, also the 11th house, 9th house lord shedding 11 from itself, there is gain in destiny also. So you also hear from some guru or some mentor or some teacher, and something to do with your status going up happens, because Venus is sitting in the 7th house, which is the house of Pada Prapati, getting some kind of a designation. Mercury enters into Gemini here into retrograde motion, but it is still very positive, because it is with Sun. Sun is also very positive there. There is no problem. Mercury here in the fifth house may empower you, that you maybe tried something. See, this is where Punarvasu Nakshatra is also there. So remember, understand that this is the time to retry. Try again, try again, try again. So there is possibility if you're trying for education admission, maybe one more push and it may happen. If you're trying for childbirth, I would not say one more push, but yeah, you should do some kind of a more trial during this time, so that that can also happen. If you're doing any kind of medical procedures related to IVF, IUI, stuff like that, then that is also where things are looking very extremely bright and positive. So overall, very powerful, very beautiful transit, no issues at all. Sun now comes to the sixth house. This is a challenge. Seventh house Lord in the sixth house. That means sometimes separation. Those who are filed for divorce, separation, are waiting for that news. This is the time that it may happen here somehow. There is also possibility that in this time, if there is any court case, any kind of we can say dates coming and out, you may have a little bit of tough time, you know, dealing with your enemies. So I know Mercury's Jupiter is there and very powerful and what, but Sun is setting 12th from itself. Any planet, when it comes 12th from its own sign, it gives losses. Whenever it goes second from that sign, it gives profit. So this is simple principle of astrology, which we need to always understand. So here, some losses may come, or sometimes in this period, expenses can come related to spouse. Health of spouse has to be taken into utmost consideration. So do not ignore that scenario. Mercury turns direct into Gemini. Thank God. Mercury turns direct. All your communication, all our travel plans, all our commitments, all the contracts, and all that mail, which are very scary, that we are putting this on hold right now. That all comes that, okay, hold is lifted now. Let's start. Let's work. Let's do great things. Let's do great trade. Let's do great market research. Let's do late analytical work. So all the things happen to you in a very beautiful manner. Now, the big event of July 2026 is Saturn. Shani Dev here gets retrograde in the sign of Pisces. Good news for people who are Aries moon. Sadisati is going to be at completely relief. But when we look at Saturn getting retrograde, Saturn is the Lagna Lord. Getting retrograde, that means it may delay a lot of things related to what you are expecting. It may delay your, commitment, speech. It may delay property related things. It may delay something that has to do with your, we can say, eighth house, that is related to insurance, that is related to investments. Even it can delay your social presence, or somewhere you are trying to be in a place where you are supposed to be socially attending something, but it may get delayed. So such kind of delays can happen because Saturn, whenever goes into retrograde motion, it tells us that you need to focus, you need to understand, you need to create um, an awareness that if I'm doing anything wrong, do I need to reconsider? Do I need to rework on something? Have I said something wrong which is going to hurt me in the future? Should I, or hurt them in the future? Should I reconsider my offer? This is the kind of thing that happens. Even in this situation, Saturn is a 12th house lord. So if you're going to a foreign country, you reach a foreign country at this point and say, have I done the right thing? Why did I come here? India was great, Singapore was great, Malaysia was great, my home country was great. So did I do something right or wrong? So such kind of feelings come inside you. So this is what it is. Now this is the very big transit with remedies. We are going to be making a video when we are very close to this zone, Saturn in Pisces, 27th of July. So for that, let's wait and then we will make so you can subscribe so that you do not miss it that time. August is here, and August Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo with being a debilitated position. Now see the act of God. Venus becomes debilitated here, but it puts an exalted aspect on the second house where Saturn is retrograde. So what happens? Venus gives immediate power to Saturn. On top of that, Jupiter is already exalted and putting the ninth aspect on its own sign where Saturn is retrograde. So in this situation also, Saturn does not go, Saturn does not go powerless. Saturn has still the power, still the gati, we can say still the speed to give you good things as well. So do not take planets only on face value. We have to look at the other planets and the association of other planets, and all the benefits are associated with Saturn. So this is very great news. Venus in Virgo in the eighth house, health wise, yes, we have to take care because ninth house Lord is 12th from itself. This is the time that we do not disrespect gurus either in open forum, either in closed forum, nothing. It is a more of a time where you are supposed to be working hard on your research, your development research. Try to get into the depth of things, try to understand where you are going right, where you are going wrong, what are the things you need to more focus more on. Like this is exactly the time. In fact, also related to real estate, this is a time that some good news can come, maybe some gains, some old money or old investment which you never expected to come back may come back. This is debilitated is not always bad. It means that it is in struggle. That's what it is. But after struggle, there is victory as well. Mars enters into Gemini. Now here the 10th house Lord is in the 5th house. The creativity level in your workplace, the level of confidence, the level of power, the level of action that you may take in your communication and workplace is going to be marvelous during this time, because Mars is also aspecting the 8th house. And here there can be possibility of getting some speculative gains as well, because Mars is also looking at the 11th house where Saturn is also looking. So there can be some great powerful or power coming from your social circle as well. So that is also one thing. And Mars is also going to be looking at the 12th house in an exalted manner. So again, some good news or some speculative gain from a foreign country is also coming. Since Mercury will enter into Cancer in the date of 5th of August 2026, this Mercury is again making a Vipreet Rajyog. It is already here. Now Mercury, Jupiter, Sun, they're all very good. They're all Sattvic planets, we can say. Sun is a little bit of egoistic, but otherwise Mercury and Jupiter are very good planets. In such case, also all the things in the workplace or in enmity or in debts, etc., they go very smoothly, very peacefully. There is no fight. It goes very smoothly, peacefully. So Mercury transit is also a very good transit. Sun enters into Leo now. Sun comes into power, but an eclipse energy is also building. Now we have not included eclipse here because it's a big deal. We will be talking about it on separate videos when we are closer to August of 2026. So here, Sun enters into the sign of Leo. Now look at the position of Ketu. Ketu is very close to the Ashwini Nakshatra mark, because at this moment, November, October, August, September, October, no, in 4 months, Ketu has to transit and come into the sign of Cancer, which is a very big transit for you guys this year. Now here Sun comes, and this is the Maraka place. So what are the basic things that you need to take care of? Number one is health. Health of yourself also, health of your spouse also. Sun and Ketu energy not that great when it comes to any kind of problems related to high blood pressure, blood related problems, anything to do in your genitals, especially with your prostate, sexual organs. We can talk about your, uterus. We can talk about the, anything that has to do with genitals of male and female is where we need to be extra careful. If you're going to Sun Mahadasha Antardasha, then not only now, as soon as Sun enters last month only into the sign of what you say Cancer, you have to do a blood test, or you have to do some tests, because it will clear out that if there is any problem building up or no, because Sun is meeting Ketu here, so it's a very difficult placement. When Mercury comes here, this is a little bit of ease, because Mercury is a benefic planet, and Mercury understands the energy of Ketu. In such case, because Mercury is a benefic planet, it turns Ketu's nature also into a benefic state. Eclipse is still happening, we have to go through that, but Mercury here is very good for any kind of miscommunication that has happened in your relationship. Mercury comes here and solves it. It makes things happen for you. It makes you a little bit of more comfortable, that okay, you know what, in this awkward situation, let me come and be a little bit of. Mercury is a humorous person, right? So here it comes and add a little bit of humor in this tension area. This happens. Then comes September 2026 yearly horoscope is on. There is, you can book online on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description for personal appointments, so you can go there also. All the best. Now September 2026 is here, where Venus, the first second of September, sorry, Venus will enter into the sign of Libra. Now look at Libra sign here, ninth house, Bhagyastan. That means amidst of all the problem that is happening, Venus says, I am in your destiny and completely protecting it during this period. So enjoy your life. But this means that everything cannot be put on destiny. And that is the reason why. Because not this month, but next month, Venus will become retrograde and again go back to the sign of Virgo. So Venus is saying it's a very short-lived happiness, where Venus is saying that take advantage of all your destiny and whatnot. Because after that, 7th of September is when Mercury becomes exalted in the 8th house. This means that something suddenly hidden, something very, very mysterious is coming to your life, which is going to add lot of happiness to you. Also lottery. Why? Because fifth house lord is in the eighth house. So there is possibility that some kind of lottery, sudden gains, you can expect some kind of windfall, maybe, something to do with some insurance, some inheritance is coming. So I just hope that it's not from any bad news, but something good is coming to you, like monetarily. There is big monetary relief here for all the people. With Venus also in Libra, your higher education, your devotion, your relationship with your father, sometimes foreign travel also takes place during this time. So there are so many things happening in Leo. Sun also enters into the sign of Virgo. Now, seventh house lord in the eighth house is very good to give you shared resources. There is possibility that in this period, if there is any money that is owed by your partner, you may get it. So again, great for you. But Sun in the eighth house can create health problems, especially related to high blood pressure, heart related problems, bones. The bone, the bone is ruled by Saturn. The bone structure is ruled by Sun. So the bone structure, that the how we are the hand structure of the bone. So if there is structural damage in bone, that it is because of Sun. And if a joint damage in a bone, then it is because of Saturn. If there is marrow problem, bone marrow problem, then it is Saturn plus Venus, bone marrow problem. So that is how it is. And when it is bone marrow problem, like sometimes bone marrow cancer, etc., then it is Saturn plus Jupiter, which creates that problem. So there are different combinations. When you learn medical astrology, you will go crazy saying, oh my God, what are these layers? How many combinations? So that's how it is. So skin, Rohitji, is moon. Problem in skin is moon plus Mercury. Now, the problem in skin, like, getting white patches, is Mercury plus Saturn. And the problem of skin, psoriasis, etc., is Saturn plus Rahu. So there are so many different ways to look at it, and you'll go crazy that, oh man, it's just like, doctors. That's why they ask, what is the problem? Is this is happening? That is because they are asking for symptoms, right? So depending on symptoms, the planets also act here accordingly. Anyways, After Sun, Mars will enter into debilitation, but this debilitation is better than an exaltation. Here, Mars makes a Neech Bhang Raj Yog in the sixth house. What a powerful placement of Mars. 10th house Lord making a Neech Bhang Raj Yog. Every competitions, everything in your workplace, every enemies that is trying to make you or break you is going to suffer. You are going to get more and more related to your, what you say, your effort that you have put in the past is going to come into action, and you're going to be someone very important, very powerful in your workplace. With Jupiter here, the wisdom of Mars increases. Mars does not take impulsive steps here. Mars will become very wisdom oriented. This is the time that your destiny for foreign travel, foreign country, foreign associations become more dependable, and you will get and make some very good partners from foreign countries who may come and change your destiny altogether. That's how powerful this period is. In fact, your Rahu is also getting controlled here. Look at Rahu. Rahu has no aspect, but Mars comes here and puts an aspect on Rahu right now. And Rahu gets the eighth aspect of Mars. So Rahu is putting closely, every small single step of Rahu is right now watched by Mars. That's how the situation is. Mercury enters into the sign of Libra here, aspected by Mars. That means here your destiny also goes like super speed. Everything is very positive. See, fifth, seventh house lord in the eighth house in the eighth house lord in the ninth house lord in the ninth house. So this is also a very powerful thing where all the things related to relationship, related to your, we can say eighth house related to inheritance, shared resources, joint finances, everything moving up to the destiny area is clear, crystal clear for you to enjoy your life nicely. Very powerful. So September 2026 also brings great power, great positive news for us. But now we are getting into October of 2026, where there are two things that are going to happen. Number one, 3rd of October, Mercury is getting retrograde because Mercury said that there is something which I need to learn more. That's why, not relying on my luck, I am going back to the sign of Virgo. Here it will take 1 month to go, and I will go and learn and make sure that everything is in action, everything I am doing nicely, so that I do not make mistakes again. Some research is left by Mercury. That is what I feel. When Mercury is retrograde in this period, love life, etc., can become a little bit of delayed or a little bit of misunderstood. So that is what it is. Also, when be very careful about the peers, about the mentors, about the teachers you're talking to, because they may also try to put you into a different path here during this period. With Sun entering into Libra, you see your seventh house lord is already debilitated, which means that there may be possibility that your effort is the only way to get things done. Your luck will not be working. Luck lord retrograde, effort lord, the relationship lord debilitated, partnership lord debilitated. But where is this combined aspect going? On the third house, which is a exalted aspect. This means that more effort, more action, more courage, more parakram, we can say, more communication, more clear communication during this period is needed, so that your destiny does not get affected. That's how always it works. Whenever a planet gets retrograde, debilitated, or whenever anything like that, it is always going to make sure that the opposite house gives very good results. In that same scenario, Mercury also retrogrades in Libra. Say that, okay, Venus, if you are retrograding, why should I not? I am also retrograding. Mercury retrogrades into the sign of Libra, again going back to the sign of exaltation. Mercury will not enter the sign of Virgo, but it is retrograde. This means that lot of communication miscaps. Sometimes, with your bosses, the ninth house is the house of your bosses. In this month, there can be trouble with the power. Your bosses may misunderstand you. Your bosses may not understand your complete value system, or not understand what you are saying, or your knowledge, etc., can be challenged during this time. So be very alert and focused during this period. Jupiter, and this is also Diwali time, by the way. Jupiter enters into the sign of Leo. Now, Jupiter here is the lord of the second and the 11th house, and here it comes to the seventh house in a very powerful placement in Magha Nakshatra. So, understand how this power is going to work for you. This power is going to work because, see, the seventh house is a house which is so important about your seat, about where you sit, what position you sit is the seventh house. The first house is where you stand, the seventh house is where you sit, the fourth house is where you relax, and the 10th house is where you slog. These are the kendras. In this situation, seventh house is where you sit right now. It is Jupiter comes to Magha Nakshatra. It is a royal nakshatra or ruled by Ketu. Ketu is so happy to welcome Jupiter here that Ketu will say in Magha Nakshatra, I will give everything to Jupiter. Whatever he wants to do, he can do. In this situation, your position goes up. You are going to be so powerful. Rahu is going to be completely under control of, you can say, Jupiter. On top of that, Mars is putting control. So Rahu has control over of two planets. Who is more feared of? One is Mars, one is Jupiter. So it is going to be a very extraordinary, extravagant time for you to develop something very positive. Those who are female and looking for a marriage companion partner, this is the point that you may find someone as well. So very beautiful and powerful dasha and very beautiful and powerful transits for October of 2026 for all the Aquarius ascendant people. Such a great, great transit area. Beautiful. November is here, and Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo on 6th of November, saying that, you know what, I am debilitated again, but some monetary benefit you are supposed to get. And here Venus puts lot of effort, lot of hard work in that research and analytic, those who are in cybersecurity, those who are in research-based, any PhDs, research-based jobs, medical research, you will see that your level of now intuition, your level of now research has taken a complete different leap altogether, and that's why you're generating wealth, you're saving wealth as well. Mars also enters into Leo now, direct aspect on Rahu with Mars and Jupiter. And Mars also controls Ketu. See, now Ketu and Mars are in very close conjunction. Why? Because next month, in 1 month exactly, Ketu is supposed to transit to the sign of Cancer. And here Ketu is also in Ashwini Nakshatra, Mars is also in Ashwini Nakshatra. So in this situation, both are in fire sign and in this heavy nakshatra of detachment and heavy nakshatra of, rule. And what happens when a soldier goes into a ruling nakshatra? It becomes aggressive. So somewhere in your love life, you may also take a very aggressive approach. So try to bring that down. Only if you're going through Mars Mahadasha and Ketu Mahadasha, Mars Antardasha, Mars Mahadasha, Ketu Antardasha, then love life, etc., will be very aggressive during this period. Mercury turns direct into Libra as well as Venus turns next day direct into Virgo. So both the planets are now taking the right course of action. There is a Rashi Parivartan Yoga between the ninth and the 8th house. That means big mess up cannot happen during this period. It is going to be completely in the hands of God. You are absolutely safe here. So very beautiful transits. Sun enters into Scorpio. Sun is the lord of the seventh house, fourth from itself, new job. You can now expect great things, new job, new roles, new bosses, new place of work, new environment of work, power, more ranking, more dignity. Sun has digbala. That means such directional strength in this 10th house. So it will be super powerful. And with Venus entering into Libra, your destiny is also now in absolute perfect place. This is that exact combination of promotion, by the way. When 10th house Lord is 10th from itself, and there is a Rashi Parivartan between 7th and the 10th house Lord, this is an exact combination of, what you say, promotion or hierarchy. So hopefully your destiny is also supporting you. Let's hope for the best that in November 2026 we get a small comment below saying that, sir, you said it is happening and I got promoted today. So I will be very happy in that scenario. December is also here, Rohit. See, the year is going so fast. Mercury enters into the sign of Scorpio here. Now look at Mercury's placement. Mercury is the lord of the 8th house in the 10th house. That means more sudden things in your workplace can happen. Mercury is also the 5th house lord, creativity. In fact, if you see here, Mercury is supposed to be having, Mercury does not have that Digbal strength here except Mars, but Mercury has very power of Sun here. Mercury is always close to Sun. In that state, Mercury also tries to give you rank, dignity, power, and promotion, etc., and give you some kind of great communication or some rewards. Mercury is all about rewards as well. So Mercury can give you some monetary benefit because fifth house lord is a lord of speculative gain. Those who are in share and stock market business, those who are those who are doing hedge fund, those who are doing market analysis, research, they may also find a great period for this. Taxation, those who are in any financial division, fintech also, they will find their upliftment happening during this period. Now this thing happens. Rahu and Ketu will be transiting into Capricorn and Cancer. This is a very, very powerful transit. Look at Ketu coming to the sixth house. Sixth house is the house of enemies. Here you may feel a little bit of overpowered by enemies. You will feel that enemies are trying to take over. Rahu in the 12th house, there can be possibility isolation can come. You can go to foreign countries. There can be association with lot of foreign people. Ketu in the 6th house is not that great energy. In 6th house, you need a fighter. You don't need a priest. In 6th house, you need someone who is with a sword and fighting and killing people so that no one can harm you. But you have a priest here. So either your mantra shakti or either your spiritual sadhana can become a shield. But in the other way, when Ketu comes here, I have generally seen, this is my research, I don't go about the books, my research, when Ketu is in the 6th house, you always face a lot of jealousy, a lot of problems in workplace, a lot of politics around you because you are a priest at the moment. You don't have the ability to fight. You don't have the motive only to fight. So other people can make you their enemy. Your work does not become work, it becomes service when Ketu comes to the 6th house. Your work is more of service, your work is more of devotion during this period, which should not be happening because this is a competitive world, so we always want to be in competitive environment only. With Rahu in the 12th house, again, your sleep patterns, expenditure, your fear, etc., can rise during this period. Still, Rahu is benefic here because it has the cruel nature of destroying the enemy, and this is the house of hidden enemies. So, some hidden enemies which are trying to trouble you a lot may be destroyed by Ketu or by Rahu. But when it comes to open enemies in your workplace, someone like open enemy, even like loans and debts and whatnot, may also become a little bit of challenge for you. That is why, end of this month, Jupiter will become retrograde and come back to the sign of Cancer because it has to take care of this Ketu. Otherwise, it will be a very big trouble. But this is a very big video. I'll be making a larger video on Rahu and Ketu about their transit, so we will talk about it. But this is a difficult transit, huh? Rahu very good because Rahu has great ability to overcome challenges. Ketu is priest. Saturn also turns direct into the sign of Pisces here. This is very good news because all the things related to finance, savings, real estate, anything to do in your inheritance, anything to do with your social circle, gains in that area also now restores in a very good way. Now, again, very big video we'll be talking about in the larger section. When Jupiter retrogrades in the sign of Leo, here also same things happen. And now Jupiter is more not worried about this position. Jupiter is worried about Ketu. But after receiving the position, now people may turn against you. People may make you your enemy. So how to tackle this? How to get the right wisdom? How to be powerful during this? So that's why Jupiter has taken a retrograde mode to go and meet Ketu in its exalted state so that Jupiter can, leave its qualities with Ketu once it finally transits next year. Because Ketu is going to be here and Rahu is going to be here for 18 months, 1.5 years. So it's a very long time. Sun plus Mercury both will enter into the sign of Sagittarius, like 16th of December and 22nd of December. Now, being the 7th house lord in the 11th house, that means you will gain from partnerships. And being the 8th house lord, you'll be gaining because of your own merit. You'll be gaining because of your own research, because your children can also gain during this time. There is possibility that love life also may turn into a very, very great news, or maybe there will be new love interest because both are aspecting the 5th house. So there can be lot of possibilities this period. Also, there may be marriage because see, this is the house of social circle. So you will be surrounded by a lot of social people. So maybe in December, if you are Aquarius, your marriage is happening. So if you are getting married, please invite us, Rohit ji and me. We will love to come to your marriage and enjoy your marriage as well. All the very best. Have a great and a happy new year. 2026 yearly horoscope is now online. You can book online on acastro.ca, or there is a WhatsApp link in the description where you can book and enjoy your 2026. Rohitji, let's move to Pisces. Marathon. We are on a marathon now. Let's move to Pisces. All the best. Let's move to Pisces. For Pisces ascendant people, a very, very warm 2026 welcome to everyone. It's a beautiful year for you, I have seen. And the best highlight is your ascendant Lord Jupiter, because Jupiter Rohiji is making this transit of being exalted mid of this year on 2nd of June. So, very excited to share with you how your beautiful 2025 looks like, or 2026 looks like, sorry. And here we go. 2026 yearly horoscope is on. So you can book online or on book on acastro.ca, however you want to book. There is also a WhatsApp link in this description. If in the video, the description below, you can watch. WhatsApp link is there and you can share from there also. January is here and we talk about January, the first transit happening of Venus enters into the 11th house. So this year starts for you with extreme gains, so much of power that everyone is getting. All the planets, Venus, Sun, Mars, Mercury, will be in the 11th house for you. Venus here is the eighth house lord as well as the third house lord. So that means all the communication as well as any kind of research, any kind of occult sciences, any kind of sadhana, any kind of higher spiritual depth is ruled by Venus. Coming into the 11th house, this is the time you'll be very vocal. You will be very vocal in your social circles. There can be possibility you are meeting very good new people, new friends. Even if there is any kind of love, etc. life that you are looking to start, you may find someone in a social circle and start from that area. So it is a beautiful transit. Then Surya Dev, Sun enters into Capricorn. Whenever Sun enters into Capricorn in India, in the Southeast Asia, they make very big festivals like Makar Sankranti, one of them. Very big festival, very awesome, very positive time. In this time, there is Lohri also. The Punjab region of India celebrates Lohri. So many festivals, so many names, but it is considered one of the most auspicious placement of Surya, Sun. Sixth house lord, six from itself, removes obstacles, removes any kind of health problems, also helps you with a little bit of shining, getting a little bit of fame and name in your social environment. So that is also very positive. Mangal Devta now becomes exalted in the house of Capricorn. Mars here is the second house lord. Exalted in the 11th house is a very great prospect for you to get some wealth, some money, some gains from your social circles. In fact, this also means that if you have wishes, hopes, if you have done any kind of goal setting, this is the time that that goal may take off. Everyone in this 11th house will be looking at the 5th house. Like Mercury also enters now, sees on 17th of January. So between 13, 14, 16, 17, all the planets are going into the 11th house. So all are concentrating here and looking at the 12th house. Sorry, looking at the 5th house. 5th house is the house of starting some new things. Now you may get some opportunities here to start new things, either with the people you meet right now or either with your friends that you know from earlier times, or maybe your colleagues. But some big gains or a step towards some big gains is happening in the month of January of 2026. With Mars here, Mars has different aspects as well. So Mars will be aspecting its own sign, that is second house. So your bank balance also increases. If you're in a business and you're trying to raise some funds, etc., then this is a beautiful time for you to raise funds as well. With Mars also looking at the sixth house where Ketu is sitting, Ketu will be in control. But only thing is, in the workplace, don't try to create a lot of enmity. One thing that you should be also careful about is overwork. When Mark looks, the eighth aspect looks on the sixth house, it means that there is overwork. You're overburdened with work. So that should be avoided at every cost. January is very favorable for you. Let's move in February. When we move in February, Mercury will enter into Aquarius. Mercury is the Kendra Lord, going to the 12th house, opens door for foreign countries. But here it is meeting Rahu. Again, very good. If you meet someone of a different caste, creed, culture, religion, color, there may be possibility that you are also going to engage into a love affair or a relationship as well, because Mercury is with a very unorthodox planet right now in the 12th house. So if you're doing any long distance journey, then there is a possibility that that journey can turn around to be love related also. But also, because there's a fourth house lord in the 12th house, there can be expenses related to real estate. Now, how it can happen? There can be some kind of maintenance money, there can be some kind of payments that are required for your home, maybe some interior designing, maybe some construction, maybe some changes of appliance. Mercury is related to even the what you call, even the flooring of a house. Mercury is related to the floor, so floor of the house, etc., can get changed. So there are a lot of things that can happen during this period. Venus also enters into the sign of Aquarius. Now Venus here is the third house lord in the 12th house. Good news for people who have applied for visa and are waiting for their status. This is the time that visa gets approved. This is the time that you may also get, what we can say, visa gets approved, and you can also get some good news related to short distance travel or maybe foreign settlement also, like PR, like green card, etc. If you're on that queue, this is a possibility time where you get something very, very nicely. When we look at another scenario, Sun will also enter into the sign of Aquarius. Now, as soon as Sun enters into Aquarius, the eclipse energy begins for you because it's going to be a total lunar eclipse next month, 2nd and 3rd of March. So, eclipse energy has started to come here. In this situation, Mercury entering into Aquarius, Sun entering into Aquarius is a powerful Viprit Rajyog as well. The 8th house lord, the 6th house lord is in the 12th house, the 8th house lord is in the 12th house. So there is two Viprit Rajyogs happening with the 12th house lord in the 12th house. When this kind of a situation happens, it is always some very big victory that you get in your life, either from a court case, either from enemies, either from health, either from some mental health issues, either from a relationship. Some big victory is what we are expecting for you. But with the eclipse energy coming, expenses will be on the rise, either for your family, either for your partner, either for your spouse, for your siblings, because all the planets are now concentrated in the 12th house for you. So expenses are going to be at the higher side. With Mars also entering into Aquarius, now this is intense. Ninth house Lord also in the 12th house. So here again, there can be possibility that we are going to be doing some expenses related to travel. Also, expenses related to father can happen. So if your father is not well, unwell, you need to be extra careful during this time. I hope that you're understanding what I'm trying to say. Because, see, everyone concentrating in the 12th house of losses, 12th house of challenges, 12th house of expenses, with Rahu energy there, which is dominating everyone, this may be a period where you need to be extra careful about how things are moving. Okay, moving on. Mercury retrogrades on 26th of February. It retrogrades in the sign of Aquarius. Now, Mercury retrograding here is also a sign that, Kendra Lord is retrograde. So, if you have done everything related to your home, your house, all these matters, if they have been taken into good consideration, good. If not, then you need to now focus more on your home and your home environment, and make sure that if there are any pending things related to relationships also, your spouse also, your home also, you need to take care of such things in absolute sense. Moving on to March 2026. Is here already, and when we talk about March, the beginning of March, Venus will enter into the sign of Pisces, which is Venus being exalted. But before that, let's talk about the eclipse. An eclipse is going to happen on 2nd and 3rd of March. When eclipse happen, it is happening in the 12th and the 6th house for you. That is the axis for eclipse. And here 12th house is house of losses. So we want to be absolutely careful. See, Pisces people, automatically you used to see that how Saturn is present in your ascendant, and it can cause lots of severe ups and downs here, right? Because Saturn is very heavy here. And on top of that, there are so many planets in the 12th house. So we want to be absolutely careful during this time, especially related to any kind of journeys, any kind of adventure. We should avoid any kind of adventure. We should not go for some kind of hiking, some river rafting and stuff like that, because there is danger in this situation. One good news is that, the if you see here that Jupiter is putting an aspect on the 12th house, so it is trying to save a lot of things there. But still, we cannot take that benefit of doubt and do something wrong things. So it is important to be safe during this period, during the eclipse period, especially, and lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse happen, your mind is completely blank at that point of time, and you may make wrong decisions. With Venus entering into Pisces, this is a good news because Venus becomes exalted here in the ascendant. So your personality, yourself, your attitude, your overall life becomes very pleasant. Even amidst of all this eclipse, you still feel very positive. And spiritually also, you become very active during this period. 11th of March is when Jupiter will turn direct into the sign of Gemini, and all the energy of the Lagna Lord becomes very, very direct now. So here the aspect on the 8th house, 10th house, and the 12th house are very direct aspects, and directly you will start getting very benefit out of it. Those who are trying to get into real estate transactions, buying a vehicle, those who are trying to even shift somewhere, maybe a foreign country, buy a property in a foreign country, getting into some kind of agreement in joint resources like maybe partnerships, as well as someone in the career area, it's a very beautiful time. After March of 11th, no one can hold you in the career area. If you're going to Jupiter Mahadashanta Dasha, then to extremely great for you. But still, because Jupiter is ascendant Lord, whenever any movement of Jupiter will happen, an impact in your life will come. Sun enters into the sign of Pisces. Now, Jupiter is a very big video. So when we are coming close to 2026 March, like maybe in February, we will put this bigger video on the channel. Now, when we look at Venus, when we look at Sun, it enters into Pisces here. Finally, the eclipse energy is ended. Now it is important. Now it is good. Now you can plan for long distance travel. Now you can plan for some kind of adventure. Now you can plan for some kind of, your sleep pattern also becomes very better. Your anxiety, stress also goes away. So this is very good news. And here, Sun in the Lagna is extremely powerful. It makes you give power in your social circle as well as in your workplace environment. It makes you very strong. On top of that, we will see that Mercury will turn direct into the sign of Aquarius. This is also good news because Kendra Lord immediately turn direct and come to the Kendra, because in the 12th house, it is always stress, emotional insecurity, problems related to marriage, sometimes related to bed pleasures as well. So we can feel a little bit overwhelmed. With Venus entering into the sign of Aries, this is also good news because here the third house lord is exactly 12 from itself. So there may be possibility that your siblings are traveling, or you may be traveling somewhere with your siblings. There is also possibility that some event like speaking or communication wise, you may get into invited somewhere to speak somewhere, to maybe give a presentation, to maybe host something, to maybe give an uh, audience some kind of or maybe you may indulge with a lot of people on a very, what you say, very personal level. Also, your monetary benefit goes up. If you're expecting some money from a short term contract or some freelancing work, this is the time that you may really end up getting that. But somehow, because the lord of the eighth house is in the second house, sudden wealth also comes. Like maybe there is a increase in income during this period. April is here, and April is also a beautiful month. Now, here Mars will enter into the sign of Pisces, which is good because if you look at Mars, ninth house Lord has come to the ascendant, which is a great possibility for you to show courage, take action. Mars, when it's with Saturn, it becomes more powerful. Now, that is why Mars gets exalted in the sign of Capricorn. So, once it comes with the Lord of Capricorn, it becomes more powerful. And Sun becomes a little bit of weak when it comes with Saturn. Now, here, because Mars is in power, Mars is going to make everything work for you. Your monetary benefits, there is possibility of you gaining some kind of property transactions happening, because it is all are looking at the seventh house, Mars, Saturn, Sun. There is possibility that some kind of area of marriage or some kind of area of some partnership which is under dispute or anything, there also you get a very big relief. With Sun looking at the seventh house, any government regulatory, anything that has to do with government contracts may also come for you if you're in a business. So it is all in your favor only. Now Mercury enters into Pisces. Now this is the place where the Kendra Lord is in Kendra, but it becomes debilitated. That means here the power of Mercury is not that great for your overall well-being. But when it comes to the relationship pattern, Mercury becomes extremely strong and powerful here. Mercury looking at the seventh house in an exalted place, Mercury is going to make sure that all the relationship challenges that happened in the past 2 months are solved. Your communication becomes very clear, and no issues related to relationship move forward. It is mostly here it ends and all the matters solved. So that is also great news. With the sixth house lord getting exalted in the second house, that is Surya, gets exalted on April 14, 2026. Now this is the time that Surya getting exalted in the second house again can give you wealth, and that wealth come from your enemies also. If you are in a battle, in a court case, in any kind of conflict, you may win and you may get some monetary benefit. Your financial relief is coming here. But sometimes it's second house, Sun coming together, Sun sitting in the second house can add, and being exalted can add a little bit of egoistic approach, or maybe your body language and your attitude will be an egoistic attitude, and you may speak sometimes very rough. So this is a time that you need to focus on that. But otherwise, monetary benefit, financial relief, because second house is house of finances. We will see that it is going to be happening in a very positive manner for you. With Sun also being the sixth house lord, if any debts, anything that you want to recover, you want to pay. So if someone has taken money from you, it may also get recovered. If someone you want to pay, you may also get resources to pay. So everything is absolutely crystal clear in your favor. With Venus entering into the sign of Taurus. This is the own sign of Venus. Now, third house is an Upchaya house, a benefit planet like Venus comes here and struggles, but automatically it adds a little bit of comfort in the area related to your communication, short distance travel. Short distance travels are now very, very pleasant. There is possibility that you meet lot of people during short distance travel. There is also possibility that your social life, social circle, people around you, the relationship with your siblings also become very harmonious. So it is actually a very great placement of Venus. With Venus being the eighth house lord, sitting eighth from itself also governs your longevity. Your longevity depends on Venus. So now here, if you are struggling from some kind of illness, a relief is coming for you very nicely. Remember, Venus is Shukracharya, and Shukracharya has one power, and that power is Sanjeevani Vidya. In this in this situation, Venus helps you with this Sanjeevani Vidya. It gives you something so powerful that your lifespan increases. One good way to also activate this Venus for Sanjeevani Vidya is the Mahamrityunjay mantra. Trembakam yajamahi sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvaruknivandhanam mrityurmokshiyamamrita. This is the Mahamrityunjay mantra. If you do this, it will also activate your Shukra, and your lifespan will increase. With Mercury entering into the sign of Aries, it ends the debilitation. That is very good news. Finally, the Lord of your fourth house is exactly sitting 11th in the second house. This is a time to add little bit of fixed assets in your life. Oh, my pen fell down. This is the time to add a little bit of fixed assets in your life. If you are thinking, see, second house is related to Mars, and Mars is Earth. Any mining material that come out of Earth, especially mining materials that involves gold and silver. So if you can add gold and silver into your life during this period, it is going to give you long term benefit as well. So if you have the capacity to get into building up some some possessions, you should possess gold and silver during this time. That is going to be an extremely great thing for you to do. With coming of May, see, May is also here. So powerful. We are going so nice. May is here. Mars will enter into Aries, into the own sign here. See, Sun is exalted. Mars is here. Mercury is here. All the Kendra lords are here. So there is possibility of getting some great financial relief because of Mars. Bhagya, your destiny is supporting you, your status is increasing, your value system is increasing, there is harmony in the family. But sometimes, because Sun and Mars are very aggressive planets, and Mercury is very manipulative, whenever it becomes with aggressive, it also becomes aggressive. So here some communication issues can come, which can create a little bit of rift in your family life, or sometimes you commit too much during this period. So try to be as quiet as possible and just maintain your bank balance. That's my suggestion. Later, Venus will enter into the sign of Gemini. Now, when we look at Venus here, you will understand that Venus is the lord of the third house coming to the fourth house with Jupiter. In Kendra, these both planets make a yoga called Lakshmi Narayan Yoga. So it is an extremely powerful, positive yoga here. Because this is Lord Vishnu and Mahalakshmi together in the fourth house, it's also called Vishnu Sthan. It is extremely positive for those people who are in real estate, those people who are in working from home, those people who are in any vehicle business, those people who are in anything that has to do with more of medical, like doctors, heart surgeons, chest surgeons, lung surgeons. We can say anyone who's doing blood work, pathologist. It is a very great time for you guys, as well as those who are in any kind of innovation industry like IT, like we are talking about AI. For them also, it's very good because both are looking at the 10th house, and Saturn is also putting an aspect on the 10th house here. So it is going to be a very collective, disciplined approach that you show in your workplace also. So it is a great transit for all the people. With Mercury now coming to the sign of Taurus, this is also great news because the Lord of Communication has come to the house of communication, and it's here a lot of good communication, short distance travel, some kind of we can say some kind of very good news comes from your social circle, from your siblings, from your surroundings. Some great things are happening. So Mercury here is very positive. Only health of mother has to be taken into consideration because fourth house Lord is exactly 12th from itself. So there is a Rashi Parivartan. I know you're seeing that Rashi Parivartan between third and fourth house, which is benefic, but somehow this is very overwhelming for Mercury because Mercury was just debilitated. Then it came into the combustion of Sun. Now it has come here into the 12th from the. So Mercury is over exhausted during this period, and that's why very soon Mercury will get into retrogression. With Sun entering into Taurus, this is another news where the Lord of the sixth house is tenth from itself. So in the workplace now, more clear communication, more writing, more articulation. It is also a good time to find some new job or short-term contracts. Something that has to do with the freelance work can come to you. So keep your eyes very much open. Your surroundings. You will get lot of things from your social circle, from your friends, from your neighbors, from your colleagues. You may get a lot of information that there is work there, let's go and do it together and whatnot. So take proper advantage of the sun in the third house. And third house is also the house of parakrama. That means showing courage. This is the time that your skill also develop and your courage also is at peak level. Mercury now comes and enters into the sign of Gemini. Now here, if you look, Mercury is in its own sign. Now this triangle of three benefics in the fourth house, aspected by no malefic, is one of the greatest news that anyone can receive. And this is happening in the fourth house. That means your inner peace and happiness will be at great level. End of May and beginning of June is a very important point for you till 2nd of June, because your inner peace, your happiness, your social security, your mother, your home, your environment in your home, if you're working from home, that environment, if your relatives are there, that environment is going to be, touchwood, a great environment which should never ever get separated from you. This is how powerful it is. Then comes June and 2026 yearly horoscope. Either book online or there's a WhatsApp link in the description here to book your yearly reading. So all the very best. Now here June has come, and look at June. Jupiter is entering into the sign of Cancer. Karka Jupiter, exalted Jupiter, very powerful Jupiter. On top of that, Jupiter here is the ascendant lord in the fifth house, in a Mahalakshmi Sthan. So what all area do I tell you now? So your career goes up, because see, the lord of career is exalted in the house of creativity, so you will be having such great ideas, creativity and whatnot, that career is superb. Secondly comes about your children. Those who do not have children are planning for children. Without even a doubt, you are supposed to get progeny done. Those who are even thinking about getting into higher education, or doing some kind of a course or short term course, also super for you. When it comes to the fifth house related to speculative gains, share market, stock market, I don't need to like jinx it by saying that this is so powerful, so good, amazing period for you. One important thing which we never ever can forget, fifth house is the house of startups. And when Jupiter comes here, if you have the ambition, if you have the power, if you have the ability, and every person has the ability, so you cannot be demotivated. This is the time that you should be registering your company on 2nd of June 2026. Registration of a company, starting of a company, putting some idea outside, rolling it up, is exactly this time when Jupiter in Atichari movement will make your ideas also go very fast and very powerful. Now, Jupiter aspect will also change. One aspect will come on the ninth house of your luck. So, your luck will also expand. One is coming on your 11th house. So, your social circles, your hopes, your wishes, your goals are achieved very quickly, and the social circle also expands. And the other aspect is coming on the ascendant. That means now Saturn is going to get a little bit of controlled by Jupiter here. And whenever Jupiter aspects Saturn, Saturn becomes a little bit of, uncomfortable. Because why? See, if you see Jupiter, it becomes debilitated in the sign of Capricorn. So it does not resonate with the energy of Saturn. In such cases, Saturn will get a little bit of more agitated here. So you need to be careful that if you go lazy, Saturn will destroy you. If you are in discipline, then Jupiter's wisdom will add up and you will gain more and more and more. This is a very big video. So when we are talking about this video, I will make very sooner to the, what you say, sooner to the, maybe in May. I will make around beginning of May about this, so that it's very fresh, and with all the remedies, etc., you will have a great time. Venus enters into the sign of Cancer. Now, Venus is good here. See, third house lord in the fifth house. So, a lot of creative communication, lot of things like little bit of fame coming, name coming. When the eighth house lord in the fifth house is any kind of relationship, it is also possibility of getting some lottery, some speculative, sudden gains. So, we are in positivity only. So, no problem still. But those who are in media, entertainment, writing, marketing, sales, creative jobs, it is like that green graph for you, super for you. Even for share and stock market, green graph. Sun enters into the sign of Gemini. Now, this is also great news because sixth house lord is sitting 11th from itself. If any trouble you have related to obtaining debt for your vehicle or for your home, this is the right time. In fact, if any problem related to your, your um, government related, any kind of problems are going on, this is a point that you may be able to overcome there also. Because Sun is putting an aspect on the 10th house, your career is going to be at peak level. Peak level means peak level. So, very powerful. Now understand that Sun in this chart is the lord of service. So sixth house lord does not mean it's a bad lord. It means that it is a lord that is, because Jupiter thinks that in my domain only Sun has the power to fight enemies. That's why Sun is the ruler of the sixth house. So here in the fourth house, if there is enemies in the home, if people are not respecting this, that, whatnot, so everything will be coming into your control. So Sun is doing a very good transit. Now comes the transit of Mars into the sign of Taurus. What happens in this situation is that Mars is going to be, progressive from the second house, and also aspecting directly on the ninth house, on the sixth house, and on the 10th house. So in such cases, what happens is that the collective aspect of Mars as well as Sun in the 10th house gives you more power, more courage, and more amazing, we can say, opportunities during this time. If you want to change a job, then this is the time that your destiny will support you, your skill set will support you, your communication is going to be very sharp, so you will be able to land up a very good job. So June is the period when you look for new jobs, and maybe you're giving an interview, because the fourth aspect of Mars on the sixth house is about victory, and the collective aspect of Mars, Mercury, and Sun on the 10th house with Saturn's aspect is a powerful aspect for change, for a big change that is supposed to come to your life. Whenever you're looking at astrology, look at multiple layers, not only the placement of the planet. Multiple layers will give you clear idea about how this powerful the situation is. I wish, Rohitji, and I have got this. I will tell you what. So there is this tablet I have, pen tablet. So now later, what I'm going to do, I'm learning. So this pen tablet has a pen. Then whatever I want to show, like if I'm saying something and if I want to draw some lines, etc., I will be able to live draw it also. So this is that pen tablet. I'm trying to learn how to this some Vacom company. I'm trying to learn that how to do it, because we have mouse, right? The habit of mouse, this is not a very new, this is a very new thing to me. So I'm learning it so that I can also, then whenever I have to show this aspect, like if I have to draw Sun here, Mars here, I can draw this, Saturn here, so I can draw all this, which will be very useful. Anyways, coming to Mercury entering into the sign of Cancer. See, again, beautiful. Fourth house lord in the fifth house. Again, destiny. Great news. Purva Punya. You get some results from your past karmas also. Even with mother getting into a very comfortable position. If your mother is trying to look for a new job, if she's trying to join a new job, if you're trying to, your mother is trying to expand something to do in her real estate portfolio, that is also very good. You are trying to expand something in your portfolio. Very great. Now, Mercury will get retrograde here in 4 days. So we want to be careful here rather than investing too much very soon. So the retrograde means that Mercury will take a little bit of extra effort during this time. Want to put extra effort to again repair the home area. So somehow, if cruel planets like Sun, etc., are creating little bit of challenges there, Mercury comes and does some kind of repair again in the fourth house. That is his Pakka house here. Very important placement of Mercury. Now, one thing which has I forgot to tell you is that when Mercury was debilitated in the ascendant, at that time Mercury has Digbala there. That means even in debilitated place, Mercury is very powerful, very witty, very sharp. Only in debilitation, it is not able to express itself very, very nicely. So do not take debilitated Mercury into wrong sense. Huh? Debilitated Mercury means that the energy is now inward. I'm not able to express it, but the energy is absolutely accurate as well as very analytical. So don't forget that. Now, here we are in July. Beautiful July has come, and Venus will enter into the sign of Leo, which is a sign where it makes a Viprit Rajyog, the lord of the eighth house in the sixth house. Some great long term problems, diseases, enemies who have been trying to trouble you, tarnish your image for a very long time may, go away from your life. One thing that we did not discuss, that when Venus was in the fifth house, there may be a new love life, etc., or a new relationship, or we can say new interest in someone must have come up. So that is also what which cannot be ignored. Beautiful for you. When Jupiter is here, it is also very good prospects for marriage also. So many things, many people who are supposed to get married, thinking about marriage, may also move forward with this positive influence. With Venus and Mercury both in the sixth house. See, Mercury is not that great, but when Venus comes here, it is very good that it is going to, remove some enemies, give you a little bit of comfort in your workplace. Now, when Mercury comes here, it is the Lord of the seventh house, exactly 12th from itself. But Mercury was supposed to enter into Gemini, so this is wrong. So Mercury enters into Gemini. I think it has come here by mistake in the graphic. Mercury, because Mercury was retrograde, so Mercury enters into Gemini here, not here. So forget about Mercury. Mercury in this situation is going to enter into Gemini. Again, I told you it's going to repair its own house. Later, we will see that Sun will enter into Cancer. That's what I thought. I know exact sequence of what planets are happening. Sun will enter into the sign of Cancer. Now, here, Sun is the lord of the sixth house, exactly 12th from itself. It ends lot of problems of your debts, ends your enemies also. There is possibility debt, there is possibility those people who are in competition, they will end the competition also. So, you may be a victorious person here already. When a luminary like Sun enters into the house of luminary, it dominates that house because it says to Moon that, Moon, who are you? You are just taking my light. So why, when I not come to your house, I will dominate it. So I will dominate it completely. So here it dominates the fourth, the fifth and the sixth, both houses here. Sun is very powerful. And when Sun comes to the fifth house, this is the house where your soul actually gets some blessings from the past lives. So if past lives you have done some karmas which are, not, what you say, not deposited in your account, this is the time that it is deposited in your account. Now, with Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini. So this is very good news. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Gemini, and here Mercury is going to take positive actions, going to the fifth house. Again, you're happy, your inner peace, your happiness, everything is maintained here. So very powerful, very powerful place of Mercury. When it comes to this July of 2026, Saturn retrogrades in the sign of Pisces. Saturn is a very powerful planet again. Now, here, what has happened here is that it is the lord of your 11th house, that all the gains, and lord of 12th house, all the expenses, losses, foreign travel, everything is Saturn. Saturn now retrogrades here. This means the energy is going inward. Saturn is going to give a little bit of relief to Sadisati people. This is good news. Then, if Saturn is now aspecting the third house, there will be a little bit of some relief in that hard work that you were doing, like a donkey, like every day night you are working, some relief. Saturn looking at a seventh house, it will also open up prospects of marriage, prospects of relationships, and also the 10th house aspect of Saturn will become a little bit of calmer, and you'll be able to perform very nice in the workplace. There is also going to be a lot of opportunities coming, many opportunities which were getting delayed, or you got um, results, like it is, we are thinking about it, and thus people may, those things may start opening up for you. So Saturn retrograde is a very good thing only happening to you. One thing, Saturn retrograde is a very big video, so I won't be able to explain everything in this short term because of this yearly video is becoming too long. So I will tell everything when we are talking about Saturn next time. In the very close to June of 2026, I will make this video and upload with remedies, because when Saturn becomes retrograde, remedies are required. August is here, and we are here with Venus entering into the sign of Virgo in debilitation. But this is also good news. A debilitated Venus here is putting an exalted aspect on the ascendant. Seventh house is where Saturn gets Digbala. And here, just imagine the God's plan. As Venus gets Saturn gets retrograde, Venus becomes debilitated and puts an exalted aspect. So Saturn is giving Digbal, that means directional strength to Venus here, because Venus is absolute great friend. So relationship, partnership, after a lot of effort only, it may come to life. There may be possibility from a non-regulated relationship, you come into a regulated relationship, like a marriage, like an engagement, like a fiance, like a wife, husband. So like a business partner, like a director, like a CEO, like a managing director. So a lot of things can happen here. When it comes to your status improvement is 100% there. Venus looking at the ascendant will also make your personality very, very disciplined, very, very attractive, very, very magnetic. So people will be attracted to work with you, and will be will be very comfortable with you. So very nice. Trust factor will go up. That is how exactly it works. Third house lord in the seventh house, and eighth house lord exactly 12th from itself, can sometimes do some compromise in the karma. Karma means the desire energy. We can say karma also is related to the sexual energy. Somewhere in this intimate area you may feel a little bit of weaker during this period. Mars enters into Gemini here. Now, this is another very great thing you will see, that the second house lord is in the fourth house. That means everything related to fixed asset, buying and selling of property, getting into some kind of real estate deals, getting into some kind of vehicle purchase or selling is supposed to be the key area where you need to focus now. With Mars also the ninth house lord in the fourth house, there is a lot of blessings coming to you from God or on your family also. A lot of happiness and blessing is coming. Mars is a very positive planet here, so there is no problem at all. With Mercury going to the fifth house, again speculative gains goes up. There is possibility that you are supposed to be entering into some love life, etc. So this is good news. As well as now Mercury will become very fast, and very soon next month it will become exalted also. So very good. Mercury in the fifth house can also make you go a little bit away from home, either for a creative project, either for a study related stuff. So that is something that we may anticipate during this time. With Sun entering into the sign of Leo, again the energy of eclipse is up. And here Ketu and Sun. So Ketu here is not a good planet. So you must have feeling from last one year that there have been lot of enemies now in the workplace. There could have been lot of people who are trying to create a lot of enemies in the workplace. There could be a lot of we can say people who are trying to be very jealous of you. Now see, Rahu is a fighter. Rahu is malefic. Rahu is like go with all the manipulation to make a way in the sixth house. Ketu is a saint, a priest. A priest cannot fight. So here in this situation, Ketu let's keep suffering, keep suffering, and then comes Sun. Sun is going to not leave your enemies, man. This is Sun's house. How can these enemies try to tarnish your image, try to put false allegation on you, try to create problems around your image? Sun is going to destroy them all. So you should be so proud, so happy, because Sun is going to take a revenge. Sun is going to be in a revengeful area where it does not leave anyone. With Sun aspecting the 12th house where Rahu is there, even hidden enemies will be burnt during this time. So honestly, you are in a very positive state here. No need to worry about anything. It's a great place for you to be. Enjoy your life. With Mercury now entering into the sign of Leo, there is another good news, but there is a little bit of challenging news. Sorry. What good news is that Mercury here comes and helps you with some kind of health relief, some relief in health. But when it comes to seventh house enemies, that means your spouse, your business partner, here you fall a little weak, because seventh house lord is exactly 12th from itself. Now, if seventh house lord is 12th from itself, then there can be lot of challenges related to spouse, business partnership, sharing in business partnership, court cases in those areas. And somehow, if you're going through Mercury Mahadasha Antardasha, then there is a possibility you may lose as well. Sorry for this. Between 22nd of August and between now, let's go to the next month where I will tell you between 7th of September, if there is any court case, etc., then you may not be victorious during that time. So I'm very sorry, but this is how the point is. Now, Venus in September of 2026 enters into the sign of Libra. Finally, the debilitation is ended, which is thank you so much. Once Venus is ending debilitation, it goes to the eighth house. Now, eighth house is a house of mystical things, spiritual things, intimate things, secret affairs. And Venus here is connected to secret affairs. Okay, so there may be possibility that secretly someone is admiring you, or you are secretly admiring, and there may be possibility of some kind of equation working in those areas. So, which is good. You should explore some masala, some spice in your life. So, very good. When it comes to the eighth house, it is also the house related to your health, your enemies, your sorrow, your bad habits. Now, what are the bad habits that are related to Venus? So, Venus can put you in a little bit of Venus is so many people are very confused. They think that drinking is associated with Venus. No, drinking is associated with absence of mind, absence of thought. That is why it is associated with Moon and Saturn. When Venus related things are seen, so more of intimate things, more of sexual things, more of fanatic things, like getting into love affair, getting into extramarital affairs, etc., are Venus's poisons. So this is what Venus rules really. So here you may explore some things like that, but you may also explore occult sciences. You may also explore spirituality on a very powerful level. So that is also something very good. Your life, your longevity, your ayu becomes very good. So there is something, some breakthrough in the health also that you will get, which will be very good for you. Mercury enters into Virgo, becomes exalted. Now, this is such a beautiful placement of Mercury here. In the ascendant, it gets Digavala. That means the aspect is also of powerful. And here in seventh house, also, it is very powerful because it is exalted. Marriage is a very important thing. Now, if you have seen your life, everything, see, Jupiter has come to the fifth house. That means the karma has now come to marriage, exalted position. Love life, marriage, birth of children, birth of not first child, second child also, because first child is fifth house, second child is seventh house, then third child is 10th house. Very soon we are coming to the 10th house. But yeah, something very great supposed to be happening related to childbirth, related to progeny, related to relationship, partnership, in fact startups also. Now this is an important area where startups can happen in a very positive manner, and you can really enjoy this period. Can I drink some water? My daughter got this from some Korean store. Ramune drink. Shirakiku is the name of the drink. There is only one problem. There is one marble here. If I'm drinking, the marble comes and stops here, then I cannot drink. Finish. Now, moving forward, Mercury is very good, but Sun also enters into the sign of Virgo. Sun in Virgo, especially the seventh house lord in the eighth house. Now, after this, so there is two things now. Now, if before 7th of September there is a court date about spouse and problems, then you lose. But after 17th of September, if there is any kind of court case, then you win. Why? Because what has happened is now the sixth house lord has come to the seventh house with the seventh house lord. That means here you are dominating, you are having victory. So manipulate. I know it is very bad, but if you can just shift your court dates after this time, then it is a good chance of winning in every battle. But here also partnership related, business related progress happens. There is possibility that if debt is there in business, if there is a lot of problems in business, like no contracts and all, you may right now sign some very beautiful long term contracts, which are going to be very great for you. Mars, on the other hand, will enter into Cancer. Now, what about Mars this year, man? Mars last year created a lot of challenges. There were so many so many earthquakes. There were so many fire in the plane. You remember how many things last year Mars did? Now this year, look at Mars. Mars begins with a exalted position in the month of January, and in this September, when we are supposed to be ending, it is now beginning Neej Bhang Raj Yoga in the fifth house, one of the most auspicious places. Ninth house Lord, ninth from itself, debilitated but making a Neej Bhang Rajyog is a very powerful placement. I am sure that Pisces people are going to be claiming millionaire or multi-millionaire status this year because of this placement of Mars. And if they have done a startup, their startup will have some funding. Their startup will get some kind of money or some value or some, I don't know, something very great is going to happen. So good. I'm so jealous right now. I want to be I want to be Pisces. For all the beautiful things, I want to be them that point of time. That is exactly how my mind works. But yeah, before we even think about other steps, Mars is very positive here. So let's hope for the best. This is also going to be in a scenario where Mars is going to also see creativity is one thing, but taking action, progressing, impulsively working on something is another thing. So Mars will help you achieve those things in a very positive manner. Mercury will enter into the sign of Libra. Now, here again, the Lord of the Kendra has come to the eighth house, which is not that great placement, but great placement for those people who are in financial background. Anyone who is finance, fintech, anyone who's in accounting, CPA, taxation, research, those who are in any field related to, archaeology, medical research, pathology. We can talk about oncology, all these medical difficult research programs, very good. Those who are trying to do PhD, complete PhD, submit their thesis, please use this time because it's a very beautiful time. Those who are trying to learn occult sciences, those who are trying to go into, more and more sadhana, very beautiful time for you. So amazing. September is great for you. October is here, and then October, beginning of October is where Venus will enter into the sign of, you know, Venus will retrograde into the sign of Libra and be here retrograde for a month. Now, Venus entering into retrograde motion is that eighth house Lord is retrograde. That means your research is not going right. Somewhere you need to put more effort, more ideas, more, we can say, more efforts, more ideas, more value. There can also be possibility during this period where you are into a field of, we can say, your things may get exposed. Sorry to say, but it is what it is. Venus in retrograde motion can expose your hidden affairs or hidden things, or you're hiding some kind of money. In partnership, you're being not faithful. In partnership business, you are not explaining, you're very secretive, so that secret may come out during this period. With Sun entering into Libra, it makes a Vipreet Raj Yoga. So Sun is going to be powerful here, because Sun is going to make sure that all the enemies, etc., difficult conditions may come, but you may be able to win also these conditions. That's how it says. Especially in the workplace, anyone who's trying to overpower you, or again, when Sun is left here, people come into power and try to create problems for you. Sun in this position will come and again completely now destroy them for a very long term, not a short term. Long term destruction will happen of your enemies, which is good, no problem at all. Then Mercury will retrograde into Libra. It's saying that you did retrograde Venus, why should I not? So both will retrograde. So okay, I will also go. But see, Mercury will not enter into the sign of Virgo. Venus will enter into the sign of Virgo here, which is a challenging thing because Venus will again get debilitated. So Mercury is just supporting this time so that no big mess up can happen. All the communication is very clear and as protected as Mercury can be, because it is Kendra Lord, it has to protect you. Jupiter, on the other hand, will enter into the sign of Leo. Now look at Leo. Leo is here, the eighth house. Jupiter is the sixth house. Jupiter is the Kendra Lord. Coming to the sixth house with Ketu. Why did it come here? To explain Ketu that please don't take stress, don't take tension with with Sun. As soon as Sun went, now you are trying to again get enemies and you are trying to be a priest and not do anything. Show some wisdom, show some power, show some self-respect for your own self. Ketu and Jupiter coming together is a very spiritual awakening kind of a period. And sixth house is the house of service also. In the workplace, you are ethical, you are powerful, but sometimes, being naive is dangerous. People may take extra advantage of us. They may take bad advantage of us. We don't want that people to take bad advantage of us. We want to be very powerful. We want to make sure that we are with the right things, not with the wrong things. But other people cannot take advantage of our naiveness. Like we are naive and we are doing other people's work also. And because Pisces ascendant people are very, very forgiving. Krishna in Bhagavad Gita says, don't be forgiving. If someone is creating a dharma around you, don't be forgiving. If Krishna was supposed to forgive, then the Mahabharata would not happen and dharma would have not taken place. So remember, forgiving is for people who deserve a second chance. But those who have multiple times created problems in your life, Jupiter is coming here to give you that wisdom that, okay, it's enough. Let's get done with this. So, your enemies, and that can be any aspect of your life, your enemies, your health, your pattern related to debts, so many things. In all the places, Jupiter is coming to put more wisdom and more awareness into your life. Now, the aspects of Jupiter also change here. This is Diwali time, by the way. The aspects of Jupiter move to the 10th house, to the 12th house, and to the second house, which is good because career wise there is a lot of progression. If you're thinking of moving to a foreign country, if you're thinking that you now want to go into a different culture, because Rahu is also being aspected by Jupiter. This is the time Jupiter is sitting in a Magha nakshatra. So in your workplace you may be in a position to ask for a different transfer, for a different designation, for a different team. So you will be in that powerful situation. So there is greatness here as well. Now, with Sun entering into, oh, sorry, with Jupiter entering into Leo, the aspect is also on the second house. Now, second house is the house related to your wealth. Wealth accumulation will also be at the higher stage during this period. You may not have anticipated that you will be able to save so much wealth. And Jupiter comes here and suddenly it makes your investment correct, it makes your wealth correct, it makes your career to give you more wealth. There can be also multiple career routes from where you are getting wealth. Now, since this is a very, very long video, and in this small, 3, 4 lines, I will not be able to give you exact justice to the transit of Jupiter. So, we will make a video around September of 2026 where we'll be discussing about more prospects of this Jupiter and whatnot. So, you have to subscribe so that later you come, so you will get the exact results of this Jupiter. Okay, all the best. Let's move to November of 2026. November 2026 begins with Venus entering into the sign of Virgo. Venus enters into debilitation in the beginning of November. This means again your personality is at peak, magnetic personality, but somewhere in the contract signing in relationship, you may come back and understand that am I making the right choice? Is this marriage perfect? Is this engagement good? Is this relationship better? Are we with the right business partner or no? So some kind of again thoughts related to the seventh house may come for you, but it is good because what happens, Mars sorry, Mars also enters into the sign of Leo. Mars is in Magha nakshatra, Ketu is in Magha nakshatra. What do you say, Venus, Jupiter is in Magha nakshatra. Everyone in this Magha, they are all sitting on royal throne. On top of that, Mars here is the lord of the ninth house also. So judicial success comes to you. You are victorious. If there is any court case or any kind of hearing for you after 12th of November 2026, sorry to say this, but even if you're at a fault, you will get a chance to get a clean chit, which is not good. So please, if you are at a fault, withdraw yourself only, because you don't want to put other people into, you don't want to accumulate bad karma. It does not mean that if we are in a victorious position, we will ruin other people's life. So that should be avoided. But it is an extremely powerful placement of all three planets and fire sign. And when these people are in fire sign, they have the ability to change your destiny. So workplace wise also, enemies who will be trying to destroy you because of Viprit Rajyog of the sixth house lord in the eighth house with Mars here, with Jupiter and with Ketu, this energy together is going to burn 100% into ashes so that they cannot rise back again. That is the kind of energy which has been there in your sixth house now. Mercury turns direct into the sign of Libra. So this is also good because next day, 14, Venus also turns direct into Virgo. Mercury says, okay, Venus is turning direct, I will also turn direct. So both now move in the right way. You have made all your decisions related to your relationship, partnership. Mercury has done a lot of research during this time. Rashi Parivartan Yoga is happening in a very beautiful way. So you are also very happy. Neither loss related to 8th house, neither loss related to 7th house. So things are now smooth and moving forward. With Sun entering into Scorpio, now there is two Rashi Parivartana happening. You will see that Mercury and Venus are doing Rashi Parivartan. On top of that, Sun and Mars are doing Rashi Parivartan. And this is why more power to you. Because if you're doing any government exams, if you are getting into any kind of speculative winning kind of situation, you will win here. It is such a positive period for you. There is also possibility in this period that you will get help from God. Like no one will come to help you, but God will come. It is also a period here with the ninth house lord, ninth house sun occupying the ninth house. You father and your relationship will be very good. Your guru, your mentors, your bosses, your teachers may come for rescue at the most difficult time of your life. And why I'm saying difficult life, because sixth house lord is sun coming into the ninth house. That means your destiny needs to support you in some of a mess up. So let's hope for the best. Victory is yours. Did you see how your year started with the 11th house? Everyone in the 11th house, starting giving you like gains, and then came into the 12th house where you were into trouble. Now something loss will happen. Then you came into ascendant, you did lot of effort. Then you started saving some money in the second house. Then again, you showed your courage and you came into peace. Then you came into fifth house, made lot of speculative gains. Once you do start of making a lot of gains, you start getting enemies. And then for that enemies, either some partner or some world will come to rescue you. Then you need more, lot of research, lot of speculation, lot of, we can say, unconventional measures. That is the 8,000. Then you come to the 9,000 of your destiny, trying to 100% support you. So this is the full pattern of, planets here. Now, when we look at Venus here, it will enter into the sign of Libra in its own sign. So it is going to be comfortable here. Again, you will be more involved into research. There can be possibility of getting some degrees, getting some certifications of some research that you have completed already, which is very, very good. With 8th house Venus, this is also possibility of getting some kind of inheritance. If there is any sibling related fight going on, there may be possibility that some inheritance is coming to you. So this is also good news for you, all the people. When we also look at Venus into Libra, it is the house of joint shared resources. With the seventh house Lord also in the eighth house, there is possibility you get something from in-laws as well. Some shared resources, some good news related to some, monetary benefit also comes, because both are aspecting the second house of, wealth. So November also proves to be a very amazing and an auspicious time for all the, Pisces ascendant people. Let's come to the awesome December with this candy canes. This is a very big enemy of mine, this candy cane, Rohitji. Because as soon as this November comes, my daughter eats like hundreds of these. It is absolute sugar and mint. Very bad for health of kids, for their teeth also. But kya kare? December mein they need candy canes only all the time. So kya kare? Everyone who must be listening and who have kids like this age, 6, 7, 8 age, they would be saying, my God, this is very difficult in the time of December. Anyways, December, Mercury will enter into the sign of Scorpio. Now, if you look at Mercury here, you will see that in the month of December, Mercury, the Lord of the fourth and the seventh house, is coming to the ninth house of your destiny. That means in your home environment also, your destiny will support you. In your relationship also, your destiny is supporting you. You are getting lot of blessings from God here. With Sun also here, the sixth house Lord, that means all the obstacles are also going away. So it is again a positive transit of Mercury. With Mercury even into entering of Scorpio, you should understand that aspect is going on the third house of communication, which is the domain of Mercury. So your communication will also prove very beneficial. You'll have very clear communication, and things are going to be in your favor only at all point of time. Now, let's talk in brief about this Rahu Ketu transit. Rahu is entering into the sign of Capricorn now, and Ketu is entering into the sign of Cancer. For those people who are really spiritual. Now, this is the how can I express myself? Ketu in the fifth house of Purva Punya. Ketu is related to past lives. Here it will bring you Rubaru. Rubaru means face to face with the karmic pattern of your past. Fifth house is the house that is related to, your mantra chanting. Mantra. Your the dhvani, we can say the Om word is connected to the fifth house. Here, Ketu will bring you closer to that spiritual exploration. Ketu here will also help you when it comes to education. It is going to not get you into normal education, it is going to get you into more depth, more layered, more powerful education. Now, Ketu is Ketu is malefic in the fifth house for some people, because when it comes to break in education, it happens because of Ketu in the fifth house as well. So sometimes those people who are doing some education may think that no, this is not working for me, may want to reconsider some other education. So Ketu is going to be playing a very important role here. Ketu in the fifth house can create, you get you flashes of your past lives also. That is also how powerful Ketu is here. Now, it is an extremely great placement of Ketu, honestly. So this is the Dharma Trikon, house of Dharma. And now comes Rahu. Look at the placement of Rahu, Rohitji. Rahu is in a placement of Kama, desire, 11th house. 11th house is an Upchaya house also. 11th house is the house where you go extrovert. You are in a group setting. You are in politics. You are a people's person now. You are talking to people. You are making relationship. You are going crazy in meeting social gatherings. You are extrovert behavior during this time. Suddenly, your ambition, your wishes, your hopes are like 10x now, that you said, no, 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 this is not something that I would settle with. I am going much more powerful, much more bigger. The income also suddenly, expands. There is possibility that there is, wherever Rahu energy is, in that house, we see an extreme result, extremism. Income also goes to an extreme level. Your ambition, as well as I told you about ambition, but um, your greed, sorry to use the word, but greed, or your obsession related to money and related to social fame becomes very powerful. Those who are in any kind of social media, like so like TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, they are trying to promote themselves and their Pisces ascendant. You will be able to make it, man, during this period. Amazingly make it. Very great. Those who are into anything that has to do with acting, singing, dancing, absolutely, why not? See, it is it is transiting in Dhanishta Nakshatra. Why not? Dhanishta Nakshatra is the nakshatra of all those dancing and all those, what you call, film, television, dancing, and whatnot. So it's a very powerful transit of Rahu. Your elder siblings might also gain during this time. You may not even understand how the hell they are gaining. So they will also gain during this time. Elder siblings are going to be very powerful. When it we call about your uncles, that means pater, paternal uncles, your father's brothers, they will also gain during this period because of your Rahu placement. Your Rahu is going to take you to places. Maybe you're doing social events, or maybe you're doing some public speaking in different countries. That is how powerful Rahu may be for you. Those who are looking for job, etc., in foreign countries, this is very easy for you to get it, because Rahu is now sitting. If you see, Rahu goes retrograde. Rahu is going second from the 12th. That means it's going to give you gains from a foreign country as well. So very powerful. Now these are very small aspects that we have talked about Rahu and Ketu, but very detailed video I'm going to be making around October of 2026. So you subscribe, otherwise you will miss those important, more very minute details about what happened in the past and what is now going to happen in the future. Rohitji, then 11th of December is when Saturn will turn direct into the sign of Pisces. Saturn here is again in the ascendant. Now, Sarisati people, get ready, because now Saturn is going to take proper action, go direct. It was going to put pressure on everyone. Especially the pressure is coming on the main aspect of Saturn, that is the 10th aspect of Saturn on the 10th house. Your career, your karma will be under absolutely and constant watch by Saturn, and everything that you do is going to be accountable during this period. Rohitji, in this situation, Saturn also puts an aspect on the third house, which is the house of your courage. So this courage is going to turn into hard work, by the way. You'll be doing extreme hard work during this period. In fact, in the area related to relationship, partnerships, if you are not faithful, if you're not getting into the right sense, if you're not disciplined, if you're not taking ethical measures, then Saturn is going to ruin your life in the area related to relationships and partnership. If you're in Saturn Mahadasha Antardasha, then I would say join your hands and just ethically do hard work, show lot of courage, take ethical steps in relationship and partnership. And also 10th house, that is house of your career, give lot of importance to the house of your career, like lot of importance to your karma. Ethical, right approach, always working in the right direction is required when Saturn is here. In the same sense, next happens is that on 13th of December, Jupiter will become retrograde in the sign of Leo. Now Jupiter first of all came here because to guide Ketu. Now Ketu has gone to the previous house. Now, what is Jupiter's role? Jupiter's role is to go to Ketu and say that, oh, listen. Don't only give them past lives, past life karmas, and this kind of result. Now it is a progressive life. We are in this future. So think like Rahu, think like innovation. Try to give them a little bit of more expansion in these areas, expansion in spirituality. Bring new people into creative spirituality. Bring new people into some kind of different genres. Such kind of things is what is going to be happening during this period. One important thing, Rohitji, which we cannot miss, is that when Jupiter is retrograde here, the ascendant Lord is retrograde. The 10th house Lord is retrograde in the workplace. So again, be very careful when it comes to workplace. Some loophole, you can say some directionless, we can say some directionless act you do, which can create a little bit of trouble for you. So Jupiter retrogrades, and then later Sun will enter into the sign of Sagittarius. The 10th house lord aspected by Jupiter, sorry, 10th house lord Jupiter aspecting the 6th house lord. So if you see here, end of this year, there's a small Rashi Parivartan also happening. Jupiter is now doing Rashi Parivartan with Surya, which means that Jupiter also becomes very benefic. Surya is already benefic here because it is in the Kendra and the place where it gets Digvala. Maybe the whole world is making holiday, but 16th of December, you get an answer by your bosses that, okay, you know what, next year, beginning of next year, you are supposed to be in a higher position. You are going to take this action. You are going to take this bonus. You are going to be doing this powerful thing. Or maybe this is the time that you are ending your current work and getting ready to enter into a new workplace. That is how positive this is. And then comes Mercury. Mercury is also so powerful here that here it is the Kendra Lord in the Kendra aspected by Saturn. His sun is also aspected by Saturn. We cannot forget that. But also see that the aspect of Jupiter is also there, which we cannot ignore. Whose powerful aspect will work? Tell me. The aspect of Jupiter because it's the 10th house lord, or aspect of Saturn? 100% aspect of Jupiter is going to be more powerful here because Jupiter owns that house. So again, it's a very positive placement of Mercury to be here and give you absolute great and wonderful results. So 2026 overall is a very powerful period. Do not ignore, do not neglect 2026 in any matter. All the very best. I hope that you get lot of great news also in 2026. And for all the 12 ascendants we have completed now, so 2026 yearly horoscope is here. You can book, you can discuss about your chart, you can discuss about your plans, when to take action, how to take action, and we can move forward with it. Rohit, you want to say something about the 2026 year and especially about the solar year being 2026?
Yes, very important. As I also gone through all the presentations when I make these videos in Hindi. So I find this that lots of things, but 2026 is all about preparing for 2027. 2026 in itself, it's no significance for this year. So only last end of the year there is a transition. So the thing is you have to prepare for 2027 because Saturn is going to debilitate. Saturn is changing. Jupiter is changing 3 times. Rahu Ketu is changing nakshatras, going into moon and sun's nakshatra. So good thing is to prepare for 2027 during this 2026 time period. So
Hmm.
yes, great year, great. I want to wish all people very good results. Your wishes come true. You able to achieve all whatever you want in your life,
Hmm.
and very happy new year.
Yes, Rohiji. In fact, because the solar year is Surya year, so many people were authority during 2026. Many governments will show some very big changes in life. In fact, Rohiji, I was also thinking that if we see into the area related to all the places ruled by sun, now what are the places ruled by sun? Deserts, all the deserts which are completely dry are ruled by sun, all the hot places in the world. So that means rather than North America, this is the year mostly related to places like Middle East, like Australia, like Singapore, like Malaysia, which are hot, India, hot places where you're supposed to be very powerful rise of empires are going to happen. Do you have any kind of idea in this about how sun gives this kind of results, Rohit?
Actually, this all depends not on the movement of sun. It all depends on the mundane astrology, how the particular chart of particular country operates. Like India is a Taurus, so definitely we need to see the transits of all the planets and the natal chart of the India.
But
So
Rohit,
as far as
If you see the Mars year, huh, let's come to the year 2026, 2025, and if you see how Mars created an impact, global, crisis related to fire. It was like
hmm,
planes getting on fire. It is like so many accidents when it comes to, especially Mars also rules heavy metal. So many planes getting crashed and so many problems happening, wildfires in, North America. So fire was a very big element during the year of Mars. But when it comes to now sun, I think authority will be a very big thing. Uh, Maybe I feel that AI, all this AI bubble is going to burst now. You know why, Rohitji?
hmm,
Because AI is Rahu. And when we talk about sun here, you will see that sun's energy is a complete different energy. It is related to very regulated energy. So mostly I think AI which is going out of hand and out of control. And Roji, I've heard few news and I've been reading constantly where I saw that, girls pictures are now used in AI in some nudity and whatnot, and they are getting blackmailed and whatnot. So I feel that next year Rahu will be under absolute control of Surya, because Surya is that power. And in that case, AI and everything will get regulated. And this regulated AI is very important right now, because the way things are going, you can just write a bird flying, and I will explain, Roju, what happened. I saw there was a video that someone made about, a cheetah. Like, he made a video that, oh my God, cheetah is in our area. And it was an AI cheetah. It was running in that society, and everyone got panicked. The kids got panicked. People did not come out of the house. Then the police arrested that guy in India, in Uttar Pradesh. So AI is doing out of hand because it can manipulate your thoughts. And Sun, I think, is going to come here and take proper action. What do you think? You tell me. Oh, we will only talk for 3-4 minutes. Don't worry. I'm just excited. That's why I'm talking.
Actually, use of technology is very important, that how you use this. And as far as 2026 is concerned, yes, that is a year of number one, that is a year of sun. But you see, sun is not in position to act, because sun rules the Leo sign. There is a Ketu in the Leo sign. Ketu will not let the sun do anything. And as far as the different countries are concerned, we need to see, where your Leo sign falls, and how your the sun's condition is there. I can say this: India is going to be a Vishwaguru, because India's Aries sign is in the 12th house, and when sun will exalt there in the month of April, that will be the time when India will shine around the world and become the Vishwaguru, and we are heading towards that.
And that
As
way,
far as
then
AI is concerned, Rahu is always, already. We need to see that which house your Rahu ruling in transit. Wherever that is, you will be illusionary. You will work like illusionary manner in that house. But we need to see Ketu also, because both balance the things, Rahu and Ketu. Rahu, it cannot.
as I told for many of the ascendants, I will tell again that whenever you are want to activate Rahu, that means get materialism in your life, you have to activate Ketu. The more spirituality you follow, the more Rahu becomes agitated that why the hell they are going towards Ketu, and starts giving you material success, so that Rahu can make a point that I am the greatest one here. So Rohitji, we have seen, right, all the big people, all the big people who are going to be very successful, and some people who are in that genre and scenario of what you say, billionaires and whatnot. What is the main connection in all of these people? Have you seen this? It is charity. It is spirituality. Bill Gates said that 99% of his wealth he will be giving in charity. It is a very powerful because people know that our life in this earth and etc is very limited. We achieve everything, very good comfort and whatnot, and what later you have to go to. So somewhere materialism also, after a very big point of time, turns into spirituality also. Do you have any example here, Rohiji, related to this?
No, most of the people, even millionaires from India, are they donate very much in crores, in so much. The thing is that they know this secret. The more they give, the more they get. This is the secret about this thing, and
uh,
that's what's happening with
I
them.
will explain you one thing. In British Columbia in Canada, one girl gave her piggy bank when she was 7 years old to a cancer research foundation. She won 77 million lottery 2 weeks ago.
Ah, that is a past life karma also. From past life, you already achieved this amount. Only that was amount was less. What did she given in this piggy bank? So when that completed, it matured and she got that. So many lives, so many birth we taken already. So many we have to took. Not me, you other people. I will not take birth. So this is how things are connected.
You will not take birth, Rohiji? Good,
No, no, no.
good, good, powerful. Anyways, I hope that we can now conclude, and thank you so much. Ruiji, if you want to have some closing remarks, you can say all the best.
I just want to thanks to all the family members. Only because of them we able to do this big marathon video, including other videos, consultations, your daily routine. We achieved this all, and thank you. Please do watch, like, subscribe, share, comment. how you like these our videos. And if still not subscribed, you can subscribe. And for planning your 2026 number and mail ID always on the screen anytime you contact. Thank you, Akashi. Thanks to you also,
Thank
because you know your long marathon up to 1 a.m. You are doing 2 a.m. today also. Right now 2 a.m. and you are working. So
you.
this is a great thing. And thank you very much to you also.
Thank you, Rohit ji. All the best. Jai Shri Ram, Jai Hanuman, Jai Mata Di, Jai Ma Lakshmi. Om Namo